Hashtag C 2009 last minute. Free reading of wonderful novels without pop-up windows. Boom. Boom. At this moment, in the distant sky, two powerful auras exploded, and in the aura of thunder, two figures rushed towards him. The two of them rushed forward in just a split second, glanced at Chu Yan, who was besieged by everyone with a golden seal in his hand. His face immediately became happy, and two attacks were blasted out with a wave of his hand. Rakshasa Domain. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan waved his hand, and a large amount of Rakshasa's true energy gushed out, heading towards the two attacks, and crushed them away. Field Invincible. Although they were both geniuses on the Emperor list, the two seemingly powerful attacks immediately stagnated after rushing into the Rakshasa domain, and their power continued to weaken. Seeing this scene, the two strong men on the Emperor list were startled at the same time. Chu Yan's combat power is so strong. Wan Lai Long Jing. Without waiting for the two people to react, Chu Yan threw out both fists, and two violent golden dragons roared out, blasting towards the two of them. Boom. Boom. Amidst the two muffled sounds, the two Emperor list geniuses who were directly hit by Wan Lialong's strength hit Xuanzi in the air and flew to the ground. Once the move was successful, Chu Yan didn't stop at all, and walked away. Chu Yan, don't even think about leaving. Amidst a thunderous roar, another genius from the Emperor's list came running wildly, his whole body muscled like iron, holding two heavy axes, and slashed at Chu Yan fiercely. Swish. 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 Almost at the moment that muscular strong man made a move, the other geniuses rushing all around also made moves at the same time. Suddenly, over the entire valley, the sky-wide attack appeared again, turning into a more terrifying torrent of attacks, moving towards the sky where Chu Yan was, and suddenly enveloped it. Sword lights, palms, sword strength, and all kinds of violent fists gathered together, like a meteor, falling from the sky and hitting Chu Yan. Destroy. Chu Yan's eyes flickered, and the dragon's breath in his hand was violent, and he punched out, and the mad dragon of the Bending Heaven Emperor technique swept out. Boom, boom. Amidst the sky-splitting thunder, the attack like a raging wave instantly disintegrated a large area. Clang. Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan backhanded and pulled out the Haotian sword, and the sharp breath of the sharp magic weapon swept out and slashed horizontally again. Where the sword light passed, the remaining torrent of attack was broken in half again. Swish. The figure flickered, and Chu Yan flew out of the range of the attack flood while he was moving. He stood in the air with a sword, a pair of cold eyes, looking around the audience, the corners of his mouth lightly raised, and his face was indifferent. Chu Yan, there are so many people here, if you don't hand over the golden seal, you will die today. All the geniuses on the Emperor list, with thousands of pairs of eyes looking at the golden seal in Chu Yan's hand, were all crimson. At this time, there were more than 30 geniuses on the Emperor list chasing after Chu Yan. Moreover, those Emperor list geniuses with slightly weaker cultivation bases in the distance are also rushing over quickly, forming a second encirclement circle in the outer area. Chu Yan was in the center of the encirclement, looking around the audience with his eyes flickering. The situation in front of me, if you want to escape safely, I'm afraid it's not too scary. After all, these geniuses are not ordinary warriors, almost all of them are the top experts of various powerful sects in the Outland continent, and their cultivation is terrifying. Okay. Since you want the golden seal, I will give it to you. After pondering for a moment, the corner of Chu Yan's mouth curled up, and then he flipped his hand, took out the Duotian golden seal, and threw it high in the air ahead. Call out. The golden seal turned into a streamer, and under Chu Yan's powerful physical strength, it shot into the sky like a sharp arrow, making a piercing sound. Ah! Seizing the heaven golden seal. Grab it. Above. Not good. Be careful behind you, Brother, help me. Go to hell. The golden seal is mine. In an instant, all eyes looked at the golden streamer that shot straight at Jiuxiao, and the crowd was completely boiling. Hundreds of figures rose into the sky at the same time, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Humph. Chu Yan. I thought you wouldn't hand it in. Xie La Jiao looked smug, glanced at Chu Yan from the corner of her eyes, snorted softly, twisted her delicate body, and also rushed to the sky. Looking at the figures flying all over the sky, Chu Yan retreated slowly, and retreated directly to the peaks of the mountains around the valley before landing in the air. With both feet on the ground, his eyes swept away, and the pupils of the unicorn swept towards the far end of the mountain range. There are several powerful auras, hidden, like ferocious beasts lurking in the dense forest, waiting for the right time. They will rush out at any time and choose to devour people. Boom. Boom. Boom, boom. 10,000 feet high in the sky, the light of the Duotian golden seal froze suddenly, but it was snatched by the person who rushed to the front. However, without waiting for him to be happy, hundreds of attacks came from behind him. The strong man on the emperor list didn't even have time to take a look at the golden seal, and was directly blasted into scum by the torrent of attacks. Lost instantly. Following the loss of the first person, the ownerless golden seal of seizing the sky flew in the air. Almost wherever the golden seal passed, whoever touches it will be swallowed by countless attacks from all around, turning into blood and flesh. The earth-shattering melee is still going on. The sky was almost dyed blood red, and the screams and roars mixed together, making people's minds shake. On the top of the mountain, Chu Yan stood with his hands behind his back, his black robe lightly raised. For the fierce battle in the sky, it seems like he has never seen it. A pair of unicorn pupils are just looking at the far end of the mountain range. The real strong ones were not in a hurry to make a move at all. At least so far, Chu Yan has not seen the appearance of the top 20 geniuses on the emperor list. Are you waiting for the last moment? Chu Yan sneered and muttered to himself. The Haotian sword in his hand trembled slightly, swallowed the golden pill, and adjusted his breath with concentration. Occasionally, I looked up and glanced at the sky to see the progress of the fierce confrontation, and then looked back. Constantly pondering and thinking, Chu Yan was planning a plan in his sea of consciousness. When the last moment comes, how can we get the gold seal under the siege of many strong men, and at the same time retreat unscathed? Moreover, this is the first round of the battle for the emperor list. You must not consume too much, and you must not use all your cards, otherwise, the next 2 rounds will only become more and more difficult. The reason why he threw out the golden seal and did not continue to fight to the death was because he was besieged by everyone on the one hand, and also because he suddenly discovered that those powerful emperor list geniuses were all hidden around. These people wished that Chu Yan would be besieged, even if there was no loss. In the end, when they made a move, how much strength would Chu Yan still have to fight them? Temporary gains and losses are not final gains or losses at all. Only at the last moment, the person who grabs the golden seal of seizing the sky will be the final winner. Time is passing fast. The battle in the sky gradually calmed down, and the intensity became weaker and weaker. It seems that everyone has discovered that this seizing heaven golden seal is simply a hot potato. Whoever touches it will die. Compared with the promotion qualification, one's own life is more important. If it is lost, what's the use of grabbing the gold seal? Therefore, more than a dozen people in a row grabbed the golden seal, and after being bombarded by the crowd, more and more people reacted and began to stay away from the golden seal, keeping a relatively safe distance. No one dared to rush directly to snatch the Duotian golden seal suspended in midair. Finally, there was still time left for the 5-pillar incense, and at the far end of the mountain range, a man in a white robe appeared in front of everyone with a smile on his face. Guys, since no one takes it, it's mine. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the white-robed man raised his hand and a long fishing rod appeared in his hand. With the wave, the fishhook shining like gold was thrown directly at the Dao Tian Jinin in the crowd. The strongest martial soul, with unlimited upgrades. #C 2010 Ghost Hand Buddha 2. The white-robed man swung a Ling Bao in front of hundreds of geniuses in the audience, and directly hooked Duo Tian. La. Originally, the Duo Tian golden seal, which was suspended in midair and could not dare to approach, turned into a stream of golden light, and was pulled towards the white-robed man by the spirit treasure fishhook. What? Someone took the seal. Damn, it popped up there, grab it. What is that? The sudden and unexpected change made all the geniuses on the emperor list startled. After seeing the situation clearly, the originally calm confrontation scene was instantly blown up, and everyone's eyes turned red instantly, and they rushed towards the white-robed youth. Everyone, see you later. The man in white robe put away the Lingbao fishhook. With a smile on his face, he pulled out a jade talisman in his hand, squeezed it hard, and when the jade talisman shattered, a dazzling void passage appeared directly in front of everyone. As soon as he lifted his foot, the young man in white robe was about to step into the void passage. This plan, which he has already known in the sea, has been deduced countless times. Taking advantage of the confrontation between the crowd, he used the strange treasure hook to catch the strange treasure from a long distance, and then used the teleportation jade talisman to escape from the scene. If you are lucky, the time for a few sticks of incense may be over when the other emperors find him. It can be said that this is an almost perfect plan. However, just as he was smiling and his right foot had already stepped into the void passage, a sudden change occurred. Humph. Seizing the heavenly golden seal, you deserve it. There was a thunderous shout, and a tall figure, like a ghost, suddenly appeared. When the voice sounded, the tall figure was still deep in the mountains, but when everyone turned their heads to look, it was already in front of them. The figure swayed slightly, and the surrounding void buzzed and trembled. Taking one step forward, seeing the void as if there was nothing, this kind of movement technique has almost reached the level of being unpredictable. Break! After uttering a single word, countless ghost figures rushed out from the tall warrior. These roaring avatars, wielding spiritual weapons, charged towards the newly formed void passage, chopping indiscriminately. Rumble! The white-robed warrior was so frightened that he quickly withdrew his right foot and looked in front of him. There were hundreds of clones hacking at the entrance of his void passage, and his face turned green. What's the situation? Who is this guy? How could it be possible to cultivate hundreds of clones? This technique of clones is too powerful. Rumble. The entrance of the ordinary void channel is not a powerful defensive spirit array. After being attacked by hundreds of clones, it exploded in the blink of an eye. Also disappears completely. Oh my god. It's the ghost-handed Buddha too, who ranks 31st on the emperor list. He still made a move. It's exciting now. The emperor list geniuses from all directions had just caught up and glanced over, and saw the tall figure standing proudly in the air, blocking the scene in front of the white-robed warrior holding the golden seal. All of them were surprised. Ghost Hand Buddha too. The 31st existence on the emperor list, with the second best avatar emperor art in the world, claims to be invincible at the same level in outer domain. Bring it here. With a big wave of his hand, without waiting for everyone to react, Ghost Hand Buddha 2 and dozens of clones surged up and surrounded the young man in white robes. Under various attacks, he was completely blocked in all directions. In less than a few breaths, the young man in white robe was beaten until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and the gold seal in his hand was directly snatched away. Originally, the fighting strength of this white-robed young man was not considered strong, but he just wanted to play a game of stealing chicken by relying on that rare treasure of the fishhook. As a result, the praying mantis catches the cicada, and the Oriole follows. All his calculations, hidden in the mountains, the other, more powerful Emperor Bang genius, have long seen it. It was simply waiting for him to use the strange treasure to pull the Duotian golden seal out of the crowd. In this way, breaking away from the encircling Duotian golden seal, and then grabbing it. It is much easier to escape. Ghost-handed Buddha too, with a face full of surprise, took the golden seal from the avatar, just glanced at it, and stuffed it directly into his arms. When he looked up again, he looked at the hundreds of geniuses who swarmed in front of him, and grinned. "Give it to me." With a loud shout, dozens of clones beside the ghost-handed Buddha rushed out in unison, killing the crowd of geniuses on the opposite side. At the same time, there were more than a dozen clones on his body, rushing out, joining the team that blocked all the geniuses on the Emperor list. Swish! Taking this opportunity, Ghost-hand Buddha, too, will hesitate, turn around and leave. Boom! 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 The large group of gas explosions behind them exploded crazily, and the battle broke out in an instant. Although the clone technique looks extremely powerful, it is almost a dream to use a clone to fight one-on-one with a strong person of the same level. All of a sudden, hundreds of avatars were separated, not even 1/10 of the combat power of the deity, almost one move at a time, and they were directly bombarded by those geniuses on the Emperor list. Don't go away. Ninghua smashes the sky. The 9-storied pagoda of decisive waves. Heaven-shattering decision. Those Emperor list geniuses who exploded their avatars with one move, saw that Ghost-hand Buddha too was about to escape. All of them were enraged immediately, and smashed out their ultimate moves. In an instant, the attack all over the sky turned into a torrent, like the water of the Milky Way, pouring down towards the background of the Ghost Water Buddha too. Heaven strikes the void. Seeing the overwhelming torrent of attacks falling, there was no trace of panic on Ghost-hand Buddha too's face. As if he had been prepared for a long time, he raised his hand and threw a magic talisman. A violent attack, like a divine wrath Buddha slash, fell from the sky and smashed heavily into the torrent of attack. Rumble. The powerful force blocked all the countless attacks, the two forces collided, and the world trembled. It's now. Everyone, how about it? Ghost-handed Buddha too, looking at the magic talisman in the hole, blocked the attack behind him, and was extremely proud at once, and was leaving, but when he glanced away, he happened to see two streamers of light rushing towards him from the depths of the mountain range under his feet. Ha ha ha. Ghost-hand Buddha too, thank you. Slender water-seeking moonsilk. A man and a woman, two figures, accompanied by loud laughter, rushed out of the mountains, in all directions, pieces of thin threads flowing like thousands of color water patterns, like ribbons of different colors, entangled towards the Ghost-hand Buddha. The breath of these two figures was as powerful as a tide, rushing past, and the surrounding void was swept away by those different colored ribbons, and they all froze. It was as if the void was sealed where they passed, and those ribbons of different colors controlled by them were the masters of this void. The golden seal of seizing the sky is mine. With a surge of true energy, with just a sweep of the ribbon of different light, the Duotian golden seal was rolled out from the arms of the ghost-handed Buddha too, who was tied into a bun, and flew towards the direction of the man and woman. Chu Yan stepped on the top of the peak and looked at the sudden appearance of a man and a woman. Sweeping through the divine sense, coupled with the pupil of the unicorn, Chu Yan can clearly see that what he has practiced in the past 2 days is a very special way of combining yin and yang. And those ribbons of different colors are just the expression of the two people's true energy. These two are extremely powerful. However, when the seizing heaven golden seal was in the hands of the co-cultivators, a group of Emperor list geniuses who were blocked by the Ghost-hand Buddha too's unique move had already been killed. Rob. The crowd erupted, and hula la surrounded them all the time, killing the co-cultivation men and women. In an instant, a scuffle broke out again. The strongest martial soul, with unlimited upgrades. C 2011 Dragon King Forbidden Sea Emperor Technique. Boom. 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 A great war broke out, and hundreds of geniuses on the emperor's list came out with all their means. The battle was so fierce that even Chu Yan showed a look of surprise. At this time, there was less than 3 sticks of incense before the end of 3 hours. All the geniuses on the emperor list should have felt it. At this time, if they don't play their cards, when the time comes, they may not even have a chance to make a move. Therefore, all the geniuses in the emperor list broke out completely. Rumble. Just when Chu Yan was mobilizing his true energy and was about to make a move, he suddenly raised his head and saw a large cloud of thunderclouds rushing towards the core of the battle on the far side of the sky. This thundercloud, what a strong water element! Chu Yan swept his gaze, and the unicorn pupils of his eyes were running. He looked at the thunder cloud that was already slowing down in the sky, and his face was startled. On the cloud of thunder cloud, a young man in blue robe, with a smile on his face, stepped on the cloud, and his whole body was filled with true energy. Fan Ilong. Chu Yan had heard of this strong man who came from stepping on the clouds. However, the battle in the distance was coming to an end at this time. Among the men and women of the Cultivation, the woman was holding a gold seal, and with the help of the man, she smashed the different colored ribbon with all her strength, blocking the momentary opportunity of all the geniuses on the emperor list, and was about to escape. These 2 people cooperated tacitly, attacking and defending, and they were about to succeed. At this moment, Chu Yan made a move. Swish. The afterimage flew across the sky, like lightning flashing thousands of miles away, the void split like a waterline, and the Haotian sword in his hand pointed directly at the vest of the co-cultivating woman. What? Chu Yan. The co-cultivator girl obviously didn't expect that Chu Yan would make a sudden move at this time, and in shock, when she reacted, the Haotian sword Qi had already reached 10 steps in front of her. Stab it. The sword breaks the Gangyuan, and in front of the Haotian sword, the bodyguard Gangyuan of the co-cultivator woman is completely vulnerable. When the sword edge passed by, a crack was cut in the bodyguard Gangyuan, and the defense was instantly broken. Gangyuan grabbed onto the woman's chest, and with a firm grip, the golden seal turned into a golden light that shot straight towards her. With the golden seal of Duotian in hand, Chu Yan didn't hesitate at all, turned around and headed straight for Jiuxiao. Chu Yan stole the golden seal. Qin Shuelian was the first to exclaim in surprise, causing bloodshot eyes to look at the black-robed figure rising into the sky. Putting Jinin into his arms, Chu Yan frowned, but there was no trace of joy on his face. To Chu Yan, it was nothing to lose the golden seal. With his current strength, it is not difficult to grab the gold seal. The trouble is, under the siege of hundreds of emperor list geniuses, the real difficulty is to persist for a stick of incense. Dragon King Sea Forbidden Technique. Above Chu Yan's head, above the huge thundercloud, Fan Ilong stomped his right foot, pouring his true energy into the thundercloud. A blue water dragon swam out of the thundercloud, with a pair of dragon eyes, looking straight at the rushing Chu Yan. Roar! Long Ling roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the surrounding space trembled, and in the large thunderclouds, heavy rain poured down. This is being poured down by the heavy rain. Chu Yan's body froze for a moment, and the body protector separated all the heavy rain, but Chu Yan still felt it. Fan Ilong's means never stop there. In this heavy rain, the spiritual power of the water was extremely strong, and even the other 4 elements of spiritual power in the void were instantly expelled. Ka 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 ka. There was a sound of strange smells exploding, but the raindrops all over the sky solidified instantly, turning into countless sparkling ice crystals. Under the scattered collision, there was a clanging sound like a golden dagger. Not good. Seeing the sudden change, a bad premonition flashed in Chu Yan's heart. Just as he was about to turn around and move, the raindrops and ice crystals around him began to rush around. Whoosh! Raindrops and ice crystals as hard as gold and iron shot all over the sky, no different from countless spiritual soldiers attacking and slashing across the void. A large piercing and screaming sound fell on the ears of the geniuses on the list of emperors, making one's hair stand on end. Such a dense storm of ice crystals, no matter how strong the body protector is, it will not be able to support it. Fan Yilong is different from other geniuses on the emperor list. He has a very powerful imperial art trick, which is the Dragon King Sea Forbidden Emperor art. His thoughts were almost the same as Chu Yan's. As long as he waits until the last time, grabs the golden seal, and insists on a stick of incense, the final victory belongs to him. Therefore, when Chu Yan made a move, it was also when he made a move. You only need to use the Dragon King Sea Forbidden Emperor technique to envelop the person who has snatched the golden seal of seizing the sky. With the power of this forbidden technique, it is enough time for him to support a stick of incense. It just so happened that this unlucky person was Chu Yan. Hee, Chu Yan, you are unlucky. The final winner is only me. Seeing that the overall situation was under control, Fan Yilong smiled smugly. Looking at Chu Yan, who was completely covered in the Dragon King's Emperor art, Fan Yilong was at ease. Hum. In addition to the Dragon King Sea Forbidden Emperor art, the co-cultivation men and women who just missed, as well as the ghost-handed Buddha too, and the earliest white-robed warriors, there would be willing to fail. The airwaves kept rolling. All kinds of terrifying breaths swept the audience. At this moment, everyone's killing moves are crazily gathering momentum, and hundreds of pairs of red eyes are staring straight at Chu Yan, who is trapped in the domain of the Dragon King's Forbidden Sea Emperor art. Whether it is Chu Yansheng or Fan Yilong, these geniuses waiting there will rush forward just waiting for the result. At this time, the battle for the gold seal finally ushered in a peak duel. No one will show mercy at this time, nor will anyone hold back. Click. Click. Located in the core area of the Dragon King's Forbidden Sea Emperor art, there are scattered ice crystal raindrops in all directions. Every time those ice crystals collide, they will fuse together and become larger and larger. In the end, countless ice crystal raindrops fused together and condensed into a large iceberg, which was still expanding rapidly. Seeing an iceberg falling towards him, the corners of Chu Yan's eyes twitched suddenly. These Emperor List geniuses really have endless tricks, and their trump card tricks are stronger than the other. Jiao Ming, come out. Without any further hesitation, Chu Yan gave a loud shout, and a black shadow behind him burst out of the air. Jiao Ming appeared and waved his hands at the same time. The whole body of the 8 dragon warriors was shining with golden light, and the evil spirit was surging like a flood. Break! In Jiao Ming's eyes, cold flames flashed, and the 3-pointed and 2-edged spear in his hand stabbed straight out. A cold light flashed across the icy spear tip, piercing through the void, wrapped in endless madness, and slammed into the iceberg fiercely. Rumble! The iceberg exploded and turned into ice chips all over the sky again, flying in all directions, like countless hidden weapons, shooting in all directions. Not good. Stop. Oh my god, that's the ancient demon emperor. Chu Yan's dark puppet actually has the peak cultivation of Emperor Wu. I'm afraid of farts, let's go together. After frantically blocking the shooting ice crystals, everyone looked up and saw Jiao Ming and the 8 dragon warriors, all of them changed their expressions. JS 3v3, the strongest martial soul, with unlimited upgrades. #C2012 challenge the audience. Qin Shuilian, Ghost Hand Buddha 2, Fan Yilong and the others all had serious expressions on their faces. Looking at Jiao Ming, who was so vicious, and a group of dragon warriors, their faces were ashen. They didn't expect that at this time, Chu Yan was still hiding such a powerful help. Holding the Haoyan sword in his hand, Chu Yan had a calm smile on his face. Swish! The afterimage passed through the sky, and the figure shot straight towards Tianxiao, towards the stunned Fan Long in the sky, and rushed straight away. At the last moment, the combat power is fully exploded. What Chu Yan was waiting for was the moment of the final battle. Therefore, without any hesitation, Chu Yan grabbed one of the golden seals of Duo Tian, and directly summoned Jiuming and dragon warriors. The so-called praying mantis catches the cicada, the oriole is behind. This kind of thing, every powerful genius in the imperial list is doing it, but in the end, who is the cicada and who is the oriole, still has the final say based on strength. Before, no matter how dangerous it was, Chu Yan had been hiding Jiuming and the dragon guards all the time, just waiting for this time to come. Looking at Chu Yan, he rushed straight towards the thunder clouds at a height of 10,000 feet. Qin Shuilian, Ghost Hand Buddha, too, and the others all changed their expressions. Just now they were blocked by the sky-filled ice crystals of the Dragon King Sea Forbidden Emperor art, and they couldn't get close at all. Now, Chu Yan went to kill Fan Long in the sky again. In this way, the distance between them and Chu Yan was directly widened. It's too late to stop Chu Yan. At the current time even a stick of incense is not available. If Chu Yan and Fan Long decide the winner, how long will it take? Could it be that this seizing Heaven Golden Seal is between Chu Yan and Fan Long? Boom! At this moment, a sound exploded in a piece of void not far away, and in the ripples like water patterns, a man in purple armor rushed out directly, with the saber in his hand, as he waved the domineering saber aura sword to the sky. Wrapped in a shocking killing, with momentum like a tide. The tyrant sword appeared, the world trembled, and the light of the sword pointed directly at Chu Yan, who rose into the night. That person is... Everyone, seeing the appearance of the domineering knife, Chi-Chi's expression changed. This domineering sword master, wearing a purple armor, is none other than the sword maniac ranked 18th on the emperor list. Long Jingyun. The 18th emperor list, the fighting power is monstrous. In fact, everyone knows that once the ranking of the emperor list reaches the top 30, the difference in combat power between each emperor list genius can be said to be negligible. Even if it is a heaven-defying spiritual treasure, or a secret realm experience, or even a heavenly and earthly treasure, it is possible to reverse the ranking of the emperor list. Among them, Long Jingyun, who was ranked 18th on the emperor list, was the one with the most astonishing combat power. Just when everyone looked at Long Jingyun, who suddenly came out with condensed faces, they didn't expect that in the mountain below, a rock exploded, and another figure rose into the sky. Ha ha ha, Long Jingyun, you should give me the heaven-seizing golden seal. Amidst the arrogant laughter, one word seemed to determine the ownership of the golden seal. Such arrogant words, in front of hundreds of geniuses present, were really extremely arrogant. However, when everyone looked sternly and turned their heads to look down at the figure rushing out of the mountain, their bodies shook at the same time. I saw that the strong man rushing out of the mountain below was covered in black smoke, but there were 7 dazzling stars under his feet, with astonishing spiritual power. Waiting for that person, stepping on the 7 stars, rushing towards him, getting closer, and at a glance, he saw 8 ghosts around him in 8 directions, howling and roaring, releasing monstrous ghostly aura. Stepping on the 7 stars, the Ghost King is 8 days old. Outland Continent, the most mysterious ghost sect, 7-star gate. 7-star compass. Not only Fan Long, but even Chu Yan, who was soaring into the sky, turned his head to look, and his face was startled. Ranked 21 on the emperor list, Ghost King Luo. Hiss. All the geniuses in the imperial list seemed to be attacked by the eerie ghostly aura, and they all gasped. Woo! 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 8 Ghost Kings. He was fixed around Ghost King Luo, seemingly unable to move, but under the gathering of ghost energy, he roared and spewed out a large cloud of black clouds in 8 directions at the same time. These 8 groups of black clouds rushed in all directions, turned into 8 ghost forest skulls, biting their crackling teeth, and moved towards Fan Elong, Long Jingyun, and Chu Yan at the same time, come together. For a moment, the sky was full of ghostly aura, and the sky and the earth turned pale. The originally sunny sky was instantly covered by these eerie ghostly aura. All the geniuses in the emperor list were all pale, but Chu Yan, who was above the sky, grinned and shouted like thunder. "Okay. We are waiting for you." When the words fell to the ground, everyone was stunned, and looked at Chu Yan with astonishment. What's the meaning? They are waiting. Could it be that this Chu Yan had already discovered the existence of these powerful men on the emperor list? The astonishment on these people's faces fell into Chu Yan's eyes, but they just smiled lightly. For Chu Yan, only opponents hiding in the dark are threatening. Now, all threatening opponents have appeared. At this time it is just a show of strength and a big battle. Chu Yan is never afraid of fighting. It's less than half a stick of incense time. If you don't fight now, when will you wait? Baihu, Suzaku, Xuanhuan, come out for me. With a sharp shout, Chu Yan's true energy surged up and down his body, and 3 tall beast figures slowly emerged behind him. Lord of the God of War, White Tiger. Emperor of the Sky, Suzaku. Water Emperor, Xuanhuan. 3 star-filled martial souls appeared, and with the power of the martial souls sweeping the audience, even the sky trembled. Roar! 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 The roar was earth-shattering, the spirit of the divine beast, respecting the world, a pair of tiger eyes, a pair of purple dragon eyes, and the pupils of the vermilion bird that sprayed like flames, looked around the audience. Where the eyes passed, all the geniuses on the list of emperors were in line tremble. Whether it was the attacking 7-star ghost energy, the Dragon King's ice crystal surging in the sky, or even the saber energy of tyrannical saber dragon Jingyun, at this moment, they all shattered into nothingness. The Ghost King Luo, Long Jingyun, and Fan Elong, including all the top players in the emperor list, looked at the sky, and the 3 mighty divine beast martial souls seemed to be looking at the 3 god spirits. Especially feeling that majestic martial soul aura that is like a tide, full of the power of heaven, everyone's faces are full of surprises, and their souls are trembling. 3 spirits. 3 full-star martial souls. This Chu Yan turned out to be the Sanqing Tianling Wuhun. In Outland Continent, there is still such a terrifying monster-level genius, and there is actually a 3-born heavenly spirit and martial soul. This is an existence beyond the rules of heaven. Hee, this feeling, not bad. Chu Yan smiled lightly, 3 strange lights flickered on his body, and felt the blessing power of the 3 martial souls of Baihu, Suzaku, and Xuanhuan, and his sense of power suddenly increased by more than 3 times. This is the first time that Chu Yan directly exposed the 3 divine beast spirits. Although Chu Yan knew that revealing his whole cards would cause endless troubles. However, during the Soul Demon's trip to Purgatory, Chu Yan has found the spirit of chaos and is merging, and the current battle for the Emperor's list, the final result, I believe he will not let himself down. Anyone, as long as he breaks through to the Emperor's realm, then, with the power of Emperor Wu, he will go against the sky. Even if he is in the 10 directions starfield, it is enough to protect himself. At this time, within 3 hours, there is less than 100 breaths left. Who? Fight me. Chu Yan's eyes were like fire, and his eyes were like thunder. Looking around the audience, his whole body was full of blood and fighting spirit. The prestige of one person challenges the whole audience. The strongest martial soul, with unlimited upgrades. #C 2013 Yanshengfang. Chu Yan's words fell into everyone's ears, making everyone stunned. Holding the domineering sword, Long Jingyun, with a pair of bloodshot eyes, stared at the 3 martial souls behind Chu Yan. His whole body was tense, and his face was full of disbelief. Fate-defying soul. I'm not as good as it. With a long sigh, Long Jingyun sheathed the Ba saber in his hand, took one last look at Chu Yan, turned around and left, and disappeared into the mountains in a flash. Crazy Knife is not crazy, the Overlord is timid. At this time, Long Jingyun's heart of the Tao of the Sword was shaken, and he no longer had the slightest will to fight. Chu Yan, I hope that in the future, I will have the opportunity to fight with you. Long Jingyun's last words were left in the void, and the other Emperor List geniuses looked at the direction in which Long Jingyun disappeared, their faces full of shock. On the Emperor List, there are more than 700. The cultivation base plummeted. What a joke! With such strength, even the mad sword Long Jingyun, who was 18th on the Emperor List, was shaken by his martial arts heart, and he withdrew his sword and left. This Chu Yan is clearly a terrifying existence. Once this three-born heavenly spirit and martial soul spreads in the outland continent, it will definitely attract shocking waves. Even if it is the existence of the top 10 in the Emperor List, it does not necessarily have such a heaven-defying martial spirit as Chu Yan. That sword. Someone glanced over, but found that the sword in Chu Yan's hand did not have a trace of sword energy, but it made people feel a biting cold. The number 1 magic weapon in the world. Sure enough, it is in his hands. Until now, everyone has discovered that the long sword in Chu Yan's hand is a magic weapon. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, looking not far away, Chu Yan, who was guarding the 3 heavenly spirits and martial souls, and Chu Yan, who was full of swordsmanship. For a while, no one dared to come out to fight him. At this time, Chu Yan seemed to represent an invincible existence in the eyes of everyone. Boom, boom. At this moment, a muffled thunder sounded above the sky, and the figure of the Emperor's List Daoist broke through the void and appeared in front of everyone. 3 hours have come, the battle for the Emperor List, the first round, is over. With one word, all the geniuses in the audience trembled, and turned to look at Chu Yan with a face full of unwillingness. The eyes of the Taoist Emperor Bang swept to Chu Yan, stared for a long time, and finally raised his hand. Hum. The void trembled, and a golden gate appeared not far in front of Chu Yan. This is the entrance to the second level. Those who hold the golden seal can enter. Sanggu's majestic voice resounding through the audience like a tidal wave. As soon as the words fell, the aura and fighting spirit of all the geniuses in the audience dissipated one after another. However, what the envoy said next made them shudder at the same time. Next, compete for the second place. The time is set at 1 hour. What? There is also a second place. Immediately afterwards, under the gaze of countless pairs of crimson eyes, he strode into Chu Yan's body in the golden light gate, and a stream of golden light shot out and fell into the midair, in the hands of the Taoist envoy. Seize the heaven golden seal. The battle for second place begins. With a direct throw, the golden seal flew into the sky, and hundreds of geniuses on the Emperor List below burst out with true energy at the same time, and their figures soared into the sky. Boom. 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 The sound of the gas explosion was earth-shattering, and the battle broke out immediately. Accompanied by the earth-shattering explosion behind him, Chu Yan had already disappeared into the golden gate of light, heading for the second round. This round, Chu Yan competed for the golden seal, which was relatively successful, and he did not consume too much power to complete the promotion. Stepping into the golden light gate, Chu Yan fell into the turbulent flow of time and space, and within 10,000 steps around him, there were turbulent vortexes everywhere. There is only one road of stars, which is peaceful and safe, and the far end of the road is a gate of star vortex. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yan's body unfolded, and after a few dodges, he rushed into the gate of the star vortex and left the space-time passage. When both feet landed, the scene in front of Chu Yan suddenly changed. Looking up, I found that this is the top of a mountain, and the area outside the peak is continuous for thousands of miles. The boundless sea of spiritual clouds. Yanshangfang. This mountain must be at least 100,000 feet high in order to be able to exist above the sea of spirit clouds. Sweeping his gaze, he saw not far from the peak, but there were several wooden houses and a small courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a wooden table and a few wooden chairs. On the table, there is a steaming teapot and several stone cups. This is... Chu Yan was taken aback, frowning slightly. This is the second round of the battle for the Emperor list. How could it be such a place? Originally, I thought it was a battle arena, or a forbidden place in a secret realm, but the scenery in front of me seemed a bit leisurely. The pupil of the unicorn. Running the true chi, the 5 colored lights flickered. Chu Yan moved the unicorn pupils, and stared in all directions again. If this is an illusion, it is a place to test the heart of martial arts. However, at a glance, the surrounding scene has not changed at all, it is completely real. Is there any mystery here? Chu Yan frowned slightly, and his eyes finally fell on the wooden house. During these 4 weeks, there was no one there, not even the Emperor's envoy appeared. Could it be that they were in the wooden house? With a dodge, Chu Yan landed directly in front of the door of the wooden house, raised his hand and pushed, and the wooden door remained motionless. Chu Yan was stunned, looking at the ordinary wooden door in front of him. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. A wooden door that doesn't even have spirit patterns or restrictions can block him. Clang. After pondering for a moment, his spiritual consciousness swept across the wooden door, and after confirming that there was nothing unusual, Chu Yan pulled out the Haotian sword directly, and pointed the sword's edge directly at the wooden door. I don't believe it, this wooden door can be stronger than my Haotian sword. The sword energy surged, and the sword light flickered. Just when the sword was about to strike, suddenly, a voice rang in the ear. Brother Chu, don't. Hearing the sound, Chu Yan's face turned serious, and he suddenly turned his head to look. Den Temple, Miaolian lives in peace. Chu Yan didn't expect that there were already people in this second round of land, and they were still his acquaintances. Hehe, Chu Yan. I am not a small world with you. I was lucky enough to win the gold seal, and I have just arrived here. When Miaolian Anju saw Chu Yan, she looked happy and explained. Lucky. Chu Yan looked at Miaolian Anju, but smiled slightly, and couldn't help but think of Miaogong Anju's strange invisibility emperor technique and his countless spells in the ancient martial arts battlefield last time. With these whole cards, it is not surprising that Miaolian Anju can win the gold seal. Hey, come on, brother Chu, let's make tea and discuss the Tao, and wait for the second round to start. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Miaolian Anju naturally understood what Chu Yan was thinking of. After an embarrassed smile, Miaolian Anju walked to the wooden table in the courtyard, sat down lightly, and said to Chu Yan. Cook tea and talk about Taoism, wait for the second round to start. Chu Yan looked suspiciously at Miaolian Anju. That's right. The competition for the Emperor list, the first round of each session is almost exactly the same, to compete for this golden seal. Miaolian Anju looked at Chu Yan and explained with a light smile. That's why many geniuses on the Emperor list will prepare in advance the whole cards and tricks for snatching the gold seal. Hearing this, Chu Yan suddenly realized, thinking of Qin Shuilian and Fan Elong and other geniuses on the Emperor list that he met before, it seems that they really are. I don't know, from that year onwards, the second round of the competition for the Emperor's list began to change. It is no longer a fixed method, but it will be different every time. So that's it. Chu Yan nodded, sat lightly, and picked up a cup of fragrant tea in front of him. Based on my guess, the second round of this year's competition for the Emperor's list may be troublesome. It should be a mission battle. Mission battle. Chu Yan was startled. The strongest martial soul, with unlimited upgrades. #C2014 Guiyuan. This is the first time for Chu Yan to participate in the competition for the Emperor list, and Miaolian Unju is obviously not the first time. Yes, it's a mission battle. After all, in the end, the competition for the Emperor's list is the result of ranking theory. Therefore, in the second round, many of those who could not advance in the first round can participate. If they perform in the second round, they can even regain the disadvantage of the first round. Miaolian Unju looked indifferent. While explaining, she took a sip without taking a sip, drinking the tea in front of her, as if she had a plan in mind. So that's it. Chu Yan nodded, his eyebrows frowned. So, from our first round, there will be a ranking at the Emperor's list Daoist. In the second round, this ranking will start to be announced. During the battle for the Emperor's ranking, the ranking of the Emperor's ranking is constantly changing. After 3 rounds have passed, the final ranking will finally be fixed. Miaolian Unju looked at Chu Yan and smiled lightly. Like us, in the first round of winning the gold seal, those who won the first place, according to the rules, the current ranking of the Emperor list should not be lower than 50. 50. Chu Yan was startled. The number of geniuses participating in this year's ranking of the Emperor list is no less than 8,000. Based on the calculation of 1,000 people per small world and the competition for the gold seal, there should be about 8 small worlds. In other words, there are only 8 people at most who can get the first place to win the gold seal. In this way, at least it is in the top 10, how can it be ranked in the top 50? Hehe, Brother Chu. It's true that you won the golden seal and rushed into the golden gate of light. However, for 3 hours, the length of time you occupy the golden seal will also affect the result of the ranking. So, those who grab the gold seal at the last moment and become the first may not be ranked higher than those who have held the gold seal for a long time. Hearing, Chu Yan finally has some understanding of this battle for the Emperor list. It seems that there are some mysteries in every round of the battle for the Emperor list. So, let us wait here, just for the first round, everyone will decide the winner. Chu Yan asked. Hehe, Miaolian Unju heard about it, but she smiled strangely. Immediately, he raised his hand and pointed to a few wooden houses not far away, and said with a smile, as the first place, of course there will be rewards, those few wooden houses. Wooden house. Chu Yan was startled and turned to look. Thinking of just now, it was a bit weird that I couldn't push the wooden door open even with all my true energy. Yes. Then there is an imperial spirit in every wooden house. After devouring and merging, it will be of great benefit to the improvement of our cultivation base. Especially those who have reached the Emperor realm. If they are lucky, they may be able to directly improve their cultivation by 1 level. Improve 1 level of cultivation. Chu Yan was surprised. When you reach the Emperor realm, if you want to improve your cultivation, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Even if you are a genius with extraordinary talent, if you want to improve your cultivation to the first level, you need at least a few years of cultivation. And ordinary warriors, even if it takes 100 years, may not be able to advance to a higher level. Emperor Qi. Chu Yan looked at the wooden house with a glint in his eyes. This Emperor Qi is a good thing. Miaolian Unju blinked at Chu Yan and said with a smile. It takes 100 million Emperor crystals to extract this imperial energy. Hehe. 100 million Emperor crystals. Chu Yan said in surprise. Even with Chu Yan's current net worth, 100 million Emperor crystals is not a small amount. You know, if 100 million Emperor crystals are exchanged for cultivation resources, they can be piled up into a mountain. Moreover, according to Miaolian Unju's words, this Emperor's aura has 100 million Emperor crystals sitting on the surface. Such a number of Emperor crystals is not a small number even for a powerful sect in the outland continent. Sure enough, not long after, the wooden house was opened, and Chu Yan and Miaolian lived in peace, chose one respectively, and stepped into the wooden house. The imperial aura in the wooden house is far more pure than Chu Yan imagined. Moreover, what surprised Chu Yan the most was that this imperial aura was very similar to the aura on the Duotian golden seal. All have the effect of accelerating the fusion of the spirit of chaos. A burst of imperial energy increased the fusion speed of the spirit of chaos in Chu Yan's body by 10%. One day passed, and when Chu Yan absorbed all the imperial energy in the wooden house, a teleportation array in the room lit up directly. Stepping into the teleportation spirit array, after a while of dizziness, when Chu Yan opened his eyes again, he just glanced at it, and then his face froze. In all directions, strong demonic energy scattered and surged in all directions, and the entire world was shrouded in a black world of demonic energy. This is Soul Demon Purgatory. Chu Yan was a little surprised. After all, not long after he came out of Soul Demon Purgatory, Chu Yan couldn't be more familiar with these demonic energy. However, to Chu Yan's surprise, the second round of the battle for the Emperor's list will be held in Soul Demon Purgatory. Brother Chu Yan! An exclamation sounded, and in the thick black mist, a figure ran towards him. Chu Yan looked up, but he was a human genius. Li Tong. This human emperor genius is an elite disciple of inorganic immortal sect. Chu Yan also met him in Lingyun Pavilion before. The 9 sects are connected with each other, and they are all called brothers and sisters outside. Ha ha ha, great, this time I can fight side by side with senior brother Chu Yan. Li Tong was extremely excited when he saw Chu Yan, with an excited look on his face. Are you alone? Chu Yan looked at Li Tong and asked. This time, the 9 sects of the human race sent a total of more than a dozen elite disciples to participate in the competition for the Emperor list, but now only Li Tong was seen. Well, the others were eliminated in the first round. They were sent directly to participate in the ring battle. Only those who achieved the top 500 results will have the opportunity to participate in the third round. Li Tong explained. So that's it. Chu Yan nodded and looked around. Here is a square, in the thick black fog, figures are constantly being transmitted. As long as Chu Yan and Li Tong spoke a few words, hundreds of figures appeared on the square. Just like when Chu Yan first appeared, these Emperor List geniuses who had just arrived in the square were all in a daze. Especially when looking around, the demonic energy spreading all over the sky is all caused by the body trembling. Those who have been to the Soul Demon Purgatory have serious expressions on their faces. They know that the Soul Demon Purgatory is known as a fierce place, and the death rate is extremely high. And those who have never been to Soul Demon Purgatory felt the devilish energy around them, and their faces turned pale. Everyone! Don't be nervous. At this moment, a golden light shone in midair, and the figure of the Emperor's List Taoist slowly emerged. With the appearance of the Taoist envoy on the imperial list, countless golden streamers gushed out from him, dispelling all the devilish energy around him. In less than 10 breaths, the entire square was revealed in front of everyone. This place is called Ghost Abyss, not Soul Demon Purgatory. The Emperor's List of Daosher's words made all the Emperor's List geniuses heave a sigh of relief at the same time, and looked around one after another. However, except for the square in front of him, the surrounding area of the square is still shrouded in thick black air, making it impossible to see the environment clearly. At the same time, the scene of more than 3,000 people in the entire square made everyone stunned at the same time. Unexpectedly, there would be so many geniuses participating in the second round of the Emperor list. The strongest martial soul, with unlimited upgrades. #C 2014 Master Yuan. It seemed that he saw the relaxed expressions of all the geniuses on the Emperor's list, but the Taoist envoy of the Emperor's list in midair lifted his mouth slightly, revealing a weird smile. You should have all heard that Soul Demon Purgatory is the trace of the battlefield of the ancient war between gods and demons. Everyone nodded slightly when they heard what the Taoist envoy said. Regarding Soul Demon Purgatory, as elite disciples of various sects and forces. Most of them have heard of it even if they have never been there. Then this ghost abyss is another trace of the battlefield where the ancient gods and demons fought. As the words fell, the pupils of the Emperor List geniuses who were relaxed just now all shrank their pupils, and their faces were full of astonishment. After a moment of sluggishness, in the square, thousands of geniuses on the Emperor List exploded in an instant. What? Another relic of the ancient war between gods and demons? Fuck, what's the difference between that and Soul Demon Purgatory? Nonsense, of course there is a difference. I've never heard of this ghost abyss, and I'm afraid no one has ever been here to practice. No one has been here. Then everyone doesn't know the situation of Guiyuan, so it's fair. Fair, fart, you have to know, if no one has come, then how strong are the monsters in this ghost abyss, how strong are they in number and strength? All the Emperor List geniuses in the square became nervous about the ghost abyss that the Emperor List Taoist said. A mysterious and fierce place that no one has ever entered represents only danger. And this ghost abyss is obviously on the same level as the danger of the Soul Demon Purgatory. You must know that in Soul Demon Purgatory, there are countless top powerhouses in the mainland that have been lost. To enter it, most of the Emperor List geniuses from the various sect forces are accompanied by sect powerhouses, or have maps to guide them. But now, facing this ghost abyss, his eyes were completely darkened, and he had to rely entirely on his strength to break through. Thinking of this, the faces of all the geniuses on the list of emperors were pale and their scalps were numb. Remember, the more monsters you kill, the higher your points will be, and the higher your ranking will be on the Emperor ranking. Monsters of all ranks, corresponding to the corresponding points, will be calculated together with your ranking on the Emperor ranking when the second round starts. Announce. The Taoist envoy of the Emperor's list was obviously very satisfied with the reactions of all the geniuses on the Emperor's list. With a smile on his face, he continued to explain the rules. In the Ghost Abyss, you can kill. However, it does not affect the points. All kinds of whole cards can be used unlimitedly, but only the monsters that are personally killed can get points. This Guiyuan battle is scheduled for 1 month. Rules one by one were announced continuously, and the faces of all the Emperor List geniuses in the square became more and more gloomy. Can kill, but no points. It is equivalent to saying that it is not feasible to rely on strong strength to plunder other people's points. The monsters killed with their own hands will only have points. I am afraid that they are aimed at some geniuses with powerful beast slaves and ghost puppets. If they want to use beast slaves and ghost puppets to kill monsters and surpass others, it is also impossible. In short, all heresy ways are blocked. If you want to get more points and improve the ranking of the Emperor list in this fighting battle of Guiyuan, you can only fight by yourself. In the sky, the imperial envoys float quietly. After the announcement of the rules is over, waiting for the 100 interest time is the preparation time for all the geniuses on the Emperor list. Next is to open the second round of entrance. The time of 100 breaths passed quickly, and the Taoist envoy of the Emperor in the sky waved his hand, and 3 golden doors of light on the square shook the void and suddenly appeared. Chu Yan and other geniuses of the Emperor's list, according to the requirements of the Emperor's list, passed through the golden light gate and officially entered the scope of Guiyuan. The void around him trembled, the light flickered, and within a few breaths, Chu Yan landed on both feet. When he raised his eyes and looked around, the demonic energy in the sky formed a wind wave, whistling past, blowing the black robe on his body, and fluttering against the wind. What a strong demon energy! It is more than 3 times stronger than the soul demon purgatory. Chu Yan's consciousness spread out. Just a slight induction, and suddenly his eyes lit up. One must know that the devilish energy in the soul demon purgatory is almost static. Although the evil spirit is extremely strong, it is not as violent as in the Ghost Abyss. For others, this Ghost Abyss filled with endless evil spirits is extremely dangerous, but for Chu Yan, it is a heaven-defying place for cultivation. Taking a deep breath, the surge of air flow caused the surrounding demonic energy, wrapped in extremely strong evil spirit, to roll towards Chu Yan. Sensing these demonic energy, the holy Rakshasa in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness instantly became agitated, roaring to break out of his body, but was suppressed by Chu Yan. The reason why the holy Rakshasa himself was not allowed to appear was because, in all directions, one figure after another kept flashing. All the Emperor List geniuses appeared one after another after walking out of the void transmission channel. Stepping out with big strides, Chu Yan didn't even bother to look at the geniuses around him, so he prepared to leave directly. However, at this moment, a group of people walked towards Chu Yan, quickly. Chu Yan, a genius on the Emperor's list who walked at the forefront, had a deep breath, and his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the lower martial emperor realm. This land of Ghost Abyss is extremely dangerous. One person's strength is not enough to deal with it. Why don't we form a team and hunt for points together? What do you think? As soon as the words landed, the man had already walked in front of Chu Yan, looking at Chu Yan with a smile on his face. Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, he looked around everyone, his eyes were ice-like, extremely indifferent, he directly refused. No need. Form a team. It's nice to say, but it's just that the disciples of these powerful sect forces want to pull some backs. It was as if Chu Yan had heard a joke a long time ago. Two people go on an adventure in the mountains together, discussing what to do when encountering a monster. One person said, "Our speed is not as fast as monsters," while the other said, "I just need to run past you." This principle is basically the same. When encountering a powerful monster, as long as someone stands in front, or escapes slower than you, you can use their lives to buy yourself time to escape. Humph. Chu Yan, don't be ignorant of flattery. Behind the ashen-faced martial emperor realm genius, a muscular warrior directly yelled at Chu Yandao. Chu Yan, do you know who this is? He is very famous, the young patriarch of Yuan Hongtian's family. His strength is comparable to the existence of the Middle Emperor Wudi, the #1 genius outside the territory. Our patriarch Yuan Xiao invites you because you think highly of you, don't be ashamed. I really thought I was still a genius in the top 20 of the Emperor's list, humph. Seeing Patriarch Yuan Xiao's face turn pale, the group of Emperor list geniuses who were following him spread out and surrounded Chu Yan. Yuan's family. Chu Yan sneered when he heard this, and said, "So, the young master of the great family is supporting me." Hearing Chu Yan's words, Yuan Xiong's complexion was a little better, and he smiled and said, "I can't say that I can support you. I am also thinking about you. With your strength ranking more than 700 in the Emperor list, if you follow me, I will keep you safe." Yuan Xiong ranked 41st on the Imperial list. This is the reason why he is so proud among the thousands of geniuses on the Emperor list. Besides, I heard that you, Chu Yan, are enemies, it seems. Facing Yuan Xiong, who was constantly talking, Chu Yan's patience was finally exhausted, and a look of impatience flashed in his eyes. The strongest martial soul, with unlimited upgrades. #C 2015 Master Yuan. It seemed that he saw the relaxed expressions of all the geniuses on the Emperor's list, but the Taoist envoy of the Emperor's list in midair lifted his mouth slightly, revealing a strange smile. You should have all heard that Soul Demon Purgatory is the trace of the battlefield of the ancient war between gods and demons. Everyone nodded slightly when they heard what the Taoist envoy said. Regarding Soul Demon Purgatory, as elite disciples of various sects and forces, most of them have heard of it even if they have never been there. Then this Ghost Abyss is another trace of the battlefield where the ancient gods and demons fought. As the words fell, the pupils of the Emperor List geniuses who were relaxed just now all shrank their pupils, and their faces were full of astonishment. After a moment of sluggishness, in the square, thousands of geniuses on the Emperor List exploded in an instant. What? Another relic of the ancient war between gods and demons. Fuck, what's the difference between that and Soul Demon Purgatory? Nonsense, of course there is a difference. I've never heard of this Ghost Abyss, and I'm afraid no one has ever been here to practice. No one has been here. Then everyone doesn't know the situation of Guiyuan, so it's fair. Fair, fart, you have to know, if no one has come, then how strong are the monsters in this Ghost Abyss, how strong are they in number and strength? All the Emperor List geniuses in the square became nervous about the Ghost Abyss that the Emperor List Taoist said. A mysterious and fierce place that no one has ever entered represents only danger. And this Ghost Abyss is obviously on the same level as the danger of the Soul Demon Purgatory. You must know that in Soul Demon Purgatory, there are countless top powerhouses in the mainland that have been lost. To enter it, most of the Emperor List geniuses from the various sect forces are accompanied by sect powerhouses, or have maps to guide them. But now, facing this Ghost Abyss, his eyes were completely darkened, and he had to rely entirely on his strength to break through. Thinking of this, the faces of all the geniuses on the list of emperors were pale and their scalps were numb. Remember, the more monsters you kill, the higher your points will be, and the higher your ranking will be on the Emperor ranking. Monsters of all ranks, corresponding to the corresponding points, will be calculated together with your ranking on the Emperor ranking when the second round starts. Announce. The Taoist envoy of the Emperor's list was obviously very satisfied with the reactions of all the geniuses on the Emperor's list. With a smile on his face, he continued to explain the rules. In the Ghost Abyss, you can kill. However, it does not affect the points. All kinds of whole cards can be used unlimitedly, but only the monsters that are personally killed can get points. This Guiyuan battle is scheduled for 1 month. Rules one by one were announced continuously, and the faces of all the Emperor List geniuses in the square became more and more gloomy. Can kill, but no points. It is equivalent to saying that it is not feasible to rely on strong strength to plunder other people's points. The monsters killed with their own hands will only have points. I am afraid that they are aimed at some geniuses with powerful beast slaves and ghost puppets. If they want to use beast slaves and ghost puppets to kill monsters and surpass others, it is also impossible. In short, all heresy ways are blocked. If you want to get more points and improve the ranking of the Emperor list in this fighting battle of Guiyuan, you can only fight by yourself. In the sky, the imperial envoys float quietly. After the announcement of the rules is over, waiting for the 100 interest time is the preparation time for all the geniuses on the Emperor list. Next is to open the second round of entrance. The time of 100 breaths passed quickly, and the Taoist envoy of the Emperor in the sky waved his hand, and 3 golden doors of light on the square shook the void and suddenly appeared. Chu Yan and other geniuses of the Emperor's list, according to the requirements of the Emperor's list, passed through the golden light gate and officially entered the scope of Guiyuan. The void around him trembled, the light flickered, and within a few breaths, Chu Yan landed on both feet. When he raised his eyes and looked around, the demonic energy in the sky formed a wind wave, whistling past, blowing the black robe on his body, and fluttering against the wind. What a strong demon energy! It is more than 3 times stronger than the soul demon purgatory. Chu Yan's consciousness spread out. Just a slight induction, and suddenly his eyes lit up. One must know that the devilish energy in the soul demon purgatory is almost static. Although the evil spirit is extremely strong, it is not as violent as in the ghost abyss. For others, this ghost abyss filled with endless evil spirits is extremely dangerous, but for Chu Yan, it is a heaven-defying place for cultivation. Taking a deep breath, the surge of air flow caused the surrounding demonic energy, wrapped in extremely strong evil spirit, to roll towards Chu Yan. Sensing these demonic energy, the holy Rakshasa in Chu Yan's sea of consciousness instantly became agitated, roaring to break out of his body, but was suppressed by Chu Yan. The reason why the holy Rakshasa himself was not allowed to appear was because, in all directions, one figure after another kept flashing. All the Emperor List geniuses appeared one after another after walking out of the void transmission channel. Stepping out with big strides, Chu Yan didn't even bother to look at the geniuses around him, so he prepared to leave directly. However, at this moment, a group of people walked towards Chu Yan, quickly. Chu Yan, a genius on the Emperor's list who walked at the forefront, had a deep breath, and his cultivation had reached the 9th level of the lower martial emperor realm. This land of Ghost Abyss is extremely dangerous. One person's strength is not enough to deal with it. Why don't we form a team and hunt for points together? What do you think? As soon as the words landed, the man had already walked in front of Chu Yan, looking at Chu Yan with a smile on his face. Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, he looked around everyone, his eyes were ice-like, extremely indifferent, he directly refused. No need. Form a team. It's nice to say, but it's just that the disciples of these powerful sect forces want to pull some backs. It was as if Chu Yan had heard a joke a long time ago. Two people go on an adventure in the mountains together, discussing what to do when encountering a monster. One person said, "Our speed is not as fast as monsters," while the other said, "I just need to run past you." This principle is basically the same. When encountering a powerful monster, as long as someone stands in front, or escapes slower than you, you can use their lives to buy yourself time to escape. Humph. Chu Yan, don't be ignorant of flattery. Behind the ashen-faced martial emperor realm genius, a muscular warrior directly yelled at Chu Yandao. Chu Yan, do you know who this is? He is very famous, the young patriarch of Yuan Hongtian's family. His strength is comparable to the existence of the Middle Emperor Wudi, the #1 genius outside the territory. Our patriarch Yuan Xiao invites you because you think highly of you, don't be ashamed. I really thought I was still a genius in the top 20 of the Emperor's list, humph. Seeing Patriarch Yuan Xiao's face turn pale, the group of Emperor list geniuses who were following him spread out and surrounded Chu Yan. Yuan's family. Chu Yan sneered when he heard this, and said, "So, the young master of the great family is supporting me." Hearing Chu Yan's words, Yuan Xiong's complexion was a little better, and he smiled and said, "I can't say that I can support you. I am also thinking about you. With your strength ranking more than 700 in the Emperor list, if you follow me, I will keep you safe." Yuan Xiong ranked 41st on the Imperial list. This is the reason why he is so proud among the thousands of geniuses on the Emperor list. Besides, I heard that you, Chu Yan, are enemies, it seems. Facing Yuan Xiong, who was constantly talking, Chu Yan's patience was finally exhausted, and a look of impatience flashed in his eyes. The strongest martial soul, with unlimited upgrades. #C2016 Who else? He was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party, and he was too lazy to listen to the other party's arrogant words. Chu Yan raised his hand and slapped it straight away. Snapped. With a loud slap across the face, Yuan Xiong's face was slapped high with handprints the size of a palm. In an instant, everyone in the audience shrank their pupils and stared straight at Chu Yan. They were all dumbfounded and couldn't react at all. What's the situation? That Chu Yan just slapped Yuan Xiong a big mouth. Too fast, did you misread it? Yuan Xiong is the lower martial emperor realm Jiuxiao, and he is only a thin line away from the middle martial emperor. Moreover, the Yuan family is an outlander continent, an ancient inheritance family comparable to the top 10 racial forces, and its strength is strong. This Chu Yan, how dare? After a full breath, everyone including Yu Wenxiong, who was staring blankly with a blank face, suddenly came to their senses. You dare to hit me? Yu Wenxiong stared at his bloodshot eyes, raised his finger, and said to Chu Yan. With this sound, the anger in Yu Wenxiong's body exploded, and the true energy in his whole body rose wildly. I am going to kill you. With a loud shout, Yu Wenxiong raised his hand and punched out. The violent power blasted a big hole in the void and blasted straight at Chu Yan. In front of so many people, Yu Wenxiong couldn't stand being slapped in the face by a human boy who ranked more than 700 in the emperor list. Why don't you teach me a good lesson? How can I mess around in this ghost abyss, and how can I mess around in Outland Continent in the future? Snort. Seeing Yu Wenxiong's attack, Chu Yan snorted coldly, raised his right fist, and blasted straight out. All the geniuses on the list of emperors looked at each other with bewildered faces, and two punches, one red and one gold, collided in front of them. Boom! The moment the two fists touched, the moment the terrifying force hit his fist, the pupils of Yu Wenxiong's eyes shrank suddenly, and a look of fear appeared on his face, and he wanted to regret it, but it was too late. Rumble. The energy was like a tide, and it exploded in an instant. The golden dragon Shadow's fist roared into the void, directly blasting Yu Wenxiong's fist into pieces, and hit his chest heavily. Poor Yu Wenxiong, before he even had time to move his bodyguard Gang Yuan, he was directly blasted away by Wan Lai Long Jin. After flying a full 100 steps backwards, it rolled down to the ground like a gourd rolling on the ground, bringing up dust all over the ground, hitting a rock, and barely stopped. At this moment, everyone in the audience froze on the spot with bull-like eyes. Especially the muscular man who just reprimanded Chu Yan on behalf of his master, Yu Wenxiong, opened his mouth so big that he could stuff a cow, completely stupid. What is the situation? Yu Wenxiong was sent flying with one punch. That is the existence of the lower martial emperor realm 9th heaven, ranked 41 in the emperor list. Master Yuan, it seems that with your strength, I can't guarantee my safety. Chu Yan stood up with his fists closed, looking into the distance. Yu Wenxiong, who was covered in dust and got up from the ground, said coldly. As the words fell, the faces of the surrounding geniuses all turned pale, and no one dared to say another word. You dare to hit me? You have the guts. Struggling to stand still, Yu Wenxiong, who was covered in blood, his eyes were full of fierce light, looking at Chu Yan, his whole body was full of murderous aura. Today, I will definitely kill you. I want you to know my true strength, Yu Wenxiong. Fiery rays of light continuously erupted from Yu Wenxiong's body. Die to me. The sound of drinking exploded. Yu Wenxiong raised his hand and waved it, and a saber bursting with flames appeared, and when he raised his hand, a flaming saber slashed heavily towards Chu Yan. The fire knife roared, rolling up waves of fire that filled the sky, burning all the devilish energy around into nothingness. Feeling the power of the flaming saber light, the surrounding geniuses all trembled, as if their whole bodies were about to melt. The power of this move and the strength of the next martial emperor Jiuxiao are on full display. Seeing the flames falling down, Chu Yan raised his eyes and grinned lightly at the corner of his mouth. Shaking his head slightly, he raised his right hand and punched almost the same as before. Rumble. The fist exploded into the void, and Wan Lai's long-strength golden dragon slammed into the waves of fire that filled the sky, smashing them into pieces instantly. Immediately afterwards, the dragon's shadow collided with the flaming sword glow, which exploded inch by inch like crystals, and also scattered. The strength of Long Jin's fist did not weaken in the slightest. When it hit Yu Wenxiong, a scream sounded, and Yu Wenxiong was sent flying again. Puff. Yu Wenxiong, who drew a parabola in the air, opened his mouth and sprayed out a big mouthful of blood mist, which was obviously more serious than the last time. It fell to the ground 1,000 steps away, and there was no movement. True strength. Chu Yan glanced at Yu Wenxiong, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and snorted coldly, "It seems that it's not that good." Chu Yan, who possesses the spirit of chaos, can't compare with his current strength as a young master of a family. Withdrawing his gaze, Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, looked around the audience, and said in a cold voice, "Who else? Keep me safe." While speaking, Chu Yan looked at the muscular man, who just yelled. Seeing Chu Yan's gaze sweeping towards him, the muscular man's face suddenly changed with fright, his whole body trembled, he waved his hands again, and retreated several steps violently, his entire face turned green with shit. Swish! The figure rose from the ground, and an afterimage was drawn in the air, and Chu Yan disappeared on the spot. After Chu Yan had left for a full 10 breaths, those geniuses on the emperor list who were standing still finally came to their senses, and they all ran to Yu Wenxiong in the distance. Wait for them to help Yu Wenxiong up and check his injuries. However, at a glance, they saw the trauma on Yu Wenxiong's body, which was shocking, and everyone couldn't help but gasp in unison. A big hole was blasted out of the inner armor of the Emperor Realm Lingbao, and even Yu Wenxiong's chest was sunken. The physical body of a low-rank martial Emperor Realm powerhouse is definitely comparable to an Emperor Realm spirit treasure. In other words, Chu Yan's understated punch just now is equivalent to exploding 2 Emperor-rank spirit treasures. Looking at Yu Wenxiong, the Jinqi all over his body was scattered, and the qi coming out was less than the qi going in, as if he was about to hang up at any time. Everyone slowly raised their heads and looked in the direction where Chu Yan had just left. Their faces were pale and their pupils were constantly trembling. With one punch, the young patriarch of the Yuan family was abolished. "That Chu Yan's strength seems to be one of them," tremblingly said. "That's right. Chu Yan's cultivation level doesn't seem to be in line with the emperor's list. Scary. It seems that his cultivation has not even reached the martial emperor realm, but is only at the peak of the quasi-emperor rank. If this allows him to break through the martial emperor realm, let alone restore his original ranking in the emperor ranking, even if he hits the top 10, it's possible. How could the human race cultivate such a monster?" All the geniuses in the emperor's list were shocked, and all of them had expressions on their faces, and the more they thought about it, the more frightened they became. At this time, Chu Yan had already flown thousands of miles away. In the endless fog of magic energy, only the situation within a few miles can be vaguely seen. As soon as Chu Yan's consciousness was dispersed, a powerful monster was attracted, which directly blocked Chu Yan's way. The strongest martial soul, with unlimited upgrades. #C 2017 Ghost Abyss Killing. This is a monster at the peak of the Middle Demon Emperor realm, shaped like a rhinoceros, covered in iron skin, and has extremely strong defenses. There was a cold light on the single horn on his forehead, and when he galloped up, the ground shook and the mountains shook, wrapped in monstrous devilish energy, turned into a strong wind, and hit Chu Yan straight. A monster of this strength, even a martial artist of the same level of cultivation, would shy away from it, not daring to take advantage of it. And this is also the reason why it attacked Chu Yan when it saw Chu Yan passing by. Clang! A cold light flashed, and the sound of the sword was shocking. Chu Yan didn't hold back, and directly pulled out the Haotian sword with his backhand. The sword intent surged all over his body, and the sword was filled with true energy, and he slashed straight down with a wave of his hand. Call out! The sword energy pierced through the air, and the void was split instantly. The dazzling sword light cut through layers of devil energy, and passed by Emoshi's body with a single stroke. When the sword is cut out, as the sword energy dissipates, the devil energy in all directions is condensed. The wind stayed in the clouds, and the magic rhinoceros not far away, staring at the blood-red eyes, stood in mid-air, completely motionless. Pooh! After a full half-breath, a line of blood spurted out from the forehead of the magic rhinoceros. With the rush of the blood arrow, the whole head of the magic rhinoceros was cut into two neat halves from head to toe, and flew towards the two sides. Side sky. Killing the demon rhinoceros with a sword, the black color flew out of the demon rhinoceros corpse that fell to the ground, rushed to Chu Yan, condensed into a black round crystal, like a black crystal copper coin, and fell into his palm. 100. Looking at the black crystal money in his hand, there is a number on it, which is exactly 100. This should be the so-called points. Without thinking too much, Chu Yan casually threw it into the Rakshasa space and continued to fly forward. In this ghost abyss, the number of monsters is far greater than that of Soul Demon Purgatory, and their strength is much stronger. Almost every once in a while, monsters would rush out of the boundless thick fog and be killed by Chu Yan. Among these monsters, there are low-rank demon emperors and middle-rank demon emperors, and the strongest one is the peak-rank demon emperor. To deal with them, Chu Yan basically only needs one move. Soon, an hour passed. Now, Chu Yan has accumulated more than 50 black crystal coins, and the total number has also increased to more than 5,000. After arriving in the depths of a mountain range, after careful investigation, and finding that there were no other warriors within 1,000 miles, Chu Yan summoned the holy Raksha himself and let him devour the devilish energy in the ghost abyss. Chu Yan, on the other hand, killed the monsters all the way, and continued to go deep into the place where the magic energy was the strongest. In this ghost abyss, no one has set foot in it for an unknown number of years, and some treasures of heaven and earth can be seen everywhere. It's just that most of these treasures of heaven, material, and earth are poisonous and are not suitable for refining golden elixir or swallowing them directly. If there are warriors who practice magic way here, encountering these natural and earthly treasures will be of great benefit to improving their cultivation base. But, even so, these treasures of heaven, material, and earth are all of great value, and Chu Yan first collected them into the Rakshasa space. At this time, in the entire ghost abyss, thousands of geniuses on the emperor list. All of them are killing monsters, searching for various relics and treasures, and they will gain something more or less. On the other side, in the Wangxingfang Square, the bigwigs from the various sects were all staring nervously at the huge light curtain that had just emerged in the square. On these light curtains, the names, rankings, and points changes of the geniuses on the emperor list are all displayed on it. At this time, the person who ranked first was the genius who ranked first in the emperor list, Long Out Yin. His points have already reached more than 6,900 points. In the name of Long Out Yin, it topped the list. Followed closely by Wu Tianlin, who has always been firmly in the top 3 of the emperor list, and his points at this time have also reached more than 5,000 points. The third place, however, was a casual cultivator named Gong Yelua, whose points were only less than 100 points behind Wu Tianlin. The 4th to 10th are almost all occupied by the top 10 ethnic forces and several old families. On the square, the 8th elder of Lingyun Pavilion, the Witch Clan, the Ming Clan, the Sancho League, Ren Pufeng and others all stared at the light curtain excitedly, constantly paying attention to the changes in the ranking of the top 100. On the Tianmu ranking, the 77th position is exactly Lingyun Pavilion, Chu Yan. In the original ranking of the emperor list, Chu Yan was more than 700, but at this time, it was 77, which was almost a tenfold difference. Although the 8th elder knows that Chu Yan's cultivation has just broken through, and his combat power has increased a lot. However, for Lingyun Pavilion, it was the first time that there were disciples from the race, and they could reach the 77th place in the emperor list. You know, this is the emperor list of the Outland continent, not the emperor list of the Canglong realm. It is only one step behind the star list. Every time, as long as there is a change in Chu Yan's ranking, the 8th elder will be extremely pleasantly surprised, and immediately report to Ling Xuantian through thousands of miles of communication. And not far from the 8th elder, a group of old men with livid faces were also staring at the name ranked 77th, but they were gnashing their teeth with killing intent on their faces. Damn Chu Yan, dare to hurt my young patriarch, and now, the ranking is higher than the young patriarch. How could such a result happen? At this time, Yu Wenxiong's ranking was only over 130. Obviously, his performance was affected because of his unhealed injury. Standing at the forefront of the Yuwen family, a group of bigwigs, is the first elder and head of the Yuwen family, Yu Wenhong. At the beginning of the second round, when Yu Wenxiong woke up, he told his father Yu Wenhong about the scene at the entrance square of Guiyuan. At this time, Yu Wenhong's face was ashen, looking at Chu Yan, who was ranked 77th, his eyes were full of killing intent. Human race Lingyun Pavilion, what kind of trash sect dares to provoke my Yuwen family? The first elder around, Yu Wenjing heard it, but hurriedly said. This Terran Lingyun Pavilion was originally a little-known small force, but in the past 2 years, after the emergence of this disciple named Chu Yan, it has become very popular. Now the outland continent, including the 10 directions starfield, has spread. Having said that, Yu Wenjing stopped, turned her head to look around, then lowered her voice, and continued. Last time, on the ancient martial battlefield, the Zhanshu sage emperor of the Ming clan chased and killed this Chu Yan. He originally planned to destroy the Lingyun Pavilion directly, but he did not expect that people from the Hunyuan Palace and the Dark Temple suddenly appeared, so. What? Hunyuan Palace and Dark Temple. Hearing Yu Wenjing's words, Patriarch Yuwen's complexion changed, and he glared at the first elder in disbelief. Yes. Afterwards, it was confirmed that it is the Golden Leaf Saint Emperor of Hunyuan Palace, and Haixiawu Emperor of the Dark Temple. As soon as the words landed, Patriarch Yuwen's face suddenly twitched. Humph. So what, the Hunyuan Palace and the Dark Temple are all forces in the 10 Directions Star region, and they don't care about my outland continent. If this Chu Yan dares to hurt my son and lose the face of my Yuwen family, he must pay the price. Not bad. Yu Wenjing nodded upon hearing that. At this time, on the sky, the name representing Chu Yan suddenly jumped again, from 77 to 75. A human disciple whose cultivation level is no more than quasi-emperor, if not relying on a few treasures, coupled with shit luck, he can get the golden seal in the first round. If he hadn't grabbed the gold seal, he would have been rewarded with imperial aura. Humph. Seeing Chu Yan's name and being promoted again, Yu Wenhong's face became more and more ferocious. #C2018 The Magic Trick? In Wang Xingfang Square, as the names on the sky changed, the noise became louder and louder. Especially that Lingyun Pavilion disciple named Chu Yan, in less than half an hour, his ranking went from 77th to 52nd place. Such a fast rate of improvement naturally attracted the attention of the major powers. Humph. It's that Chu Yan again. It is said that this child's great luck is against the sky, and his cultivation level is only at the peak of the quasi-emperor rank. I am afraid that in the Ghost Abyss, he encountered 2 waves of beasts attacking each other. The dead and injured monsters are just picked up. Great deal. Ha ha ha, luck is of course important in this ranking battle of the emperor ranking, but if it lasts for a month, no matter how lucky you are, if you don't have the strength, you may fall out of the top 100 in less than 10 days. That's right, with a quasi-emperor level cultivation, you haven't even broken through the martial emperor realm, and you don't even have the qualification to enter the 1,000 ranks. All kinds of discussions resounded through the square, reaching the ears of the 8th elder and other big bosses of the human race, but their faces were full of gloomy expressions. However, in this square, the top 100 top powers of the outland continent gathered, and the human race here, even their little fingers, couldn't match it. Therefore, although the 8th elder and the others looked angry, they dared not speak out. In addition, they all know that Chu Yan practiced and grew up all the way, almost in a life and death crisis, and offended many people. These people always want to kill Chu Yan. Because, the 8th elders and the others didn't want to cause more hatred because of their disputes with others, but in the end it fell on Chu Yan in Guiyuan. After all, Chu Yan is now the hope of the human race. Anything that is not good for Chu Yan, even if it is to endure humiliation, the Eighth Elder and the others will never do it. I hope Chu Yan can break into the top 100 of the Emperor list. The Eighth Elder and others clenched their fists and looked at Chu Yan, who was ranked 52 on the sky, shouting in their hearts. Soon, another 2 hours passed. In a mountain range in Guiyuan, the devilish energy around Chu Yan was billowing, forming a huge vortex, entrenched above Chu Yan's head. The devilish energy like a tide was sucked by the vortex and poured into the body of the holy Rakshasa himself. And Chu Yan, holding the Haotian sword, breathed heavily, and kept adjusting his breath, but his eyes were looking deeper into the mountains. At this time, at his feet, piles of monster corpses had piled up like a mountain, no less than 100. These monsters were all attracted by the devilish vortex created by the holy Rakshasa himself, but they were not very strong, and some of them were even below the level of the demon emperor. After beheading, the points are only a few points, and very few have 50 points. Therefore, after killing for nearly half an hour, this bunch of monsters only improved Chu Yan by less than 2,000 points, which is really slow. Later, seeing the surrounding light getting darker and darker, and the demonic energy getting stronger and stronger, Chu Yan knew that night was coming. I found a cave, leaving Xingluocha and Jiuming to guard the entrance of the cave. Chu Yan was in the cave and began to recover and adjust his breath. After one night, when Chu Yan and Chu Yan stepped on the monster corpses all over the ground and appeared at the entrance of the cave, his ranking on the Emperor list dropped to more than 80. These guys. Really hard enough. Chu Yan shook his head, moved away, and set off again. As time passed, 10 days passed quickly in the second round of the Emperor ranking war. On the top of Wangxing Peak, the ranking of Tianmu Emperor ranking is changing almost every breath of time. The first place is still Long Outyan. His position, from the beginning of the war to the present, has hardly been shaken by anyone, and he has always maintained the number 1 position. However, the second and third places, Wu Tianlin and Gong Yelua's rankings, began to compete fiercely. Wu Tianlin was still in second place just now, but in less than half an hour, he will be replaced by Gong Zhilua, but it won't last long, and it will change again. No matter how it changes, the second and third are bouncing back and forth between these two people. Such a situation immediately made everyone's eyes focus on the names of Wu Tianlin and Gong Yelua, waiting nervously for the two to decide the final victory. However, some people turned their attention to another name. These people are all the bigwigs of the Yuan family, but their eyes are looking at them with ashen faces. Ranked 39th, Lingyun Pavilion, Chu Yan. 10 days ago, Yuan Jing once said that Chu Yan would fall out of the top 100 emperor list in a few days at most. But now, 10 days have passed, but Chu Yan's ranking not only did not fall out of the top 100 emperor list, but also rose from more than 80, counterattacking all the way to 39th. Yuan Jing only felt an inexplicable hot feeling on her face. Beside him, Yuan Hong, the patriarch of the Yuan family, with a face that was black as a pan, eyes full of bloodshot eyes, was staring straight at Yuan Xiong, who was ranked 98th on the sky. Seeing that, it won't be long before Yuan Xiong will fall out of the top 100 emperor list. Chu Yan's ranking on the emperor list counterattacked, and Yuan Xiong's ranking kept falling, making Yuan Hong's chest position seem to be holding a volcano, which was about to erupt in an instant. 10 days. 10 days. The first family member, didn't you say that Chu Yan is going to get out of the top 100 in the emperor list? Why is it that Xiong'er is about to fall out of the top 100 now? Finally, Yuan Hong, whose face was suffocated into a pig's liver, couldn't help it again, turned his head suddenly, and roared at the first old Yuan Jing. This. Yuan Jing, who was trembling with fright at the sudden shout, suddenly turned pale, unable to answer a word for a long time. I asked you to give Xuanhuan the 8-rank golden pill for self-defense, didn't you give it to him? Seeing that Yu Wenjing did not answer, Patriarch Yuan became even more angry, and roared again. Yes. Yes. Patriarch, how dare I be careless about this matter? I handed it to the young patriarch. Yu Wenjing hurriedly explained, with sweat dripping down her face. That's strange. An 8-turn golden pill, even if it's an injury with severed meridians, should be able to recover in 10 days. Why is Xuanhuan's ranking still declining? On the contrary, that Chu Yan's ranking has been going down. Ascension. Why is this? The more Patriarch Yuan thought about it, the more irritable he became, and he sprayed the elder's face again, and the roar resounded throughout the square. Such a scene immediately attracted the attention of other major forces in all directions. Maybe. Yu Wenjing looked at the enraged Patriarch Yuan, her hands and feet were icy cold, and she replied in a trembling voice. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he only said 2 words, and Patriarch Yuan glared at him with bloodshot eyes. What? Maybe. Oh. No. No. Not maybe. According to the investigation, that Chu Yan, he is a practitioner of the magic way, and it is said that he has also practiced the magic phenomenon, and has the body of a magic elephant called Rakshasa. As soon as the words landed, all the bosses in the audience were startled. Magic work. The body of a golem. It seems so. Someone has seen Chu Yan's magic power vision a long time ago. In this way, Chu Yan of the human race, relying on his magic skills, took advantage of the huge advantage in this land of ghosts. #C 2019 Heart is 0 miles away. Along with the trembling voice of the first elder of the Yuan family, the entire Wangxingfang square resounded with sudden sounds. That's right. That Chu Yan has a visionary body of Rakshasa demon art. He is a practitioner of demonic Tao. It's no wonder. Back in the ancient martial arts battlefield, Yu Linglong from the Dark Temple deliberately helped him. It turned out that he had taken a fancy to his talent in the way of magic. Let me just say, how could a human kid at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor rank who had plummeted in cultivation and ranked more than 700 on the emperor list suddenly jump to the 39th place? It turned out that it was because he practiced magic arts. Humph. Shit luck, the monsters in this ghost abyss may have become resources for him to improve his cultivation. That is, with the same attributes, the attacks of those monsters are only 30% powerful to him at most. Quickly, send a message to the disciples and the family, and tell them to be careful of Chu Yan. All of a sudden, in all directions, bigwigs from all ethnic groups took out the communication jade talisman one after another, and reported the latest ranking on the sky to the disciples of the clan in Guiyuan, and at the same time reported the news about Chu Yan's practice of magic. Soon, in less than 100 breaths, whether it was in Wangxingfang Square or in Guiyuan, almost everyone knew about Chu Yan's magic skills. Patriarch, don't worry, I have already arranged for the 3rd round of the arena. Yu Wenjing whispered to Patriarch Yuan, appearing mysterious. Very good. Hearing this, Yuanhong smiled slightly and nodded slightly. Immediately, his eyes turned to the light curtain, and seeing Chu Yan, who had been promoted by 3 rankings, to the 36th place, he sneered and said. Chu Yan, even if you won the 1st place in the 2nd round, it doesn't matter, as long as you lose to my Xuanhuan in the 3rd round, all your points and results will belong to Xuanhuan, ha ha ha. At the other end of the square, the big bosses of the human race who had moved to the corner of the square, at this time, all looked at the light curtain with a face, and Chu Yan's ranking had been raised to 36th. Originally, the 8th elders and the others were worried that Chu Yan's performance would continue to improve only by relying on the imperial power rewarded in the 1st level. If the imperial energy is exhausted, will Chu Yan's ranking really drop? However, it now appears that such worries are completely unnecessary. However, the hearts of the eighth elder and others have been raised in their throats, and they cannot let go. Because, in the Wangxingfang Square, almost every hour, the life jade talisman of a disciple of a certain sect force exploded. This is equivalent to saying that in the Ghost Abyss, at all times, there are geniuses on the Emperor list who are lost and become food for countless monsters. Seeing the names on the sky screen that were still beating just now, going out and dimming, the eighth elders and the others, how could they not be nervous? After all, compared with other big clan forces, the only hope for the human race is Chu Yan. At this moment, separated by Wangxing Peak, hundreds of millions of miles away, in the 10 directions starfield, in a boundless black mountain range, the majestic palace complex can hardly be seen at a glance. On the tallest main castle, in a room with shining lights, a beautiful figure in a white dress was leaning against the stone window, looking in the direction of Wangxing Peak. "Uncle Hey, is Chu Yan really only ranked 36th? Under the tender voice. Yu Linglong turned around gently, frowned slightly, looked at the middle-aged man in black robe in front of her, and asked. "That's right. I just received the news that the second round of Guiyuan has been opened for 12 days. Chu Yan is ranked 36th, and the current number 1 is Lan Out Yen. Therefore, the palace master is very likely." When Emperor Haixiu said this, he looked up at Yu Linglong, sighed lightly and shook his head. It can be said that he has watched Yu Linglong grow up since he was a child, but he has never seen that the eldest lady would care so much about anyone or anything. Even, the interest in escaping from the Dark Temple and traveling around, which was the most enthusiastic before, is gone. Since being captured by the palace master last time, he has been staying in the room, depressed, and he doesn't know what he is thinking. However, every 2 or 3 days, he would secretly ask himself to inquire about that Chu Yan. He Xiao didn't know whether it was right or wrong to do this by herself. However, no matter what, seeing the gloomy look on the eldest lady's face, he wished he could slaughter the entire Conglong realm. But, is that useful? 1,000,000 years ago, Ouyang Nantian appeared. Could it be that history will repeat itself 1,000,000 years later? He Xiao didn't dare to think about it, sighed again, raised her head slightly, but saw Miss Yu Linglong, looking out of the window. Her spiritual eyes were lost again, and she fell into confusion again. He Xiao, who had a wry smile on his face, didn't say anything, and quietly exited the room with a flash. Standing outside the door and gently closing the amethyst gate, He Xiao hesitated for a moment, then turned around and headed towards the main hall. Ghost Abyss, Kurosawa Mountains. A female disciple in a colorful gown flashed across the sky. Her breath was restrained to the extreme, and even monsters 100 steps away could not sense her presence. She is the female disciple of Tianyin sect, Zhou Xiaoyun. If it weren't for the 7-color heavenly clothes bestowed by Master to help her escape from the monsters again and again, with her current cultivation base, she wouldn't be able to survive at all. At the very least, another senior brother with the same level of cultivation as her, who originally acted together, was directly swallowed by a middle-level demon emperor monster in front of her. At this time, Zhou Xiaoyun's long hair was messy, and his clothes were torn. Except for the 7-color heavenly clothes that he was wearing next to his body, they were still intact. Under the torn clothes, large pieces of snow-white skin were exposed, shining brightly. With a swish, he rushed behind a huge rock and hid in the depression of the rock. Zhou Xiaoyun was relieved a little, and gasped violently. The monster of the demon emperor in the middle has been following her. For 3 days and 3 nights, she has fled for a full 80,000 miles, but she still hasn't completely escaped. Huh. Mist Lotus. After panting for a while, Zhou Xiaoyun turned his eyes, but he saw a high-grade emperor-ranked Mist Lotus appearing 3 steps behind him. Here, how could there be a Mist Lotus? The sudden surprise didn't make her lose her mind. She looked at Wu Lian's spiritual eyes and quickly cooled down. You must know that in this ghost abyss, devil energy is the only spiritual source, and it is impossible to grow any natural treasures other than devil spirit treasures. And this mist lotus in front of me is definitely not a magic treasure. Someone. The consciousness spread out, and it was discovered in an instant, a piece of void not far away, with faint void fluctuations overflowing. Ha ha ha, I found out so quickly, interesting, interesting. Accompanied by loud laughter, a figure broke through the void and appeared in front of Zhou Xiaoyun. A pair of triangular eyes swept Zhou Xiaoyun's slender body wantonly, not letting go of any piece of exposed snow-white skin. #C 2020 Prey. Seeing the other person's eyes, Zhou Xiaoyun's heart trembled suddenly, his delicate face turned pale, and he subconsciously took half a step back. You, who are you? Looking at the other party, wearing a light blue robe, a name flashed across Zhou Xiaoyun's sea of knowledge. Dang. Dang Yangzong. Her delicate voice trembled slightly, and at the same time as she said the name, a look of despair flashed in Zhou Xiaoyun's pair of spiritual eyes. Ha ha ha. Seeing Zhou Xiaoyun's expression, the fire of excitement in the blue-robed disciple's eyes became more and more intense. Unexpectedly, you still know that I am Yangzong, don't you feel very lucky? That's right, I'm Yi Dongping, one of the top 10 inner sect disciples of Dangyang sect. With a smug smile on his face, while speaking, Yi Dongping walked lightly towards Zhou Xiaoyun. Yi Dongping walked extremely slowly, less than 100 steps away, but slower than ordinary people, with a pair of triangular eyes staring at Zhou Xiaoyun's face and body, with a savage glint. Seeing Yi Dongping approaching, Zhou Xiaoyun's delicate face became more panicked and regretful, and he subconsciously backed away. She has already seen that Yi Dong's cultivation has reached the peak of the lower martial emperor realm. As for her own cultivation, she was only at the 5th level of the lower martial emperor realm, 4 realms behind the opponent, so she was no match for him at all. Hit, impossible to beat, escape? He was being chased all the way to this moment, and his true energy consumption had not recovered at all. Thinking of the reputation of Dangyang sect, Zhou Xiaoyun felt a chill in his heart. The so-called Dangyang sect is an extremely sinister force in the outland continent. The disciples in this sect rely entirely on the extremely physical technique of harvesting yin and replenishing yang to improve their cultivation. In the entire sect, the number of female warriors enslaved and kept in captivity alone is no less than tens of millions, all of which are for the cultivation of their disciples. However, this technique of harvesting yin and supplementing yang uses the body of a female warrior as a training furnace. At the very beginning, the cultivation of both men and women must be rapidly improved. But after a period of time, when the meridian and qi of the female warrior grow up, they will frantically adopt the extremely yin qi of the female warrior without limit, which will cause great damage to the cultivation base and body. According to legend, in the back mountain range of Dangyangzong, the number of blood-devouring monsters gathered alone reached 1 million. These monsters all feed on the corpses of the female warriors who were dumped in the back mountain. As time goes by, the number will increase. Hee, I didn't expect to meet such a beautiful woman in this ghost abyss. TSK, this figure, this skin, this cultivation level, ha ha ha. Yi Dongping strolled towards Zhou Xiaoyun and forced him, while admiring the despair on the other's charming face, the evil desire in his heart swelled more and more. You, what are you going to do? Zhou Xiaoyun asked in a startled voice already in a daze. Ha ha ha, what are you doing? Of course I'm co-cultivating with you. Yi Dongping laughed. Seeing how flustered you are, you must have been chased here by monsters. Look, in this ghost abyss, if you have no strength, the result will be miserable. Fortunately, you are lucky to meet me. As long as you practice together with me, guarantee that your cultivation base has greatly improved, and you can survive in this ghost abyss for a longer period of time. If you serve well, I can also consider to ensure your safety in Guiyuan, and finally bring you back to Dangyangzong. In a few years, I can help you break through the middle martial emperor realm. Yi Dongping grinned ferociously, looking at the hype, as if Zhou Xiaoyun really got a big deal when he met him. Shameless. Hearing Yi Dongping's words, Zhou Xiaoyun trembled angrily, and scolded softly. Going back to Dangyang's sect with him, don't talk about breaking through the cultivation base, I'm afraid you might lose your life. What else to say, it was good luck to meet him, which was more unlucky than meeting a powerful monster that chased her all the way. No. You must never stand still. With a cry in his heart, in Zhou Xiaoyun's spiritual eyes, Jingmong suddenly exploded, and the true energy in his whole body surged, pouring the spirit sword in his hand, and slashed towards Yi Dongping fiercely. The sword energy is like light, arousing 1,000-foot sword light, splitting layers of devil energy. The sword's power is shocking. The sword pierced through the air and was extremely powerful. It passed by in a flash and fell towards the plain gate of Yidong in an instant. With this sword, Zhou Xiaoyun almost put all his strength into it, hoping that the sudden strike would have a miraculous effect. Seeing the sword glow coming, Yi Dongping's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that Zhou Xiaoyun's sword glow would be so powerful. There must be a powerful treasure on her body. Ha ha ha, it seems that my luck is also good. This time I will win both money and money. As soon as he turned his gaze, he saw Zhou Xiaoyun's colorful inner armor shining with strange light under Zhou Xiaoyun's broken clothes. His eyes lit up immediately, and he laughed wildly. At the same time, Yi Dongping's right hand flashed, and he directly raised his hand to grab the sword glow. On the shining right hand, a Lingbao glove directly grasped the sword light in his hand. Click! Amidst the violent noise, the sword glow held by the Lingbao glove was directly pinched and exploded, exploding the energy of the sky, scattering and rushing in all directions. What? Seeing that his sword with all his strength was directly crushed by the opponent, Zhou Xiaoyun's face was full of astonishment. Swish! Turning around and flying, towards the valley not far away, flying towards the clouds, the beautiful shadow instantly escaped into the strong magic energy and disappeared. This was what she had planned long ago. If she could kill the opponent with one sword, that would be great, but if not, she would run away immediately. Hey, want to escape? Regarding Zhou Xiaoyun's escaping behavior, Yi Dongping was not surprised at all. Instead he laughed grinningly, the flames in his eyes became more and more intense. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Yi Dongping unfolded his movements, dodged and chased Zhou Xiaoyun directly. In less than 3 breaths, after fleeing and chasing, Zhou Xiaoyun was blocked by Yi Dongping and stopped after rushing 100 miles away. 9 moving heaven shocking claws. When they met again, Yi Dongping's expression was ferocious, and he didn't say anything at all, and he directly struck out, raising his hand and sticking out his claws. Boom, boom. A paw print of 9-colored different light Gangyuan rushed out, fell from the sky, turned into an incomparably huge cage, and fell straight towards Zhou Xiaoyun. This move is Yi Dongping's ultimate move, let alone a warrior who is 4 levels behind him, even a warrior of the same level may not be able to stop it. Not good. With a yell, Zhou Xiaoyun was full of panic and dodged away. However, after rushing less than 10 steps away, it seemed as if he hit a wall and was bounced back directly. Looking up, she saw that above her head, the cage formed by the 9 thick astral fingers had fallen, but even the space around her was completely blocked. With a sound, the Gangyuan claw fell down like an iron cage, covering Zhou Xiaoyun in it. With a sudden tremor, the Gangyuan claw shrank quickly, bound towards Zhou Xiaoyun's body, and unexpectedly grabbed her directly in his hands. Little beauty, come here. Seeing Yi Dongping's success, his eyes suddenly brightened, and with a burst of true energy, Gangyuan's giant claws grabbed Zhou Xiaoyun and pulled him towards Yi Dongping. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoyun's face was full of despair. Even if he struggled with his whole body, he couldn't break free at all. Obviously, the spirit treasure glove on Na Yidongping's right hand is a spirit treasure of the same rank as her colorful celestial clothes. #C 2021 Unnecessary. Zhou Xiaoyun, who was pulled in front of Yidongping, turned pale with fright, and looked into the eyes of the other party, full of horror. Humph. Don't be ignorant. Yidongping raised his hand, touched Zhou Xiaoyun's chin, and said coldly. As long as you are obedient, and double cultivate with me, it's only a few years of female slavery. When the time comes, I will naturally let you go. But if you are disobedient, I will let you be buried here. At that time, you will become the food in the mouth of these monsters, and your whole body will be gnawed to pieces. It's scary to think about it like that. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoyun's arrogant body trembled suddenly, staring at Yidongping, tears welled up in his eyes, and his heart was full of death. This Yidongping is threatening and forcing him to die. It seems that today, he will never escape his control. However, Zhou Xiaoyun was very careful, so she would never believe Yidongping's words. It is simply impossible to let go of yourself after a few years. I'm afraid that at that time, I will still be reduced to the food of monsters and beasts in the back mountain of Dangyangzong, and become a pile of dead bones on the mountain. You dream. I won't agree to you even if I die. Zhou Xiaoyun's will to die was already born in his heart, and he was full of courage. He stared at Yidongping with hatred, gritted his silver teeth, and said sharply. Seeing Zhou Xiaoyun's stubbornness, Yidongping was taken aback, his brows frowned, and the look on his face became more and more serious. Okay. Since you are looking for death yourself, then I will fulfill you. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Yidongping's true energy surged, and his whole body's momentum, like a huge wave, rolled down towards Zhou Xiaoyun. After I take away your purine energy, I will tie you here, and let you watch yourself, how you were eaten by the monster. Zhou Xiaoyun's face suddenly changed. In this ghost abyss, surrounded by monsters, and falling into the hands of Dangyangzong Yidongping, a female warrior like her who practiced martial arts might be doomed. Unexpectedly, today she just got out of the devil's mouth, and fell into the tiger's claws again. She is sure to die. A breath of death overflowed from the soul. Zhou Xiaoyun looked at Yidongping with a smirk on his face, and really regretted that it was better to die at the hands of monsters. At least he could keep himself innocent. With a grin on his face, Yidongping strode out, grabbed Zhou Xiaoyun with his right hand, glanced at her delicate body greedily, and then flew towards a cave not far away. This cave was Yidongping's hiding place for the past few days, and the purpose of placing Fog Lotus nearby was to lure other geniuses on the Emperor list to commit murder and robbery. Unexpectedly, today he was lucky enough to meet a female disciple who was not weak in cultivation. Thus, Yidongping, who was full of joy, fully unleashed his Zhenqi, surged with imperial aura, and pushed away layers of demonic energy. After a few dodges, he arrived at the entrance of the cave, and was about to step into the cave, but his body suddenly froze. There is someone in the cave. Feeling that at the entrance of the cave, the restriction that he had originally arranged had been completely destroyed, and replaced by a more mysterious and profound breath-separating spirit array, Yidongping's expression changed suddenly. Unexpectedly, within 2 hours of leaving, his hiding place was occupied by other people. Swish! Just as Yidongping was hesitating, a figure in a black robe flashed towards the depths of the cave, and in the blink of an eye, it landed in front of Yidongping and Zhou Xiaoyun. Seeing someone appear, Zhou Xiaoyun's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise, and he quickly opened his mouth and said coquettishly, "Save me! Please save me!" Hearing the shout, Chu Yan's face froze for a moment, and he looked up at Zhou Xiaoyun. Seeing that her whole body was banned and completely controlled by the blue-robed warrior, she immediately understood what happened. Dangyang sect. With a glance, Chu Yan saw the two-instrument Yanghua pattern tattooed on the chest of the blue-robed warrior, and immediately recognized that this blue-robed disciple was the notoriously summoned Dangyang sect disciple. Get out! Seeing Chu Yan sizing up himself and Zhou Xiaoyun, Yi Dongping certainly knew that what he had done could not be hidden from the black-robed warrior opposite him. However, after scanning his consciousness, he found that the opponent's cultivation base was only at the emperor rank. Yi Dongping's expression turned pale, and he sternly shouted at Chu Yan. Boom! While speaking, Yi Dongping took advantage of Chu Yan's slight frown, raised his hand suddenly, and slapped it out. The palm print pierced through the air, screaming and shaking the sky, and slapped Chu Yan, who was in the entrance of the cave. However, without waiting for the palm print to approach, Chu Yan avoided it with a flash, and looked at Yi Dongping with a pair of cold eyes, with killing intent aroused. Seeing that I didn't slap the opponent dead with my palm, I was startled by Yi Dongping, and looked at Chu Yan in disbelief. A martial artist, with quasi-imperial cultivation, can escape his own attack. Could it be that this child's identity is unusual? After pondering for a while, a smile appeared on Yi Dongping's face, and he looked at Chu Yan and said, Brother, this matter has nothing to do with you. I advise you to mind your own business, otherwise, As disciples of the Dangyang sect, they have always been unscrupulous and the most righteous and shameless, but they rarely provoke some top forces in the outland continent. Yi Dongping didn't know the black-robed warrior in front of him at all, so he concluded that the other party had also seen his identity, so he didn't dare to intervene in this matter casually. What's more, his cultivation strength is one world higher than that of this black-robed disciple, which makes him more confident. 3 breaths, get lost, or die. Chu Yan stared straight at Yi Dongping with a pair of cold eyes, completely turning a deaf ear to what he just said. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Yi Dongping was startled for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Good boy. I let you go, but you are shameless and dare to let me go. I want you to know today, you will end up courting death. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Yi Dongping flipped his hands, and a ghost-headed sword in his hand suddenly appeared with black air. Boy, while I'm in a good mood today, I'll give you another chance. Call out. Without waiting for Yi Dongping to finish speaking, at the entrance of the cave within 100 steps in front of him, a cold light flashed in the hands of the young man in black robe, turning into a fierce sword energy, slashing towards him. Pooh! The sword light appeared, only flashed, then disappeared instantly, and when it reappeared, it had already crossed Yi Dongping's neck. Chance. The body shook violently, and the last word was uttered, and a large human head rolled down. Staring into the eyes of the boss, Yi Dongping didn't see where the sword light came from, and how he was damaged. Thick darkness struck, and death swallowed life in an instant. Unnecessary. Looking at the head on the ground, Chu Yan spoke coldly, put the Haoyan sword back into its sheath, raised his leg and walked towards Zhou Xiaoyun outside the cave entrance. At this time, Zhou Xiaoyun was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the headless corpse on the ground. His pretty face was full of horror. With one strike, he beheaded the lower martial emperor realm peak powerhouse. A black-robed youth whose cultivation level is no more than the peak of the quasi-emperor rank. How did he do it? The Gangyuan claws that bound his body suddenly dissipated, and a tall figure had already walked in front of him, looking down. #C 2022, can I join you? Just when Zhou Xiaoyun looked up at Chu Yan, and the sea of consciousness was blank, Chu Yan stretched out his big hand, and took the jade talisman stored on Yi Dongping's body, as well as the Lingbao gloves, into the Rakshasa space. You killed a disciple of Dangyang sect. Zhou Xiaoyun finally came to his senses at this time, and said to Chu Yan in shock. Compared to Yi Jiping, who was completely confused, she, like Zhou Xiaoyun, couldn't believe that the black-robed young man in front of him killed a strong man whose cultivation base was one level higher than his. Who the hell are you? Zhou Xiaoyun was smart, so of course she knew that the black-robed youth she met was anything but simple. Chu Yan. Without even looking at Zhou Xiaoyun, Chu Yan waved his hand, and a black robe flew up from the Rakshasa space, and landed straight on Zhou Xiaoyun's radiant body, and replied in a cold voice. Chu Yan. Hearing this name, Zhou Xiaoyun's body trembled suddenly. The name of Chu Yan has recently been well known in the Outland continent, and before she came to participate in the Emperor List battle, she had heard some rumors about Chu Yan in the teacher's school. It's just that I didn't expect that here today, I would meet Chu Yan and be rescued by him. Zhou Xiaoyun stared blankly at Chu Yan, his spiritual eyes gradually brightened. Seeing that Zhou Xiaoyun didn't speak, Chu Yan waved out a beam of Suzaku Emperor fire, burning Yi Dongping's body to ashes, and then strode out of the cave, ready to leave. Etc. Seeing that Chu Yan was about to leave, Zhou Xiaoyun became anxious. Can I come with you? Zhou Xiaoyun, who lowered his head and blushed to hide his blushing, slowly got up, wrapped the black robe tightly around his body, and spoke in a voice as thin as a mosquito. Hearing Zhou Xiaoyun's words, Chu Yan slipped and almost lost his footing. You, follow me, why? Chu Yan was a little confused, and looked back at Zhou Xiaoyun, hiding his puzzled expression. That. Hearing Chu Yan's answer, Zhou Xiaoyun was startled for a moment, his face flushed with embarrassment. He hesitated to speak for a long time, and finally said. You killed the disciples of Dangyang sect, because you saved me. If they retaliate, I can help you. Zhou Xiaoyun didn't think so in his heart, but as a girl, some things were really hard to say, so she explained verbally. It's okay. Hearing Zhou Xiaoyun's words, Chu Yan chuckled lightly, shook his head and said. No one else knows what happened today, except you and me, and Dang Yangzong naturally won't know either. Even if Dang Yangzong knows about it, it doesn't matter, there is only one Dang Yangzong, one more is not much, and one less is not less. After saying this, Chu Yan bowed his hands, said his farewell, and jumped up. His figure disappeared into the black fog in the sky instantly. You. Seeing Chu Yan leave, Zhou Xiaoyun chased after him for 2 steps, and stopped again. There was a look of disappointment in his spiritual eyes. Frozen on the spot, Zhou Xiaoyun jumped away with a downcast expression for a full breath of time. And at this time, on the other side, Wang Xingfeng Square. Lin Xiufeng, the suzerain of Dangyang sect, had a happy face at first, seeing that in the ranking of the emperor's list, 2 of the 3 disciples of this sect rushed into the top 300 of the emperor's list. In the history of Dangyang sect, this is definitely the first time that Tian splits the ground. As the current head of the Dangyang sect, Lin Xiufeng was naturally extremely excited, with a pair of eyes staring straight at the Tianmu emperor list, smiling so hard that the creases on his face bloomed. You must know that the reputation of Dangyang sect is not very important, and the only way to improve the sect's reputation is by relying on the ranking of the emperor list. Therefore, Lin Xiufeng naturally paid great attention to the battle and ranking in the emperor list. Just when Lin Xiufeng concealed his face and was intoxicated, suddenly, a golden light flashed on the list of Tianmu emperors, and a name instantly dimmed and disappeared. The concealed smile froze instantly. Lin Xiufeng shook his head vigorously, pouring all his true energy into his eyes, and stared fiercely at the sky. With a glance, the name of Yi Dongping, who was originally ranked 276th on the emperor list, disappeared. Lin Xiufeng and several Dangyang sect bosses were all in shock. Not only the big bosses of Dangyangzong, but also some big bosses from other forces have also discovered this sudden change. Looking at the Xingshan Square, there was a big wave immediately. Although Dangyang sect is notorious, it cannot be denied that Dangyang sect's strength is not low. Especially this year's 10 disciples all have the hope of hitting the top 100 on the emperor list. Unexpectedly, after more than 10 days, Yi Dongping, who was ranked more than 200, was actually lost. You know, this Yi Dongping, 3 days ago, rushed from more than 400 people to more than 200 people in one fell swoop, a rapid improvement. In the past 3 days, there has been no movement, obviously recovering from breath adjustment. When he completes his recovery, he will definitely be able to continue to improve, and he is very hopeful that he will break into the top 100. But now, Yi Dongping has lost. TSK, what a pity. Dangyang sect also lost a genius, stopping at 276. This Yi Dongping, if he does not die, it is very likely that he will break into the top 100 of the emperor list. Dangyang sect still has 3 members, I hope there are still some. After some discussion, no one paid attention to Dangyang sect. After all, in this second round of Gui Yuan, someone was lost every hour, so the loss of Yi Dongping of Dangyangzong did not attract much attention. Check it out for me. Lin Shoufeng's roar resounded throughout Wangxingfang Square. Yi Dongping has a body-protecting spirit treasure, Gui Yuan's monster, it is impossible not to hurt him. Someone must have attacked him. No matter who it is, I want this person after the battle of the emperor list is over, and there will be no place for him to die. The 10 disciples of Dangyang sect, especially this Yi Dongping, have almost exhausted Dangyang sect. All the accumulated resources of the Dangyang sect over the past 100 years are just waiting to be a blockbuster in the battle of the emperor list. But now, with such a loss, Dangyangzong's loss is extremely huge. Yes, suzerain. Not only Lin Shoufeng, but several bigwigs of the Dangyang sect also looked angry. In the outland continent, apart from the top 10 racial forces, they have always been the only Yangzong to kill others. When will it be reduced to others to kill them as the Yangzong? Such a person must never be forgiven. Lin Shoufeng's eyes were bloodshot, and his body was full of emperor's breath, rushing in all directions. If it was found out that Yi Dongping died not from a monster, but from other emperor geniuses, then he would do it himself, and he would never be spared. On the other side, in the ghost abyss, Chu Yan flew all the way, moving towards the depths of Gui Yuan. Seeing that they will soon enter the core area of Gui Yuan, Chu Yan's spiritual sense can feel that there are fewer and fewer geniuses nearby. The ghost abyss is dangerous, and there are countless monsters. The core area is more dangerous, so most of the disciples are not willing to go to the core area, but just kill monsters in the peripheral area to earn points. However, Chu Yan was different from what they thought. After all, no one has ever been to this land of ghosts before, and it is very likely that there are some ancient ruins. Take advantage of this opportunity and search carefully, maybe you will get something. Flying all the way, when encountering some weak monsters, Chu Yan will also take action and kill them. While the points are steadily increasing, the time is passing by little by little. Huh! Such a strong evil spirit. As soon as he stepped into the core area, there was a powerful demonic energy rushing towards him in the valley not far ahead. It is obviously warning other monsters not to set foot in this valley. Obviously, this valley has been designated as its own territory by a powerful monster. Blood King. Chu Yan turned over carefully, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. #C 2023 Li Tong's discovery. Sensing the aura of King Xuelua, Chu Yan flew up and headed towards the valley. Other monsters were afraid of the Bloody King's aura and did not dare to step into the valley, but Chu Yan was not afraid either. Entering the valley, there was a dead silence all around, except for the breath released by the Blood King, there was nothing. The aura of the Blood King is extremely weird. Strictly speaking, only half of it is demonic energy, and Chu Yan can't tell what the other half is. Last time, in the Soul Demon Purgatory, Chu Yan searched the soul of the second patriarch of the Ming clan. Regardless of knowing the breath of the Blood King, he also knew something about the origin of the Blood King. This Blood King is not a native creature of Outland Continent, but comes from the Abyss. Moreover, the creatures from the Abyss are not the same as the Blood King. According to the secrets of the Ming clan, there are even creatures from the realm of the gods that appear in the outer continent. The patriarch of the second young master of the Ming clan went to Soul Demon Purgatory just to capture the Blood King and use it to refine a powerful Yin puppet. What Chu Yan didn't expect was that he didn't find it in the Soul Demon Purgatory, but in this ghost abyss, he bumped into it. It just so happens that Chu Yan also needs a powerful puppet now. He captured the Blood King and refined it into a puppet like the Black Marsh Lion and Scorpion to strengthen his own strength. Entering the valley, the divine consciousness was scattered, but it happened to collide with Blood Luo King's probing demon consciousness. Therefore, in less than 3 breaths, a huge chimpanzee with a beast body of 500 feet tall appeared in front of Chu Yan. This chimpanzee has high muscles all over his body. His hands touch the ground, he has short hair, and there are 3 animal horns on his forehead, 1 long and 2 short. Different from other monsters, the eyes of this bloody king are not scarlet, but dark green. At the same time, the moment he saw Chu Yan, he didn't rush up to fight like other monsters. Instead, he stared at a pair of green eyes, and kept looking up and down at Chu Yan. Violent monsters shrouded Chu Yan's body, repeatedly probing Chu Yan's cultivation. Only when it was confirmed that Chu Yan's cultivation was much lower than it did the Blood King attack. This made Chu Yan extremely surprised. Obviously, the spirit and wisdom of this Blood King is better than most of the monsters in Guiyuan. It's not up to a few steps higher. Even, it is not inferior to human beings at all, especially, there is a special power in its attack method, which allows Chu Yan's Rakshasa true energy to be exerted, and it is actually suppressed. Jiao Ming, come out. After a few counterattacks, Chu Yan was extremely surprised by the combat power of the Blood King, and directly summoned Jiao Ming. Boom! Sweeping with a single shot, Jiao Ming, the peak demon emperor, would be polite to the Blood King there, but with just 1 shot, his huge beast body was sent flying straight upside down. Amidst the shrill screams, the Blood King collided with a distant mountain, causing the entire mountain to tremble suddenly. For a time, the mountains and rocks rolled, and the sky was filled with dust and mist. Stuck in the rock wall of the mountain peak, Xie La Jiao struggled unceasingly. Monsters seeped out from the cracks in the rocks, split the surrounding mountains, and dyed them all red. Chu Yan made a dodge, and arrived in front of King Xie La Jiao, and punched hard, hitting the most important heart of the monster. It took 3 strikes of Wan Lai Long Jin to make the Blood Luo King faint. According to Chu Yan's order, Jiao Ming did not directly kill the Blood Luo King, but kept him alive. Afterwards, Chu Yan used the method of refining the Yin puppet to temper the Blood Luo King. However, to Chu Yan's surprise, his black puppet technique was useless against the Blood King. After pondering for a while, Chu Yan asked Jiao Ming to perform the Yin puppet technique again, but the result was the same, still useless. It can't be refined into a puppet. Chu Yan hid his face and was puzzled, looking at the bloody king. He kept searching for the method of refining the dark puppet of the Ming clan in the sea of consciousness. However, the result still made Chu Yan extremely disappointed. The Mingzuzine puppet refining method requires a special altar, and it takes a long time to refine the method of living souls. It is equivalent to saying that, according to Chu Yan's original plan, there is no way to refine this Blood King. After trying a few more times, there was still no effect, so Chu Yan could only give up and choose to search the soul of Blood Luo King. Chu Yan wanted to find out how the pure creatures of the abyss came to the outland continent. At the same time, whether the appearance of Blood Luo King on the outland continent was an accident, or whether it had something to do with the resumption of the war between gods and demons. After some soul-searching, Chu Yan discovered in the demon consciousness of the Blood Luo King that this Blood Luo King was sent from the abyss to the outland continent by a mysterious force. Like it, there are no less than 300 Blood Kings scattered all over the outland continent. And that mysterious power is so terrifying that Chu Yan can't detect it at all. After taking the demon core and burning the bloody king's body, Chu Yan left the valley and continued on his way. Day after day of fighting and fighting, the degree of fusion of the spirit of chaos in Chu Yan's body became stronger and stronger. Now Chu Yan can already clearly sense that his cultivation base may break through to the Emperor's realm at any time. Boom! Long Jin punched out, and a monster in the lower demon emperor realm was blasted by Chu Yan so that his whole body exploded. The continuous improvement of cultivation base and strength makes Chu Yan full of strength. Especially the strength of the physical body, which has improved so fast that Chu Yan even has a feeling of physical transformation. Once breaking through to the Emperor realm, no matter if it is the Shantian fire body or the dragon pattern golden body, they will surely break through accordingly. Take out the Jade Talisman of Communication, and receive the latest ranking news of the 8 elders. At this time, Chu Yan's ranking remained around 30. Continue. Chu Yan flew over and continued to move towards the core area of Guiyuan. At this moment, less than 30,000 miles away from where Chu Yan was, in a forest area, Li Tong was cautiously approaching a small hill. As a genius on the emperor list of the human race, in this ghost abyss, only Chu Yan and him have not been lost. It's not because of how powerful Li Tong's combat strength is, but because Li Tong's martial soul is the extremely rare 7-star sea python martial soul. 7-star sea python, highly poisonous. In the Outland continent, the number of 7-star sea pythons is extremely rare, and all of its combat strength is due to the poison in its body, which has earned it the title of Poison Beast King. But wherever there are 7-star sea pythons, within a radius of 10,000 li, there will never be any monsters approaching. Therefore, relying on the special martial soul aura, although it is not easy for Li Tong to hunt high-level monsters in the Ghost Abyss, it is more than enough to protect himself. And in order to avoid being hunted by other Emperor List geniuses, Li Tong has been heading towards the core area since he entered Guiyuan. He knows very well that only in the core area, where there are very few Emperor List talents, can he survive until the end of the second round of the Emperor List battle. The small mountain bag he just discovered, although strange. In other places, weeds are overgrown, only the small hill is bare. It looks like a huge tomb. #C 2024 Discovery of Azura. A strange tomb exuded an aura that made Li Tong tremble slightly, but it aroused his deep curiosity. Because, he knew that the tomb that could appear in the core area of this ghost abyss might not be simple. It is very likely that it is an ancient relic. Therefore, taking a big risk, Li Tong kept approaching the mountain bag cautiously. The power of the martial soul in the whole body was unleashed, and the monsters in all directions avoided far away. Li Tong became a little more courageous and headed towards the small hill. Near the front of the hill, a tall stone gate appeared. On the stone gate, there are 5 large characters, most of which have been weathered, and they can be vaguely recognized, which are the 5 characters of Azura God's Palace. Azura Shrine. Azura. Could it be that Azura who destroyed a continent in ancient times? Li Tong stared at the big characters on the stone gate, his body shook violently, his eyes were filled with astonishment. It is rumored that in the ancient times, a supreme powerhouse appeared in the magic way, whose cultivation reached the ultimate level of the demigod. Leading all the cultivators of the magic path, they openly challenged the Hunyuan Palace and the Dark Temple. The war lasted for nearly 100 years. In the end, in the 10 Directions star field, one star field continent was destroyed by the flames of war, all the magic practitioners were killed and lost, and Azura was also seriously injured and fled. Since then, he has never been seen again. A generation of magical legendary powers disappeared and never appeared again. At that time, there were rumors that Azura went to the depths of the outer battlefield and was killed by the demons. There were also rumors that the god Azura had acquired the skills of the gods, and he became obsessed while practicing, and his body and soul perished. However, these are just rumors, and no one really knows the final outcome of Azura. One thing is certain, that is, after the destruction of that side of the continent, Azura never appeared again. As for the Outland continent and the 10 Directions starfield, the magic way also began to decline at that time. Even in the past million years, it still has not been revived. In the Sea of Consciousness, Zhang Tong kept recalling various rumors about Azura, and Zhang Tong became more and more excited. After taking a few deep breaths, Zhang Tongkai finally suppressed the messy breath and walked towards Sherman. On the stone gate, there is a statue of a 4-armed Azura, holding a vajra, a sharp knife, a long bow, and the famous Azura blade. The strong demonic energy shrouds it, making it difficult to see clearly. Seeing this pattern, Li Tong was even more certain that this ancient tomb was the ruins of Azura. Because, the 4-armed Ashura on the stone gate is the totem of the demon sect of the Azura god sect. It is said that in the past, Azura, after obtaining this totem by accident, realized the way of breaking the gods and achieved a powerful demigod cultivation level. From then on, he founded the Azura god sect and called himself the god of Azura. However, many people don't understand why the sect that Azura cultivates is called Shinzong, and he himself calls himself the god of Azura. After all, the two realms of gods and demons have always been the existence of each other since ancient times. These secrets, with the disappearance of Azura, will forever become unsolved mysteries. But now, seeing this Azura totem, Zhang Tong was sure that only Azura would use this special field totem. After carefully observing the stone gate, Zhang Tong pressed on the stone gate with both hands, and pushed hard. Yes, the stone gate did not move at all, and could not be opened at all. Why can't it be opened? Isn't this an ordinary stone gate? With doubts, Zhang Tong mobilized his true energy, exerted all his strength, and pushed the door again, but there was still no response. However, it's not completely unresponsive. Most of the Zhenqi poured into Zhang Tong's hands was absorbed by Sherman. On the stone gate, on the Azura totem, a faint brilliance was released, circulating on the entire totem. Constantly mobilizing his true energy and bursting out his strength, he tried his best for a long time, but the stone door was still closed tightly. Zhang Tong quickly understood that the Azura totem on the stone gate should be some kind of restriction, and it couldn't be opened if he didn't have enough strength. At this moment, a wild laughter suddenly sounded. Ha ha ha, it's really here. 3 figures suddenly flew over from the nearby black mist, and after a few dodges, they landed in front of the stone gate. Seeing the appearance of the 3 Emperor List geniuses, Zhang Tong's face changed drastically in an instant. He didn't expect that someone would discover this ancient relic stone tomb, and, by such a coincidence, they just happened to bump into him. Lingyuanzong. With a glance, Zhang Tong immediately recognized the identities of the other 3. On the chests of these 3 people, there are 3 circles of sect spirit patterns, which belong to the Lingyuan sect, one of the top 100 sects in the outer domain. Although this Lingyuanzong is not as good as the top 10 forces, it is also extremely powerful. At least, compared to the human race, it is several times stronger. The most important thing is that this Lingyuanzong has a special battle formation, and the combat power can be doubled when the 3 of them are in the same position. Therefore, no matter what the situation is, most of the disciples of Lingyuanzong act together as 3 people. The 3 Lingyuanzong disciples glanced at Zhang Tong, paused for a moment, and then all looked at Sherman. Azura totem. Oh my god, it turned out to be the remains of the Azura god who destroyed a whole continent in ancient times. Ha ha ha, this time, we sent it. Great. It was a coincidence to find the location of this stone tomb. The 3 of Lingyuanzong were chasing and killing a monster. When they came to this area, they suddenly found that there was not a single monster in all directions, which immediately aroused their vigilance. So, looking around, he found where Zhang Tong was. Although Zhang Tong's martial soul can help him avoid the attacks of monsters and beasts, but in this case, it is easy to lose his position when meeting a shrewd person. After all, his 7-star sea python martial soul aura is only effective against monsters, and has no effect on warriors. Seeing the three of them, Zhang Tong looked ecstatic, but Zhang Tong, who was standing aside, was terrified and trembling all over. The surprise of discovering the ruins of Azura just now turned into fear. In such a precious place, he collided with the 3 members of Lingyuanzong, and the other party would of course kill him in order to keep the secret. "Boy, are you from that sect?" A Lingyuan sect disciple looked up at Zhang Tong, looked him up and down, and asked. Lingyuan Pavilion. Zhang Tong's voice trembled. Seeing Zhang Tong's terrified expression, the 3 of Lingyuanzong all smiled. Lingyuan Pavilion. What kind of sect? It seems to be a small force in the Cunlong realm. Huh. No, according to the news from the sect that I just received, there is a disciple named Chu Yan in Lingyuan Pavilion, but he has rushed to the top 30 on the emperor list. His strength is extremely strong. So what if it's more than 30, my senior brother Lingyuanzong, but I'm currently ranked 9th. Although they heard Chu Yan's name, the 3 of them were stunned for a moment, but then they said with a look of disdain. After all, Lingyuan Pavilion's power is too weak to compare with Lingyuanzong. Then kill it. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the leading disciple of Lingyuanzong raised his hand and slapped Zhang Tong. #C 2025 Sherman Confrontation. The palm of the disciple of Lingyuanzong contained the peak cultivation of the lower martial emperor realm, and it was not something Zhang Tong could resist at all. The strength of the palm breaks through the air, and the void trembles. Slapped on Zhang Tong, who turned around and wanted to escape, a big mouthful of blood mist was sprayed out immediately, and all the internal organs were turned into powder. The pupils of both eyes dilated instantly, and the body fell to the ground, and in the blink of an eye, life was cut off, and it was directly damaged. Let me just say, Lingyuan Pavilion is a garbage sect, and the disciples are so vulnerable. A Lingyuan sect disciple concealed his disdain, and didn't even bother to look at Zhang Tong's corpse. However, none of the 3 Lingyuanzong disciples saw a broken jade talisman dissipating in Zhang Tong's hand. This piece of jade talisman is exactly the jade talisman of the sect's warning. Once crushed, all disciples of the same sect within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles can receive it. Quick, open the stone gate. All the disciples of Lingyuan sect focused on Sherman. After all, in Azura's ruins, if there really is an inheritance or a heaven-defying spirit treasure, it is almost a chance to change one's life against the sky. Compared to when the 10 Directions God realm was opened, the remains of the southern heaven god emperor that shook the entire continent are not bad at all. If such an important relic site is not collected as soon as possible, it will be a big loss if it is discovered by others. The 3 of them walked towards the stone gate. Boom! 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 The 3 attacks blasted out in unison, hitting the stone gate heavily, with a surge of vigor, blasting away the waves of the sky. However, when the energy dissipated, the 3 of them looked at Sherman, but they were stunned at the same time. This? Sherman, why can't it be opened? A Lingyuan sect disciple looked at the motionless Sherman and said in surprise. Strange, since the door is left, it is hoped that someone can enter it, how can it not be opened? Could it be that there is something special about this Azura's famous totem? It's possible. Maybe, this stone gate needs some special conditions to open it. It's amazing. It can withstand the full blow of the 3 of us. This Sherman is probably a treasure. But now, what shall we do? After some discussion, the 3 of them had no idea how to open the stone gate. Azura's life can be called a legend, especially the creation of the Azura Divine Sect, which is the supreme sect of the Demon Tao. The inheritance left by him may only be opened by the disciples of the Demon Tao. The leading Lingyuan sect disciple pondered for a long time before finally speaking. Plus, this ghost abyss is a place full of demonic energy. Azura left the inheritance here in the hope that some disciples of the demonic way would discover it. Hearing his explanation, the eyes of the other two disciples of Lingyuanzong lit up. That's right. But, the three of us don't practice magic skills, so, what should we do? The last person smiled strangely when he heard the words, turned his hand over, and directly took out a black jade talisman. On the black jade talisman, devilish energy surged, and a black flag floated out. This is the soul-gathering banner. I got a magical treasure in a secret place before. It contains the breath of a demon's soul, which may be able to open this stone gate. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the eyes of the other two Baoling Yuanzong disciples immediately lit up. Okay. Hurry up and activate the magic treasure. Immediately, the three of them hurriedly moved the soul-gathering banner to the front of the stone gate, poured true energy into the jade talisman, forced out the devilish energy in the jade talisman, and surged clouds towards the stone gate. Because of the different skills, it is extremely difficult for the three of them to force out the demon's soul in the magic treasure. Just when the three of them were looking forward to it with excitement, when they opened the stone gate, a black figure flew towards this side at the other side, thousands of miles away. Chu Yan rushed all the way after receiving Zhang Tong's call for help. The speed of his body skills was increased to the extreme, pushing away all the demonic energy in the sky, pulling out a long afterimage, and sweeping his spiritual consciousness in all directions. In less than 100 breaths, thousands of miles away, passing by in an instant. As soon as Chu Yan arrived, he saw 3 Lingyuanzong disciples urging a black jade talisman in front of Sherman. Faint black air flowed out from the jade talisman, like a small stream, heading towards the stone gate. When Jia Tianhai and Li Yuda saw it, they immediately looked overjoyed. Sure enough, this method works. However, before they could react, the black jade talisman exploded suddenly and turned into pieces of jade. And Sherman, which was already trembling, immediately stopped. At this moment, Zhang Boi, Jia Tianhai, and Li Yuda were dumbfounded. The demon's soul in this magic treasure is too bad, it's not enough to open the stone gate. Zhang Boi, as the most cultivated among the three, immediately discovered the problem, and said with a gloomy face. Then what to do? This is all I have on me. Jia Tianhai said anxiously. It's okay. When I send out a summons from the sect, I'll ask to see if there are magic treasures on the other people. Zhang Boi thought for a while, and said to the two of them. Good. Good. Hearing the words, the two nodded in agreement, without any objection. After all, facing Sherman at present, it is impossible to open it, and it is useless without magic treasure. At that moment, Zhang Boi took out the jade amulet of communication for thousands of miles, and sent out a divine sense. At this moment, a figure flashed across the air and landed firmly beside Zhang Tong's corpse, not far away. Seeing that Zhang Tong had died, Chu Yan's face turned cold immediately, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. Turning around slowly, he stared coldly at the 3 Lingyuanzong disciples in front of him. The 3 of Zhang Boi were shocked at the same time when they saw Chu Yan appearing suddenly. However, when they found out that the cultivation level of the visitor was no more than the quasi-emperor rank, they were relieved immediately, and their faces were full of jokes. It just so happened that it would take some time for Tong Men to arrive. Do you know that dead man? Jia Tianhai asked. You guys killed it. Chu Yan's voice was ice-like. Hearing this, Jia Tianhai's expression darkened. This kid actually ignored his own question and even questioned himself. That's right. What's the point of killing him? Immediately, you will die too. Li Yuda shouted. You are his fellow student. You are, Chu Yan. Zhang Boi, who was on the side, saw Chu Yan's eyes flicker, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he asked. Hearing Zhang Boi's words, Jia Tianhai and Li Yuda's expressions trembled at the same time, and their expressions instantly became tense. According to the news from the sect, Chu Yan's current ranking in the emperor list is more than 30. Kill my human children, you, all will die. With a wave of Chu Yan's hand, after putting Zhang Tong's body into the Rakshasa space, he pulled out his backhand, and the Haotian sword was unsheathed. A chill shot out from the Haotian sword. Within a radius of 10,000 steps, all the devilish energy was pulverized by the Haotian sword chi. At this moment, Chu Yan was really angry. The three of Zhang Boi, seeing the sword intent rushing around, all shrank their pupils, and looked at Chu Yan with surprise. Die. One word landed, and the Haotian sword in Chu Yan's hand swept out, and a sharp sword light cut straight through the air. #C 2026 Do not resist? Facing the three members of Lingyuanzong who killed Zhang Tong, how could Chu Yan be polite to them? After confirming one sentence, he raised his hand and slashed out with a sword. The sharp sword light pierced the air, cutting even the void in half, and slashed straight at the leader Zhang Boi. What? Seeing the sword glow fall, Zhang Boi flipped his hands, and with the long knife in his hand, he raised his hand to resist. However, the speed of that sword light obviously exceeded his expectation. Before he could raise his long saber, the sword light had already fallen, slashing before Zhang Boi's face. Just when Zhang Boi was about to see the sword in half, suddenly, a golden light shone on his body. The golden light burst out, collided with the sword light, and exploded directly, and both of them dissipated. Jade talisman. Chu Yan frowned. He didn't expect that this guy had a powerful protective spirit treasure, which blocked his sword light. In fact, not only Zhang Boi, but almost every disciple of Dangyang sect has a powerful protective spirit treasure. Because of the reputation of the Dangyang sect, the disciples of the sect almost offended many people when they traveled outside. Therefore, the sect invited a lot of refining masters to refine a large number of spiritual treasures for body protection and give them to some elite core disciples for self-defense. Swish. Before the energy dissipated, Chu Yan's figure flashed, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Zhang Boi, with the long sword in his hand piercing his vest. Puff. With a muffled sound, Zhang Boi was shocked by the vigor just now. Before he could react, he only felt his body tremble. When he looked down again, a sword tip was exposed on his chest. Okay, so fast. Reluctantly uttering two words, Zhang Boi's aura quickly dissipated, the pupils of his eyes dilated, and his whole body quickly went limp. Underestimate the enemy. Zhang Boi didn't pay much attention to Chu Yan's quasi-emperor rank, although he knew that Chu Yan's rank in the emperor list was very high. However, Zhang Boi, like all other disciples of the sect, received a message from the sect saying that Chu Yan practiced magic skills. That's why his points exploded in the ghost abyss, and his ranking in the emperor list rushed to more than 30. A wrong message, a wrong result, the price is loss. The chi disperses. Jia Tianhai and Li Yuda just felt a gust of wind passing by. Now they look at the center of the dispersed chi, they are frightened out of their wits as soon as they glanced at it. I saw that Zhang Boi was pierced through the heart by a sword, and his body slid to the ground. In the two pairs of terrified eyes, they shrank fiercely. Zhang Boi, dead, dead. The next peak martial emperor was beheaded by a quasi-emperor warrior with a single sword. He's just kidding. Boom. Boom. After a moment of astonishment, Jia Tianhai and Li Yuda looked at each other, and at the same time, their anger exploded. Chu Yan, you dare to sneak attack my senior brother, you are courting death. Bold and bold. Take your life. Under two angry roars. Jia Tianhai and Li Yuda shot at the same time, and two violent attacks that shook the world came straight towards Chu Yan. One front and one back, a palm strength and a fist punch hit Chu Yan's chest and back, respectively. For the two of them, it was absolutely unforgivable for Chu Yan to kill Zhang Boi. At the same time, they already knew that Chu Yan's strength was much stronger than they imagined. At this time, if you don't go all out to make a move, the consequences may be unpredictable. Facing the palm strength and fist attacking at the same time in front of and behind him, Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, but he was as motionless as a mountain, and the red light and golden light on his body lit up at the same time. Do not move. Huh. He doesn't resist. Seeing Chu Yan standing still, as if they hadn't seen the two of them make a move, Jia Tianhai and Zhang Yuda were startled, but soon they were ecstatic. Boom. Boom. Without any accident, the fist and palm strength hit Chu Yan's body at the same time, bursting two shock waves of void qi, and scattered them in all directions. However, under the shock force, Jia Tianhai and Li Yuda, who retreated more than 10 steps at the same time, were shocked. When they stood still and looked up at Chu Yan, their faces were full of disbelief. Withstood the full blow of the two, and also contained the blessing power of the joint attack battle formation, and bombarded Chu Yan, there was no reaction at all. Standing in the air, Chu Yan is like a towering mountain, standing like a peak. How can this be? Not to mention a quasi-emperor level cultivation, even a mid-level martial emperor level powerhouse would not dare to take a joint blow from the two of them with his body. Even if it is a strong body refiner whose physical strength is comparable to the existence of monsters of the same level, it is impossible to achieve this level. Impossible. No way. Jia Tianhai and Li Yuda were really stunned. They stared at Chu Yan blankly. Their sea of consciousness was in a mess. The originally violent scene fell silent in an instant. Chu Yan slowly raised his head, and looked at the two of them with a pair of cold eyes. His eyes were indifferent, without a trace of warmth. It's my turn, Chu Yan said lightly. The purpose of Chu Yan's move just now was of course to test his physical strength. In the past few days, the fusion speed of the spirit of chaos has become faster and faster, and most of them have been integrated into the flesh and blood of the whole body. The soaring strength of the physical body caused Chu Yan's Shantian fire body and dragon pattern golden body to undergo earth-shaking changes every day. Chu Yan knew that with his current cultivation base, if he wanted to break through the realm of Emperor Wu, his physical foundation was the most important. Without a strong physical body, it is impossible to bear the frenzy of cultivation accumulated in one's body. Therefore, in the move just now, Chu Yan did not use any true energy, and completely resisted the opponent's joint attack with the strength of his physical body. The result is naturally similar to what Chu Yan expected. After the experiment was over, the two Lingyuan sects had no effect. Stepping out with one step, the Rakshasa true qi on Chu Yan's body rushed away, his fists were raised at the same time, golden light shot out from his body, and Wan Lielong's powerful fists condensed crazily. Just when Chu Yan was about to shoot and kill the two people directly, suddenly, in the distant sky, there was a large sound of breaking through the sky. Looking up, I saw a group of warriors flying towards the sky. Looking at the ancestral robes they were wearing, the leaders were the disciples of Lingyuan sect. Senior Brother Huang. Save us. Jia Tianhai and Li Yuda, who were standing opposite Chu Yan, saw the figure appearing in the sky, and suddenly showed surprise on their faces, and shouted loudly. Swish! Huang Tianhua, who was dressed in a blue robe, tall and proud, was the #1 genius of Lingyuanzong. Huang Tianhua landed on the ground, swept his gaze, and saw Zhang Boi, who was dying on the ground. His face turned cold, his eyes stared straight at Chu Yan, but he asked. What happened? When Jia Tianhai heard this, he quickly stepped forward and said. Senior Brother Huang, we found a ruin here. Who would have thought that these two Lingyun Pavilion disciples followed us and suddenly appeared and attacked us when we opened the ruins? This Lingyun Pavilion's Chu Yan killed Senior Brother Zhang, and now he wants to kill us. Take the ruins we found. When this sentence fell, black and white were completely reversed, and Chu Yan turned out to be the one who snatched other people's relics. Hearing these words, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and sneered, but he could hardly even open his mouth to tell the difference. But his spiritual consciousness kept pouring out, and he went to investigate Huang Tianhua, who was opposite him. In the world of martial spirits, strength is the most important thing. What's the use of saying so much? In the end, the result is not determined by strength. #C2027, how is it so strong? Seeing that Chu Yan was silent, Huang Tianhua moved his eyes to the stone gate, not far away. When he saw the huge four-armed Vajra totem on the stone gate, his eyes immediately lit up. Azura demon god. His eyes were full of fire, and Huang Tianhua's face was full of surprise. Huang Tianhua still didn't believe it when he received Zhangboi's message. The ancient relics are so easy to find, and they are also the relics of the supreme ancient demon, the god of Azura. But now, seeing it with his own eyes, Huang Tianhua's entire sea of consciousness has set off turbulent waves. You know, with Huang Tianhua's cultivation level, if he can get the inheritance of Azura God, it is even more practical than getting first place in the Emperor ranking battle. After all, being number 1 on the Emperor list is just glory, and the relics of Azura's inheritance are real cultivation bases, which represent the improvement of strength. Now, as long as the Chu Yan in front of him is dealt with, the rest of the matter will be much easier to handle. Turning his head slowly, looking at Chu Yan, Huang Tianhua's face turned cold in an instant. He sneered and said, "What a Lingyuan pavilion Chu Yan, dare to bully my disciples of Lingyuanzong, and even sneak attack and kill people, what audacity!" Of course Huang Tianhua knew Zhangboi's strength. Those who can enter the inner school of Lingyuanzong and participate in the Battle of the Emperor list will not be weak, at least they are also the top 10 geniuses of Lingyuanzong. This Chu Yan can kill Zhangboi, which shows that his strength is definitely not weak. However, Jia Tianhai also said just now that this Chu Yan made a surprise attack while they were opening the stone. This boy is too careless. This is Guiyuan, and they acted so carelessly that it gave other forces a chance to take advantage of it. Seeing Huang Tianhua's expression, Li Yuda hurriedly spoke. "Senior brother Huang, don't underestimate this person. Just now we teamed up, and neither is his opponent." Li Yuda thought for a while, but he still didn't tell the truth. After all, when the other party didn't fight back, the two of them joined forces to strike with all their strength, but they couldn't hurt the other party at all. It would be too embarrassing to say this, so Li Yuda only said half of it and left half. However, just these words made Huang Tianhua's expression suddenly change. The two teamed up, neither is his opponent. With a thump in his heart, Huang Tianhua looked at Chu Yan again. Something changed. However, Chu Yan, who was on the opposite side, was too lazy to listen to their nonsense anymore, and his whole body exploded with anger, and he punched out with a raised hand. Boom, boom. The fist pierced the air lightly, thunder was like a tide, and the fist like a golden dragon roared out. Seeing Chu Yan attack directly, Huang Tianhua was already prepared, and his whole body was full of true energy, and his aura continued to rise. Heavenly Witches Ju Tian Palm. With a stern shout, he flipped his hands, black waves soared to the sky, and a palm print with black light rushed straight out. The witch-type true energy burst out, and the rich black true energy turned into a black skeleton dragon, charging straight towards the Golden Dragon Gang. The power of witchcraft is extremely special. It can be regarded as a variation of the magic method. While attacking, it contains the impact of the soul, which is extremely powerful. However, this shamanistic power is not enough for Chu Yan's Rakshasa true energy. Boom! While Nilong swept Tianxiao with strength, descending from the sky, and everywhere he passed, he was invincible. As soon as the black-bone dragon collided with it, it exploded and turned into a flood of energy, scattered in all directions, and completely dissipated. The golden fist, with undiminished momentum, broke through the waves of the sky, and directly hit Huang Tianhua's bodyguard. With a sound of collision, the bodyguard couldn't support the power of this punch, and a big hole burst open, and Huang Tianhua's whole body was directly blasted upside down, hitting the stone gate behind him. The entire Sherman trembled suddenly. Huang Tianhua rolled to the ground, splashing a large amount of dust. Getting up from the ground, Huang Tianhua looked at Chu Yan again with fear and tremors in his eyes. I am the first genius of the Lingyuan sect, and I practice an extremely powerful witchcraft technique, and my physical body has been mutated, even stronger than those who are strong in body training. But now, with just one move, Chu Yan almost broke the physical defense. There is still a bodyguard, if it is not prepared in advance, and the bodyguard is urged to the extreme. I am afraid that Chu Yan's punch just now will really break through his physical defense. How can you be so strong? Huang Tianhua's eyes twitched and he gasped. A few years ago, the Lingyuan sect was lucky enough to invite Long Tianyao to come to a martial arts competition to preach. Huang Tianhua even fought against him, although he didn't make 10 moves in the end. However, Huang Tianhua was very sure that Long Tianyao at that time did not have such terrifying combat power as Chu Yan. This young man in black robe is actually stronger than Long Tianyao. Such thoughts flashed out from Huang Tianhua's sea of consciousness, causing Huang Tianhua's sea of consciousness to become a little confused. Who is Long Tianyao? That's the current number 1 on the emperor list. This Chu Yan actually surpassed Long Tianyao in combat power. However, just when Huang Tianhua was a little dazed, Chu Yan on the opposite side raised his hand and punched again. There are stronger ones. Boom, boom. The fists are like dragons, roaring in the void, and the 9 layers of clouds tremble together. The violent power surged. Even Jia Tianhai and other disciples of the Lingyuan sect, who were standing 10,000 steps away, were stunned by this terrifying power. Swish! This time, Huang Tianhua didn't even have time to block the fist, so he was blown away. Under the horrified eyes of several Lingyuanzong disciples, Huang Tianhua's body was thrown into the air, drew a high parabola, and hit the ground heavily again. Thump! A dull landing sound, like a thunderbolt, resounded in everyone's sea of consciousness. 7 or 8 pairs of eyes stared blankly at Huang Tianhua, who was lying on the ground 1,000 steps away, and for a moment, he was so stupid that he couldn't react at all. After 5 breaths of time, Li Yuda was the first to rush to Huang Tianhua in the distance, ready to rescue him. However, when he got close to him, he took a quick look, but gasped. On Huang Tianhua's chest, there was a flesh hole the size of a fist, which almost dented Huang Tianhua's entire chest. Blood was bubbling profusely, and there was a large spurt of blood in the mouth, and the pupils of both eyes continued to dilate. The 7 or 8 Lingyuanzong disciples who followed behind Li Yuda also rushed forward. Whenever they saw Huang Tianhua's eyes, they would tremble violently along with their bodies, take a sharp breath, and their faces were ashen. This is too strong. Even senior brother Huang, the first genius of Lingyuanzong, is completely powerless to parry. Only 2 punches, and the battle is over. Chu Yan's figure flashed, but he was already in front of everyone. His cold eyes swept across the audience. Almost where Chu Yan's eyes passed, the Lingyuanzong disciples who were in a state of ecstasy felt their whole legs go weak, and fell to their knees one after another. Horrible. It's just scary. This Chu Yan's combat power is completely against the sky. It was so strong that these few of them couldn't even have the heart to resist. They all knelt down and begged for mercy. #C 2028 Kill Megatron. Chu Yan's killing method is much stronger than that of Long Tianyao that the disciples of Lingyuanzong have seen. There is even a feeling that compared with the Chu Yan in front of him, Long Tianyao is like the gap between a child and a real giant, which is completely incomparable. At this moment, Li Yuda and the others dared not think about anything other than begging for mercy on their knees. On the other side, on Wang Xingfang Square, the master of Lingyuan sect, He Baoda, had an extremely gloomy face. His whole face was so dark that ink dripped out. Just now, Zhang Boi, the genius of Lingyuanzong, was lost. You know, Zhang Boi's ranking has already reached the 107th place, and it looks like he is about to break into the 100th place. However, in the blink of an eye, on the sky, the names on the emperor's list suddenly dimmed, and then disappeared. No matter how He Baoda saw the 1,000 from the first place, he never saw Zhang Boi's name again. Lost. Such a sudden loss made all the bigwigs of the Lingyuan sect, including the suzerain, all look surprised. You know, being ranked in the top 100 on the emperor list is the highest honor, and the rewards are also extremely terrifying. According to Lingyuanzong's previous forecast, Zhang Boi is absolutely sure to enter the top 100, and even hit the top 50, there is hope. But now, everything has come to naught. At this moment, the sky trembled again. Everyone raised their heads in astonishment, and looked at the ranking of the emperor list on the sky, only to see that the name representing Huang Tianhua of Lingyuanzong suddenly lit up, and then quickly dimmed. What? It's Huang Tianhua. A big boss of Lingyuanzong lost his composure in shock and exclaimed anxiously. The first genius of Lingyuanzong, Huang Tianhua. He Baoda's face twitched suddenly, and he was completely convulsed, his eyes were bloodshot. Not only Lingyuanzong. The sudden change shocked the entire Wangxingshan square. Huang Tianhua of the Lingyuan sect. My God, is it lost? Impossible. I heard that Huang Tianhua fought against Long Tianyao back then, and he was undefeated in 10 moves. His strength is beyond compare. That's right, the monsters in Ghost Abyss are indeed powerful, but it's impossible for a powerhouse like Huang Tianhua to be in danger. It's strange, a disciple of Lingyuan sect lost just now, and now. This matter is strange. It seems that I heard that the disciples of the Lingyuan sect issued a summons not long ago. What? So, the disciples of Lingyuanzong are all gathered together. This. Under the anxious discussion, everyone raised their heads to look at the ranking of the emperor list on the sky, and their eyes trembled slightly. Those who have good things started to look for the names of several other disciples of Lingyuanzong, wanting to know whether it is true that the disciples of Lingyuanzong gathered together as the rumors said. If it is true, even Huang Tianhua is lost, then the other disciples of Lingyuanzong. You must know that in all previous emperor list battles, apart from the first round, when fighting for the Golden Seal, and the chaotic melee, the second and third rounds had very few disciples lost. Especially the top-ranked disciples are not only powerful, but also have many treasures to protect them, so it is impossible to lose them so easily. But now, the leaders of various forces who have been watching the Tianmu Emperor list have discovered a strange situation. That is, in the past few days, there have been one after another loss of geniuses at the top of the Emperor list, and the number is even very close to the number of geniuses who lost more than 1,000. It doesn't make sense at all. 1,000 aliens are relatively weaker, and the longer they fight in Guiyuan, the higher the chance of losing them. However, the top 500 on the Emperor list are all strong men above the Emperor level. Facing the monsters in Guiyuan, even if you can't beat them, won't you run away? As for the geniuses, due to the existence of the sect background, there are very few battles between them, after all, so many big shots are watching. So, no matter how you think about it, the continuous loss of being a disciple of the Yang sect and Lingyuan sect is a bit weird. Just when everyone was inexplicably astonished, suddenly, the Tianmu Emperor list shook again. Look, it's another Lingyuan sect disciple. Some people who had just stared at the disciples of Lingyuanzong discovered immediately that the reason for the tremor in the sky was the name of Jia Tianhai of Lingyuanzong, which began to shine brightly. What? Ling Yuanzong Jia Tianhai. The genius who was ranked 132nd, his name was shining, and then dimmed and disappeared. Another Ling Yuanzong genius lost. All the big bosses of Ling Yuanzong were shocked, and their faces turned black. However, the scene that happened next caused Ling Yuanzong to explode directly, completely erupting. Li Deyu, Ling Yuanzong, lost. Li Yiji, Ling Yuanzong, lost. Duan Baifeng of Ling Yuanzong, lost. In less than 100 breaths, nearly 8 disciples of Ling Yuanzong were all lost. On the entire Tianmu Emperor list, all Ling Yuanzong disciples will be expelled. Roar. On the square of Wanxing Peak, he bowed, his whole body breath exploded, and he let out a roar that shook the sky, and the entire Lingfang Peak trembled suddenly. Who? He bowed, his eyes were blood red, and he roared sharply, "Whoever dares to kill my Lingyuan sect disciple, I will destroy his entire clan. Check it out for me. At all costs, you must find it out for me." The big bosses of Ling Yuanzong were all terrified, and the sea of knowledge was in chaos, so they hurriedly bowed to their orders. On Wanxing Peak, not only the Ling Yuan sect, but also hundreds of other sects, all the bigwigs were trembling with their seas of consciousness, and looked at the Tianmu Emperor list in astonishment. They can't believe it. Who the hell, with such strength, will kill all the disciples of the Ling Yuan sect who participated in the Battle of the Emperor list? Long Tianyao. Long Tianyao, who is ranked number 1 on the Emperor list, has reached the 7th level of the Middle Martial Emperor realm, and his strength is astonishing. However, the disciples of the Ling Yuan sect are good at battle formations, and with 3 people as a team, the combat power can be doubled in battle formations. Now that 8 disciples are gathered together, even if Long Tianyao confronts them, it is impossible to kill them all within 100 breaths. In addition, Long Tianyao and Ling Yuanzong have a good relationship, it is impossible to kill them. Could it be Wu Tianlin, who was ranked 2nd, or Gong Yelua, who was ranked 3rd? No, it's unlikely. Wu Tianlin's points are increasing rapidly, and he is obviously fighting with a large group of monsters. As for Gong Yelua, as a casual cultivator, it is absolutely impossible for him to offend such a powerful sect force so blatantly. This will not benefit him at all. At this time, hundreds of millions of miles away, in the dark temple of the 10 Directions starfield. "Miss, I just received the message." He Xiao quickly walked into Yu Linglong's room, looked at the beautiful figure standing at the window, and said softly, Uncle He, is there any news about Chu Yan again? Say it quickly." The young lady of the dark temple, who was still in a daze just now, heard He Xiao's voice, turned around quickly, her spiritual eyes shone like stars, and urged her urgently. "That's right, it's about Chu Yan." He Xiao nodded with a wry smile on his face. #C 2029 Miss. According to the eldest lady's order, He Xiao has been doing nothing for more than a month, just staring at the Battle of the Imperial List in Outland Continent. Collect the news in time and pass it on to the eldest lady. Emperor Xuanhuan no longer remembered how many times he had reported news about Chu Yan to the eldest lady. "Miss, Chu Yan just killed 8 disciples of Ling Yuanzong in Guiyuan." After He Xiao Wudi finished speaking, he thought for a while and added, "Ling Yuanzong this time, there are only 8 geniuses participating in the Battle of the Emperor list, that is to say, all of them were killed by Chu Yan." Hearing He Xiao's words, Yu Linglong was stunned, her crescent-like eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and a look of doubt appeared on her small face. Strange, the last time was to save that Zhou Xiaoyun, so I killed the trash of Dangyang sect. This time, why are you with Ling Yuanzong?" Hearing Yu Linglong's muttering to herself, He Xiao smiled lightly, and then reported. According to the investigation, it was because a disciple of Ling Yuanzong killed a disciple of the human race, and before the disciple of the human race died, a call for help was sent out. Chu Yan rushed after hearing the news, and then broke out with Ling Yuanzhan. Oh, so that's the case, Chu Yan is to avenge his fellow sect. Kill well. Hearing He Xiao's explanation, a smile appeared on Yu Linglong's face. Not only her, but also Emperor He Xiaowu, who was at the side, all showed a look of approval in their eyes. The last time he met Chu Yan in Lingyun Pavilion, he had a good impression of Chu Yan at that time. In such a situation, if he didn't kill him a few times to take revenge, then he wouldn't be the Chu Yan he knew He Xiao. Moreover, according to He Xiao's temper, if it were him, not only would he kill a few of his disciples, but he should even directly kill the Lingyuan sect, killing it until the sky is dark and the sky dark, to be happy enough. Chu Yan first saved people, and now he avenges his fellow disciples. This Guiyuan looks very interesting. Yu Linglong's spiritual eyes are getting brighter and brighter. Miss, you. He Xiao saw Yu Linglong's eyes glowing. All of a sudden, my whole body trembled, and I quickly opened my mouth and said. The palace master said that you are not allowed to go out of the cloud. Miss, don't think about it anymore. Hearing He Xiao's words, Yu Linglong's face was immediately full of disappointment, her small mouth was pouted at Lao Gao, and her big, agile eyes were full of disappointment. Such an expression, falling into He Xiao's eyes, immediately made his heart twitch fiercely, and he almost couldn't help it, and said to let her go. Uncle Black. Yu Linglong looked pitifully at He Xiao with big eyes, and was about to speak, but He Xiao's figure flickered and disappeared on the spot. Humph. Escape again. Seeing that He Xiao had left, Yu Linglong looked displeased, stomped her foot lightly, and shouted coquettishly. Immediately, Yu Linglong sighed softly, turned around and walked to the window. The beautiful figure was alone, looking at the distant mountains. On the other side, Ghost Abyss, the core place. Chu Yan stood with a sword in his hand, the wind surged around him, and his black robe flew up. Underfoot, a corpse. It's all Lingyuanzong, those disciples who knelt down and begged for mercy just now. Is it useful to beg for mercy? Of course it didn't work. These people killed Zhang Tong, and Chu Yan would never let them go. Afterwards, Chu Yan put his long sword back into its sheath, and put all the jade talismans stored on the corpses into the Rakshasa space. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Suzaku's fire gushed out, burning all the corpses into black ashes. Jiao Ming, come out. With a soft shout, the tall Wujin light flashed, and Jiao Ming appeared in front of Chu Yan, holding a three-pointed two-edged gun. Set up the illusory spirit formation. Chu Yan said. Yes, my lord. Jiao Ming took the order, and immediately took out a piece of jade talisman, took out the formation materials from it, and started to get busy. Chu Yan walked to Sherman, sat cross-legged, swallowed the golden pill, and began to adjust his breath. This time, in order to avenge Zhou, he killed 8 people in a fit of anger. All the disciples of Lingyuanzong who participated in the Battle of the Emperor list were killed, which will inevitably arouse the wrath of Lingyuanzong. Maybe it won't be long before they find themselves. Although it is impossible for other people to see it, Chu Yan knows that everything that happened in Guiyuan may not escape the eyes of the Emperor's list. As long as Lingyuanzong really wants to investigate, those emperors and Dao envoys will be opportunities. However, no matter what happened to Lingyuanzong, Chu Yan didn't care at all. Chu Yan will never relent when dealing with the enemies of the same sect of the murderous clan. In the situation just now, even in front of the lord of the Lingyuan sect, Chu Yan will not miss it. After adjusting his breath, Chu Yan exhaled in satisfaction, stood up, and turned to look at Sherman. On the tall stone gate, a totem of the four-armed King Kong is lifelike. Azure demon god. Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked at the stone gate. He had just passed through the soul search of Kaijia Tianhai and others. Chu Yan already knew that behind the stone gate should be the ruins of Azura, the supreme demon Tao in ancient times. After a search with the divine sense, the sea of Chu Yan Qi circulated, and the Rakshasa true Qi gushed out lightly like black flowing clouds. Raising his hand and pressing on the stone gate, his true energy continued to rise, and on the stone gate, the Azura totem shone brightly. Less than 10 breaths later, the entire stone gate trembled suddenly, and the 2 stone gates swung open. Call. The evil spirit, like a hurricane, blows out from the gap in the stone gate, causing Chu Yan's long hair and black robe to fly in the wind. A heavy and simple aura came blowing over his face. This stone tomb really has an ancient atmosphere. It seems that even if it is not the remains of the Azura demon god, it may have a great relationship with him. In the sea of consciousness, the deity of Saint Raksha slowly emerged behind Chu Yan. Chu Yan's face froze, and he turned his head to look behind him, only to find that the face of the holy Rakshasa himself was full of solemnity. A pair of golden and silver eyes stared straight behind Sherman, and the Rakshasa's true energy in his whole body became more and more solidified. Huh? Could it be? This is the first time that the holy Rakshasa himself has shown such a solemn expression. It seems that there is a powerful evil treasure on this ancient tomb. Otherwise, the holy Rakshasa himself would not be so abnormal. With joy on his face, Chu Yan stimulated his true energy and raised his body, protecting energy to the extreme. Immediately, in a flash, he rushed directly behind the stone gate. After Chu Yan entered the stone tomb, outside the stone gate, Jiao Ming's handprints were photographed, and the black airflow surged. From the first round of the small world, the breathtaking illusion of the sky was activated, and the entire hill was completely wiped out. Shrouded. Swish. Immediately behind Chu Yan, Jiao Ming finished arranging the spirit array, rushed into the stone gate, and stepped into the passage of the stone tomb. In the passageway, there was darkness, and you couldn't see your fingers, but there was a strong wind, whistling endlessly, which made people's soul tremble slightly and their scalp tingle. Chu Yan's consciousness spread out, and he continued to move towards the end of the passage. After walking for a full 100 breaths and passing through a stone gate, his eyes lit up and he suddenly understood. This is a desert canyon. Above the sky, red clouds are rolling, and on the ground, there are large areas of dead forests and rotten trees. But on such a dry forest and rotten wood, there are black spiritual fruits, bearing one after another. #C2030 Altar Spirit. At a glance, there are nearly 100 dead trees in this forest. Moreover, the ground of the deadwood forest is covered with various, brightly colored flowers. Looking at these spiritual fruits and exotic flowers, they are at least 1,000,000 years old, and each of them is a top-notch treasure. Tudan grass. Looking around the entire forest, when Chu Yan's eyes touched an extremely weak black grass, his pupils shrank severely. This small black grass less than 3 inches high has 7 young leaves, which are as bright as jade and swing lightly in the wind. It is located in the middle of the entire dry forest. On the black grass body, there are circles of red patterns, which are completely natural. The golden pattern is exactly the same as the pill pattern on the transferred golden pill. As an alchemist, Chu Yan will never admit it wrong. This Taidan grass is exactly the Taidan grass that is one of the top 10 legendary materials among alchemists. In terms of its effect, almost every golden alchemist would be crazy about it. In alchemy, the higher the alchemist is, the higher the grade of all the refined alchemy will be. But in comparison, the success rate has doubled. Therefore, even if the 9th rank golden pill is refined by a 9th grade golden alchemist, the success rate is less than 20%. Therefore, whether it is the Outer Land continent or the 10 Directions star region, almost all gold pills above rank 7 are priceless. For golden elixirs of rank 7 or above, the natural materials and earthly treasures needed for refining are already extremely precious. But to refine a gold pill of rank 7 or above, an ordinary gold alchemist needs at least 5 or more materials. However, with Taidan grass, it is completely different. It only needs a leaf of Taidan grass. When refining, add the pill furnace, and the success rate of pills will increase to 90%. As for the remaining 10%, as long as you are an experienced rank 9 golden alchemist, with experience and caution, you can almost avoid it. That is to say, with the Taidan grass, it is 100% possible to refine the 9th grade golden pill. This alchemy treasure is released to the Chamber of Commerce in Outland Continent for auction. I'm afraid it will shake the entire continent and set off a shocking frenzy. Chu Yan carefully dug out the Taidan grass and moved it into the picture of mountains, rivers, and beasts. At the same time, all the known and unknown spiritual herbs in the forest were collected into the Rakshasa space. With these top-level natural treasures, it will be easier for Chu Yan to refine the elixir in the future. After collecting everything in the deadwood forest, Chu Yan jumped up, flew into the air, and looked in all directions. In the distance, a 10,000-foot-high stone mountain seemed to have been chopped off in half, and the halfway up the mountain disappeared completely. Instead, there was a majestic black stone palace. A tall statue of Ahura stands in the Black Palace complex, looking like a demon god standing on the top of a mountain. Swish! Without a trace of hesitation, Chu Yan flew towards the mountaintop palace. There, it should be the place where Ahura's ruins are located. Seeing the statue of Ahura's totem, Chu Yan had a look of surprise in his eyes. Here, it should be the ancient supreme demon god, the ruins of Ahura god. It didn't take long for Chu Yan to fly to the palace complex on the top of the mountain, landed on the square in front of the palace, and looked around. In the southeast, northwest, 4 golden halls are neatly arranged. All the doors of each hall were opened, and under the inspection of the spiritual sense, there were no restrictions or spiritual formations. In a million years, even with the restriction and the spirit array, the source of spirit would probably be almost exhausted. Swish! Chu Yan flashed his figure and flew towards one of the black halls. When he landed, he had already entered the gate of the hall. In this hall, 8 black altars form a special spiritual formation. Each altar is 99 feet high, alternately golden and black, with a faint aura of magic way overflowing. This altar. Chu Yan glanced at one of the altars with his spiritual sense, but felt a very special breath. The altar, Chu Yan has seen not 8,000, but also 10,000. In the world of martial spirits, each sect and each martial artist use an extremely large number of altars, and most of them have the same rank and function. However, this altar gave Chu Yan a completely different feeling. However, it is easy to see that this hall should be a training hall, and these 8 black and gold altars should be arranged by God Ahura in ancient times, specially for cultivation. After taking a few steps, Chu Yan walked to the nearest altar, and his spiritual consciousness poured into it, ready to study it carefully. However, when his consciousness had just poured into the altar, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Roar! With a roar, a tall black specter rushed out from the altar, with demonic energy surging all over his body, claws, and grabbed heavily towards Chu Yan. Master, be careful. Jiao Ming, who was standing behind Chu Yan, saw it at a glance, and shouted urgently. The 3-pointed and 2-edged gun in his hand burst out with a burst of light, and stabbed fiercely. Boom! As the gun light passed by, the black phantom suddenly disintegrated and turned into a large black stream, rushing into the entire hall. As the phantom on the altar collapsed, Chu Yan's consciousness, which was blocked from the altar, suddenly released the pressure and rushed into the altar. However, what surprised Chu Yan was that there was actually a ghost in the altar. Whether its appearance or aura, it's obviously exactly the same as that phantom just now. Moreover, feeling Chu Yan's consciousness entering the altar, the palm-sized specter jumped like thunder, with black light all over his body, and slammed towards Chu Yan's consciousness. The powerful yin and evil energy shook Chu Yan's consciousness, and he withdrew from the altar in an instant, and the entire sea of consciousness buzzed. What a strong magic consciousness! This altar has spiritual wisdom. After a few breaths, Chu Yan's sea of consciousness stabilized. Chu Yan, whose face was full of astonishment, looked at the altar, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Unexpectedly, in a million years, even this altar has produced spiritual wisdom, and it has been cultivated to such a powerful level. Fortunately, the bodies of these altars are not living beings, otherwise, such a powerful aura would probably have at least the cultivation base of a high-ranking demon emperor. Fortunately, Chu Yan has the body protection of the holy Rakshasa, which just restrains the magic skills. Otherwise, if the magic consciousness hits just right, the sea of consciousness will definitely be hit hard. Turn around, walk to several other altars, and carefully investigate one by one. Chu Yan found that not only the first altar, but also the remaining 7 altars were all the same. In each altar, there is a small body of magic consciousness, with majestic magic energy. These visions of exercises, that are equivalent to those of the holy Rakshasa, must have been cultivated here, by Asura, and the demonic energy left behind was the seed. With the help of millions of years of continuous practice, the visions have evolved. This is still when the spiritual source is exhausted. If the spiritual source is sufficient, how powerful is this black 8-seat spiritual array? Nice one. Chu Yan was full of excitement, and he would be polite there, and with a wave of air, he put all the 8 altars of magic consciousness into the Rakshasa space. At the same time, all the spirit patterns on the surrounding ground and pillars were also dug out. After going back, ask Xie Yang to study it, maybe he can restore the spirit formation of the 8 altars. In that case, with the altar of the 8 demons in this spirit formation, it would be a fast speed to practice the magic way. It just so happens that the Wuji Rakshasa art practiced by Chu Yan also needs the nourishment of devil energy, so it just works. After Mandian checked and found that there was nothing missing, Chu Yan left the hall and headed for another room. #C2031 Demigod Flesh. In the next black hall, as soon as he entered the hall door, the aura filled the hall, which made Chu Yan feel great. The hall was full of pills, spirit treasures, treasures of heaven and earth, almost filling half of the hall. Chu Yan's pupils dilated sharply, and with a casual sweep, he saw the existence of several top-quality items. These top products include ancient emperor skills, magic bones collected by Asura, and some spiritual sources, all of which are top products. Even Chu Yan saw that a few jade bottles contained a few drops of blood essence, and the demonic energy was so strong that within 10 steps, even the spiritual consciousness was impacted, as if it was about to collapse. Panting heavily, Chu Yan summoned all the 5 spirits of the beasts. Under the full force, the power of the spirits of the beasts swept away, suppressing the magic energy of the treasures one by one, and quickly collected them. Fortunately, the aura of the Wuhun of the 5 gods and beasts restrained the aura of the magic way, coupled with the suppression of the power of the Rakshasa of the holy Raksha himself. These magic treasures could be obtained smoothly. If it were someone else, at least 50% of the treasures in this hall could be seen or not taken. In less than half an hour, the hall, which was originally filled with half of the hall, was swept away by Chu Yan. After carefully checking back and forth 3 times, he even asked Jiao Ming to smash all the void in the hall, and after checking whether there was any special space hidden in the void, Chu Yan left with a full face of excitement after confirming that there were no omissions. Back on the square, Chu Yan walked directly to the main hall in the north. In the middle of the main hall, on a huge black jade crystal platform, a figure sits upright. The black jade crystal platform is crystal clear. Within the crystal, one can vaguely see the black air flowing. What is this? With a sweep of Chu Yan's consciousness, he can find that this black crystal platform is definitely not a mortal thing, and its aura is even stronger than the 6th grade spiritual source that Chu Yan has seen. On top of the crystal, the human body sitting upright with its eyes closed must rely on the nourishment of this black jade crystal platform to maintain it for millions of years, but it seems to be asleep, without a trace of corpse. Azure demon god. Chu Yan raised his head and looked at the figure sitting upright, his eyes trembling constantly. This person must be the supreme demon in ancient times, who was rumored to have destroyed a continent with his own hands. Azura. Demonic demigod powerhouse. Judging by his appearance, there is no trace of trauma on his whole body. Obviously, it is completely inconsistent with the rumors that he was hunted down by a strong man from the 10 Directions starfield and lost. Investigating with Chu Yan's divine sense, it seems that during the cultivation of this Azura, he became obsessed, and his true energy was devoured and lost. However, what puzzled Chu Yan was that what kind of cultivation could make him lose when his cultivation base reached the semi-divine state. Could it be? The pupils shrank suddenly, and looking at Azura on the black jade crystal platform, an astonishing memory flashed in Chu Yan's sea of knowledge. There is only one possibility for a strong demigod to lose during cultivation. That is, this Azura should have been backlashed by some powerful force when he hit the divine realm, triggering a force that surpassed his cultivation, and he was unable to resist it before he was damaged. This power absolutely reached the divine realm. Hiss. Thinking of this, Chu Yan couldn't help but gasped. Guiyuan is located at the junction of the Outland continent and the 10 Directions starfield. In this place, a power comparable to that of a god appeared. Could it be that, as the green-armored giant and the Nantian god emperor said, the power of the god realm can penetrate into the 10 Directions star territory? Thinking about it, last time, the green-armored giant and the Nantian god emperor both told themselves that there was not much time. At this moment, Chu Yan, deep in his soul, a chill rose, and the hairs all over his body stood on end in an instant. It seems that sooner or later, I will meet this god's domain power. I didn't expect to see the result today. Even Azura, who has been cultivated in the demigod realm and is known as the supreme demon, has fallen under this power, so himself. No. We must improve our strength as soon as possible. Chu Yan gritted his teeth fiercely, clenched his head tightly, and flames rose in his eyes. No matter what, in this world of martial spirits, you will never allow your own destiny to be in anyone's hands. After the Battle of the Emperor List this time, we must find a way to go to the 10 Directions starfield. Chu Yan took a deep breath and made up his mind directly. Then, Chu Yan raised his head again and looked at Azura in front of him, but found that there were two things in front of him. This is a magical exercise, and a token. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yan copied the exercise book and token at the same time, held it in his hand, and checked it. This token must be the token of the suzerain of the Azura god sect established by Azura in ancient times. It's just that, after 1,000,000 years, this Azura divine sect still exists. At least, Chu Yan has never heard of it. In the 10 Directions starfield, among the 9 major forces, there seems to be no one named Azura god sect. For such a long time, Songhai, the Azura divine sect, must have been lost. And that exercise is a magical exercise, it should be the magical exercise practiced by Azura. This technique should be very powerful, but it's a pity that it is still no match for a demigod like you. Shaking his head, Chu Yan directly collected the exercises and tokens into the Rakshasa space. If these two things were 1,000,000 years ago, they would have surpassed the existence of the heaven-defying treasure. But after such a long time, it no longer has any value. However, if there is a chance, it will be put up for auction. Presumably, those who practice magic in the 10 Directions starfield will definitely pay a sky-high price to buy it. Next, Chu Yan looked around in the hall. Except for the black jade crystal platform in front of him, and Azura's body, there was nothing else. This fleshy body can actually refining puppets, but my current cultivation base. Chu Yan frowned slightly, staring at Azura's body on the black jade crystal platform with a wry smile on his face. In puppet technique, the heaviest material. But now, Chu Yan encountered such a powerful refining material, but he couldn't refine it at all. After all, the demigod-level cultivation base, even if it is the divine breath left in the physical body, it is by no means something that Chu Yan can refine at the current quasi-emperor level cultivation base. Take it first, after breaking through the emperor's realm, one day, you will be able to refine it. Swish. With a wave of his hand, he brought the black jade crystal platform into the Rakshasa space. With the nourishment of this black jade crystal platform, it is certain that Azura's physical body can be maintained to the greatest extent. When Chu Yan's cultivation base is sufficient, and he refines it into a Yin puppet, his strength will definitely exceed Jiao Ming. Full of excitement, Chu Yan's face was full of ecstasy. Chu Yan left the hall and walked towards the last hall. However, the last hall was empty, nothing at all, which made Chu Yan extremely disappointed. Next, Chu Yan searched around in the large palace complex. It took nearly 5 days to turn the entire Ashura palace upside down, but there were no surprises. 5 days later, Chu Yan left Ashura palace, returned the same way, left the ancient tomb, and returned to the ghost abyss. At this time, as soon as Chu Yan appeared, he received a nervous message from the 8th elder. When the consciousness controlled the jade talisman, Chu Yan couldn't help but smile wryly. #C2032, are you a god? It turned out that during these 5 days, on the sky of Wangxing Peak, Chu Yan's points did not move at all, and his ranking in the emperor list also dropped rapidly, from the original 30-something to the 90-something. The 8th elder thought that something happened to Chu Yan, and an anxious inquiry message would be sent almost every hour. For 5 days, these emperor list geniuses worked very hard. Chu Yan put away the messenger jade talisman and sneered. Boom, boom. Rakshasa Junchi burst out all over his body, and a large black cloud surged out. The holy Rakshasa deity stepped out in one step, directly crushing the void into powder, and appeared behind Chu Yan. The power of the Rakshasa domain instantly enveloped a radius of 10,000 steps. 1 gold and 1 silver, 10,000 rays of light shot out from the gold fork and silver fork in the hands of the holy Rakshasa himself, piercing the entire Rakshasa domain. During this period of time, Chu Yan was first in Soul Demon Purgatory, and then came to Guiyuan. The one who benefited the most was the holy Rakshasa himself. At this time, Chu Yan, Wuji Rakshasa divine art, has more than doubled in silence. Because of this, the Rakshasa domain has finally undergone a qualitative change. Originally, only the Rakshasa domain was shrouded in black demon clouds. At this time, the holy Yin-Yang sword was mutated, which was extremely powerful. And the Rakshasa domain was officially upgraded to the holy Rakshasa domain. From the original defensive spiritual formation, it has become a super domain with dual functions of attack and defense. Kill me. With a loud shout, Chu Yan's eyes turned into bloody golden pupils, and the momentum of his whole body surged, urging the holy Rakshasa domain to rush towards the core mountain range of Guiyuan. Boom, boom. The realm of the holy Rakshasa rushed into the void, like a 9-night thundercloud rushing. Wherever it passed, all the devilish and evil spirits from all directions poured into the realm. After devouring a large amount of demon energy and evil spirit energy, the volume of the holy software domain continued to expand. With Chu Yan's body as the center, as long as the monsters shrouded in the holy Rakshasa domain pass through, they will be directly pulverized by the Yin-Yang holy sword in an instant. The river-like demonic energy and evil spirit energy were swallowed by the holy Rakshasa himself, and then poured back into Chu Yan's body. In Chu Yan's sea of energy, the fusion speed of the spirit of chaos increased rapidly. At the same time, Chu Yan's Guiyuan points soared crazily. On Wangxing Peak, Wangxing Tai, Tianmu Emperor List. The Battle of the Emperor List has already gone on for more than half, and the remaining time is getting less and less than 5 days. At this time, no matter whether it was the geniuses who kept improving, or the geniuses who had been saving and hiding, all of them showed their final strength. 5 days is the time to sprint with all your strength. As long as you unleash your full power and kill as many monsters as possible, your points will increase rapidly. In this way, the ranking in the Emperor List may be improved a little bit. No matter whether it is hitting the top 1000 on the Emperor List or hitting the top 100 on the Emperor List, no one will let go of the last 5 days. Therefore, the competition for ranking in the Emperor List on the sky is almost fierce. Including the first place Long Tianyao, the points have continued to skyrocket since today. Wu Tianlin and Gong Yelua, who ranked second and third, were even more insane. When the points were close, the competition was extremely fierce. And the bosses of the Witch Clan and the Sanqiu League, even if they were in Wangxingfang Square, were sweating profusely and their faces were tense. In the hands of several big bosses, they all held the Jade Talisman of Communication, and continuously passed the latest rankings and points on the sky to Wu Tianlin and Gong Yelua. Apart from the Witch Clan and the Sanqiu League, some other powerful sect bosses were also extremely nervous. After all, in these last few days, every time one more monster is killed, even if the points increase by 100 points, it is possible to increase the ranking of geniuses in the Emperor List by 1. In the entire Wangxingfang Square, a dignified and tense atmosphere permeated the entire square. There are even some sect bigwigs who gather together in groups of 3 or 4, quietly discussing and cooperating between several sects. As long as a lot of resources and wealth are spent, some sects that are not destined to be in the top 10 of the Emperor List will send disciples in the sect to help the geniuses of other sects on the Emperor List drive and hunt monsters, so that their points will increase rapidly. At this time, Wangxing Peak has turned into a huge chamber of commerce market, and the operations of various rankings, data, and transactions make the scene lively and noisy. The 8th elder stood among the crowd, looking at the lively scene around him. His face was full of astonishment and shame. On the one hand, it is because, as the leader of the human race this time, he has no way to provide any help for the human race as the only disciple in Guiyuan. At the same time, because of Chu Yan's ranking, he has fallen to 130. Moreover, with the continuous outbreak of other Emperor List geniuses and the rapid increase in points, Chu Yan's ranking continued to decline at a rate of 3 to 5 places per 100 breaths of time. 8th Elder, Chu Yan, still hasn't moved. What should I do? A human elder said to the 8th Elder with an anxious expression on his face. Hey! Maybe Chu Yan was injured, or fell into a desperate situation, or encountered a powerful monster and was avoiding. The 8th Elder sighed, shook his head, and looked down at the jade talisman in his hand, but there was still no movement. What else can I do? Continue to send messages, wait and see, maybe. Huh. Subconsciously raising his head, he glanced at the Tianmu Emperor List. The 8th Elder turned his head and looked at the celebrity elder. He was only halfway through speaking, when suddenly his body shook and his pupils shrank. Raising his head fiercely, the 8th Elder, whose face was completely stiff, raised his head to look at the Tianmu Emperor List, and in his eyes, 2 groups of red-hot flames shot out suddenly. Move, move. Chu Yan's ranking, move. The words fell to the ground like a bolt from the blue, and the complexions of the several human bosses standing beside the 8th Elder changed at the same time, and they all raised their heads and looked at the Tianmu Emperor List. With a glance, the bodies of several big brothers trembled suddenly, and ecstasy appeared on their faces. But soon, after almost only a few breaths of time, the faces of all the clan bosses showed horror. 168. 157. 132. Almost every breath passed, the name representing Lingyun Pavilion of the human race was about to increase suddenly. Compared with other people who occasionally flickered on the emperor list, that name almost never stopped, and it was always in a state of being exposed. Moreover, the ranking continues to soar like a rocket. More than a dozen big men of the human race stood on the spot with their eyes straightened, just staring blankly, unable to react at all. At this time, not only the big bosses of the human race, but also the noisy Wangxingfang Square. As if a gust of mountain wind was blowing, more and more people looked at the name on the emperor list, which was continuously shining with gold, and the ranking was constantly changing. They all stared blankly at the sky and stood on the spot. In less than 100 breaths, the entire Wangxingfang Square was completely silent, and thousands of bigwigs from all ethnic groups petrified collectively. Everyone's faces seemed to have seen a ghost, their faces twitched, their eyes were straightened, and their sea of consciousness was in a mess. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Then, that Chu Yan, has he become a god? #C2033 The speed. In the entire square, thousands of powerful clan and overlords from the outland continent all looked up at the sky in a daze. On Nuada's sky, there is only one name, shining with golden light, which continues to shine brightly. Moreover, almost every few breaths of time, the name will suddenly jump up and down, crushing the name on it. For a moment, under the attention of thousands of people, in everyone's sea of consciousness, there is only that golden name. Lingyun Pavilion, Chu Yan. 25 days have passed since the Battle of the Emperor list. There has never been a genius in the Emperor's list, or that day, someone's ranking in the Emperor's list can be like Chu Yan's now, as if he wants to suppress the heavens, soaring wildly, suppressing powerful geniuses in the Emperor's list. Not to mention now, even in the past, often, or even in the past 10 Emperor list battles, it has never happened. You only need to see, on the high platform of Wanxing Peak, those few imperial envoys staring at the sky with their eyes wide open and petrified, you can know that this matter is extremely strange. Because, in less than a few hundred breaths, Chu Yan's ranking rushed from more than 160 to more than 60. In such a short time, a full promotion of 100. Moreover, above the sky, the points behind Chu Yan's name are still beating wildly. It's almost there. If you don't use your pupils, you can't see clearly those numbers that are constantly flashing and becoming blurred. The entire Wangxingfang Square, from the noise at the beginning to the silence, lasted for 100 breaths of time. After 100 breaths, Wangxingfang Square is fried. My God! Look, Chu Yan of the human race. Oh my God, this promotion is too fast. In just a blink of an eye, it has rushed from 160 to 68. Terrible. Terrible. The point is, he is still rushing, and he can't stop at all. How is this possible? Could it be that those monsters all committed suicide in front of him? The speed at which the points are soaring, isn't it, because Chu Yan found the monster's nest? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Could it be that the Emperor Bang Dao envoys made a mistake? Damn, still rushing. 66th. It's about to break into the top 50. I feel that if it wasn't for the sky, his name would be able to go directly to the sky. In the entire Wangxingfang Square, there was a stormy exclamation. For the shocking reversal of Chu Yan's ranking, everyone was unprepared and completely stunned. On the high platform, several Taoist envoys from the Emperor's list turned out their handprints, golden lights shot up into the sky, and they seemed to be repeatedly confirming whether there was a problem with Chu Yan's ranking and whether there was a problem with the ranking of the sky. However, after 100 breaths, several Taoist envoys finally gave up, and slowly lowered their trembling hands, watching helplessly. Chu Yan's ranking rushed to the 59th place. Half an hour later, thousands of pairs of eyes looked at the corner of Xingfeng Square, where the human camp was located. The eighth elder and the others, who were originally sluggish, woke up suddenly after being stared at by thousands of pairs of eyes. Ha ha ha, let me just say, Chu Yan is absolutely fine. Great. Great. 59, still improving, breaking into the top 50, absolutely no problem. That's right, it turned out that Chu Yan had been keeping a low profile, but now he exploded. It scared me. Quick. Send a message to Pavilion Master Ling to report the great news. In the 100,000 years of my human race, I finally have a disciple who broke into the top 50 in the Outland Continent Emperor ranking, ha ha ha. In the human camp, appalling cheers erupted, and a group of bigwigs were extremely excited. The eighth elder, who was the leader, choked up even more, with moist eyes, looking at the sky. The glittering name jumped again, and it was promoted to 57th place. Seeing that shining golden name, the excitement in the eighth elder's heart far surpassed that of everyone present. Because, looking at the golden light, the eighth elder seemed to see in his eyes and heart the light of hope that the human race was rising. This time, Chu Yan still did not disappoint them. Even this time, facing the top geniuses of all the powerful forces in the Outland continent, Chu Yan's performance was still the same as before. In the first round of seizing the golden seal, he overwhelmed all the heroes and won the first place strongly. In the second round of mission battles, they counterattacked all the way and crushed the elites of the heavens. The name of the human race, after this battle, can be said to be famous in the entire Outland continent, and maybe even the 10 Directions starfield will be affected by it. I didn't see that the eyes of those bosses who looked at the human race were full of surprise, doubt, and disdain, but more of them were envy and jealousy. Just imagine, with such a monstrous genius, anyone would be moved by it. A genius represents the future of the sect, especially the kind of monster genius who is against the sky, like a star born in the world. One person can even drive the revitalization of the entire sect. Time passed quickly, and there was a commotion on Wangxing Peak. After 2 full hours, when Chu Yan's ranking was fixed at number 25, the noise gradually subsided. On the square, there were several sects, with extremely gloomy gazes. Apart from the Wu clan and the Ming clan, the most conspicuous one is the Yuan family. With about 4 days left, Yuanxiong's ranking has dropped out of the top 300, and Chu Yan's ranking has also rushed to the top 30. Patriarch Yuan's face was so dark that blood could be seen pouring out. How is it possible? How is it possible? How could Chu Yan's ranking suddenly increase so much? Patriarch Yuan would be furious when he thought that Chu Yan had humiliated the Yuan family in front of all the powerful sects in the Outland continent. Moreover, Yuanhong now even attributes the reason why his son Yuanxiong fell below the top 300 to being injured by Chu Yan. Isn't it because of imperial aura? Yuanjing, the first old man, frowned and muttered to himself. Snort. Hearing this voice, Patriarch Yuan's anger rose again, and in a blink of an eye, his bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at him. Family, Patriarch, don't worry, it will be the 3rd round soon. I have already negotiated with 3 of the top 10 forces. When the time comes, they will take action and take that Chu Yan, hee. Seeing that the Patriarch was about to explode with anger, Yuanjing hurriedly said. Okay. Tell them, no matter how many resources I have, I will give out, and this Chu Yan must die in the 3rd round. Patriarch Yuan said viciously with a ferocious expression on his face. Patriarch, don't worry. Yuanjing bowed to accept the order, and quickly turned around to make arrangements. At this moment, in Wangxingfang Square, apart from the Yuan family, there are some other forces, pointing and whispering at the human camp, or the rising golden name on the sky. From the looks of it, it seemed that they were all preparing for the 3rd round of the Emperor ranking battle. The last round will be decisive, and the top 10 on the Emperor list will also be born in this round. #C 2034 Imperial Palace opens. As time passed, the atmosphere on Wangxing Peak became more and more dignified. On the high platform, the power of heaven surged all over the body of the 7 Daobang emperors, and various handprints kept pressing towards the golden door of light in the sky. Boom, boom. 3 days passed by in a flash, and the golden light burst into dazzling light. In Ghost Abyss, an old and ancient voice suddenly sounded, spreading throughout the entire Ghost Abyss sky. The time has come, the Imperial Palace is open. The thunder is like a tide, above the sky, black clouds are rolling, and the red tide is like a sea. A tall golden palace appeared above the sky of Guiyuan, like a divine city, emitting thousands of golden lights, dispelling all the devilish energy in the whole Guiyuan world. With the disappearance of the demonic energy, all the monsters in the Ghost Abyss seemed to be suppressed by the sky and heaven, roaring in unison, terrified and burrowing into the ground. In less than 10 breaths, all the monsters in the entire Ghost Abyss disappeared. All the geniuses on the Emperor list breathed a long sigh of relief, and looked up at the sky, the resplendent imperial city. At the same time, on Wangxing Peak, the same golden imperial city was suspended in the clouds of Jiuxiao, and the golden light emitted spread across thousands of miles. A large piece of golden light, like a stream of water, drilled into the golden light gate and projected onto the ghost world. Therefore, the golden divine city that all the geniuses in Guiyuan saw was the projection of the Emperor Palace on the top of Wangxing Peak. And this marks the end of the second round of the Emperor ranking battle. At this time, the Wangxing Peak and the continuous mountains with a radius of thousands of miles were all illuminated by the golden imperial palace in the sky, as if the world had turned golden. On the Wangxingfang Square, all the bigwigs of the sect forces all looked nervous. Seeing the disappearance of the Tianmu Emperor list, they all turned their eyes to the imperial palace. Although the situation in the Ghost Abyss cannot be seen in the battle of the Emperor list, the final result will finally be completely revealed. Sure enough, in an instant. Boom, boom. As the Yunqiao Emperor's palace stabilized, an ancient and illusory sound exploded from the Golden Emperor's palace, with Wangxing Peak as the center, resounding through the entire mountain range, stretching for thousands of miles. In this voice, there are 10,000 laws of heaven and earth, and even more the power of heaven and earth. All the bigwigs of the sect's forces were all shocked when they heard this voice, and the sea of consciousness was buzzing and trembling. The Imperial Palace is open. The Imperial Palace is open. 30 days, it's up. The Emperor list battle is over, and the list is about to be released. I don't know who will be the top 10 in the new Emperor list. This round of ranking has a great impact on the third round. It is said that the top 10 in the second round of the Emperor's ranking will have a special privilege. Amazing, top 10 on the Emperor list. All the big bosses and various forces in the field, and the warriors sent to pay attention to the battle of the Emperor list, were all excited to be listed. After 30 days of bloody fighting in the second round of the Emperor ranking war, the final result is finally about to be announced. Soon. On Wangxing Peak, the Emperor's palace appeared, a powerful force rushed away, and ripples in the void, like shock waves, rippling away towards the entire outer continent. In the Outland continent, because of the appearance of the Emperor Palace, the aura of heaven and earth suddenly became 3 times stronger. The Wu clan, the Ming clan, the Demigod clan, the Ta clan, the Dan Temple, the Blackhorn sect, and other powerful sects, the mountain gate where they are located, was swept by this aura, and all the giants woke up one after another, and headed towards Wangxing Peak. Direction it seems. The top 10 racial forces, the top 100 sects, all the elders and disciples, were all excited. The Emperor's palace has appeared, and the second round of the Emperor list is over. So, the most exciting third round of the Emperor ranking battle is about to start. Haha, Long Tianyao will definitely win the first place in the Emperor list this time. There are also Wu Tianlin and Gong Yelua, both of whom are very strong. I don't know who of them can get the second place. No matter who takes the second place, there is no threat to Long Tianyao anyway. The first place in the emperor list must be Long Tianyao. Is there a dark horse in this battle of the emperor's list? Maybe it can rewrite the top 10 ranking of the emperor's list. That would be exciting. Fart, this is the emperor list of the Outerland continent. Without the support of a powerful sect, and a heaven-defying evil talent, it is impossible for a dark horse to have the opportunity to peek at it. Maybe. In the entire Outland continent, about the appearance of the emperor's palace and the battle of the emperor's list, the heated debate caused the entire continent to erupt. And the most exciting ones are large chambers of commerce like Tianqi Building and Jiubao Pavilion. On the one hand, they are selling all kinds of latest news to make a lot of money. At the same time, the current top 10 in the emperor list, the multiplier gamble has set up a huge handicap, which makes the hearts of all warriors beat faster, and they are extremely jealous. Not only the Outland continent, but even in the 10 Directions starfield, some forces are also paying attention to the results of the Outland continent's emperor list war, and sent a large number of envoys to Wangxing Peak. After all, at the beginning of the third round, the emperor ranking representing the Outland continent will be finally decided within a short period of time. For a moment, the eyes of the whole world were all focused on Wangxingfeng, countless expectant eyes, shining in the starry sky. The imperial palace is opened, and the whole world celebrates. On Wangxing Peak, countless pairs of eyes were looking at the high platform. The 7 great emperors seemed to be waiting for something. Suddenly, the 7 envoys of the emperor's list soared in stature at the same time, and evolved into a giant as tall as a mountain. Immediately afterwards, 7 different lights rushed out from the 7 envoys. The intense light made it impossible for everyone present to open their eyes. The sky and the earth roared, the void trembled, and the tall bodies of the 7 emperors burst out beams of light that soared into the sky, twisting and transforming into 7 tall altars with different colors. Above each altar, a star shines dazzlingly and brilliantly. At the same time, above the 7-star altar, the majestic Emperor Wei was like a raging sea, and various astonishing visions continued to emerge. That aura of majesty, the innate vision, and the mystery brought by it are endless, as if it has transcended the mortal world and reached the ultimate extreme. The 7-star altar bears the way of heaven, and this momentum is enough to make the world surrender. At this moment, even those who are strong in the Emperor Wu realm, facing the 7-star altar representing the majesty of the heavens, and the imperial palace like a shrine, feel awe in their hearts and dare not profane in the slightest. In the ghost abyss, all the geniuses on the emperor's list who stood still and looked at the imperial palace in the sky could only see streaks of golden light shooting directly from the imperial palace on Yunshao. Immediately afterwards, with a flash in front of them, they were surrounded by the golden light, and they all headed towards the imperial palace. For a moment, in the sky of Guiyuan, countless golden lights, like thousands of streams returning to the sea, all rushed towards the imperial palace and disappeared in a flash. When everyone opened their eyes again, they found that all the geniuses who participated in the second round of the emperor list had all returned to Wangxingfeng Square. There were more than 10,000 people when they went, and 8,000 people when they returned. At the beginning, there were nearly 10,000 geniuses who participated in the second round of the emperor list competition. But now, the number of those returning to Wangxing Peak is only over 8,000. In other words, in the second round of the Guiyuan mission battle, nearly 2,000 geniuses on the emperor list were lost. And the final ranking, Chu Yan's ranking in the second round of the emperor list, was fixed at 31. At the last moment, Chu Yan took back the Holy Rakshasa domain and controlled his ranking to around 30. With this ranking, he entered the third round of the emperor ranking. #C2035 Who provokes whom? Chu Yan is very clear, whether it is the first round of fighting for the emperor's seal, or the second round of beheading monster points. It's all just laying the groundwork for the final third round, and it can only be the third round that finally determines the ranking of the emperor ranking. Moreover, no matter how the first and second rounds of the previous emperor ranking wars have changed, this last round will always be a group arena battle. This has never changed. The human race is weak after all, so Chu Yan can't rush too far. Otherwise, if the third round doesn't start, he will become the target of public criticism. In that case, the difficulty will inevitably increase. For himself, or for the human race, it is not a good thing. Moreover, in the second round of the Guiyuan battle, he first killed the disciples of the Dangyang sect, and later, he killed all the geniuses of the Lingyuan sect. If nothing else happened, Dangyangzong and Lingyuanzong were probably looking for him at this time. Chu Yan is not afraid that these two sects will cause trouble for him, but it is better to keep a low profile about getting Azura's treasure. At this time in Wangxingfang Square, all the geniuses on the emperor list, after their return, were all astonished when they faced the sudden appearance of the seven-star altar and the Golden Emperor's palace. Immediately, all the geniuses on the imperial list showed excited expressions and excited eyes. Because everyone could see that in the Golden Imperial Palace, 9 tall golden arenas were slowly being formed. However, judging by the speed of the formation, it might take a long time. All the Emperor List geniuses headed towards their respective sect camps with excitement. All the major sects welcomed back their geniuses who participated in the Battle of the Emperor List. For a moment, the originally quiet Wangxingfang Square became bustling with cheers, sighs, scolding, and praise. The second round of an imperial ranking battle is over. Some are happy and some are sad. As for the human race, seeing Chu Yan come back, the face of the 8th elder was almost convulsed from laughing. On behalf of Lingyun Pavilion, Chu Yan not only won the first place in the first round, but now in the second round, he directly rushed to the 30th place. Lingyun Pavilion, this is the first time in the 100,000 years since the establishment of the sect. A white light flashed, and the figure of the little white bear rushed straight to Chu Yan, screaming with excitement. "Boss, I knew that the top 100 in the Emperor List is nothing to you." With a slight smile, he stretched out his hand to touch little white bear's head, and Chu Yan replied. "It's nothing more than the top 100. If you want to get the first place, it's almost the same." One person and one bear haven't seen each other for a long time, laughing and playing. After all, after little white bear returned to Lingyun Pavilion from Soul Demon Purgatory, he knew that Chu Yanyun was looking at Xingfeng, so he rushed over directly. The two hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they were naturally happy. However, at this moment, a discordant sound suddenly sounded, interrupting the two of them. "Humph. I really don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. The number 1 is almost the same. You, a quasi-imperial kid, dare to have such a big dream." Frowning slightly, Chu Yan turned his head when he heard the sound, and looked at the sect forces next to the human camp. But saw a young warrior wearing a spiritual robe and a jade crown on his head looked at Chu Yan with contempt, full of disdain. The spiritual robe and jade crown. This is the Outland Continent, a disciple of the famous Tianlingzong. Chu Yan, ignore them. The 8th elder next to him naturally saw and heard it, but his face darkened, and he spoke to dissuade Chu Yan. Sky Spirit Sect, known as the Sect of Tiger and Wolf. In the Outland Continent, the strength is strong, and it can be regarded as the most powerful existence among the top 100 sects. Therefore, this day, the Lingzong occupied a corner of Wangxingfang Square, while the human race only found a small space next to them. Such a top 100 sect, of course, is not something that the Terran Lingyun Pavilion can provoke. Glancing at the 8th elder, Chu Yan nodded slightly, with a cold face, ignored the other party, and directly looked away. Huh. It really is a trash sect, and they don't even dare to fart. The disciple of Tianlingzong, seeing Chu Yan didn't dare to answer, became even more unscrupulous, and continued to say proudly. I, Lu Tianming of the Heavenly Spirit Sect, ranked 23rd in the second round, and the middle rank is the second level of cultivation of Emperor Wu. You'd better pray that you don't meet me in the third round of the ring, otherwise, I will let you know that the number 1 in the Emperor list is definitely not something you can peep at from a small sect like you. After Lu Tianming finished speaking, he hummed softly and turned around directly. Chu Yan shook his head, too lazy to pay attention to the other party. He waved the angry little white bear, and said to the 8th elder. Ignore him, let's go, find a place first, and have a meal. This time, during the Ghost Abyss mission battle, for 30 days, eating and sleeping in the wind, plus the previous trip to the purgatory of soul demons, Chu Yan and Little White Bear haven't had a drink together for a long time. Just in time, take advantage of the time before the start of the third round to take a good rest. Okay. According to the rules, there are still 5 days left before the third round, which is enough time for all the geniuses on the Emperor list to rest and prepare. The 8th elder was all smiles, and led Chu Yan and Little White Bear towards the outside of Wanxing Peak. At this time, not only the human race, but also many other sect forces began to withdraw from Wanxing Peak and head towards the city thousands of miles away. However, there are also many sects who choose to wait directly at Wanxing Peak. Among the gazes that kept scanning the sects and forces, many of them were gloomy and cold, all looking at the human race. Yuanhong's bloodshot eyes looked at the leaving figures of Chu Yan, the 8th elder and other human races, and his teeth rattled. A face was even more gloomy to the limit, the anger in his heart rushed out of his body, and the breath of his whole body rushed. In his opinion, this human Chu Yan is not as good as a dog or shit at all, but he ranked 31st in the second round of the Emperor list. But his son Yuanxiong, who has high hopes, is ranked more than 360. The difference between the two is nearly 10 times. Such a distance is like an insurmountable mountain range. My son didn't even make it into the top 100, but you made it into the top 50. Yuanhong took a few deep breaths, finally suppressed his anger, turned his head to look at Yuanxiong beside him, and said, Son, don't worry, even Tianlingzong doesn't like that kid. This Chu Yan will definitely not survive the third round. Just now, Yuanhong saw all the friction between Tianlingzong and Chu Yan. He, ranking 31, dare to provoke the Tianlingzong, this kid is looking for death. Let's go. We have to make some preparations. I heard that several envoys from the 10 Directions Starfield have already arrived at Wanxing City. We have to make preparations early and try to get a spot for you. Although no one from the Yuan family entered the top 100, all 5 disciples have entered the top 1000, which is a great joy. With this foundation, Yuanhong believes that there will be variables in the third round. In particular, the elders he sent had gained a lot from the initial contact with the envoys of the 10 Directions Starfield. #C2036-9 Treasure Court. The second round of the Emperor ranking war ended, hundreds of millions of miles away, the main building of the Dark Temple. Yu Linglong sat on the Xuanhuan chair, looked at Emperor Xie with shining eyes, hurried in, and hurriedly asked. The second round of the Emperor ranking war, is it over? Emperor Xie had just stood firm, bowed his hands in a salute, and immediately replied. Not bad. It just ended half an hour ago. This is the final result. As soon as she raised her hand, the jade slip in her hand flew out and landed firmly in Yu Linglong's hands. It was the result list of the second round of the Outland Continent Emperor ranking war. Yu Linglong took it, but took a deep breath. Her expression was a little nervous, and her eyes trembled slightly. This scene fell in the eyes of Xiao Wudi, but his face was filled with astonishment. You know, even if it is the eldest lady herself, she has never been nervous when participating in the star ranking battle in the 10 Directions Starfield. Now, it is completely unreasonable to be nervous because of the result of an outsider's imperial ranking. Yu Linglong slowly opened the jade slip, and her spiritual eyes scanned the rows of names on the jade slip. The first place in the Emperor list, Star Sky Sect Long Tianyao. The second place on the Emperor list, Gong Ilua of the Sancho League. The third place on the Emperor list, Mo Tianlin from the Witch Clan. The fourth place in the Imperial list. Read the names one by one. There was a look of disappointment in Yu Linglong's big shining eyes. But soon, when she swept down quickly, and her spirit eyes looked at the name of 31, her little face froze for a moment. The 31st place on the Emperor list, Lingyun Pavilion, Chu Yan. Chu Yan. Chu Yan, of the human race. That's right, that's the name. The corners of her mouth were raised lightly, her spiritual eyes were shining. Yu Linglong smiled foolishly when she saw the name in her eyes. This smile is bright and beautiful, as if the whole room is brightened up. Although the ranking of the 31st Emperor list is not high, it is not low either. There is definitely hope, and it will hit the top 10 on the Emperor list. In this way, Chu Yan will be qualified when the time comes. Thinking of this, Yu Linglong's heart beat rapidly, and a blush appeared on her little face. After a while, Yu Linglong raised her head, looked at Emperor Haixiawu, and kissed him with her red lips. Tell that Long Tianyao that Chu Yan is the person we fancy in the Dark Temple. But... Hearing this, Martial Emperor Haixiao frowned slightly, and said softly. That Xingshenzong is a vassal of Hunyuan Palace, I'm afraid it's okay, pass on the word, how to make a decision. I believe Long Tianyao is a smart man. After Yu Linglong finished speaking, she slowly got up and walked towards the window, ignoring what to say. Seeing this, Haixiao Martial Emperor bowed, exited the room, and headed towards the main hall. Hope Star City. Located 3,000 miles southeast of Wangxing Peak, it is the largest city in Outland Continent, near the border of the 10 Directions Starfield. Because of the border with the 10 Directions Starfield, and because of the battle for the Emperor list every 100 years, this Wangxing city is extremely prosperous. Especially when the Battle of the Emperor list was held, the city that was nearly 100 miles away was almost crowded with people. In the first and second rounds of the Imperial Ranking War, except for the big bosses who participated in the battle, no onlookers were allowed. However, starting from the third round, when Emperor Yunxiao's palace landed on Wangxing Peak, there was no restriction, any warrior could go to Wangxing Peak to watch the battle. Therefore, in Nuada's Wangxing City, a large number of warriors came as early as a month ago, ready to take a look. Because of this, almost all the inns and restaurants in Wangxing City are fully booked. Chu Yan and Little White Bear, together with the 8 elders, found the largest restaurant. After a good meal, a human elder went to book a room, but returned with a disappointed face. What? Such a big restaurant, how can it be full? Elder 8 was a little surprised. That's right. The shopkeeper said that all the guest rooms were booked 10 days ago. The human elder replied. Besides, I asked several nearby restaurants and inns, and they were all in the same situation. Hearing this, the 8th elder was stunned. It was the first time to lead a team to participate in the Battle of the Emperor list, and the situation was somewhat unclear, so this time I was caught off guard. Originally, he saw that there were only more than 10,000 geniuses and elders from various sects who participated in the Battle of the Emperor list, and it was natural for him to live in the large Wangxing city. But unexpectedly, before the start of the third round, so many warriors came to watch the battle, and all the inns and restaurants in Wangxing City were fully occupied. Moreover, this emperor list is different from others, he does not preside over the sect, so naturally no one will make arrangements for the sects participating in the battle in advance. This time, a group of bigwigs in the human race were all dumbfounded. Later, Chu Yan thought of Huang, so he sent a message to the other party. Finally, Huang contacted the branch of Tianqi building in Wangxing City, and arranged for Chu Yan and his party to live temporarily in Tianqi building. The small courtyard of the Tianqi building is next to the Tianqi building, and there are all kinds of noise coming from it, making it impossible to practice quietly. After the simple breath adjustment in the small courtyard resumed, Chu Yan simply left the small courtyard and went directly to the Tianqi building. First, among the newly harvested treasures, some useless ones will be replaced with emperor crystals. At the same time, some alchemy materials will also be purchased, and then try your luck to see if you can find repair materials for the Xie La Jiao Tian furnace. Stepping into the Tianqi building, the huge trading hall on the first floor is almost crowded with people. Chu Yan also did not expect that the holding of the Emperor List War would make a Tiankalu branch of Wangxing Peak so popular. Go directly to the second floor, find the steward of the Tianqi building, and show the token. Chu Yan took out a lot of resources in exchange for an astronomical number of emperor crystals. Seeing Chu Yan's pile of resources, the deacon's eyes almost turned green. Just kidding, if these piles of natural materials and earthly treasures and spirit weapon skills are all replaced with emperor crystals, it will almost use up nearly half of the emperor crystal reserves in the heavenly artifact building. In the stunned expression of the deacon of Tianqi building, Chu Yan took the Daijing and bought some materials. However, there are only one or two things about the restoration materials for the Xie La Jiao Tian furnace. After leaving the Tianqi building, it was directly opposite the door, which was the Wangxing City branch of Jiuxiao Pavilion. Chu Yan pondered for a while, and then went directly into Jiuxiao Pavilion. Although Jiuxiao Pavilion is not as good as Tianqi building, it is still a well-known chamber of commerce in Outland Continent. With luck, you might be able to find some repair materials. However, as soon as he stepped into the Jiuxiao Pavilion, the noise in the lobby on the first floor made Chu Yan startled. I bet on Gong Yilua, 150,000 emperor crystals. I bet Wu Tianlin, 200,000 emperor crystals. I bet. The lobby on the first floor of Nuoda's Jiuxiao Pavilion has become a huge casino. There are crowds of fighters, surrounded by tables and tables, waving storage jade charms, betting wildly. Regarding the betting market for the Battle of the Emperor List, all major chambers of commerce have opened it. However, at present, it seems that Jiuxiao Pavilion regards this betting game as the main transaction, and even stops the daily auction. Why, no one is betting on Long Tianyao. Chu Yan looked at it for a while, then walked to a gaming table with few people, and asked. #C2037 Round 3 begins. The betting table near Chu Yan has only about 500 people, betting on 5 deacons. However, when they heard Chu Yan's question, the noisy betting desk instantly fell silent. Including the betting deacon, everyone looked at Chu Yan in astonishment, as if watching a monster jumping out from the depths of the mountain. Little brother, is it your first bet? A deacon said. Not bad. Chu Yan nodded, simply admitting it. Chu Yan seldom does such a thing as a bet, this time it is a bit of a surprise. Hee, that's no wonder. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the deacon suddenly realized, and all the people around showed a look that I knew. Long Tianyao's odds for ranking first in this tournament are 10 times that of double stars. Double stars, 10 times. Chu Yan was startled. Little brother, what it means is that if Long Tianyao wins the first place, those who bet on him will pay us 10 times the price of Jiuxing Pavilion. 10 times more. Hearing the betting deacon's explanation, Chu Yan was stunned, and then, he smiled lightly, flipped his hands, took out a jade talisman, looked at the betting deacon and said. How much bet can you 9-star pavilion take? Hearing Chu Yan's words, the betting deacon was taken aback for a moment, looked at the jade talisman stored in his hand, and said with a smile. Little brother, take charge, directly, Jiuxing Pavilion can eat everything. Okay. I bet 1 billion emperor crystals, and Long Tianyao won't be the first. Chu Yan raised his hand and threw out the storage jade talisman. Snapped. A light and crisp sound fell on the table. The sound was weak, but it seemed to have great power. The entire hall on the first floor of the Jiuxiao pavilion was instantly silent, and thousands of pairs of eyes looked at the betting table where Chu Yan was. Billion. The betting deacon opposite Chu Yan was stupid on the spot. The scene suddenly quieted down, everyone stared at him. Chu Yan looked astonished. I just thought that I was going to the 10 Directions Starfield soon, and wanted to make more money in case of emergencies. It just happened to happen today. If you don't take a bet on this kind of business that is stable and not losing money, you seem to be a little sorry for yourself. After all, 10 times 1 billion is exactly 10 billion. After being stunned for 3 breaths, the betting deacon realized it, took out a jade talisman, and transmitted the sound directly. Soon, an elder from the Jiuxiao pavilion hurried over, checked the number of emperor crystals in the jade talisman stored by Chu Yan, and confirmed again and again that Chu Yan really wanted to bet, and Long Tianyao was not the first bet. After the result, he opened the contract with a smile on his face. The elder's heart was full of ecstasy. He never expected to meet someone who didn't understand the market, and suddenly made 1 billion emperor crystals for Jiuxiao pavilion. After 100 breaths, facing the strange eyes of the audience, Chu Yan took the betting contract, left Jiuxiao pavilion, and returned to Tianqi building. Those who followed immediately told the elder of Jiuxiao pavilion about Chu Yan's movements. What? People from Tianqi building. The elder of Jiuxiao pavilion heard the person who reported back say. When the man entered the Tianqi building, he immediately had a serious expression on his face. Quickly check the identity of this person. Notify the pavilion master. As a chamber of commerce, Jiuxiao pavilion also sells information, so within 100 breaths, information about Chu Yan appeared in the hands of that elder. Terran Lingyun pavilion, ranked 31st in the emperor list. Seeing Chu Yan's situation, the elder's face immediately relaxed. Pass the news to Long Tianyao, say that someone offered a high price of 1 billion emperor crystals, and bet him to lose. In less than half an hour, news of sky-high bets appeared in the 9 treasure pavilion betting field, and soon spread throughout Wangxing City. Originally, if it was an ordinary betting news, even if it was betting 10 billion, the news would not spread so fast. However, this bet was lost by Long Tianyao, which naturally attracted the attention of all parties. When the news reached the Star Sky Sect's residence, everyone in the Star Sky Sect burst into laughter. Chu Yan of this human race, isn't he a fool? An elder of Star Sky Sect laughed. That's right, did he think that Gong Yilua and Wu Tianlin could win our senior brother Long? A genius of the Emperor's list of the Star Sky Sect also sneered. What a joke. Don't even look at the second round of the Emperor ranking. My senior brother Long's points are twice as much as the two of them combined. These two people pose no threat to senior brother Long at all. Hearing the discussion of fellow disciples around him, Long Tianyao just smiled lightly and didn't say anything. This Chu Yan seems to be the human warrior who dropped more than 700 places in the Emperor list. There must be something strange in the second round of more than 700 people, but they rushed to more than 30 people. Not bad. Especially in the last few days, this Chu Yan suddenly broke out, from the original more than 160 people, to 31 at once. Yo! I can't see it, how powerful the Bu family is, but they actually entered the top 50 on the Emperor's list. So what, in front of my senior brother Long, he is still an ant. Humph. Disrespect to my senior brother Long, don't let me meet you in the third round. Yes. Beat him up. A sensationalist human boy. I don't know the heights of the heavens and the earth. All the elders of the Tianqing sect and the geniuses of the Emperor's list were worried about Chu Yan's betting that Long Tianyao, the number 1 genius of their sect, would lose. Everyone was gearing up, holding back their energy, thinking that if they met Chu Yan in the third round of the battle, they would definitely teach him a lesson. In fact, it is not only Xingshenzong who have such thoughts. including the Wu clan, Ming clan, Dangyang sect, Yuan family, and even the Lingyuan sect, which has no disciples to participate in the war. They did a lot of things in 5 days. Time flies by in a flash. A few days later, at the top of Wanxing Peak, the emperor's palace uttered a thunderous sound, and when thousands of golden lights appeared from the body, a golden ladder evolved from Wanxing Peak, leading straight to the foot of the mountain. The third round of the emperor ranking, the ring battle, officially begins. The sect forces behind Wanxing Peak quickly sent the news back to Wanxing City. For a moment, the entire Wanxing City boiled. The 10 major factions participating in the battle, the top 100 sects, and groups of people soared into the sky and flew towards Wanxing Peak. At the same time, a large number of martial artists who came to watch the battle in the city also looked excited, and rushed towards Wanxing Peak in groups. 100 Years' War, a grand event in Outland. Such a battle, as a martial artist, how could he miss it? Especially, in this battle, they will bet with their own eyes, the birth of the top 10 in the Outland Emperor list. Just thinking about it makes people extremely excited. After all, such an opportunity does not come every year. If you can peek at 1 or 2 of the top 10 geniuses when they are fighting, it may be of great benefit to the improvement of martial skills, and it is not even a surprise to have a breakthrough in one fell swoop. Together with the 8 elders, Chu Yan followed the crowd and headed towards Wanxing Peak. #C 2038 must be rich. The group of human races arrived at Wanxing Peak relatively late. When Chu Yan and the others walked along the golden ladder and stepped into the Imperial Palace Square, Nuoda Square was bustling like a sea of people. However, the square is divided into an infield and an outfield. The infield is the central area, covering an area of nearly 10 miles. It is occupied by the Emperor List geniuses and their sects who participated in the battle. Without the Emperor List rankings, it is impossible to enter. But even so, a genius on the Imperial List can only bring in 10 elders from the same clan. And around the infield, there is the outfield, which is huge and filled with warriors who have been waiting to watch the battle. When Chu Yan and his party stepped into the infield, countless gazes from all directions came all at once. Look! Chu Yan of the human race. Haha, it's him, bet on Long Tianyao to lose. Crazy. You can't throw away money like this, 1 billion Emperor crystals. I didn't expect this human race to be really rich. That's right, this guy must be trying to gain fame, and the money is too big. It's a fool at all. I heard that Gong Yilua and Wu Tianlin themselves said that they have no confidence in winning Long Tianyao. Of course. The Xingshenzong is from Hunyuan Palace, and the light skills are all emperor-level celestial grades, which are not comparable to our outland continent. Offend Xing Tianzong. Haha, it's exciting to watch. Amidst all kinds of heated discussions, the Terran group directly became the focus of attention. Seeing this scene, the 8th elder's face immediately became tense, and his heart trembled slightly. Regarding Chu Yan's betting on Long Tianyao, he also heard from Chu Yan, but he did not expect that it would cause such a big reaction. The human race is weak. When did it get so much attention from all the top sects and warriors in Outland Continent? So, if you don't have liver tremors, how is it possible? Not only the 8th elders, but also other bigwigs in the human race, all of them were ashen-faced and silent. Especially in the face of the cold and murderous gazes of the Yuan family, the Ming clan, the Witch clan, and the Star Sky sect, the top forces in the continent, it made them feel colder. On the contrary, Chu Yan had a calm expression on his face. Facing countless strange eyes, he strode into the arena and walked towards the location marked Lingyun Pavilion. In the middle of the field, there are already 9 golden battle platforms standing, and on each battle platform, there are 3 layers of spiritual formations opened. But on the largest golden battle platform in the middle, 3 tall figures caught Chu Yan's attention. On one left and one on the right, two old men were wearing black robes and white robes, respectively. The old man in white robes, who looked benevolent, was in stark contrast to the old man in black robes, with a stern face. From the aura of the two of them, Chu Yan could clearly see that the cultivation of the two had reached the realm of the upper martial emperor, and their strength was astonishing. The middle-aged man who was between the two, wearing a one-piece armor, had majestic eyes, and the sharpness of his body was exposed, as if he was a general. Chu Yan's consciousness swept over the three of them. But it seems to sweep the deep pools and ancient wells, and nothing can be seen. These three people are definitely not the emperor's list. Seeing Chu Yan sizing up the three people on the main stage, the eighth elder, beside him quickly explained. Chu Yan, these three people came to the 10-direction starfield. 10-direction starfield. Chu Yan was startled. That's right. The white-robed old man on the left is the elder of the star field of the 10 directions, the elder of the star sect. The black-robed old man is the elder of the bipolar sect, and the one in the middle is the elder of the Xuanhuan palace. Astrology sect, bipolar sect, Xuanhuan palace. What are they doing here? Chu Yan's eyes flickered slightly, and he looked up again, looking at the three people on the battle stage. The Battle of the Emperor list, any genius who can enter the top 100, as long as these three people are interested, they can be included in their sect. The astrology sect and the bipolar sect are considered to be the largest sect forces in the 10 directions starfield, and the Xuanhuan sect is even more so in the Xuanhuan starfield, ranking first among the sect forces. If you can enter the top 10, you can directly choose any one of the three to join. This is the privilege of the top 10 in the emperor list. Like this, the chance for a genius from the outland continent to enter the zonement of the starfield of the 10 directions only comes once every 100 years, which is extremely precious. Most of the geniuses here participated in the battle of the emperor list for this reason. The eighth elder was worried that Chu Yan would not understand, so he explained it in great detail. Top 10 in the emperor's list have the opportunity to choose 3 schools. But, hearing the explanation of the eighth elder, Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment, and asked with some doubts. Since Xuanhuan Palace is the number 1 sect in the Xuanhuan starfield, they will naturally choose Xuanhuan Palace. Who would choose the other 2 sects? That's not necessarily the case. The quota given by Xuanhuanzong is just the quota for the disciples of the outer sect's army. But the other 2 sects give the quota for formal disciples, and even for the top 3 in the emperor list, there will be a out of the quota of inner disciples, so. Before the 8th elder finished explaining, Chu Yan understood. If you enter the top 10 of the emperor list and choose Xuanhuanzong, you must first join the Xuanhuan Palace's clan army and start from the lowest level. According to the strength of the geniuses in Outland Continent, coupled with the strength of Xuanhuan Palace, it would be as difficult as climbing the sky to be promoted from a low-level sect army disciple to a full-fledged disciple. In this way, choosing Xuanhuan Palace, in addition to having a good reputation, and wanting to obtain powerful exercises and cultivation resources, I am afraid that it is not as good as the astrology sect and the bipolar sect. At this time it seemed that the time had not yet arrived, so the 3 big men on the battle stage just looked around the audience and waited quietly. On the Imperial Palace Square, among the surrounding crowd, a pair of eyes were staring coldly at Chu Yan's back. The owner of this gloomy gaze is none other than Yu Wenxiong. With a swipe, Yu Wenxiong flew directly to Tianlingzong and got close to Lu Tianming. "Senior brother Lu, that kid is the one I told you that I hope you can help me suppress." While speaking, Yu Wenxiong raised his hand and pointed to Chu Yan in the distance. "Huh. So it's him." Lu Tianming followed the direction of Yu Xiong's finger, and glanced. When he saw Chu Yan, his face was startled, and then he sneered. "Brother Lu, do you know this person?" Yu Wenxiong asked suspiciously, pretending not to know. "Not bad. At the end of the second round, this kid uttered wild words, which happened to be heard by me. It seems to be called Chu Yan. While speaking, Lu Tianming sneered, looked at Yu Wenyu, and continued. It has been rumored for the past few days that the boy who bet 1 billion emperor crystals on Long Tianyao is him. So, after the start of the third round, not only me, but also many people who want to deal with him, don't worry, this kid won't survive the battle. Then thank you brother Lu. Yu Wenxiong cupped his hands and saluted, his eyes flickered a few times, he seemed a little worried, and then lowered his voice and whispered in Lu Tianming's ear. This guy can bet 1 billion emperor crystals. I'm afraid he has a lot of resources and wealth. If he can, hee. Hearing Yu Wenxiong's words, Lu Tianming's eyes lit up immediately, and then turned to look at Chu Yan, with a hint of greed in his eyes. Good. Being able to bet with 1 billion emperor crystals at once shows that this kid must be extremely rich. How could such a big fish let it go when it reached its mouth? At this moment, Lu Tianming looked forward to it, hoping that he would be lucky enough to be in a group with this Chu Yan. #C2039 Golden Battle Terrace. After receiving Lu Tianming's affirmative reply, he used another dirty trick, which made Lu Tianming's eyes turn red hot, and Yu Wenxiong felt extremely proud. With a swipe, he rushed directly to the human race camp, walked up to Chu Yan with his toes high and high, and said with a sinister smile. Boy, you are the first one who dares to provoke me, Yu Wenxiong. Hearing the sound, Chu Yan raised his head and looked at Yu Wenxiong, frowning slightly. He suddenly remembered that this person was the young master of the Yuan family whom he beat up before the second round. You're looking for a beating again? Chu Yan said with a cold smile. Humph. Kid, wait to die. This time, I asked senior brother Lu to help me. As long as you are in the ring, you will definitely die. When the time comes, you will know what will happen to me if you provoke me. Having said that, Yu Wenxiong's face was full of killing intent. Looking at Chu Yan and the elders of the crowd behind him, he raised his finger and pointed at everyone. And you, human race. Once this kid dies, my Yuan family will also let your human race be completely wiped out from the outland continent. Cherish this last time well. Ha ha ha. The more he talked, the more excited he became, and the more proud he became, as if Yu Wenxiong, who had the world under his feet, looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Weak, smart. Chu Yan looked at the other party's expression, but shook his head and said. What? You, cough cough, cough cough. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Yu Wenxiong burst into laughter and almost suffocated. Boy, you are dead, you are dead. Yu Wenxiong blushed, coughing and roaring at Chu Yan. Chu Yan, who looked disgusted, shook his head, glanced at Yu Wenxiong with an idiot-like gaze, turned around, and walked to the side. Why do I encounter such a disgusting guy every time before the war starts? I really feel bad. Yu Wenxiong, who was ignored by Chu Yan, looked at Chu Yan's background, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently twice. You were stunned for a long time, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth, turn around and go back. In his opinion, Chu Yan will soon be a dead person, and it's not worth being angry for a dead person. The scene that happened here was naturally seen by the other big bosses of the sect who were also waiting, as well as the geniuses of the emperor list. Regarding Chu Yan's open challenge to the Yuan family, all the elders and geniuses on the emperor's list shook their heads. After all, the war is imminent, and there is no benefit in offending such a powerful force as the Yuan family at this time. Chu Yan didn't care about the gazes and discussions around him at all. When he was walking around, he wanted to get close to the main battle platform and the three big bosses on the battle platform. These three people gave Chu Yan a special feeling, especially the old man in black robe, whose aura made Chu Yan a little confused. Therefore, after Chu Yan prepared to get closer, he used the pupil of the unicorn to peek carefully. However, after walking a few steps, suddenly, a strange sound sounded. Huh! Brother Chu! Exclaimed. Chu Yan was stunned for a moment, and followed the sound, but found that he met an acquaintance. Brother Miaolian. Chu Yan looked at the man, smiled lightly and cupped his hands. Wearing a yellow robe and holding a rosary, it is the Miaolian Unju of Ding Temple. After a few times of experience, the two are already acquainted with each other, and it is very cordial to meet each other at this time. Haha, we finally met. We were not in a small world in the first round. In the second round, I searched for an ancient relic and devoted myself to cultivation. But I lost the good opportunity to meet Brother Chu. As soon as Miaolian Unju saw Chu Yan, she immediately strode forward and said with a warm smile. Ancient legacy. Another harvest? Chu Yan smiled, and immediately remembered what Miaolian Unju did on the ancient martial arts battlefield last time. Hey, it's alright, alright. Miaolian Unju smiled, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and it was obvious from her expression that she had gained a lot. However, Chu Yan knew that he didn't like to win or lose, but he liked treasures and wealth. While chatting with Miaolian Unju, Chu Yan urged the unicorn's pupils, and swept towards the 3 10-direction star field bosses on the stage. However, the difference in cultivation base is too big. Chu Yan's unicorn pupil can't find anything except the approximate cultivation base. But Chu Yan was vaguely sure that the black-robed bipolar sect boss should be practicing magic skills. In other words, this bipolar sect should be the demonic Dao sect. According to Chu Yan's understanding, in the 10-direction star field, apart from the Xuanhuan Palace, the Dark Temple of the Demon Dao is also extremely powerful. Even the Nantian God Emperor that Chu Yan met before was destroyed in the hands of the Dark Temple. Chu Yan had promised Nantian God Emperor that he would do something for him, and this matter was related to the Dark Temple. Time passed, and not long after, a piece of golden light rose into the sky above the huge imperial palace. Hum. The void trembled, and thunder roared for 9 nights. The golden spirit array was opened, and the majestic power of heaven rushed down, covering the audience. Everyone. The third round of the battle for the Emperor's list begins. The leader, General Jiuxiao, looked up at the sky, then stepped out and announced loudly. His voice sounded, and the entire imperial palace square, whether it was the infield or the outfield, immediately fell silent. Next, the announcement of the rules, including the introduction of 3 sects from the 10-direction star field. The specific content is not much different from the 8th Elder's explanation to Chu Yan. The big man in golden armor spoke more carefully, and he talked for nearly half an hour, especially the introduction of Xuanhuan Palace, which was more specific. Attracted to the square, there are many geniuses on the Emperor's list, with red eyes. Obviously, as a representative of Xuanhuan Palace, he very much hopes to recruit several outstanding disciples in the Battle of the Emperor list in Outland Continent. The third round of Genius Battle is divided into Initial Battle, Rematch and Final Battle. In the first battle, all the geniuses on the Emperor list were eliminated in the audition, and only 400 people were left, who were eligible to enter the rematch. When it comes to the rematch, regardless of success or failure, as long as you perform well and get the approval of the 3 big bosses on the stage, you will have a chance to enter the 3 schools. The rematch will determine the top 50, all of which are eligible to enter the 3 cases, but the top 10 in the imperial list have the qualifications to choose that case. Of course, this choice, as long as your strength and talent are strong enough, will definitely lead to 3 cases, and you will be recruited with favorable conditions. Basically, there is no difficulty in getting an inner disciple or an elite disciple. It is not uncommon to even have powerful spirit treasures and imperial techniques as recruitment conditions. After the rules are announced, it is the numbering. The geniuses on the Emperor list within 2000 all got a number plate with a number on it, which is the ranking number of the second round of the Emperor list. The three masters grouped the top-ranked talents in the second round. Basically, the top 50 will not meet in the first round. That's a nice bonus. After all, this is an elimination battle, and anyone has only one chance, and if they lose, they will be eliminated. Therefore, no one is willing to bump into a strong opponent in the first round and directly lose qualifications and opportunities. The ranking is over, and the first battle begins directly. On the square, the 10 golden battle platforms were divided into hundreds of areas by the spirit formation, and one round of battles consisted of 100 battles, with 200 people fighting at the same time. In this way, it only takes about 20 rounds, and the first battle will all be over. Chu Yan glanced at the serial number of the theater, and he will not play until the third round. #C2040 Coincidentally. The battle platform was opened, and figures flew away. In the first match, 200 geniuses from the Emperor list flew onto the battle stage, and with a single order, the battle broke out immediately. Boom! 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 All kinds of martial arts, true chi, and martial souls were mobilized together, and in an instant, all the golden battle arenas were filled with lightning, and true chi soared to the sky. Up to now, it is the key game. The first battle almost determines success or failure, and no one will hold back anything. Only by winning can we continue to move forward. Once a battle is over, the next one will begin. Every war zone will almost never stop. In less than an hour, it was Chu Yan's turn. Swish! Flying onto the stage and landing steadily, Chu Yan raised his head and was startled when he saw the other party. Heavenly Spirit Sect. Seeing the opponent's ancestral robe, Chu Yan immediately raised the corner of his mouth, and a smile appeared on his face. What a coincidence, the opponent in the first match was a disciple of Tianlingzong. Seeing that the opponent was Chu Yan, the Tianlingzong disciple named Li Dongzi grinned suddenly, and the drama on his face was particularly conspicuous. Boy, you're out of luck. Looking up at Chu Yan, Li Dong carried his hands on his back. Yan Ran said, like a senior master. Our Lu senior brother confessed that if anyone meets you, your cultivation must be abolished. 6 Tianming. Hearing this, Chu Yan's eyes suddenly turned cold. The relationship between him and Lu Tianming was just the end of two sentences. He never thought that Lu Tianming would be in the same sect and wanted to abolish his cultivation. Originally, he just won the battle and let it go, but his mind suddenly changed. Looking up at Li Dongzi again, a cold flame emerged. Of course, my Tianling sect is a famous sect, so Brother Lu is very kind and gave you a chance. Li Dong had a proud face, raised his chin, and talked there to himself, not noticing the change in Chu Yan's expression at all. This opportunity is for you to kneel in front of me, call Grandpa 3 times, and then swear that when I become a slave of Tianlingzong for 100 years, I can let you go. How about it? This is considered good for you, huh? You. With a glance, Li Dong finally found that Chu Yan's true energy kept gushing out, and he looked straight at him with murderous eyes. You don't admit defeat. Seeing Chu Yan's appearance, Li Dong was taken aback, unable to react. Although the arena battles of the Emperor ranking wars are based on strength, in previous battles, warriors of some small forces hardly dared to take the initiative to fight against the disciples of the powerful masters. After all, if a weaker disciple wins the opponent, he will worry that the opponent will come to make trouble after the battle is over. Therefore, when Li Dong saw Chu Yan, he directly stimulated his true energy without saying a word, and he was a little surprised. Humph. Courting death. After reacting, Li Dongzi was still polite there, and his whole body was full of true energy, rushing instantly. Crash. A large wave of waves was set off behind Li Dongzi, rushing out of the overwhelming waves, quickly gaining momentum. This Li Dongzi is practicing the water element, including the martial spirit, all of which are water elements. It can be said that the ability to get elite disciples in Tianlingzong depends on the specialization of the water attribute, and the power of water should not be underestimated. Moreover, the Shui Tian Sei Ju practiced by Li Dongzi is one of the rare 3 emperor-level exercises in Tianlingzong. This water and sky one-color Ju is not only invincible in defense, but also extremely powerful in attack, whether it is a single fight or a group battle. Because of this, Li Dong is also a top 10 genius in Tianlingzong. With his current strength, he is almost invincible at the same level in the lower martial emperor realm and 5th heaven realm. Therefore, even if Chu Yan does not surrender, in Li Dongzi's view, it is only a matter of a few tricks. Boy, you are looking for death. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Li Dong raised his hand and slapped it horizontally. The monstrous water waves behind him moved with his breath, turning into a huge water wave palm print, and slapped straight towards Chu Yan. With this palm strike, the expressions of all the warriors watching the battle changed. If a martial emperor realm expert is combined with powerful exercises and martial arts, the power, just seeing it, will make one's soul tremble. Dead. Oh my God, I met Li Dongzi of Tianlingzong in the first match, that warrior of the human race. I'm afraid it's over. It's a pity, I thought that he would survive the first battle. There is no chance. Li Dongzi's palm used at least 50% of his strength. Not to mention a quasi-emperor rank, even if he is of the same rank, he might not be able to handle it. It's over. It's over. There was a surge of exclamation from all around, and I was very excited when I saw Li Dongzi make a move, and the other party was a dark horse of the human race, a top 50 existence in the emperor list who was in the limelight. Therefore, the theater where Chu Yan was located immediately attracted a lot of attention. Even Lu Tianming of the Tianling sect turned his head to look, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he sneered, saying, "Boy, you have no chance to meet me, so you are lucky." Lu Tianming was very clear about Li Dongzi's strength. Therefore, Chu Yan, who was cultivated at the quasi-emperor level, was not in his eyes at all. Even if he had some strength, he could never be Li Dongzi's opponent. Sure enough, flipping the palm print of the monstrous waves, with a force that shook the sky, it fell hard, and directly hit Chu Yan. This palm is not only astonishingly powerful, but also extremely fast. Everyone in the audience stared dumbfounded. Chu Yan's figure was completely swallowed by that palm print. Boom, boom. The entire battle platform trembled suddenly, the palm prints exploded, the energy surged, and the surrounding void shattered. Li Dong glanced at it, and immediately sneered, "This human kid has such an arrogant attitude, and his strength is no more than that. It seems that only one trick is needed to solve it. Even if he is lucky and can save his life, at least it is the result of a serious injury." However, next, when the vigor on the other side dissipated, Li Dong glanced at it with a smile on his face, but it froze instantly. No. Impossible. I saw that in the center of the violently surging vigor, a black robe was flying in the wind, and his tall and straight figure stood tall like a mountain. That human kid, standing there is something wrong there, not even a single wrinkle on his clothes. Li Dongzi, who was staring wide-eyed, looked at Chu Yan, who was in the center of scattered energy, opened his mouth wide, and his eyeballs almost burst out. Sky Spirit Sect, that's all. Chu Yan sneered, raised his hand and punched out. Roar. The dragon's strength galloped, roaring into the void, and the golden dragon's shadow fist turned into a beam of thunder, blasting straight at Li Dongzi. The sound of thunder exploded, but the fist transformed by Wan Lai's dragon strength did not hit Li Dongzi, but hit the huge wave of water behind him. That's where Li Dongzi's martial soul domain is located. Boom, boom. Just like a dragon breaking through the sky, punching the sky with a punch, the huge water-tide field was directly blasted into a big hole. Puff. The martial soul domain was broken, and the power of the riot was backlashed back. Li Dong trembled, spewed out a big mouthful of blood mist, and backed up with both feet. The true energy of the water was broken in an instant, and more than half of the monstrous aura just now disappeared in an instant. 1 second to remember. Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2041 Punch Rage. The battle has just begun and is about to end. The two just exchanged a move, and in the end, Li Dongzi, known as the top 10 geniuses of Tianlingzong, was defeated. Moreover, with just one punch, he vomited blood. When countless eyes looked in all directions and saw an obvious depression on Li Dongzi's chest, they all gasped. Judging by the degree of the depression, the entire sternum might have been smashed to pieces. Li Dongzi, who was shaking and barely standing still, couldn't stop the blood from his mouth. A pair of eyes full of fear, looking at Chu Yan opposite, as if seeing a god. Powerful. Too strong. This is the first time Li Dong has encountered such a terrifying combat power. Li Dongzi, who was frightened out of his wits, was in chaos in his sea of consciousness. Because of his injury, his true energy was completely scattered and weakened. What? Not only Li Dongzi, but even Lu Tianming, who was standing in the distance and had just finished a battle, glanced at him casually, and his eyeballs almost popped out of shock. What a joke! With one punch, he defeated Li Dongzi, who was invincible at the same level. Especially Lu Tianming's eyes. When he saw the hollow in Li Dongzi's chest, the corners of his eyes twitched twice. Puff Tom. At this moment, standing on the stage, Li Dongzi, who kept vomiting blood, shook his body for a long time, and finally his eyes went dark, and he fell directly on the ring. The sound of falling to the ground fell on the ears of the warriors watching the battle. It was like a thunderbolt. Damn, look, Li Dong of the Tianlingzong lost. Hiss. How is it possible? Isn't it just the beginning? Oh my god, it was Chu Yan, from that human race who won. I just turned my head around what happened just now, but I didn't see it. This Nima is too strong. Then Li Dong won't be a Xuanhuan pillow. That black-robed boy is the human race who bet on Tianlongjiao's loss. His name is Chu Yan, right? Horrible. Such a powerful scene immediately made the viewing area where Chu Yan was located boiled. Swish. With a face full of doubts, Lu Tianming dodged to the edge of the battle platform where Chu Yan was, and looked at Li Dongzi, who was lying on the battle platform, completely unconscious. Really lost. With a sweep of consciousness, Lu Tianming frowned suddenly, and there was still a trace of doubt just now. What special method Chu Yan used. However, it was obvious that Li Dong was not only defeated, but also seriously injured. With that punch just now, Chu Yan not only smashed into Li Dongzi's Wuhun domain, but also concentrated the energy of scattered punches. Such superb martial arts made Lu Tianming's expression suddenly serious. Okay. Very good. Boy, you will regret it. Laughing back in anger. With a sneer all over his face, Lu Tianming gritted his teeth, looked at Chu Yan, and said, Yeah? Chu Yan looked at Lu Tianming, chuckled lightly, didn't bother to talk nonsense to him, and strode out directly to the fallen Li Dongzi. Immediately, Chu Yan raised his head, looked at Lu Tianming, and grinned. This smile fell into the eyes of Lu Tianming and the surrounding disciples watching the battle. And suddenly, a chill rose in their hearts at the same time. What are you doing? Lu Tianming had a bad premonition in his heart, looked at Chu Yan and shouted. Boom! Without waiting for Lu Tianming's voice to hit the ground, Chu Yan directly kicked Li Dongzi. Accompanied by the tooth-piercing clicking sound, Li Dong was kicked into the ring by Chu Yan, and he was completely defeated. Seeing Li Dongzi being kicked off stage by Chu Yan like a dead dog, Lu Tianming's pupils shrank severely. Not only Lu Tianming, but also the Tianling sect camp not far away, the head of the Tianling sect and a group of elders stared together, all of them were angry. This is simply provocative. Moreover, for Tianlingzong, this is still Chiguoguo, a shame. The disciple known as the top 10 geniuses was punched until he vomited blood, and kicked off the stage like a dead pig. Dozens of pairs of eyes of Tianlingzong glanced at Li Dongzi, who had rolled to the ground, and when he looked at Chu Yan again, they were all covered in bloodshot eyes. Lu Tianming, who was standing in front of him, was even more angry. His face was purple and red, as if he might explode at any time. Chu Yan, you wait for me. Of course Lu Tianming knew, it was because of what he said. You will regret it just now, that's why Chu Yan did this. Tell him clearly that the other party has no regrets at all. After finishing Li Dongzi, Chu Yan stood on the ring with a calm expression, looking around at the other rings around. Coincidentally, not far away, a sharp gaze was looking directly at her. In an instant, the two looked at each other, staring at each other. Long Tianyao. Chu Yan took a quick look and saw that Long Tianyao's opponent was surrendering in panic, climbing down the ring with hands and feet. And Long Tianyao, who was standing on the ring, didn't even look at his opponent from the beginning to the end. Instead, he turned to look at Chu Yan. Not bad. It's interesting. Long Tianyao said with a smile, with the corners of his mouth raised. You're not bad either. Chu Yan also replied with a light smile. This scene, in the eyes of the warriors and big bosses who watched the battle from all directions, all of them were stunned and shocked. Not far from Chu Yan, on another battle stage, Yu Wenxiong had just defeated his opponent. A pair of cold eyes passed through several battle zones and looked at Chu Yan, who was looking at Long Tianyao. Taking a glance, the corners of Li Dongzi and Yu Wenxiong's mouths twitched involuntarily under the battle stage. Although he had just won a match, Yu Wenxiong's face was not full of joy. On the contrary, the strength of Chu Yan's punch just now made his heart skip a beat. This kind of power is simply not comparable to his own. He didn't even see how Li Dong was seriously injured. You know, Li Dong's strength is above him. If Li Dong is not even Chu Yan's opponent, then it is even more impossible for him to defeat Chu Yan. This time, Yu Wenxiong, who was expecting to meet Chu Yan and abuse him, now his heart is completely cold. Even the soul trembled a little, imagining in the sea of consciousness, if he met Chu Yan, would he be worse than Li Dongzi under this punch? One punch. How is this possible? Yu Wenxiong's consciousness began to become confused. As if sensing Yu Wenxiong's cold gaze in the distance, Chu Yan turned his head and glanced at Yu Wenxiong, who was bewildered, but there was no change in expression. Immediately, he withdrew his gaze, but looked at the elder in charge of this war zone, the black-robed boss of the bipolar sect. As long as the big brother of the bipolar sect confirms the result, the battle will be considered over. However, Chu Yan glanced over, but found that the elder of the bipolar sect seemed to have a gloomy look in his gaze. The result is obvious. The bipolar sect boss glanced at Li Dongzi under the ring, turned his head and gave Chu Yan a little light. Immediately, Chu Yan jumped off the battle platform and walked towards the human camp. It's just that Chu Yan remembered the look in the eyes of the black-robed boss of the bipolar sect just now. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C 2042 Waning Phalian. That bipolar sect boss, there is a problem. Chu Yan can judge almost subconsciously, which is obviously different from the eyes of the other two 10 Direction Star Field bosses. When Chu Yan returned to the human camp, he found that on the battle platform close to the human camp, Mielian Unju was fighting a genius on the Emperor list. Just looking at it, Chu Yan was slightly taken aback, and then a smile appeared on his face. This Mielian Unju has not been seen for a few months, and her combat power has increased significantly. Because, on the battle stage at this time, Miaolian Anju clasped her hands together, smiling, appearing calm and unhurried. On the other hand, his opponent's face was full of anger. His whole face had been suppressed into a purple-red color, his whole body was full of chi like a volcano, and the tiger's mighty saber in his hand was swishing like a whistling wind. Every time the knife fell, he almost exhausted all his strength, and he was extremely vicious, as if he wanted to cut Miaolian Anju in half with one knife. However, the light of the knife cuts down, and every time the knife falls, it is just an afterimage. The shadow of the sword fell away, and when he looked up again, he saw, dozens of steps away, Miaolian Anju was looking at him with a mean smile on his face. The veins on the warrior's forehead almost burst open, and the true energy in his whole body rushed like a mighty river of anger. But, what's the use? Miaolian Anju, who didn't know the body skills learned there, stood there motionless, but seemed to be teleporting, and could always leave the place before the light of the knife fell, leaving only an afterimage. Even at the end, the furious opponent used his unique move, and the tiger's mighty knife in his hand danced out of the sky, like a forest of knives, moving towards Miaolian Anju. However, in the blink of an eye, Miaolian lived peacefully on the battle platform, flying around, and actually pulled out hundreds of afterimages in one breath. Weird movement, shuttling through the forest of sword light, even the robe of Miaolian Anju was not touched. Nice movement. Chu Yan stood there with a smile on his face, watching Miaolian Anju's performance. Sure enough, in less than 100 breaths, Miaolian Anju's opponent was exhausted due to excessive consumption of Xinqi, coupled with lack of physical strength, and was so tired that his sword power was significantly reduced by a large amount. Go down. Seeing an opportunity, Miaolian Anju teleported to the back of the opponent, kicked his ass, and kicked the opponent off the ring. You. The swordsman who rolled off the stage turned over and stared at Miaolian Anju. His face was full of anger, and his whole face was flushed with anger. This kind of battle almost suffocated him to death. After working hard on the stage for a long time, he was kicked off by someone. Especially, when he saw the calm smile on the other party's face, he could feel a surge of adversity in his chest, and he almost opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. It's hurtful to fight and kill, isn't it so bad? Seeing the other party's anger hard to dissipate, and furious like thunder, Miaolian Anju's eyes sparkled, a mysterious power overflowed, and even his voice seemed to have turned into a Sanskrit sound. Well. The originally furious opponent stared blankly at Miaolian Anju's eyes, was startled for a moment, then nodded strangely and said, "Not bad. This is not good." Immediately afterwards, the man bowed his hands to Miaolian Anju on the stage, and when he raised his head again, the anger on his face disappeared completely, replaced by a peaceful face. "You are stronger than me, and you are lucky that you are not injured, thank you." As soon as the words landed, the warrior holding the tiger mighty saber turned around and left. This scene fell into the hands of the warriors watching the battle. All of them were stunned, as if they had seen a ghost, watching Miaolian Anju on the battle platform. This strength, this means, this power of thought. As expected, he was worthy of being the first genius of Dean Temple. After this battle, except for the last kick, he almost didn't make a move. This has almost reached the height of subduing the enemy without fighting, and this strength is really not the slightest bit stronger. Swish. The result confirmed that Miaolian Anju landed beside Chu Yan with a flash, smiling all over her face. "Brother Chu, do you see that my myriad shadows Phalian is so good?" With a little pride in her eyes, Miaolian looked at Chu Yan and asked with a smile. "Myriad shadows Phalian." Chu Yan chuckled lightly, "Not bad, but, has your true self been hiding in that corner just now?" Following the direction of Chu Yan's finger, Miaolian Anju looked at the familiar corner of the battle stage. Her mouth was completely circled into an O shape. How did you know that?" Miaolian Anju's eyes widened, and she looked at Chu Yan in astonishment. You know, his body technique emperor technique is the treasure of the temple in the Great Temple. Even the upper martial emperor would not be able to see its flaws, there is only this one weakness. However, it was only the first time Chu Yan saw it, and he didn't even use his consciousness and domain. He just stood there calmly, and he could see through the origin of myriad shadows Phalian at a glance. How can this be? Miao-Yan's master gave him this imperial technique as his treasure of protection. In the first 2 rounds of the emperor ranking war, relying on this emperor art, Miao Lian Enju never encountered any danger, even if she met the top 10 in the emperor ranking, she did not see herself hidden beside them. Lotus, no matter how many lotus petals are divided into thousands of shadows, in the end, there is still difficulty in getting rid of the roots. Seeing how Miao-Yan lived in peace, Chu Yan shook his head and explained with a light smile. Even if Chu Yan doesn't use the unicorn pupils, as long as he observes carefully, every time Miao-Yan Enju splits into an afterimage, the direction his back faces can accurately judge that his true self is hidden in that void. This kind of body art emperor technique is important to concealment. As long as it is seen through, it will be smashed together with the void, including the deity, which is extremely easy. Are you a monster? After hearing Chu Yan's explanation, Miao-Yan Enju finally understood that Chu Yan was not fooled, but really saw the weakness of his imperial art. Actually, have you ever thought about hiding the root of this movement technique underground, if that's the case? Following Chu Yan's explanation, a look of ecstasy began to appear on Miao-Yan Enju's originally astonished face. That's right. In this way, the root system will penetrate into the soil and stretch for thousands of miles. It will really be invisible and qualityless, and there will be no weakness. Good. Great. Ha ha ha. Although Chu Yan pointed out the weakness of the imperial art that he was proud of, but after Chu Yan's improvement, the power of this imperial art has increased by more than 5 times. Swish. Excited, Miao-Yan Enju disappeared in a flash, but went to practice his new insights. Seeing Miao-Yan Enju so excited, Chu Yan chuckled, shook his head, and ignored him. However, just as he was about to adjust his breath and waited for the next battle to start, a few shadows flashed in front of him, and several tall figures stood in front of Chu Yan. Boy, you dare to hurt my junior brother. An angry voice sounded. As soon as Chu Yan raised his head, he discovered that Jiang Jinkuan, who was ranked 14th on the emperor list, had come. Tell you, don't say that you haven't entered the 10 Directions Starfield yet, even if you really become a disciple of the 10 Directions Starfield sect, I, the Heavenly Spirit sect, can destroy you. Chu Yan raised his head, glanced at Jiang Jinkuan with cold eyes, and said calmly. Okay. I'm waiting for you. Just come. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan waved his hand impatiently, turned around directly, and walked not far away, preparing to adjust his breath to recover. You wait for me. Seeing that Chu Yan ignored him, Jiang Jinkuan spoke angrily, and then returned to the Zongmen camp. Just after returning, the head of the Tianling sect called all the disciples who participated in the battle over, and said with a serious face. My son, it is by no means simple. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2043 Zongmen Plan. The words of the suzerain of Tianlingzong were like a thunderbolt, exploding in the sea of consciousness of several Tianlingzong emperors. Not simple. A kid with quasi-emperor level cultivation, relying on magic skills, mixed with more than 30 people in the second round, what's so simple? No matter how simple it is, the cultivation base here is just the quasi-emperor rank. You know, in a battle between ordinary warriors, a low-rank martial emperor level powerhouse can at least deal with dozens of quasi-emperor level warriors. Even if they are geniuses on the emperor list, they each have the strength of their trump cards and the superior combat power of an ordinary warrior. However, in the third round of the emperor ranking, more than 30% of the middle-ranked martial emperor-level powerhouses accounted for more than 30%. A quasi-imperial kid can't get on the stage at all. Therefore, when they heard the words of the sect master of Tianling's sect, everyone was stunned and full of doubts. However, as disciples of the Tianling sect, they knew very well that the sect master would not talk nonsense. The emperor list battle is very important for every emperor list genius. Even if you are now a genius of the Tianling sect, who lifts weights and is valued by the whole sect, if you get a good ranking and results in this battle of the emperor's list, your status will plummet after you return to the sect. Therefore, the emperor list battle cannot afford to lose. The skeptical expressions of several disciples of this sect were naturally seen by the suzerain of Tianling sect. He didn't want Li Dong's tragedy to reappear in Tianling sect, so he reminded. This human boy just defeated Li Dongzi with a powerful punch. Among you, Jiang Jingquan and Lu Tianming are probably the only ones who can barely defeat him. So, if other people meet this kid in the ring battle later, they must go all out and use all their cards, maybe there is a chance of victory. After the Tianling sect master finished speaking, he looked around several disciples of the sect with majestic eyes. His face was solemn, obviously it was not a joke. When Lu Tianming and the others heard the words, they all had expressions of astonishment on their faces, and looked at each other in shock. You know, before Wang Xing came to Wangxing this time, the Zonman's expectation for Lu Tianming was to break into the top 10 of the emperor list. As for Jiang Jingquan, I hope he can enter the top 20 in the emperor list. Therefore, the strength of Lu Tianming and Jiang Jingquan is by no means comparable to that of ordinary emperor list geniuses. But even so, the suzerain only said that the two of them could barely beat Chu Yan. Could it be that this Chu Yan has the same strength as Jiang Jingquan to enter the top 20 in the emperor list? How can this be? Sovereign, in the second round, this kid got to the number 31 ranking by relying on the advantage of magic skills, didn't he? A Tianlingzong disciple finally couldn't bear it and asked. No. Hearing this, sect master Tianling shook his head, and poured another basin of cold water on the disciples. I'm afraid this son not only possesses the magic art, but also, I can feel a very strong aura of the 5 elements and the heavenly Tao from him. 5 elements and heavenly breath. All the disciples were shocked. Master, if this is the case, isn't this child definitely accepted as an elite disciple by the 3 major sects of the 10 Directions Starfield? A haze flashed in Jiang Jingquan's eyes, and he said with a murderous look. What I want to tell you is exactly this matter. Sect Master Tianling said. In this outland continent, our heavenly spirit sect has struggled for hundreds of thousands of years, and finally has the strength to compete with the top 10 forces. At this time, if this human race boy really rises from a dark horse, it will definitely affect our Tianling sect's revival plan. It will have an impact. So, Jiang Jingquan and Lu Tianming, if you two have a chance to meet this son, you must kill him at all costs, so that he will never have the chance to step into the 10 Directions Starfield in his entire life. At that time, the outland continent will still be the original outland continent, and the human race will never have a chance to revive. Yes, suzerain. Hearing the words of sect master Tianling, all the disciples bowed their hands in unison. Master, don't worry, as long as I meet him, I will definitely not let him go off the battlefield alive. At this time, Lu Tianming had already fully understood what Master meant. Dealing with Chu Yan is not only related to the grievances of the emperor, but also to the sect's plan. Therefore, he, who was originally planning to deal with Chu Yan, made up his mind at this time, and must deal with this Chu Yan on the battlefield. After all, after the first battle, when it comes to the rematch, with such an elimination system, the chances of the two meeting each other are still very high. Okay. Among the few of you, I am most assured of you. Hearing Lu Tianming's words, the head of Tianling sect had a smile on his face, nodded and said, "With your strength, it is more than enough to deal with this Chu Yan." Hearing Master's words, a look of arrogance flashed in Lu Tianming's eyes. In this battle of the Emperor list, he is absolutely confident that he can break into the top 10 of the Emperor list in one fell swoop, which is the first time that no one from the Tianling sect has entered the top 10 of the Emperor list. After all, since the founding of Tianlingzong, he is the fastest martial artist who breaks through the middle martial emperor realm. At this time, not far away, the human race camp. Chu Yan swallowed a golden pill, adjusted his breath, and practiced hard by the way. When he got up and began to observe the progress of the first battle in the surrounding areas on various battle platforms, he realized that in less than half an hour, most of the first battle had already been fought. The second battle will come soon, and Chu Yan will take the stage. However, what Chu Yan didn't expect was that the battle just now made his reputation spread quickly. Therefore, when Chu Yan's first battle started, countless pairs of eyes around him all looked over. Amidst all kinds of discussions, the martial artist standing opposite Chu Yan had a tense face, his whole body was a little stiff, and his eyes were full of struggle when looking at Chu Yan. I admit defeat. In less than 3 breaths, the martial artist who had reached the second level of the lower martial emperor realm actually surrendered directly. What? Admit defeat. This time, the crowd watching the battle exploded. One must know that this emperor ranking battle is not like an ordinary arena battle, every battle is an elimination battle. Therefore, it is not the gap in absolute strength, no one will admit defeat at all. Even if you can't win, you have to fight with all your strength, maybe there is still a chance. But now, Chu Yan's opponent in the second game has directly conceded defeat, so the warriors watching the battle all around exclaimed. What are you doing? Emperor Wu surrendered to the quasi-emperor class. This guy is too useless. If you admit defeat, you will be eliminated. At least try your best. It seems that Chu Yan's strength is so strong that he has no desire to fight at all. You didn't see that in the last match, Li Dongzi of Tianlingzong was beaten into a disability by Chu Wei, and he hasn't woken up yet. That's right, I heard that the meridians of the whole body have been abolished, and the Sea of Qi has been injured. The key is that I don't know how Chu Yan made it. Such an injury requires at least an 8th rank golden pill to recover. 8th rank golden elixir, that's 100,000 emperor crystals. Amidst the discussions all around, Chu Yan just glanced at the opponent who had surrendered, then turned around and stepped down. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you admit defeat or fight, the result is basically the same. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2044 Provocative Gaze. Wanxing Peak, the battle platform of the Imperial Palace. The initial battle was fierce, and one after another, the battles continued. Chu Yan fought a total of 6 games, 3 of which conceded defeat, and the other 3, except for a casual cultivator, who was not bad, and the other 2 were almost all one-stroke decisive victories. 3 hours later, the grand first battle came to an end. After the initial battle, there were more than 2,000 geniuses on the emperor list, and only 400 people remained, who were eligible to participate in the rematch. With the sound of the 10 golden battle arenas, all the battle areas and subdivisions on the arena disappeared, and each battle arena returned to its original appearance. 40 people in each battle platform, 10 battle platforms, to determine the top 50 of this year's emperor list, and eliminate 350 people. After reassigning the number plate, Chu Yan was assigned to the 7th battle platform. Following the command of the host, the 40 people on each stage all jumped onto their respective stages. Chu Yan was on the number 7 battle platform, looked around, glanced at it, but his face was slightly stern. On stage 7, among the 40 people, except for 3 from sect forces that they have never encountered before, The other 37 people are all geniuses from the Ming clan, the Wu clan, the Tianling sect and the Yuan family. On the entire battlefield, 37 vicious eyes were all looking at Chu Yan. Is this too coincidental? It just so happened that most of the Emperor List geniuses of the sect forces who have enmity with him are concentrated in this battle arena. After being reminded by the 8th elder, Chu Yan discovered that one of the remaining 3 unknown sects was a genius of the Tianqing sect. Tianxinghua, isn't it the sect that Long Tianyao belongs to, which ranks first in the Emperor List? Although there was no hatred in the eyes of the Tianxingzong disciple looking at Chu Yan, he was also extremely unkind. Obviously, Chu Yan's bet on Long Tianyao has spread. Most of the disciples of Tianxingzong are proud of Long Tianyao, and Chu Yan's betting behavior is tantamount to contempt for Tianxingzong, which naturally arouses the hostility of Tianxingzong's disciples. It seems that there are articles in it. Chu Yan slowly turned his head and looked behind him. The big brother of the bipolar sect in black robe was the host of his number 7 battle platform. Others may not be able to intervene in the drawing of the number card, but these 3 hosts must be able to control it. With a sneer, Chu Yan glanced at the big brother of the bipolar sect, and he was sure in his heart that this person was targeting him. However, such an arrangement can stop myself. Joke. For Chu Yan, the stronger the opponent, the more excited he is. If you can't fight with all your strength in this battle of the Emperor List, it will be so boring. On the battle stage, among the more than 40 people, 3 of them looked at Chu Yan with the coldest eyes, and they were the 3 disciples of Tianlingzong. A total of 8 disciples of Tianlingzong entered the 3rd round, and 6 of them entered the rematch, and half of them were assigned to the same stage as Chu Yan. Moreover, looking at the cultivation bases of these 3 people, one of them has a cultivation base of true energy, which is completely exposed, obviously much stronger than that of Li Dongzi just now. In particular, when Chu Yan glanced over, this Tianlingzong disciple named Guan Junjia looked at Chu Yan and grinned. On that smiling face, a pair of cold eyes were full of murderous intent and sternness, like a powerful monster, seeing a prey that was cornered and had nowhere to escape, and showed a teasing smile. Guan Junkai, the number 3 genius of Tianlingzong, has reached the middle level of martial emperor realm, and possesses a special martial spirit. There are 10 battle platforms, and 3 hosts, each with 3 avatars, to host. And the leader of the number 7 battle stage is the true self of the black-robed leader of the bipolar sect. Draw the battle order. With a wave of his hand, the host took out 40 jade talismans, suspended them in front of him, and ordered the 40 geniuses on the number 7 battle platform to come and choose them. On each battle stage, the numbers have to be rearranged. Is it necessary? In this rematch, the number plates were rearranged, and now they are on the stage, and the number plates must be drawn again, which is obviously intentional. However, what surprised Chu Yan was that the big brother of the bipolar sect acted extremely cautiously. Unlike those geniuses on the imperial list, most of them have a heart of arrogance, despise their opponents, and act carelessly. Of course Chu Yan knew that the purpose of taking such a lot of trouble was to allow himself to meet good opponents at any time. On the number 7 battle stage, 40 geniuses from the Emperor list stepped forward one by one to draw the jade symbol card, and Chu Yan got number 9. And then, the one who got the number 10 was a genius of the Ming clan named Mo Hongyan. When he found out that his opponent was Chu Yan, he was stunned. In the first battle, Chu Yan blasted Li Dongzi's domain and body with one punch. Although he didn't see it with his own eyes, he heard about it. His strength has reached the 8th level of the lower martial emperor realm. Although his cultivation base is higher than Li Dongzi's, he knows very well that he can at most be tied with Li Dongzi in terms of combat power. After all, Li Dongzi's martial soul and domain are extremely strong, while warriors of the Ming clan do not have martial soul. After the lottery was over, everyone left the stage, only the geniuses who had drawn number 1 and number 2 on each stage remained on the stage. On stage 7, among the 2 contestants in the first round, Guan Junjie of the Tianling sect was fighting against a disciple of the Yangtian sect. This disciple, in the first battle, was extremely difficult, so he broke into the rematch and entered the top 500 in the Emperor list. Being able to enter the top 500 of the Emperor ranking, in this year's Emperor ranking battle, where nearly 10,000 people participated, is considered to be extremely strong and talented. But he met Guan Junjie in the first match of his rematch, and the gap in strength between the two was not ordinary. Normally speaking, there is no hope of winning the battle between the next Emperor Wudi and the middle Emperor Wudi. The Tianyang sect disciple standing on the ring seemed to know it too. His face was full of solemnity and nervousness. He took a deep breath, and then raised his hand and bowed to Guan Junjie. "Tianyangzong, Muning, please enlighten me." Hearing this, Guan Junjie just nodded slightly, and did not introduce himself like the other party. When the host gave an order to announce the start of the battle, the true energy of the two burst out at the same time. Swish! After the afterimage passed, Guan Junjie's figure with a smirk on his face disappeared immediately on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already within 3 steps of his opponent. "What?" With an exclamation, his true energy instantly turned into a fist, and he was about to blast towards Guan Junjie, but it was too late. Boom! There was a loud bang, and with Guan Junjie's slap, the fist print landed heavily on the chest of the Tianyang sect disciple, directly throwing him into the air and falling towards the bottom of the ring. Rolling under the ring, the body twitched violently, and blood flowed from the 7 holes. This palm contained extremely powerful inner energy, and it looked like there were no scars on the outside, but in fact, the internal organs of that Tianyang sect disciple were severely wounded. Slapping down with one palm, severely injuring the opponent, it seems that it is extremely easy. In all directions, whether they were waiting for the battle or watching the battle, the geniuses of the emperor's list all changed their expressions and gasped. Tianlingzong has always been known for its tyrannical combat power, but this is too strong. On the arena, Guan Junjie, who stood proudly, didn't even look at the defeated opponent. Instead, he turned his head slowly, looked at Chu Yan outside the arena, and grinned. In this smile, there was acrimony and sternness, and the cold light flickered, obviously not kind. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C2045 torture to death. On the battle stage, Guan Junjie smiled and looked at Chu Yan. Under the battle stage, following Guan Junjie's gaze, thousands of pairs of eyes all looked at Chu Yan. Facing Guan Junjie's jokes on the stage and the gazes from all around, Chu Yan remained calm and completely unmoved. Obviously, if it wasn't for the restrictions of the resumption of battle rules, killing people is not allowed. I am afraid that the disciple of the Tianyang sect just now would not have been seriously injured. This trick is obviously to kill chickens and monkeys, and Guan Junjie did it for Chu Yan to see. Just like Chu Yan, before, the battle with Tianlingzong Li Dongzi was almost exactly the same process and result. In the same way, with only one move, the opponent was abolished. Moreover, counting the time, Guan Junjie could only take a breath, and the opponent didn't even have a chance to make a move. In addition, the cultivation base of the disciples of Tianyang sect is higher than that of Li Dongzi of Tianling sect. Including after winning with one move, Guan Junjie's Mulu directly looked at Chu Yan with a grinning grin, declaring to Chu Yan and even everyone. He cares about Junjie's strength, which is far stronger than Li Dongzi's. Moreover, how Chu Yan dealt with Li Dongzi, how he will deal with Chu Yan at that time. Afterwards, Guan Junjie stepped off the stage, and the second group of emperors came on stage. The strength of these 2 disciples was not much different. As soon as the announcement was made, they immediately fought together. Under the fierce battle, the entire imperial battle platform was buzzing and trembling. The 2 opponents fought for nearly 100 breaths, and only one of them defeated the opponent with a single move. Then came the third group, the fourth group. Chu Yan's number plate was number 9, and the fifth group played. This time, the opponent turned out to be a disciple of Tianlingzong. Standing on the arena, Chu Yan didn't look at the ferocious opponent, but turned his head and looked at the host of the bipolar sect not far away. Just now, God Dingdanfang won with one move, which enhanced the momentum of Tianlingzong and suppressed Chu Yan at the same time. And next, he immediately met a disciple of Tianlingzong. What a coincidence! Chu Yan is not so stupid. According to his estimation, all of this was deliberately arranged by the bipolar sect conference. However, what puzzled Chu Yan was that he had never met with the bipolar sect of the 10 Directions Starfield. How could this bipolar sect boss target him so much when he saw him for the first time? 7 battle platforms, the 5th match, start. The leader in black robe, directly ignoring Chu Yan's gaze, gave an order and announced the start of the battle. I'm here, Tianlingzong, Lu. This Tianlingzong disciple seemed to be full of confidence and momentum like a rainbow. It seems that in order to show the bearing of their Tianlingzong, as soon as they came up, they bowed to Chu Yan and introduced themselves. However, Chu Yan ignored him at all, raised his right hand lightly, and the golden fist directly blasted out. Boom! The fist was like a dragon, and as fast as a gold star, it passed by in a flash, and directly smashed into the chest of that Lu Xing. Poor Lu, he didn't even activate the body protector, and was directly bombarded by Wan Lai Long, spurting blood wildly from his mouth, and was thrown out of the ring full of shock and unwillingness. He fell to the ground with a thud, rolled several times, tried to stand up with support, but a mouthful of blood arrows spewed out, and his whole body lacked any strength. You. His mouth turned purple-red, and he stared at Chu Yan on the stage. The blood vessels and veins on his forehead burst out. Idiot! Chu Yan glanced at the opponent, spit out 2 words lightly, turned and walked off the ring with a blank face. Fight and fight, there are so many heirs. Hearing Chu Yan's words, the Tianlingzong disciple under the ring spewed out a few mouthfuls of dirty blood, and was carried back by the Tianlingzong people. Next, one battle after another continued. 40 people, only the top 5 remained, eliminating nearly 90% of the geniuses on the Emperor list. The cruel competition makes every battle extremely fierce. Although restricted by the rules of life and death, every genius on the Emperor list still fights with all his strength, leaving no room for it. After all, if the rules are violated, there will be a rematch to compete for the 5th place qualification, but if they lose, they will be eliminated directly. Compared with the two, unless there is a huge gap in strength, no one will hold back. Battle platform number 7, 40 people, a total of 20 battles, took nearly 3 hours, all ended. After 20 battles, 20 people remained, and the remaining 20 people were directly eliminated. Next, without any accident, exactly as Chu Yan guessed, another lottery was drawn. This time, the black-robed boss who hosted on the ring, before announcing the draw and waving the jade talisman, glanced at Chu Yan inadvertently. This glance was just seen by Chu Yan, who had been staring at him. Chu Yan frowned slightly, and he could clearly see that there was a trace of chill in the eyes of the black-robed boss. This also means that he not only wants Chu Yan to lose, but also wants Chu Yan to lose. After the redrawing, the first opponent Chu Yan met was God Dingdanfang. On stage 7, a total of 3 Tianlingzong disciples were all met by Chu Yan, and God Dingdanfang, who was the strongest in the end, came last. If this was a coincidence, it would be too much of a coincidence. Lingyun Pavilion Chu Yan, battle, Tianlingzong God Dingdanfang, come on stage. Following the announcement made by the host of the black robe, Chu Yan and God Dingdanfang jumped onto the battle stage at the same time, facing each other from afar. Boy, we finally meet. Hee hee. On the ring, God Dingdanfang carried his hands on his back, looked at Chu Yan with a joking smile, and said with a smirk. You are the last one. Chu Yan's face was calm. When this sentence fell to the ground, the smile on God Dingdanfang's face froze instantly, and his cold eyes shot straight at Chu Yan. He naturally heard the meaning of Chu Yan's words. The parting was to laugh at him at the Heavenly Spirit sect, who was defeated one by one, and he was the last one left. Humph. You, a mere human quasi-emperor cultivator, dare to desecrate our Heavenly Spirit sect's prestige. Do you really think that you have a chance to enter the top 50 emperor list? God Dingdanfang's words were clearly threatening. Really? Anyway, I know, you have no chance. Chu Yan sneered with a light smile on his lips. Hearing Chu Yan's words, God Dingdanfang was startled again, and the sternness in his eyes became more and more intense. This kid, are you cursing yourself? Okay. Very good. Originally, I wanted to kill you with one move. Now, I have changed my mind. The Zhenqi on God Dingdanfang began to rise continuously. He looked at Chu Yan with a murderous look, and said fiercely. I want to smash all the bones in your body one by one, break every tendon in your body, and let you crawl like a bug in front of me. When the time comes, you will know what you regret. Huh. This idea sounds good. Chu Yan looked at the other party with a calm face. Roar. Before Chu Yan could finish his sentence, behind God Dingdanfang, a tall beast spirit rose out of the sky. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C2046 Hell. The tall animal body is a full 30 feet in height, and the metal-like scales all over the body are shining with dazzling light. 2 bright red eyes, like 2 lanterns, with a mouth full of fangs, snorted thickly, looked down at Chu Yan. The animal body like an iron tower, with its feet on the ground, its arms hanging down to its knees, and its back covered with sharp knife-like barbs, looks particularly ferocious. Shouting Sky Beast. Chu Yan just glanced at it, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, the roaring sky beast ranked 9th on the list of ancient beasts turned out to be God Dingdanfang's martial soul. It is said that this roaring sky beast is born once every 1,000 years, and on a continent there are only 1 male and 1 female. Before they die, no third one will be born. This roaring sky beast is extremely aggressive, and it is said that it feeds on the blood of other monsters, and the grown-up roaring sky beast even feeds on the hearts of emperor-level monsters. In any mountain range, as long as there are roaring beasts, almost half of the emperor-level monsters will be extinct. There are countless strange beasts in this outer continent, but it is extremely rare for the soul of such an ancient monster to become the martial soul of a warrior. Not only Chu Yan, but also the leader of the Tianji sect who presided over it, as well as the surrounding geniuses on the emperor list, all looked shocked. No one expected that God Dingdanfang's martial spirit would be so powerful. At this time, in the direction of Tianlingzong, except for the lord of Tianlingzong and several elders, even the other disciples of Tianlingzong were all stunned. Obviously, God Dingdanfang's martial spirit is rarely revealed. At this time, as soon as he fought against Chu Yan, he directly summoned his whole card Wuhun. It seemed that he really wanted to put Chu Yan to death. Chu Yan, you have successfully angered me. God Dingdanfang looked at Chu Yan with a proud face, sneered constantly, and said. However, you are also very lucky to be able to meet mine, one of the top 10 martial spirits in Outland Continent, the Roaring Beast martial soul. Even in my Heavenly Spirit sect, there are only a handful of people who have seen my roaring Heavenly Beast martial soul. God Dingdanfang, who was full of smiles, looked at Chu Yan and murmured. Top 10 martial spirits. Chu Yan was stunned when he heard the words. Why had he never said that there are other top 10 martial arts rankings in Outland Continent? At this time, outside the number 7 battle platform, because of the appearance of the Roaring Beast's martial soul, a large number of geniuses and fighters on the emperor's list were attracted to watch the battle. Even the big bosses of the top 10 sects and the other two host big shots looked sideways. Their gazes all fell on the roaring sky beast that hissed and roared behind Guanjinjie. It can be seen from this that this roaring beast martial soul is really eye-catching, and its reputation is not small. Therefore, some sect bosses looked at the number 7 battle platform, and the beast-like roaring beast all had shining eyes. So this Guanjinjie has been hiding his strength. A sect boss looked at the ring, and Guanjinjie, who had a proud and confident face, spoke quietly. That's right. This kid has the roaring beast martial soul, and he has been able to hide it until now. It can be seen that he has a good heart, and he may be a genius secretly cultivated by the Tianling sect. With such strength, if you can steadily enter the top 50 on the emperor list, even if you hit the top 30, there is hope. This and that human Chu Yan, I'm afraid it's over. That's right. Martial soul is still inseparable from martial arts cultivation. A powerful martial soul will make the strength much stronger. This kind of innate advantage cannot be compensated by hard work. From all directions, various voices of discussion spread to the battle platform, and suddenly, Guanjinjie's face became even more arrogant. As these bigwigs said, only the core elders of the Tianling sect knew about Guanjinjie's martial soul secret. Moreover, Tianlingzong secretly cultivated him no weaker than Lu Tianming and Jiang Jingkuan. His roaring beast, the 9th-ranked martial soul, is rarely shown in front of people. It was not made public until today, when the Battle of the Emperor ranking started, and the purpose was to make a big splash. And now, Chu Yan will become the stepping stone for him to become a blockbuster. At this time, in the Tianlingzong camp, a group of disciples and elders all turned their heads to look at the head of the Tianlingzong, and their eyes were full of doubts. Because before, the suzerain of Tianlingzong said that only Lu Tianming and Jiang Jingkuan are sure to defeat Chu Yan. But now, Guanjinjie possesses the roaring beast martial soul, the suzerain of the Tianling sect. It is impossible not to know about it. Don't underestimate that Chu Yan. Although Guanjinjie has the roaring beast Wuhun, it is not as easy as you think to defeat Chu Yan. The head of the Tianling sect looked at him when he saw the elders and disciples in the sect, and naturally understood what they meant, so he opened his mouth to explain. What? It's not that easy to defeat Chu Yan. Hearing the words of the lord of the Tianling sect, all the members of the Tianling sect were startled. You don't think that Chu Yan doesn't have any whole cards? The master of Tianlingzong spoke again, looking at Chu Yan. His face was still solemn, and there was even a hint of worry in his eyes. Hearing this, all the disciples and elders of the Tianling sect were startled. No. That Chu Yan is a warrior of the human race, and the human race is only a third-rate sect in the outland continent. What cards and means can they have that can be compared with Guanjinjie? However, judging from the expression of the head of the Tianling sect, it doesn't seem like he is joking. Could it be that Chu Yan really has what the suzerain said, and also has a hidden powerful whole card? That's right, that kid, who was able to rush to the 31st place in the second round of the Emperor ranking tournament. I'm afraid he really has some unknown means and cards. It makes sense, this kid is weird, it's better to be careful. That's right, senior brother Guan has hope, and he should not be careless if he breaks into the top 30 on the Emperor's list. Do you want to summon senior brother Guan and let him pay attention to this son? During the battle, the transmission of spiritual consciousness is too dangerous. A group of disciples of the Tianling sect were discussing in low voices. Naturally, they would not doubt the words of the suzerain of the Tianling sect. Moreover, the combat power shown by Chu Yan before was indeed extraordinary. Therefore, the authorities are confused and the bystanders are clear, which makes them, like the suzerain of Tianling sect, start to feel a little worried. At this time, the head of Tianling sect heard the discussions around him, his eyes flashed, he pondered for a while, and directly transmitted a sound transmission of spiritual consciousness. Junjie, don't be careless, do your best. This sentence resounded in Guan Junjie's sea of consciousness, and immediately made him startled. He turned his head slightly, and looked in the direction of Tianlingzong outside the battle arena. At this glance, seeing Master respectfully nodded, Guan Junjie nodded in agreement, although his face was astonished. After withdrawing his gaze, Guan Junjie, who was originally proud, looked at Chu Yan again, completely changed. Luanlong Tian Fujiu. With a sharp shout, the majestic Xinqi around Guan Junjie on the battle platform suddenly boiled, turning into a vision of Xinqi in the shadow of a dragon, hovering, and rushing straight towards the martial soul above his head. Roar! The vision of the true chi of the red dragon's shadow rushed into the roaring beast's martial soul, and immediately, the power of his martial soul exploded like a raging sea, and a large amount of true chi was poured into Guan Junjie's body. Immediately, Guan Junjie's aura surged again, and his strength more than doubled. Oh my god! That's one of the 3 major exercises of the Tianlingzong. Yunlong Tian Fujiu. Strong. Really strong. This heavenly spirit sect deserves to be known for its tyrannical combat power. This technique is probably the top level among the Emperor-level Earth-level skills, and it is not inferior to the general Emperor-level Heavenly-level skills. Unexpectedly, this Guan Junjie has a whole card. Seeing Guan Junjie's trump card again, exclamations from around the number 7 battle platform resounded. Chu Yan, die! Accompanied by the exclamation of the audience, Guan Junjie, who was so imposing on the battle stage, had already made a move. An extremely fierce fist blasted straight out, smashing layers of void all the way, and blasting straight at Chu Yan on the opposite side. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2047 What to watch out for. The power of this trick is beyond everyone's imagination. Guan Junjie, one of the 3 geniuses of the Tianlingzong, fought against Chu Yan. He first summoned the ancient fierce beast known as one of the top 10 martial arts in the Outland continent, the roaring beast martial soul, and then used one of the 3 major exercises of the Tianlingzong Lucky Dragon Wrath Heaven Ju. These 2 whole cards, no matter what they are almost the existence of Xeons of the same level. Now, when Guan Junjie casts his power at the same time, when the power is fused, he directly shoots at Chu Yan, which is to kill with 1 blow. Not only because Chu Yan defeated the disciples of Tianlingzong consecutively before, desecrating the prestige of Tianlingzong, but also because the suzerain of Tianlingzong just sent a message to remind himself to be careful of Chu Yan. Careful? Be careful what? Could it be that in the eyes of Master, this Chu Yan is stronger and more talented than himself? Once such thoughts appear in Guan Junjie's sea of consciousness, a nameless anger rises in his chest. With this move, he will tell everyone that Chu Yan of this human race is no fart in front of him. How could a disciple of the quasi-emperor rank be compared with himself? This is absolutely not allowed. At this time, that fist, with earth-shattering power, crossed the void and blasted in front of Chu Yan. Seeing this punch, Chu Yan's expression remained the same, his eyes shone slightly, he also raised his hand, and punched out. Roar! The golden dragon's shadow roared, the same as before, with the strength of Wan Lai Long. Seeing Chu Yan make a move, he thought he would use some powerful trump card, but he didn't expect that Chu Yan would still use the same trick he used to deal with other people. Guan Junjie has seen this trick before, how could the same trick be useful to him? Moreover, this punch of his own is a combination of 2 big hole cards, plus all his true energy and physical strength. Not to mention Chu Yan in front of him, even if he is at the same level, he is a powerhouse 1 level higher than himself. Dare to take it head on. Oh my god, is that Chu Yan crazy? Why don't you hide? It's too arrogant. That's the roaring beast plus the dragon furying art, and the full power of Emperor Wu. Courting death. Absolutely courting death. In the surrounding discussions, everyone looked at Chu Yan and exclaimed. Boom. Almost at the same time, the two fists collided, blasting the sky waves, covering all the surrounding sound waves. Everyone held their breath and stared at the center of the battle stage. The energy that filled the sky surged like a wave. Swish. Suddenly, in the air waves that swept across most of the battle arena, Guan Junjia's body, carrying his roaring beast martial soul, flew straight upside down, like a shooting star, crashing straight towards the distant side of the battle arena. Bump. With a muffled sound, the entire battle arena buzzed and trembled. Guan Junjia's body whirled and fell to the ground of the arena. On the other side, in the center of the scattered air waves, Chu Yan stood upright, motionless. Hiss. 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 All the bosses and Emperor List geniuses who are waiting for the results. Glancing across the black-robed figures in the center of the battle arena, they all shook their bodies and gasped in unison. The surrounding area of number 7 battle platform, which was still noisy just now, suddenly became dead silent. In addition to the air tide rushing into the void, it rolled over and made the sound of air waves, spreading in all directions. In the direction of Tianlingzong, including the master of Tianlingzong, the elders and disciples, they all opened their mouths, their eyes were round, and their jaws dropped. There are tens of thousands of sheets in all directions, with expressions of disbelief on faces full of astonishment. Although the suzerain of Tianlingzong had already guessed that Chu Yan was extremely powerful. However, it is only an estimate. His combat power is about the same as that of Guan Junjia, who is at full strength. It never occurred to him that Guan Junjia, who could be said to have reached the peak of his combat power, was blown away with just one punch in the face of all his cards. Not only the suzerain of the Tianling sect, but also the surrounding powerhouses watching the battle. Even in the distance, the big hosts of the Shifeng starfield all had expressions of astonishment, 3 pairs of eyes, and Guan Junjia, who was struggling to stand up, was looking straight at the border of the number 7 battle platform. It seemed that even they couldn't believe it, the scene they saw was real. Swish. 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 After half a breath, the 3 big hosts who came to their senses flashed their figures at the same time, gathered together and started discussing novels. Elder Huang, Elder Lin, have you heard of this Chu Yan before? The golden armor boss of Xuanhuan Palace looked at the 2 people in front of him and asked directly. I've heard that this Chu Yan is a disciple of the Lingyun Pavilion of the human race. In the past 2 years, he has suddenly risen and his talent is not bad. However, he acts boldly and weirdly. Originally, I was not optimistic about him. Elder Huang of the Star Elephant sect said. That's right, this son spent 1 billion Emperor crystals in Jiuxiao Pavilion yesterday, betting on Long Tianyao that he won't be the first. Elder Lin of the Bipolar sect, dressed in black and with a dark complexion, added in a low voice. Chu Yan of Human Race Lingyun Pavilion. The golden-armored boss of Xuanhuan Palace, with his eyes slightly bright, looked sideways at Chu Yan on the battle stage, and said. This kid's ranking in the second round seems to be more than 30. Not bad, ranked 31st. Elder Huang nodded, paused after speaking, and added that Guan Junjia ranked 27th in the second round. Hearing Elder Huang's words, the golden-armored boss of Xuanhuan Palace's eyes lit up again. But the Elder Lin of the Bipolar sect beside him, his face darkened, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. This kid's strength and talent are not bad. However, the power of the chaos spirit in his body seems to be fully integrated. Well, that's right. The move just now had at least 50% of its power, and it was the power he burst out with the spirit of chaos. I didn't expect that in this outland continent, there are still people who beat the spirit of chaos. This kind of good thing is not used to improve the cultivation level, but it is used to beat people. What a waste. Ha ha ha, this kid is not bad, for my temper. The three bigwigs from the 10 Directions starfield gathered together, discussed for a while, and then dispersed to return to their own presiding stage. However, when the three big shots separated, the expressions on their faces were quite different. At this time, outside the number 7 battle platform, more and more bigwigs and warriors from various sects gathered. They all glanced at the situation on the number 7 battle platform, and then looked in the direction of the Tianlingzong camp with astonishment on their faces. On the side of Tianlingzong, from the suzerain up to the ordinary disciples, everyone's face is as dark as a pot, and the face is getting uglier than the other. Unexpectedly, I still underestimated this Chu Yan. The head of Tianlingzong exhaled heavily, shook his head, and sighed. Sovereign, this son is too much of a threat to our Tianlingzong. An elder of the Tianlingzong said. Well, send an order to check for me, find out all the previous news about this Chu Yan. I want to know everything about him. Sect Master Tianling turned his head and said to the elders behind him. Yes. Suzerain. All the elders were taken aback for a moment, and then they all responded. They didn't expect that a human martial artist whose cultivation base had not yet reached the emperor martial realm would actually attract the attention of their suzerain. But at this time, on the number 7 battle platform, at the boundary position, Guan Junjie finally suppressed the scattered Jinqi in his body, and got up from the ground. A pair of bloodshot eyes looked at Chu Yan with shock on his face. Just now, if the master hadn't reminded him in advance that he had retained a trace of the strength of the roaring beast and strengthened his body protection and physical defense, that punch would have killed him directly. How could this Chu Yan's combat power be so strong? Chu Yan, you forced me to do this. Guan Junjie, whose eyes were bloodshot, let out an angry roar, and a terrifying aura surged out of his body crazily. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2048 Tiger Fighting Body. Guan Junjie, who failed in one move, burst out with a terrifying aura, like a stormy wave, sweeping across the entire battlefield. It was a bloody and extremely fierce breath, like another pair of ancient beasts awakened on Guan Junjie. Roar. With the surge of breath, Guan Junjie, whose muscles continued to swell, opened his mouth and let out a loud roar, which was like a roar of a monster. This roar, which trembled in the void, charged in all directions with an extremely wild air wave. At the same time, on Guan Junjie's physical body, one after another spiritual lines continued to emerge, and on the forehead, there even appeared a king-shaped spiritual seal. This is, the Tianhu battle body. As Guan Junjie's physical body continued to change, in all directions, the eyes looking at the number 7 battle platform became astonished. In particular, someone exclaimed even more after recognizing the body refining flow technique that Guan Junjie was frantically urging at this time. What? Tianhu battle body? No way. That's the Heavenly Spirit sect, an emperor-level body training technique that has been passed down to ancient times. I didn't expect that this Guan Junjie would actually become the secret of the Tianling sect, the Tianhu battle body. Impossible. It is said that among the core disciples of the Tianling sect, less than 10 have cultivated this ancient combat body. Look, it's really a Tianhu battle body. The crowd was boiling, as if a pot had exploded in an instant. Amidst the exclamation, everyone raised their heads, staring at the number 7 battle platform with eyes full of surprise. On the battle stage, Guan Junjie's body was fully stretched by half, and the muscles of his limbs, like blowing up a balloon, swelled more than 3 times, and the ancestral robe on his body was stretched to pieces. In a pair of bloodshot eyes, the pupils kept shrinking, and turned into vertical pupils like tigers and beasts, shining with a bloody red light. A low growl sounded from his throat. At this moment, Guan Junjie seemed to have a peerless beast in his body, ready to break out of the cage at any time. Hundreds of red stripes appeared on Guan Junjia's body, secretly covering his whole body. It looked like a blood-red ancient demon tiger. Really, Tianhu battle body? Someone exclaimed. In the entire number 7 battle platform, more and more people gathered around, and everyone's faces were full of excitement. Ha ha ha. The strong breath of ancient monsters rushed to the battle platform, and Guan Junjia's body training flow was completely released. He suddenly raised his head, looked directly at Chu Yan with a pair of vertical pupils, and then looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Not bad. It's the Tianhu battle body. I have retreated in Tianlingzong for 10 years. I interrupted the meridians of the whole body time and time again, crushed the flesh and blood of the whole body time and time again, and soaked the blood of 10 kinds of tigers and beasts. Finally, I succeeded in cultivation. Among the top 100 body training streams, the one ranked 91st is Tianhu battle body. It seems that because of the activation of Tianhu's combat body, Guan Junjia's roar carried a kingly air, extremely arrogant. Top 100 body training stream, ranked 91st, Tianhu fighting body. The entire viewing platform. Shocked. Really? My God, breaking the meridians of the whole body, crushing the flesh and blood of the whole body, this practice is too difficult. It is said that in ancient times, the Tianling sect was famous in the mainland for its 3 great bodies. However, after 1,000,000 years, 2 of the 3 great bodies have been lost, and only the Tianhu battle body remains. Even so, only one genius can be found in the Tianling sect almost every 100 years to succeed in cultivation. The Heavenly Spirit sect's tyrannical combat power really isn't groundless. It is rumored that once this Tianhu battle body is cultivated to great success, the tiger's power and true energy in the whole body will be fully integrated, and the physical strength will be increased by up to 10 times. Oh my God, Chu Yan is absolutely impossible to be Guan Junjia's opponent now. This kind of body training technique is enough to break into the top 10 of the Emperor list. All kinds of discussions were boiling like a tide, and the crowd was in an uproar. Not only the disciples watching the battle, but even the Tianlingzong camp standing not far away, except for the Tianlingzong master, all the other Tianlingzong elders and disciples were shocked. They didn't even know that Guan Junjia had turned into the heavenly tiger battle body of the sect. When their eyes looked at the sect master Tianling, they found that there was no surprise on the sect master's face, and there was still a dignified expression. Obviously, as Master Guan Junjia's master Tianling, he knew it. According to the ancestral rules of the Tianling sect, among the disciples handed down by the suzerain, only those who have cultivated the military exploits of Tianhu are eligible to become candidates for the suzerain. In this way, besides Lu Tianlu and Jiang Jinkuan, Tianlingzong has another quasi-zongzi. On the battle stage, Guan Junjia's vertical pupils suddenly burst into flames, and his whole body exploded in an instant. Chu Yan, die for me. Amidst the roar, Guan Junjia stomped his feet on the ground, his body was like a cannonball, and he pulled out a long afterimage, wrapped in monstrous power, above his raised right fist, a tiger's gang condensed out. Roar! Roar! Amidst the howling sound of the tiger, the roaring beast behind Guan Junjia also roared at the same time, throwing a large amount of red light into Guan Junjia's body. In an instant, Guan Junjia rushed out, like a ferocious human beast, passing through the air, exploding layers of sonic booms, and the tiger gang on his right arm continued to rise, and blasted straight to Chu on the opposite side. Inflammation. Chu Yan. Be careful. Under the stage, the 8th elder and Miao Lianjiu all tensed up and couldn't help reminding. Even they who were outside the battle arena were shocked by Guan Junjia, who was so imposing at this time. On the battle stage, facing Guan Junjia, who was rushing towards him like a ferocious beast, Chu Yan still had a calm expression on his face, white light surged from his body, and a faint golden light circulated in his hands. Lifting his right fist lightly, the white light and golden light merged into one, condensed into a fist, and he punched out. Tianhu body training. The power of the ancient demon tiger. The three major body exercises of the Tianling sect. All right. In Chu Yan's eyes, blood eyes and golden pupils flashed, and in the void behind him, a tall white tiger figure disappeared in a flash. Immediately, Chu Yan, with the corner of his mouth lightly raised, looked at the other party, smiled coldly, and on top of his right fist, his strength exploded, and he faced Guan Junjia's fist and met him head-on. Now, the heavenly tiger battle body of the heavenly spirit sect is abolished. On the battle stage, the mighty tide was like the sea, and the berserk aura condensed into astonishing power, pouring into the fists of the two of them. Everyone was staring closely at the two people who were about to collide on the battle stage. Guan Junjia's eyes were full of violence and madness, and there was a bloodthirsty light in his blood-red tight pupils, and he opened his mouth to roar at Chu Yan. Chu Yan, this time, I want you to know that the strength of Junjia, who I care about, is by no means comparable to yours. With incomparable confidence, Guan Junjia's aura has been raised to the extreme, more than twice as strong as before. With a powerful cultivation base in the imperial realm, coupled with the top 100 body training technique, even the top 10 in the imperial list will change face when they see it. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2049, to accept or not to accept. In the bloody and violent red tiger eyes, Guan Junjia saw that Chu Yan was fighting with his right fist again just like before, and he couldn't stop laughing. You know, how many hardships he has gone through in order to cultivate this Tianhu battle body. Even in order to obtain the powerful blood of the monster tiger, he went deep into the mountains of various monster beasts, and constantly fought against powerful emperor-rank monster beasts. Once, when he met a mid-level emperor-rank tiger beast, even if he used all his strength and roaring beast martial spirit, he still couldn't hurt it in the slightest. Therefore, the Tianhu battle body was activated, and the strength of the physical body exploded several times. With the addition of Guhu's power, within 3 punches, the powerful monster was blasted into a pile of flesh and blood. At that time, the feeling of punching open the beast's palm and claws, invincible, piercing through the entire body of the monster, seemed to return to him. At this moment, Guan Junjia almost saw Chu Yan, who was not far away in front of him, being blasted to pieces by his punch. Under the eyes of all the people, the figures of the two collided fiercely. Boom, boom. The berserk power spread along with the roar of the sky-shattering tiger, and the entire battle platform number 7 trembled suddenly. The violent sound of fists colliding sounds like 2 mountains colliding, making a loud noise that shakes the sky. The terrifying energy exploded in an instant, scattered in all directions, and hit the defensive spirit array around the battle platform, making a heart-shattering crashing sound. Vigorously rolling, the entire battle platform was completely enveloped. With the number 7 battle platform as the center, the surrounding viewing area was dead silent, and everyone was staring at the center of the battle platform without blinking their eyes. Under the battle platform, the 8th elder's forehead was covered with fine sweat, and streaks of blood appeared in his eyes, which were almost stared to the extreme. At this moment, except for the turbulent air waves on the battle platform, the entire world was stunned. In everyone's sea of consciousness, the picture was frozen at the scene where Guan Junjia and Chu Yan's fists collided. Sudden. With a swish sound, a clear line of air suddenly appeared in the violent air tide. Everyone looked intently, only to find that it was a body flying upside down, like a shooting star, smashing through the air waves covering the entire battle platform, and crashing into the defensive spirit array beside the battle platform. Bump. Amidst the muffled sound, the figure tumbled to the ground, opened its mouth and sprayed out a big mouthful of blood mist, dyeing the ground of the battle platform 3 steps in front of him red. This scene happened so fast that it was impossible to see who the figure was. It was only after the figure had rolled 7 or 8 times on the ground of the battle platform that it came to a standstill, and everyone finally saw it clearly. That figure turned out to be Guan Jinjie. Like a dying dog, blood spurted out from 7 holes, and his whole body convulsed violently. On his right arm, the entire flesh and blood had been completely exposed, blurred, and even the bones were broken into pieces, and the arm was hanging limply like noodles. Not only on the arms, but also on the whole body, there were more than a dozen bloody mouths all over the body, bleeding profusely. It was unbearable to bet. Around the battle stage, the spectators who finally saw the situation clearly were all stunned. This is the legendary Tianhu battle body. The 3 ancient inheritance battle bodies of Tianlingzong. Known as the most powerful combat body, the Tianhu combat body ranks 91st in the top 100 body training arts. The promised momentum is unstoppable, everything is invincible, splitting mountains and opening rocks. Why now, lying on the ground, like a dead dog? If the big bosses and warriors watching the battle were just shocked, then at this time, the direction of Tianlingzong, including the suzerain of Tianlingzong, a group of high-level Tianlingzong and Emperor list geniuses were all shocked. Shut up, totally stupid. How can this be? It turned out that Guan Jinjie, who used the Tianhu battle body, lost. The eerie atmosphere of the number 7 battle platform immediately attracted a lot of attention from all directions. Including Sancho Gong Yelua, who is currently ranked 3rd on the Emperor list, Wu Tianlin, who is ranked 2nd, and even Long Tianyao, who is number 1 on the Emperor list, are looking towards the 7th battle platform from different golden battle platforms. Speaking of which, Chu Yan's violent betting of 1 billion Emperor crystals made Chu Yan's reputation spread all of a sudden. But this does not mean that he is optimistic about Chu Yan's strength. Therefore, no matter whether it is Gong Yelua, Wu Tianlin, or Long Tianyao, no one thinks that Chu Yan has a chance to enter the top 10 of the Emperor list. But now, with one punch after another, he will continue to show his powerful cards. There is definitely hope, and he will kill Guan Jinjie, who is in the top 10 of the Emperor list, and he will be blasted to death, dog. What does this mean? Of course, it shows that Chu Yan has the absolute strength to steadily step into the top 10 of the Emperor list. This point, until now, has been beyond doubt. Therefore, including the current top 10 on the Emperor list, as well as the top-ranked geniuses on the Emperor list, when they looked at the number 7 battle platform, the proud figure in black robe showed a touch of surprise on their faces. Compared with the shock of other people, in the direction of the Wuhun family camp, Yuanxiong opened his mouth with a big cow stuffed in it, and looked at Guan Jinjie, who was struggling on the number 7 battle platform, but he was completely dumbfounded. It seems that before, he told Chu Yan that he would kill him, or even destroy the entire human race. But now, Chu Yan's performance is like a big ear scraper, slapping his face fiercely. That's right, the Wuhun family is from the Outland continent, the top family's strength, and it's really not bragging to say that they want to destroy a third-rate force. However, things are completely different now. Because this is Wangxing Peak, the rematch of the 3rd round of the Emperor ranking war. After Chu Yan punched Guan Jinjie into a pig's head, it also represented that Chu Yan's strength had reached a threshold. This threshold is the minimum limit for the 3 masters of the 10 Directions Starfield to recruit elite disciples. Whether it is the bipolar sect, the astrology sect, or the Xuanhuan sect, they are all powerful forces in the 10 Directions Starfield. The Wuhun family can be arrogant in the Outland continent, but once it is promoted to the level of the 10 Directions Starfield, it is not even a fart. Not to mention the first-rate forces in the 10 Directions Starfield, such as the bipolar sect, the astrology school, and Xuanhuan Palace, even the third-rate forces in the 10 Directions Starfield, would easily destroy the Wuhun family. It's just that the whales don't care about the shrimps cruising around them. The forces in the 10 directions starfield seldom set their sights on low-level continents like the Outland continent. However, if Chu Yan wanted to deal with the Wuhun family after being included as an elite disciple by the 3 major sects with his top 10 results in the emperor list, it would probably be a matter of one sentence. Thinking of this, the patriarch of the Wuhun family couldn't help trembling when he looked at Chu Yan. And Yuanxiong beside him, his face was even paler, his legs were trembling uncontrollably, completely dumbfounded. At this time, there was a dead silence around the number 7 battle platform. Except for Guan Junjie, who was struggling and howling on the ground at the border of the battle stage, the audience was completely silent. Swish! Under everyone's astonished eyes, Chu Yan's figure flashed, but he went directly to Guan Junjie. With a pair of cold eyes, he looked at Guan Junjie at his feet and asked calmly. Submit, or not? Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C2050 so evil. Chu Yan looked at Guan Junjie on the ground, his voice was ice-like, and his face was calm. In that punch just now, although a trace of the power of the spirit of chaos was used, at most 50% of Chu Yan's true energy and physical strength were used. It's not that Chu Yan is so big, but the current Chu Yan is far from comparable to before. After returning from Guiyuan, Chu Yan's body merged with the spirit of chaos, changing day and night. Although it was impossible to help Chu Yan break through the bottleneck in a short period of time, he rushed to the martial emperor realm in one breath. However, the effect of the transformation of Chu Yan's body and meridians by the spirit of chaos is that almost every day is equivalent to a year-long practice by a warrior of the same level. Therefore, Chu Yan's cultivation base, physical body, skills, martial arts, and even martial arts have undergone earth-shaking changes in a subtle way. And every breath of time, Chu Yan can feel that his own strength is increasing crazily. Therefore, Chu Yan, who kept suppressing the violent power in his body, faced Guan Junjie, who kept provoking himself and kept bursting out with powerful cards, naturally couldn't help it, and gave him a hard time. On the one hand, Chu Yan wants to suppress part of his strength to fight. At the same time, Chu Yan also wants to verify the transformation effect of the spirit of chaos on himself. But at this time, Guan Junjie appeared unfortunately, just in line with Chu Yan's request. Facing such a self-conscious person, how can you let Chu Yan bear it? However, after one punch, Chu Yan saw the changes in the eyes of the 3 hosts, and guessed that they might have discovered that there was a spirit of chaos on him. So, Chu Yan walked up to Guan Junjie, looked at him, and asked directly. Submit, or not? I don't. Hearing Chu Yan's question, Guan Junjie, who was almost soaked in blood, grinned, his eyes were red, and replied. As soon as the word no was uttered, Chu Yan raised his right hand directly, and the golden fist quickly condensed, and was about to blast Guan Junjie on the ground. Abstain. Tianlingzong Guan Junjie, abstain. Seeing that Chu Yan was punching down with a punch, an elder of Tianlingzong shouted loudly outside the battle platform. The sound echoed throughout the battle arena, everyone was stunned, but Guan Junjie's eyes widened, he didn't come up in one breath, and fainted directly in a hurry. Abstaining from voting means that his battle for the emperor's list is over. Even the chance to participate in the ranking battle later was directly lost, unable to enter the next round. And this round, the rematch of the 400 geniuses on the emperor list, with a maximum ranking of around 300, became his final result. This is of course unacceptable to Guan Junjie, who wants to make a big splash in this year's emperor ranking battle. However, the presence of the lord of the Tianling sect was even more unacceptable. The geniuses cultivated by the sect were killed by Chu Yan on the ring, just like that. After all, compared with the life of a genius, the battle of the emperor's list is more important, and as the suzerain, he can naturally tell the difference. In the distance, on the number 2 battle platform, Lu Tianming's expression sank when he heard the voice of admit defeat. Guan Junjie was eliminated, and now there are only him and Jiang Jinkuan in the Tianlingzong. However, it was just a rematch now, and more than half of the 8 Tianlingzong disciples were killed by Chu Yan, and the rest were also eliminated one after another. Chu Yan. Gritting his teeth, Lu Tianming, who was almost emitting real flames from his eyes, looked fiercely at Chu Yan in the distance. On stage 7, because Guan Junjie abstained and withdrew from the Battle of the Emperor list, Chu Yan naturally won the battle. When the host boss announced the end and Chu Yan stepped off the stage, there was still silence around the number 7 stage. Tens of thousands of eyes, just looking at Chu Yan like this, walked off the battle stage step by step, and returned to the human camp. For a while, almost everyone couldn't react. That Chu Yan actually defeated Guan Junjie. He is really a quasi-emperor rank. In almost everyone's sea of consciousness, the same question emerged at the same time. This Chu Yan has eliminated Guan Junjie, who is expected to hit the top 10 in the emperor list. Could it be that he has really become a dark horse? Fart, why is there hope? Didn't you see how many and strong Guan Junjie's whole cards are? If he hadn't been eliminated by Chu Yan, I dare say that Guan Junjie has steadily entered the top 10 of the emperor list. This Chu Yan, how could he become such a monster? That's right, it's the first time to participate in the emperor ranking battle, from the ranking of more than 700, all the way to more than 30. The human race, how could there be such a strong disciple? As Chu Yan returned to the human camp and began to adjust his breath, there was a lot of discussion around the number 7 battle platform. And some bigwigs also began to look at Chu Yan, and at the same time they were communicating with each other. This Chu Yan, what's the details? A sect elder asked. I don't know, I have already sent people to investigate. It is said that this son also performed amazingly in the ancient martial arts battlefield. Looking at the current situation, it shouldn't be a big problem for this Chu Yan to hit the top 10 in the emperor list. If you want me to say, all the top 5 in the emperor list have a chance. Students in the Tongdao sect, if you encounter Chu Yan later, if you can avoid it, don't confront him head-on. Not bad. Fortunately, this Chu Yan's cultivation base is only at the quasi-emperor level. Quasi-emperor rank, haven't you noticed that there is a chaos spirit in his body? It has been fused to almost 50%, and his current situation, I am afraid that he will not be a quasi-emperor rank. On Wangxing, because of Chu Yan's shocking battle, more and more bigwigs from the top 100 sects in the Outland continent paid attention to Chu Yan. At the same time, some information about Chu Yan is also spreading rapidly. On the battle stage, the 3 master hosts were also quietly transmitting voices with their spiritual sense. This Chu Yan, can he enter the top 5? The black-robed boss of the Shuangji sect looked downcast. Judging from the current situation, maybe it can, maybe it can't. The golden-armored leader of Hunyuan Palace shook his head and denied it. In the realm of Emperor Wu, the first thing is the physical body. If there is no powerful body training technique, even if you break through the Emperor realm, it is nothing more than ordinary. Good. Elder Huang of the Star Sect nodded and said, after the Emperor realm, almost all warriors are cultivating the golden body, Dao. If you don't break the limitations of the physical body, it is as difficult as climbing to the sky if you want to improve the cultivation of the Emperor's realm. At the same time, it is even more impossible to peek into the legendary demigod's realm. This Chu Yan, with the help of the spirit of chaos, breaks through the Emperor's realm. I'm afraid it's a body refining technique, which is not very strong. In this way, future achievements will be extremely limited. The sound transmission discussion of the 3 big brothers' spiritual consciousness quickly came to fruition, and all 3 of them separated a spiritual consciousness and locked it on Chu Yan. I hope to see that Chu Yan will show more details in the following battles. In this way, when the time comes, when the 3 major recruits are recruited, they will be able to choose and open conditions. At this time, on the top 10 gold battle platforms, battles continued one after another. After another 2 hours, the rematch ended, and the top 50 on the Emperor list were finally born. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C2051 Little Brother. After the end of the top 50 on the Emperor list, the 3 major hosts announced the big list on stage and expressed congratulations at the same time. Most of the top 50 lists were within expectations, and only one person, including Chu Yan, was unexpected. Wuhun. I don't know, is it his own strength, or some special trump card? Anyway, few people noticed that during Wuhun's rematch, probably most of the people gathered around the number 7 battle platform. However, the 3 major hosts announced the end, and Wuhun was also on the list of the top 50. Next, those who have just been eliminated will go to the ranking station of the top 100 Emperor list. In addition to the 1st to 50th, starting from the 51st, there will be a fierce ranking battle to determine the 51st to 100th Emperor list genius. Among these people, there are also few people who will get the common sense of the 3 major sects and have the opportunity to enter the sects of the 10 directions starfield to practice. Chu Yan and the other top 50 left Wanxing Peak one after another, and began to prepare for tomorrow's decisive battle. The top 100 battle has nothing to do with them, so no one will stay to watch the battle. On the contrary, tomorrow's decisive battle is the most important. In particular, the top 10 on the Emperor list will also be produced tomorrow. In the past 100 years, the top 10 most important emperors in Outland Continent are about to be born. The top 10 battle will also become the pinnacle battle in the Outland Continent for 100 years. The road from Wanxing Peak to the mountain is still only the golden ladder. The forces and geniuses who have left one after another step on the ladder and return to Wanxing City. Coincidentally, Chu Yan took the human race and just stepped on the golden ladder. When he looked up, he saw an acquaintance. Yuan family. The Yuan family, who were full of joy, were all stunned when they saw Chu Yan. This is really a narrow road for enemies. But soon, Wuhun reacted, trotted a few steps, walked up to Chu Yan, and said with a charming smile. Brother Chu, the younger brother is being polite. His reaction did not surprise Chu Yan, but behind Chu Yan, the 8th elder and other big bosses of the human race all looked stunned and dazed. This is the Yuan family, the number 1 family in the Outland Continent. When did they become so humble, and even take the initiative to say hello to third-rate forces like them? Little brother. Chu Yan turned his head, looked at Wuhun, and asked softly. At the beginning, he said that he wanted to wipe out my human power and sweep the Songlong realm, so now he is so polite. When Chu Yan spoke, his face was frosty, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. How could Chu Yan forget the people who threatened the human race and Lingyun Pavilion, especially the patriarch Yuan Xiao? These words fell into the ears of the Yuan family and the others, but they all changed their expressions. Snapped. Almost as quickly as lightning, a figure rushed towards Wuhun's family, slapped Wuhun hard on the face, and made a loud noise. Wuhun was slapped so hard that his body turned around, and half of his face was swollen like a pig's head. He looked at the shooter with a confused face. But it is the head of the Yuan family, his father, Wuhun. Hee, Chu, brother, don't be as knowledgeable as him, this kid is messed up, what he said can't be counted. My Yuan family has decided to rest well with the human race for generations. After this war is over, I will go to Jiuxiao Mountain to make amends in front of Pavilion Master Ling. At the same time, I also congratulate Brother Chu for becoming the top 10 in the Emperor's list. As for this brat, don't worry, go back later and see if I don't break his leg, I will calm you down. Wuhun's shot happened so suddenly that everyone in the audience couldn't react at all, and they were all a little dazed. What's the situation? This Yuan family, who shouted at Chu Yan before, how come they changed their face so quickly now? Brother Chu. Good morning. The 8th elders and other big bosses of the human race were all a little confused, and even the big bosses of the Yuan family were all stunned. Only Chu Yan looked at Xuanhuan with a pair of cold eyes, unmoved by what he said just now. Xiong'er, hurry up and make amends to Brother Chu. Seeing that Chu Yan's face did not change, Xuanhuan turned his head and yelled at Yuan Xiong, who had a half-faced pig head. No need. Chu Yan shook his head, looked at Yuan Xiong with both eyes, grinned, and said, I hope to meet you tomorrow on the battle stage. Then, I will definitely ask for advice. As soon as the words landed, Chu Yan took the 8th elder of the human race and others, directly stepped on the ladder, and headed towards Wuhun City. When Chu Yan and the others left, in front of the ladder, Yuan Xiong looked at the background of the black robe in the distance, but his eyes were red, and he said fiercely. Humph. Damn Chu Yan, just wait for me. Snapped. As soon as Yuan Xiong said a word, Xuanhuan beside him slapped him on the right side of the face like a thunder. This time, Yuan Xiong was directly drawn, turned around twice in place, stared at his eyes, and looked at his father Xuanhuan again with a dazed expression. Are you a pig? Looking at his son, Xuanhuan was so angry that he was smoking, and shouted loudly. This Chu Yan, in the rematch just now, showed great talent and strength, not to mention the top 10 in the Emperor list. I am afraid that even the top 5, there is hope. Top 5. Yuan Xiong and all the bigwigs of the Yuan family were stunned. At that time, this kid will join the forces of the 10 Directions Starfield, even the Hunyuan Palace, and want to deal with our Yuan family, which is just a matter of opening his mouth. When Xuanhuan thought of Chu Yan beating Guan Junjie, who was as imposing as a rainbow, to the point where he was powerless to fight back, he felt chills running down his spine. As long as the 3 major hosts are not blind, how could such a genius not win over? You know, they ran from the 10 Directions Starfield to the Outland continent to preside over the Battle of the Emperor ranking, so it wasn't that they had nothing to do. It's for the Outland continent, the top 10 recruits in this year's Emperor list. Therefore, there is no accident at all. Chu Yan's entry into the 3 major sects is almost a sure thing. The only suspenseful thing is what identity he will join the sect of the 10 Directions Starfield. As for his own side, Yuan Xiong was just lucky, and barely entered the top 50 on the Emperor list. Based on Xuanhuan's understanding of his son, when it comes to the decisive battle, he has no chance of hitting the top 40 or 30 on the Emperor list. Therefore, before the Battle of the Emperor list, when the Yuan family faced the human race, it could be said that one was in the sky and the other was on the ground. But now, although one is in the sky and the other is on the ground, their identities have been completely reversed. That Chu Yan, with his talent and strength, soared into the sky. And looking at his own son, Xuanhuan naturally didn't fight with each other, let alone his poor talent, and didn't even understand current affairs, so how could he inherit the Yuan family in the future? So, whoever you don't smoke him. Let's go. Hurry up and go back to Wuhun City, you have to make good preparations. Alas. Xuanhuan sighed, his figure disappeared, and he took the Yuan family and headed towards Wuhun City. Listening to what Chu Yan said just now, he didn't mean to let go of Yuan's family, so Xuanhuan must find a backer as soon as possible. On the other side, Chu Yan took the human race back to the Tianqi building in Wuhun City. After saying hello, Chu Yan retreated directly to practice, ignoring the excited 8th elder and others. The 8th elders and the others also know that tomorrow is the decisive battle, which is very important, so naturally they dare not disturb Chu Yan. After Chu Yan began to practice, wave after wave of people in front of the gate of Tianqi building began to visit Chu Yan. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C 2052 Body of Emperor. The eighth elder, who was tired of coping, found that some of these people came to make friends, they were familiar with each other, and they wanted to meet Chu Yan. In this way, the 8 elders all directly refused on the grounds that Chu Yan was in retreat. However, some powerful people kept asking Chu Yan for various news and details during the conversation with a purpose. The 8th elder and other human leaders finally discovered that Chu Yan's amazing performance in the rematch has caused great changes in many things. At the same time, in Wuhun City, the news about the decisive battle of tomorrow's emperor list also began to spread wildly. Have you heard? Chu Yan defeated Guan Junjie. Guan Junjie used the roaring beast martial soul one after another, and the Tianhu battle body has many trump cards, but he was defeated by Chu Yan with one punch. Damn, Chu Yan, that mere human race, is so strong? That's right, I heard that Chu Yan didn't even have a martial soul, so he killed Guan Junjie. This Guan Junjie is also known as one of the 3 geniuses of Tianlingzong, which is too shameful. Look, Chu Yan, the dark horse, is afraid that he will shine again in the final battle. Hey, it's exciting to watch. In the entire Wuhun City, because of the end of the rematch of the Emperor List War, all kinds of gossip about the Emperor List geniuses are flying all over the sky. Even Tianqi Building and Jiuxiao Pavilion began to adjust their respective betting odds, changing the odds of each Emperor List genius. And those powers and geniuses who are in the top 50 rankings of the Emperor's final battle, use this crucial day to start frantically inquiring about the situation and details of all opponents. As a result, the Tianqi Building and Jiuxiao Pavilion, the business of selling information on the Emperor's list of geniuses, exploded all of a sudden. On the other side, hundreds of millions of miles away, the 10 Directions Star Field, the Dark Temple. Xiao Wudi held the latest situation of the Outland Continent Emperor ranking war in his hand, and stood in front of the main hall with hesitation on his face. He looked at the main dark hall in front of him, and then at the room of the eldest lady. Xiaowu didn't know where he should go first. After pondering for a long time, Emperor Xie finally sighed, shook his head, and stepped into the main hall. Entering the main hall, on the tall dark golden throne, a tall figure sits on it. It is the Lord of the Dark Temple, Yu Zhongtian. See the hall master. Emperor Xie bowed, and bowed to the figure on the dark seat above. Explain. Yu Zhongtian slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Emperor Xie below, and said one word. Outland Continent, the rematch of the Emperor list is over, the top 50 is decided. Chu Yan defeated Tianlingzong Guan Junling with one punch, and entered the top 50. Xiao Martial Emperor bowed his head and hurriedly reported. Huh. On the dark golden seat, Yu Zhongtian frowned slightly, looking at Xiao's face with a trace of suspicion. Hearing this heavy sound, Xiao Martial Emperor's body trembled involuntarily, his heart felt cold, and he quickly opened his mouth to explain. This son, Elder Lin has already arranged, that day the Lingzong Guan Junjie. Possessing the body of a heavenly tiger, and having a roaring heavenly beast martial soul, his strength has even reached the middle rank of martial emperor, but... Hearing this, Yu Zhongtian on the dark golden throne fell into silence. Seeing that the hall master was silent, Xie Wudi suddenly felt that the void in the entire hall became heavy. After 100 breaths of time, the Dark Lord spoke again. This son, if there is a god body of the middle rank of the emperor, please notify Elder Lin and recruit him. As soon as the words fell to the ground, a look of joy flashed in Xiao's eyes, and he hurriedly obeyed. Yes, Palace Master. Turning around to leave the hall, Emperor Xie immediately accelerated his pace, and walked towards the brightly lit room in the distance. When the lanterns were first lit, the main street of Wuhun City was very lively. Compared with other cities in Outland Continent, Wuhun City is obviously different because of its proximity to the 10 Directions Starfield. If it were in the Cunlong realm, at this time, there would be fewer and fewer people on the street, and it would never be so lively. Chu Yan took the little white bear and walked on the Qingshi street, talking and laughing all the way, wandering around. The little white bear has gained a lot in the soul demon purgatory, especially when Chu Yan merged with the spirit of chaos. The little white bear fished back the body of the blood-armed mantis and took out the demon core. This monster core also contained the source of monster beasts, produced by the spirit of chaos. After being swallowed by the little white bear, it immediately loosened the bottleneck of the little white bear's cultivation at the level of the demon emperor. Ouyang Nantian found out a copy of the ancient sacred beast's cultivation method and passed it on to little white bear. If there is no accident, it will take half a year at least, or a year at most, and the little white bear will break through the bottleneck and step into the realm of the demon emperor. So, the little white bear who devoured the core of the blood-armed mantid returned to Lingyun Pavilion and chased after Wangxing Peak. And Ouyang Nantian asked the little white bear to bring a message to Chu Yan, but he wanted to do some things of his own, so that Chu Yan should not forget the original agreement. The little white bear who doesn't need to practice is making a lot of noise, and insists on going to the street. Chu Yan has no choice but to stop practicing and follow her to the main street of Wangxing City. Along the way, little white bear walked and ate all the way. All kinds of exotic snacks and delicacies seemed to never be able to fill her belly. Not long after walking, when he was near the center of the city, little white bear took the emperor crystal that Chu Yan gave him and disappeared into the crowd in a flash. Chu Yan was not worried. He found a restaurant at random, ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine, and waited patiently. Not long after sitting down, the chatter in the restaurant reached Chu Yan's ears. Nine Treasures Pavilion released news that Long Tianyao's body refining technique turned out to be an emperor-rank Earth-level Chongshu body. It is said that in the 10 Directions star field, this kind of emperor body can be ranked among the top 500. Hiss. So strong. No wonder Long Tianyao is number 1 on the emperor list. In addition to Long Tianyao, that casual cultivator Gong Yelua is also amazing. His emperor body is the legendary body of the king of war. It is said that he has the aptitude to hit the demigod realm. Damn, Luo Wang body. In ancient times, the emperor body technique of the 9 Heavens War King. That's right. I heard that it's the body training technique handed down by the King of 9 Heavens. It's too scary. Oh my god, such an imperial body. Even if they have the same cultivation level, their strengths are vastly different. More than that, the scariest thing is that Wu Tianlin of the Wu clan. I heard from the gossip that his emperor body is exactly the same as the body cultivated by the witch emperor. What is it called? The body of the witch. It is said to be the strongest emperor body technique of the Wu clan. TSK, TSK, TSK. The geniuses of these great powers are just lucky. With such an emperor body technique, after stepping into the emperor realm, their strength is absolutely powerful. Who says it's not? In this battle of the emperor list, there are 3 monsters with emperor bodies above the emperor rank, and the 3 major sects from the 10-star regions are about to fight for it. Not bad. Not bad. Those who are in the top 10 of the emperor list have the right to choose. Let's see if they will choose the power of the 10-star field. In the entire restaurant, dozens of tables of warriors were almost discussing the news of the emperor list battle. Long Tianya's Chongshu body, Gong Yilua's warrior king body, Wu Tianlin's sky witch body. When Chu Yan heard the discussions around him, he chuckled lightly and didn't take it seriously. Ouyang Nantian had already told Chu Yan about the importance of the art of the emperor's body after entering the emperor's realm. Therefore, the genius of Ouyang Nan asked Chu Yan to find the spirit of chaos, transform the whole body of flesh and blood, and lay the foundation for the impact on the emperor's realm. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2053 See you on the battlefield. After the emperor realm is the golden body. Chu Yan understands this truth, and everyone understands it. However, Chu Yan now, whether it is the Shantian fire body, the dragon pattern golden body, or the Raksha demon body, the three major body training techniques, two are bestowed by the martial soul, and the other is the refining of the Raksha promise. Gymnastics. Regardless of Long Tianyao and the others, whether it is the body of Chongshu or the body of Tianwu, Chu Yan has absolute confidence in his three major body skills. Chu Yan, with a calm expression, hid in a corner of the restaurant, drinking wine, meditating alone. After a full hour and a half, the little white bear rushed into the restaurant, ran and jumped to Chu Yan's side, howling and expressing his excitement. "I'm about to become a demon emperor, and I'm still so greedy." Chu Yan pampered little white bear's head, then took her, left the restaurant, and returned to the Tianqi building. One night passed, and when a fish maw emerged from the eastern sky, the decisive battle of the Emperor's List finally started. Just after dawn, on Wangxing Peak, thousands of miles away, a golden light shot up into the sky and shot straight into the sky. In Wangxing City, looking to the north, the golden beam of light connecting the sky and the earth is particularly conspicuous. The peaceful Wangxing City then boiled. A large number of warriors rushed to the streets and rushed towards Wangxing City. If you arrive late for the once-in-a-century decisive battle of the imperial ranking, you may not even be able to climb the ladder, let alone grab the best spot in the front row to watch the battle. When Chu Yan and the eighth elder stepped out of the Tianqi building together, they found that a bunch of people had already gathered outside the gate, all looking at Chu Yan with admiration. After a little nod, Chu Yan walked up the street and headed towards Wangxing Peak. That group of people, following closely behind Chu Yan, instantly formed a crowd, moving turbulently. Soon, after arriving at Wangxing Peak, the original 10 huge golden battle platforms became 5, distributed in the east, west, north, south, and center, with a larger area and a stronger defensive spirit array. Almost all of the 50 geniuses on the Emperor list who had entered the final battle had arrived. At this time, they were standing on the central stage, waiting for the arrival of the three major hosts. After Chu Yan arrived, like everyone else, he went to the center stage and looked around. At the first glance, I saw Long Tianyao standing in front of everyone, wearing a golden silk white robe embroidered with stars all over the sky, standing proudly. Behind him are two fellow disciples of the Heavenly Star sect, lined up on the left and right. The Sky Star sect is a very special existence in the outer continent, and even some small sect forces have never heard of the existence of the Sky Star sect. Because the mountain gate of Tianxingzong is in Wangxing City, which can be regarded as the boundary force between the 10 direction starfield and the outland continent. Therefore, the near-water tower first gets the moon, and behind the Tianxingzong, there is the support of the forces in the 10 directions. The number of people in the sect is not many, but there are many strong people in the sect. Among them, even many strong ones, after stepping into the Emperor's realm, went directly to the 10 directions starfield to practice and forge ahead. It is also because of this that the name of the Heavenly Star sect on the outland continent is not resounding, not even as good as the top 10 powers. However, the bosses of all the sects know the complicated background of the Tianqing sect. Easy will not provoke them. Especially, this time, Tianxingzong gave birth to Long Tianyao, a peerless genius, who ranked first in the list of emperors, with his formidable strength. With the background, coupled with the extraordinary genius, the Tianqing sect is in full swing. Not far from Long Tianyao, Wu Tianlin of the Wu clan, with a smile on his face, stood in the second row, whispering something to his fellow Wu clan genius beside him. Chu Yan had never seen this Wu Tianlin before, but he didn't need to guess it. Given his relationship with the Wu clan, if they met, it would be a fierce battle. However, this is exactly what Chu Yan is looking forward to the most when he participates in the battle of the Emperor list. Before, whether it was Li Dongzi or Guan Junjie, these people couldn't make Chu Yan attack with all his strength. Therefore, Chu Yan is looking forward to the next decisive battle of the Emperor list. Next, Chu Yan's eyes swept away, but he didn't find Gong Yelua, the third-ranked genius in the Emperor's platoon. Just about to turn his head to look for it, several figures approached Chu Yan. Tianlingzong, Jiang Jingquan and Lu Tianming walked up to Chu Yan, looked him up and down, and then said, "Chu Yan, I didn't expect you to be lucky enough to beat junior brother Guan." Jiang Xingquan is tall, with a scar on his face, located on the brow, which looks like a third eye with a fleshy hole. However, this decisive battle is not like the first battle and the rematch. Every genius in the Emperor list here is the strongest, with powerful strength, which is beyond your reach. Especially, like me, senior brother Lu, he is a peerless genius who has the opportunity to hit the top 3. He is not a piece of rubbish like you at all, he can be compared. While Jiang Jingquan was speaking, he looked at Chu Yan, his eyes were full of coldness and violence, his face was full of arrogance, without any concealment. "Who is trash? See you on the battle stage." Chu Yan replied coldly, too lazy to argue with them. "Okay. On behalf of Tianlingzong, I will definitely beat your shit out, ha ha ha." Jiang Jingquan laughed and turned around, but Lu Tianming took a deep look at Chu Yan and left one after another. Chu Yan, whose ears were quiet, turned his eyes and swept towards the person, continuing to look for Gong Yelua's figure. Compared with Long Tianyao and Wu Tianlin, Chu Yan is more interested in this third emperor who was born as a loose cultivator. Chu Yan knows better than anyone that as a casual cultivator, without the support of the sect, it is more than several times more difficult to practice alone than ordinary warriors. But this Gong Yelua can cultivate to this level alone, so according to Chu Yan's speculation, this person's strength should not be weak. However, before Chu Yan could find it, 3 figures descended from the sky and landed lightly in front of all the top 50 on the Emperor list. Everyone, the third round of the battle for the Emperor list in the Outland continent begins now. The golden armor boss of Xuanhuan Palace stepped out and announced. The voice is deep, the eyes are like thunder, looking around the audience, the breath of the whole body is like the sea, unfathomable. This decisive battle will be divided into 5 arenas, and will be held simultaneously. In each arena, the final winner will enter the top 10 ranking battle, and the rest will go to the top 20, top 30, and top 50 rankings. Now, start ranking. After briefly introducing the rules, the golden armor boss of Xuanhuan Palace looked back at the other 2 hosts, then waved his hand, took out 50 jade talismans, and threw them into the air. 50 streaks of golden streamers flew all over the sky, like shooting stars, flying towards the 50 Emperor list geniuses. Now, start crawling. With one order, the top 50 on the Emperor list all flew up and grabbed each jade talisman. Those who succeeded, after landing, looked at the number on the jade talisman, and all of them looked nervous. The symbol that Chu Yan caught was number 1 of the number 4 battle platform, and he immediately flew up and swept towards the number 4 battle platform. When the remaining 9 geniuses of the Emperor list also arrived at the number 4 battle stage, the host gave an order and directly announced the start of the competition. Number 1 is Chu Yan, and staying on the stage, the person opposite him is number 2. When the others stepped down, Chu Yan raised his head and saw number 2 on the opposite side. His face was startled, and then he grinned slightly and smiled. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2054 Buzhou Mountain God Fist. This time, it was the golden-armored leader of Xuanhuan Palace who presided over the number 4 battle stage. Battle number 4, the first match, Chu Yan vs Jiang Jingquan, let's start. As the words fell, everyone around the battle stage looked over, even Long Tianyao and the top 10 on the Emperor list immediately looked over. There was also a trace of astonishment in their eyes. It never occurred to me that Chu Yan and Jiang Jingquan would collide directly in the first match. This is another coincidence. On the number 4 battle stage, the golden armor boss of Xuanhuan Palace smiled slightly, looked at Chu Yan and Jiang Jingquan in front of him, and nodded slightly. As the number 2 genius of Tianlingzong, Jiang Jingquan had just provoked Chu Yan, but he did not expect that he would collide with Chu Yan in his first battle. At this moment, what Jiang Jingquan thought of was not how to fight Chu Yan, but in the sea of knowledge, he thought of the scene where he visited fellow students Li Dongze and Guan Junjie last night in the station. These 2 juniors who have fought against Chu Yan are both highly valued elite disciples in Tianlingzong, and their strength is not weak. But now, both of them were lying on the bed, half dead. Li Dong's physical body and martial soul were injured at the same time, and he didn't even know how he was defeated. He was defeated in seconds, with one move. Guan Junjie is much better, at least one stronghold card has been revealed, but the result is still the same, no matter what whole card is used, that Chu Yan is always a punch. Not only Jiang Jingquan, but including Lu Tianming, all the Tianlingzong disciples and bosses who went to visit the injured fellow sect gritted their teeth fiercely at Chu Yan. Therefore, as soon as the decisive battle started today, Jiang Jingquan found Chu Yan angrily and uttered harsh words. But now, when he really faced Chu Yan, especially when he saw the weird smile on the corner of Chu Yan's mouth, Jiang Jingquan's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he trembled involuntarily. At this time, looking at Chu Yan, Jiang Jingquan suddenly had a feeling in his heart that the opponent's strength was bottomless. At least, so far, Chu Yan's trump card has never been used, not even Wuhun. How strong is this Chu Yan? Jiang Jingquan seemed to have fallen into a predicament of thinking, deeply trapped in it, unable to extricate himself. Chu Yan, your cultivation. After pondering for a long time, Jiang Jingquan decided to speak out to test it out. However, he just opened his mouth. Suddenly, the black-robed figure in his eyes trembled and disappeared instantly. Swish! The black afterimage, like lightning, flashed across the air, and rushed within 100 steps in front of Jiang Jingquan. A fist with a terrifying dragon's power suddenly appeared, and the roaring golden dragon's shadow blasted straight at him like a tide. Seeing that Chu Yan had already made a move, Jiang Jingquan's expression changed suddenly. Without a trace of hesitation, Jiang Jingquan burst out with Xinqi all over his body in an instant. After being urged to the extreme, he raised his fists, and under the infusion of Xinqi, he blasted straight at the golden fist. With this move, it was as if 2 mountains shot out across the sky, crashing into the void suddenly, making the surrounding world. They all trembled. The violent power is earth-shattering. The void pointed by the fist light was directly blasted out of 2 big holes, completely reduced to dust. Oh my god! Look, that's the first skill of Tianlingzong, Buzhou Mountain Divine Fist. From all directions, when Jiang Jingquan made a move, there were exclamations of surprise. Buzhou Mountain is known as the #1 mountain in God's domain. The Buzhou Mountain Divine Fist is the method used by the Tianzong God Emperor of the Tianling sect and the Buzhou God Emperor to become famous. It is said that if you practice to a great height, you can blow up the mountain range with one punch, to the sea of thousands of miles. What a strong fist! This Jiang Jingquan's fist has reached the state of great success, no wonder he can practice this Buzhou Mountain God Fist. Amidst the exclamation of the audience, all eyes were on Jiang Jingquan. After all, the first skill of Tianlingzong, Buzhou Mountain Xuanhuan, is an inherited skill from ancient times, and it is also the foundation of Tianlingzong. For countless years, various legends in the outland continent have made this boxing technique more and more evil. Now, seeing it with their own eyes, how could they not be excited? On the battle stage, Chu Yan's face was cold, unmoved at all. Under the surge of true energy, the powerful fist transformed by Wan Lai's dragon strength blasted straight out. Boom, boom. When the 2 fists collided, it was like a giant dragon hitting a mountain, and there was a loud noise that shook the sky. On the entire battle platform, waves burst into the sky, rushing in all directions. The huge golden battle platform trembled suddenly, shaking the ground like an earthquake. Jiang Jinquan's body, like a fallen leaf, was thrown into the sky in an instant with the surge of huge air waves. The two incomplete mountain peaks in front of him were collided by the golden dragon's shadow and collapsed instantly, turning into countless turbulent waves. A pair of arms that cast the first divine fist of the Tianling sect exploded, blood splattered everywhere. Ah! The screams of killing a pig resounded through the battle platform, the body was thrown to the ground, and a big mouthful of blood mist was sprayed out again. Both arms were shattered, and even the lower limbs and legs were cracked with a large number of wounds, and the whole body was covered with scars. Jiang Jinquan looked up in horror, looked up at Chu Yan, only to see, behind Chu Yan, a tall specter, coiled like a mountain, with a pair of gold and silver demon eyes staring straight at him. The body of that mountain was like the demon god of the abyss, causing Jiang Jinquan's whole body to fall into an ice cellar, and even his soul would collapse. Then, what is that? Not only Jiang Jinquan, but all around, all the spectators and Emperor List geniuses with their mouths open, looked at the tall phantom behind Chu Yan, and all stood frozen on the spot, collectively petrified. Punch. Another punch. Just like dealing with other Tianlingzong disciples before, Jiang Jinquan was seriously injured with just one punch. Moreover, this time, unlike the previous fight against Guan Junjie, it is obvious that the power of Chu Yan's punch has increased several times. Jiang Jinquan was not even as good as Guan Junjie. He didn't even have a chance to use his whole cards, so he was severely injured by Chu Yan's punch. You know, this Jiang Jinquan is in the second round, but he is ranked 13th in the Emperor list. That is definitely a chance to hit the top 10 of the Emperor list. But now, even Chu Yan's punch couldn't be received. How strong is this Chu Yan? In mid-air, the three hosts of the 10 Directions starfield all had a look of astonishment in their eyes. This is the first time that in this year's Emperor ranking battle, even the three hosts are surprised by a genius. Including the black-robed boss of the bipolar sect on the distant battlefield, the way he looked at Chu Yan completely changed at this time. He has just received an order to pay attention to Chu Yan's imperial body rank, and if he reaches the middle rank of the emperor rank, he will recruit with all his strength. Before putting down the jade talisman, a tall phantom roared out on the number 4 battle platform, and then Jiang Jinquan was blown away with a punch. What kind of imperial body is this? Elder Lin, who was full of astonishment, stared blankly at the tall phantom behind Chu Yan, with a dazed expression on his face. It's not because Jiang Jinquan was defeated by Chu Yan's punch, but because he didn't know the vision of the emperor's body transformed by the cultivation technique behind Chu Yan. Elder Lin, what grade is the emperor body used by Chu Yan? In the spiritual consciousness transmission of Elder Huang of the astronomy sect sounded. Obviously, not only Elder Lin, but also Elder Huang could not recognize it. It looks like it's the 962nd ranked demon body, the 8-element demon body. But Elder Lin frowned, and kept searching in the sea of knowledge for the emperor's body vision, similar to that behind Chu Yan, the technique of the emperor's body. However, the 8-element demon body seems to have blood eyes, not gold and silver eyes. What the hell is this? Even the two bosses from the 10 Directions starfield couldn't recognize the vision of the emperor body behind Chu Yan, and of course the other people present couldn't recognize it. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C 2055 Enyang Demon. Swish. Swish. The two figures flashed quickly, and they rushed towards the central battle platform together, approaching the golden-armored boss of Xuanhuan Palace. Old Feng, do you have a record of this emperor's body vision in your Xuanhuan Palace? Elder Lin of the bipolar sect and Elder Huang of the astronomical sect looked at General Jiuxiao, who was called Feng Lao in Xuanhuan Palace, and asked anxiously. This? Feng Lao, who was being questioned by the two bosses, had a serious expression on his face, which kept changing, as if hesitating and hesitant. 600,000 years ago, there appeared a great power in the 10 Directions star field. He used to fight against the 3 holy emperors alone. It seems that he used this kind of yin-yang demon body. Hunyuan Palace Feng Lao, with a serious face, looked at Chu Yan on the battle stage with both eyes, and spoke softly. Yin-yang demon physique. Elder Lin and Elder Huang were shocked at the same time, not because they had any prejudice against the demon body. After all, after millions of years of development, the Wuhun world is no longer so hostile to the magic way. Because no matter the way of justice or the way of magic, they are nothing more than kung fu and martial arts, and it depends on the nature of the performer after all. They were astonished because, after the Emperor realm, the demon physique had a great advantage over the Emperor physique. As a magician, the first thing to do is to cultivate the physical body. In this regard, after reaching the Emperor realm, the advantage is extremely huge. Therefore, if Chu Yan cultivates a demon body, then his advantage is naturally greater than other Emperor list geniuses. Then what grade is this yin-yang demon physique? Elder Lin and Elder Huang were stunned for a moment, then asked again. Regardless of whether it is a demon body or an emperor body, the most important thing is the level of physical skills, which directly determines the future achievement of a warrior in the emperor's realm. Hearing the two big men's questioning, Feng Lao seemed to be hesitant, shook his head, and said. The yin-yang demon physique is an imperial physical technique. It is very powerful in the early stage, but the more you practice, the weaker the power. As the words landed, the corners of the eyes of the two big brothers twitched at the same time. Emperor, imperial rank. It's not even an emperor-level physical skill, it's too weak. Neither Elder Lin nor Elder Huang thought that the body-refining technique practiced by Chu Yan was only for the imperial rank. However, as soon as they thought of Chu Yan's origin, which was from the outland continent, a third-rate sect, a look of astonishment appeared in the eyes of the two of them at the same time. Good. Look at the top 10 on the list of emperors, whether it's Long Tianyao, Lu Tianming, or Wu Tianlin, everyone's body training skills are given by the sect, and even the sect's ancient clan restraining kung fu. Therefore, their body-refining techniques are at least at the middle level of the emperor rank, and even the top rank of the emperor rank. Such a genius in the emperor list, even if his strength is slightly weak now, with the accumulation of practice time, his strength will become stronger and stronger in the future, and there is even hope of hitting the demigod realm. Unlike the outland continent, in the 10 Directions starfield, the Holy Emperor is not the limit of martial arts, but the demigod realm is. What a pity! What a pity! Elder Huang and Elder Lin shook their heads at the same time, with expressions of regret. After all, the emperor physique that Chu Yan displayed just now is extremely powerful, making them think that Chu Yan's body-refining technique is at least the emperor rank. Now, knowing that Chu Yan's body-refining technique is only a royal grade, he is naturally a little disappointed. Otherwise, with the combat power shown by Chu Yan, they will at least give a quota of core disciples to recruit. Now, even if Chu Yan finally entered the top 10 of the emperor list, at most he would be a disciple of the outer sect. Boom! At this time on the battle stage, Chu Yan had already rushed in front of Jiang Jinkuan. Seeing him about to get up, he raised his hand and punched out again. The golden fist smashed out, centering on Jiang Jinkuan's body. A spider web of cracks exploded on the entire ground of the golden battle platform, extending in all directions. And Jiang Jinkuan, relying on his powerful body protection, resisted the punch forcefully, and his body was blasted so hard that he almost fell into the ground of the battle arena. Boom! Boom! Jiang Jinkuan's bodyguard Gang Yuan is extremely powerful, exceeding Chu Yan's expectations. Presumably, it has something to do with the ancient body-refining technique of Tianlingzong that he practiced, the Buzhou Emperor body, plus his kung fu and martial arts, it matches this. Therefore, the strength of the body protector is more than 3 times stronger than that of warriors of the same level. And this should also be Jiang Jingquan's strongest hole card. But what's the use of that? Facing Chu Yan's bombardment with one punch after another, Jiang Jingquan, who had no strength to fight back at all, would be shattered no matter how strong his defense was. If one punch can't solve it, then 2 punches, 3 punches. Such a whole card, for Chu Yan, is just a few more punches. Ah. Ah. Every time Jiang Jingquan punches, he will let out a scream like killing a pig. At such a short distance and such a strong force, although most of it is blocked by the bodyguard, the force of the shock alone can knock out his body. All internal organs were blasted to pieces. In all directions, the geniuses and bigwigs who were fighting on the outside of the battle arena, seeing Chu Yan punching down on the arena, Jiang Jingquan's shrill screams echoed. With almost every scream, the corners of everyone's eyes twitched at the same time. Brutal. It's brutal. This battle was considered by many to be a battle for the top 10 in the quasi-emperor list. But no one thought that such a battle for the top 10 of the quasi-emperor list would end up like this. Stop. Stop. Don't fight anymore, Jiang Jingquan, abstain. The head of the Tianling sect, standing outside the battle platform, almost roared. Chu Yan's speed was too fast, and Jiang Jingquan lost his mind in such an important battle, and was defeated by Chu Yan with one punch. Afterwards, at a disadvantage and simply unable to move back. In a master's fight, the outcome is almost a matter of thought, and there is room for loss of consciousness. Now, in less than a breath, he was punched into the pit by Chu Yan, and he couldn't get out at all, only to be beaten. It wasn't that the suzerain of Tianlingzong reacted slowly and let Jiang Jingquan get beaten there, but because he never thought that Jiang Jingquan would be so weak in the face of Chu Yan. Another punch, and he was directly defeated. Behind, Chu Yan punched Jiang Jingquan. Can it still be called a fight? On the battle stage, Chu Yan heard the roar of the Lord of Tianlingzong abstaining, the corners of his mouth lightly raised, and finally stopped. After all, in this Emperor List battle, if you kill your opponent, you will be punished. The moment Chu Yan stopped, several elders of Tianlingzong rushed to the battle platform at the same time, dragged Jiang Jingquan out of the pit, and carried him off the battle platform. Jiang Jingquan, who was carried back to the Tianlingzong camp, had serious injuries all over his body. Except for the skull, almost none of his bones were good. The head of the Tianling sect and the elders all gasped after only one glance. With such a serious injury, even if he did not give up, even if it was a 9-rank golden elixir, it would take a few days to recover. Brutal. This Chu Yan is really cruel. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C 2056 Top 10. Another dismissed disciple, together with those who were lying in the garrison, the only one left in Tianlingzong who could still stand on the Emperor List battle platform was Lu Tianming. The head of the Tianling sect, all the bosses and disciples stared at Chu Yan on the stage with bloodshot eyes, their faces full of murderous intent. Completely ignoring these gazes, Chu Yan strolled off the battlefield and returned to the human camp. From the beginning to the end, these guys from Tianlingzong provoked him again and again. In the world of martial arts, the strong prey on the weak. Those who want to bully others, at the same time, must be prepared to be beaten violently. In all directions, all the disciples watching the battle looked at Chu Yan in unison, all of them dumbfounded, and in the sea of consciousness, the afterimage of that scene on the battle platform could not pass away at all. In mid-air, Feng Lao of Hunyuan Palace could not help but smile when he saw Chu Yan walking back to the human camp with a calm expression and adjusting his breath. This kid, although the body training technique is a bit weak, But this method of beating people is in line with the old man's appetite. Hearing Elder Feng's words, Elder Lin and Elder Huang nodded, saying, "That's right, in the world of martial arts, the strong are respected. Every strong man is born from a battle in a sea of corpses and blood. How can the lion Botu give the opponent any chance?" Elder Lin shook his head when he heard the words, "It's a pity that this son is just an imperial demon body." Thinking of the summons he had just received, Elder Lin was a little disappointed. If this Chu Yan had really reached the mid-level emperor-level body training, and successfully recruited according to the request of the palace master, his own contribution would be quite large. As a force attached to the Dark Temple, the bipolar sect has the opportunity to preside over the emperor-ranking battle in the Outland continent. If they can help the Dark Temple to select a talented disciple, it will be of great benefit to the bipolar sect. Moreover, some of Elder Lin's secret arrangements before were also related to the Dark Temple. Just as Elder Lin was pondering, he turned his head, but his face turned cold. He suddenly found that in the human camp below, Chu Yan's gaze was looking straight at him. Did this kid find something? Elder Lin glanced at Chu Yan with some doubts, then withdrew his gaze, and returned to the battle stage he hosted. Next, the top 50 battles of the 5 major platforms will continue. Chu Yan defeated Jiang Jingquan with one punch, but it caused some strange results. That is, in the following battles, as long as someone encounters Chu Yan, most of them will directly admit defeat. There are even some geniuses on the imperial list who did not wait for Chu Yan to take the stage, and immediately announced their surrender, as if they were afraid of tiring Chu Yan. It's not because they didn't dare to fight Chu Yan, but because the scene of Chu Yan beating Jiang Jingquan violently was too cruel. Those who heard the tragic scene were really sad and wept. The most important thing is that even if it is a 9-rank golden elixir, it will not be able to recover within a few days after being beaten like that. In this way, they will not be able to participate in the following Emperor List ranking battle, which is a great loss. However, if you just admit defeat, save all your strength, you may even participate in the next ranking battle. The most important point is that Jiang Jingquan ranked 13th in the second round, and possessed the legendary Buzhou Mountain Divine Fist of the Tianling sect. He is an absolute top 10 genius in the quasi-emperor list. Even he wasn't enough for Chu Yan to beat him up. Naturally, those other geniuses on the emperor list didn't dare to fight Chu Yan head-on. In this way, behind Chu Yan, after only one battle, he directly entered the top 10 of the emperor list. Moreover, on the 5 battle stages, Chu Yan was the first genius to become the top 10 in the emperor list. And this is exactly what Chu Yan wanted. With the least consumption and cost, and at the same time revealing the least whole cards, he got the qualification for the top 10 of the imperial list. Chu Yan, who had finished his breathing training, began to watch the battles on the other 4 battle platforms. On the number 3 battle platform, Long Tianyao faced a disciple of the Ta clan, and with only one palm, he took the opponent off the battle platform. After winning, Long Tianyao stood up on the battle stage, turned around slowly, and looked straight at Chu Yan with a pair of pale golden eyes. The pale golden aura flowing in those eyes made Chu Yan startled slightly. Because that is what Chu Yan is very familiar with, dragon breath. The 4 eyes looked at each other across the air, and wherever they looked, flames overflowed and the flames of war ignited. Afterwards, on the 5 battle platforms, battles took place one after another, and soon came to an end. An hour later, all the fighting ceased, and the top 10 on the emperor list finally all appeared. Skystar Sect, Long Tianyao. Wu Clan, Wu Tianlin. Loose Cultivator, Gong Yelua. Sky Spirit Sect, Lu Tianming. Hushan Sect, Guaishan. Ta Clan, Qin Yuanji. Dark Sky Gate, Qin Qianer. Ganges, Yin Tian. Twin Stars, Moji. Lingyun Pavilion, Chu Yan. Every Chu Yan who stepped into the top 10 of the emperor list was ranked last. The three hosts, of course, are because they discovered that Chu Yan's physical skills are not of imperial rank. Please come forward and draw the number plate again. Hunyuan Palace Feng Lao, hanging on the central battle platform, announced in a deep voice. The rest of the top 40 are ready for the top 50 ranking battle. It will be held on the square platform, and the top 10 battle on the emperor list will be held on the central platform. Hearing this, all the warriors watching the battle surged together and approached the central battle platform. In the crowd, Chu Yan, Long Tianyao, and other top 10 emperors jumped onto the center stage, ready to draw their number plates. The 10 pieces of jade talisman were exactly the same, shining golden light. Chu Yan took one at random and looked through it, but it was number 4. After all the other geniuses on the emperor's list were drawn and everyone knew their ranks, in an instant, fierce fighting spirits on the battle stage confronted each other. Because, with the ranking number, you know your opponent. What surprised Chu Yan was that the one who got number 3 was actually Lu Tianming from Tianlingzong. At this time, Lu Tianming held the jade talisman in his hand, looked at Chu Yan with blood-red eyes, and a grin appeared on his face little by little. With a firm grip, the symbol in his hand was directly crushed into powder, and he raised his finger to Chu Yan, and while rubbing, the symbol turned into powder was scattered in all directions. In Lu Tianming's eyes, killing intent surged, and he looked directly at Chu Yan. This kind of silent provocation means that Lu Tianming has made up his mind to kill Chu Yan in this battle, revive the reputation of Tianlingzong, and at the same time, avenge several of his fellow sects. On the contrary, Chu Yan saw that his first opponent in the top 10 battle was Tianlingzong again. There was no surprise on his face. Elder Lin. To say that this was not intentionally arranged, Chu Yan didn't believe it at all. Obviously, these three big bosses have been secretly controlling the opponents in the battle of the emperor list. Such an approach, of course, is to test the true strength of every emperor list genius. However, for Chu Yan, this feeling of being secretly manipulated made him very uncomfortable. In the first match, Long Tianyao from the Tianqing sect will face off against Guishan from the Hushan sect. The announcement sounded, and all the emperors in the world swept down the battle platform. Only Long Tianyao of the Tianling sect and Guishan, the Hushanzong in battle robes, stayed on the battle platform. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2057 The Mighty Long Tianyao. On the battle stage, Long Tianyao looked calm and composed, without the slightest hint of nervousness. Compared with the others, the geniuses who have entered the top 10 of the emperor's list are more or less dignified or nervous. Just like the Hushan sect standing opposite him, Guishan, the eyes that looked at Long Tianyao at this moment were full of tremors. This battle, not only Guishan himself, but also several other top 10 emperors, including tens of thousands of eyes around him, are very clear. It is almost impossible for Guishan to defeat Long Tianyao. In the second round of the emperor ranking war, Guishan ranked 10th, while Long Tianyao had never been ranked number 1 since participating in the emperor ranking war. In addition, Long Tianyao's Chongshu body, which came to the 10 Directions starfield, is a top-rank emperor body, plus a mid-level martial emperor cultivation base, not to mention Guishan, even Wu Tianlin and Gong Yelua, they are all short. Brother Long, please enlighten me. After pondering for a long time, Guishan decided not to admit defeat directly. After all, it's a pity to give up so easily in this emperor's list battle, and there are not many chances to fight Long Tianyao. The battle of the emperor's list is a big event, so try your best to make it happen, and I will act with discretion. Long Tianyao looked at Guishan and nodded with a calm expression. Although there are many forces in the outland continent, there are also factions that form alliances and camps when each sect has its own power. The Xianghu Mountain sect has always been on good terms with the Tianqing sect, so the relationship between the two sects is not bad, and there is no grudge. A genius like Long Tianyao, whose talent and cultivation base can be called peerless, will definitely be selected by the sects of the 10 Directions Starfield after the Battle of the Emperor List, and will leave the Outland continent soon. Therefore, in the Battle of the Emperor List, considering the power of one's own sect, generally those who can avoid enmity should try to be as gentle as possible. Hearing Long Tianyao's words, although Gui Yishan's face relaxed a little, but his face was still slightly red, looking a little embarrassed. After all, Long Tianyao's words made him a little bit embarrassed as he was also among the top 10 in the Emperor's list. Roar. A roar of a tiger shook the heavens and the earth, and the entire battlefield trembled. A saber-toothed tiger as tall as a hill stepped out of the void and appeared behind Gui Yishan, with the majestic beast spirit aura rushing in all directions. Faced with the strong pressure brought by Long Tianyao, Gui Yishan directly summoned his own martial soul. The body of a violent tiger. With another shout, golden light surged from Gui Yishan's body, and golden tiger stripes appeared on his skin all over his body. What? Violent tiger emperor body. All around, someone exclaimed, with a look of astonishment on their faces. The tyrant tiger emperor body is the unique martial art of the elders of the Hushan sect. Apart from the suzerain, the elders of the Hushan sect only teach 2 people at a time. Unexpectedly, this Gui Yishan turned out to be the direct disciple of the Hushan sect, the supreme elder. Moreover, this violent tiger body cooperates with his tiger beast martial soul. The power is at least doubled, and it is not even weaker than the Tianhu battle body of the Tianling sect. The tiger roars in the sky. Martial soul and imperial body are displayed at the same time. Gui Yishan's entire aura changed drastically. He raised his right hand, and a tiger claw-shaped force was drawn straight out. 3 sharp tiger claws pulled 3 sharp blades out of the void, towards Long Tianyao on the opposite side, and clawed hard. Call out. With a long howl piercing the air, and the faint sound of a tiger roaring, the gang claws directly slapped Long Tianyao's body. Everyone was shocked. Unexpectedly, Gui Yishan succeeded in attacking Long Tianyao's body. However, the next moment, under the tiger's claws, Long Tianyao's body, with a chuckle all over his face, dissipated directly, like light smoke. Huh. Afterimage. One claw missed. Gui Yishan reacted immediately, turned his head suddenly, and looked around. Unexpectedly, Long Tianyao's movement speed was so fast that he could calmly disappear on the spot in the face of his own attack, making him completely lose his target. Under the battle platform, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, turned his head slightly, and looked to the right of Gui Yishan. In the void, Long Tianyao was walking quickly. This speed body technique has actually reached the realm of transforming the void, completely merging with the void and the heavens and the earth. Others couldn't see through it, but Chu Yan, who had activated the unicorn pupil, could see it clearly, with a look of surprise on his face. This Long Tianyao's strength is somewhat stronger than he imagined. Gui Yishan on the battle stage was just stunned for a moment, but quickly realized. His gaze also found out the location of Long Tianyao, and he raised his hand to capture it again. Boom! This claw, regardless of speed and power, is extremely strong, directly blasting the void into pieces. And that void was exactly where Long Sanyao passed through. Immediately, Long Tianyao flashed out from the void and appeared in front of everyone. However, the moment he just appeared, Gui Yishan's backhands had already fallen overwhelmingly. The previous move forced Long Tianyao out. Before Long Tianyao could fully stand still, Gui Yishan had already made the second move. In this way, Long Tianyao had no time to react and dodge, and was directly enveloped by his second wave of powerful attacks. Okay. This kid's actual combat experience is very good, and he should have experienced a lot of combat training. In mid-air, Elder Huang of the astrology sect looked at Gui Yishan, his eyes brightened slightly, and he spoke in approval. This Guishan's emperor body is already at the top of the middle emperor rank, and his aptitude is not bad. Hunyuan Gong Feng Lao, with golden light flashing in his eyes, under the investigation of his spiritual sense, he carefully inspected the inside and outside of Guishan before he opened his mouth and said, "This son is suitable to be my disciple of the Battle Palace. Ha ha ha, he is very lucky to be favored by Elder Feng." Elder Lin of the bipolar sect said with a smile. "However, I hope that this time, among the top 10 on the emperor list, we can recruit good disciples." Elder Feng and Elder Huang nodded slightly when they heard the words. After all, the three of them traveled all the way from the starfields of 10 directions, traveled hundreds of millions of miles, and came to this low-class outland continent just to recruit a few favorite disciples. At this time on the ring stage, the might of the tiger swept across the sky, and huge tiger palms fell from the sky, and they all slapped Long Tianyao together. Seeing several tiger palms falling from the sky, shattering the void all the way, and falling to the top of his head, Long Tianyao still looked indifferent, and then waved his big hand, and a golden saber flew out of the air. "Thousand gang break!" With a word, thousands of golden lights burst out from the golden saber, like shooting stars, piercing the tiger's palms that fell from the sky, and they disappeared instantly without a trace. Such a powerful chain attack, in front of Long Tianyao, was just a single blow, and all of them collapsed. What kind of knife technique is this?" Guishan's face was stunned, his face was full of astonishment, his attack was completely broken, and it didn't have any effect at all. You know, in the Hushan sect, even if he competes with warriors who are stronger than himself, no one can break his attack with one move. Not only Guishan, but everyone around the central battle platform looked at Long Tianyao, who was standing on the battle platform with a golden knife in his hand. All of them looked stunned. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C 2058 multiple air Cs. Chu Yan looked at the dazed Guishan on the battle stage, and the sluggish spectators around him, and couldn't help frowning slightly. Long Tianyao's move can be regarded as the ultimate move of using softness to overcome rigidity. In the world of Wuhun, there are 9 attributes, among which the yin and yang attributes are the most weird and rare. As for the yin attribute, if it is refined to the extreme, it will be extreme and reversed, producing a strong yang force. This is exactly the case with Long Tianyao in front of him. His appearance, Jinqi breath, and physical body give people the impression that they are all yang breaths, but in fact, his inner qi is extremely yin attribute. Therefore, Long Tianyao is one of thousands, the body of extreme yin. Others may not be able to see it, but Chu Yan also practiced the way of yin and yang, so when Long Tianyao broke Guishan's berserk attack, Chu Yan recognized Long Tianyao's attributes at a glance. Although this true energy attribute is wrapped in masculine power, it is impossible to escape Chu Yan's unicorn pupil. At the same time, in the Sea of Consciousness, the deity of Saint Rakshasa also sent out the devouring consciousness to Chu Yan. Just like in the Soul Demon Purgatory and Ghost Abyss, the holy Rakshasa himself will send out this kind of consciousness when he finds the evil spirit that can be swallowed. Moreover, Chu Yan also discovered that after Long Tianyao broke Guishan's attack, his aura did not weaken at all. That is to say, Long Tianyao didn't consume any real energy in that move just now. Such a situation completely subverts the common sense of martial arts. No. It's not that there is no consumption at all, it's just too weak, so weak that it can be ignored. After checking again, Chu Yan confirmed. Could it be that Long Tianyao also has a lot of Qi Neodin? While there was a trace of doubt in his heart, the indifferent smile on Chu Yan's face became more intense, and he became more and more interested in this Long Tianyao. At this time, on the battle stage, Long Tianyao didn't take advantage of the opportunity to break Guishan's offensive and make the opponent feel a little distracted, and shot directly, but smiled lightly and shouted. It's my turn. Brother Gua, be careful. Shouting like thunder, Guishan was awakened in an instant, and at the same time, all the people watching the battle all turned their attention to Long Tianyao. Not only did it remind the opponent, but it also showed that the moves just now were simply Long Tianyao's intention to give in. In a word, Long Tianyao immediately became extremely majestic in the eyes of everyone. This is the demeanor of a real strong man, worthy of being the number one Long Tianyao on the emperor list. The astonished gazes in all directions changed in an instant, and the eyes that looked at Long Tianyao were full of admiration. Not only the spectators, but even the three bosses in midair nodded slightly. Call out. At this moment, Long Tianyao made a move, and the golden knife in his hand suddenly swung out, and a dazzling golden light slashed straight out. This knife didn't look fancy, but the moment the light of the knife appeared, everyone's hearts suddenly tugged. Countless pairs of eyes looked at the sword light, but they seemed to be looking at the majesty of the world, as if the power contained in all of this had already exceeded the weight of a small world. It can't bear the weight at all. Swish! As the sword light passed, Guishan roared, and kept waving his palms, engraving, and a large area of tiger claw mark swept towards the sword light like a frenzy. However, in the face of this extremely violent wave of paw prints with majestic tigers, the golden saber light just flashed, and it broke through a gap, passed through in an instant, and continued to slash towards Guishan without diminishing momentum. Boom! There was hardly any reaction time, and Guishan didn't have time to make another move, so he could only watch helplessly as the sword light came through the air, slashing on his ever-strengthening body shield, blasting a cloud of storm. Guishan was thrown into the air in response, and fell to the far side of the battle platform. Plop! As Guishan hit the table heavily, his aura continued to weaken, and everyone could feel that this battle was probably over. Obviously, in the face of Long Tianyao, Guishan has already exerted 12% of his strength, but his combat power is not at the same level as Long Tianyao. He even couldn't decipher the knife that Long Tianyao swung casually. Everyone could see that Guishan tried his best, and he played very well, with strong combat power, but Long Tianyao was still the one who won in the end. Guishan, who was ranked 9th on the emperor list, was defeated in one battle. In this battle, Long Tianyao's astonishing combat power only revealed a corner of the ice water, but it has already shown great splendor. No one would have expected that even though they were both top 10 in the emperor list, the gap between Long Tianyao, who was number 1, and the other top 10 would be so large. Up to now, who would doubt that Long Tianyao will become the number 1 in this year's emperor ranking battle? Immediately, Long Tianyao nodded slightly to Guishan, who had got up from the ground on the edge of the platform in the distance, with a face full of disappointment, then turned and walked off the platform. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Long Tianyao stopped steadily at the last moment when he stepped off the battle platform, and turned his eyes to look in the direction of the human race. Chu Yan, I know, you are betting 1 billion Emperor Crystals in Jiuxiao Pavilion, betting that I won't get the first place. A sound transmission of spiritual consciousness traveled through the void and submerged into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. So what? Chu Yan was taken aback, then smiled slightly, and replied with divine sense. Very good. I also hope that there are people here who can really fight me. It's just a pity. The corners of Long Tianyao's mouth were raised slightly, but he shook his head, and a hint of arrogance flashed in his eyes, and then said. You are very strong. However, Lu Tianming is much stronger than you imagined. If you fight him without losing 10 strokes, you are qualified to fight me. I am looking forward to your 1 billion Emperor Crystal, not just for fame. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Long Tianyao withdrew his gaze, stopped looking at Chu Yan, and walked towards the steps at a leisurely pace, operating smoothly. 10 strokes. Chu Yan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled lightly. The second match, Tianlingzong Lu Tianming, will face Lingyun Pavilion, Chu Yan. In the midair of the battle stage, the voice of Hunyuan Palace Feng Lao resounded like a burst of thunder, resounding through the audience. Swish! Swish! One black and one white, two figures rose towards each other from two directions and flew down to the central battle platform. Tianlingzong, Lu Tianming, ranked 5th in the second round of the Emperor list. Lingyun Pavilion, Chu Yan, ranked 31st in the second round of the Emperor list. The figures of the two landed on the central battle platform, and immediately attracted the attention of everyone around them, and they all came to watch them. Boss Chu Yan, beat him. Beat him to death. When Little White Bear saw Chu Yan come on stage, he immediately became excited and howled. Ha ha ha. Whose family does that beast belong to? Are you crazy? I'm laughing to death. You let Chu Yan beat Lu Tianming. I didn't see that there was a huge difference between the 1st and 9th just now. The 5th and the 30th are more than one finger. Already. It's really funny. I think, that Chu Yan, it's not bad if he can hold up to 3 tricks. That's right, that's Lu Tianming, the #1 genius of the Tianling sect. His strength is so strong that he might be able to fight Long Tianyao. There is no suspense in this battle. I bet 5 tricks. The roar of the Little White Bear attracted a burst of laughter, and at the same time, all kinds of discussions and ridicule swept towards the place where the human race was. On the battle stage, Chu Yan and Lu Tianming faced each other from a distance. Both of them were extremely calm, unmoved by the noise around them at all. Chu Yan. Finally, let me wait for this opportunity. Lu Tianming clenched his fists tightly, looked at Chu Yan. The smile on his face was almost distorted, and the red light in his eyes shone fiercely. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C 2059 Ancient Double Combat Body. Even a fool could tell that Lu Tianming's words were full of murderous intent. The Tianlingzong, the 8 geniuses who participated in the Battle of the Emperor list this time, were all cultivated by the sect with all the resources and 100 years. But I didn't expect that by now, all the feathers were broken, and half of them were carried in Chu Yan's hands. The most hateful thing is that among the 3 people who hoped to hit the top 10 of the Emperor list, 2 of them were crippled by Chu Yan's punch, and they were not even qualified to participate in the ranking battle. The thought of lying on the bed with the half-deadly Dong returning Jiang Jinkuan, Lu Tianming's heart burned like a fire. Damn Chu Yan, it's all because of you. The hatred in Lu Tianming's heart exceeds that of everyone in Tianlingzong, because he knows better than anyone that the situation between Tianlingzong and Chu Yan is because of himself. Before the Battle of the Emperor's list, he mocked Chu Yan that words. At this time, Lu Tianming didn't have any regrets in his heart, but was completely occupied by hatred and anger. You are the last one of Tianlingzong. I hope you are better than them. Looking at Lu Tianming, whose eyes were spitting fire, Chu Yan's face was calm, without any change in expression, and he spoke lightly. Chu Yan's words made the originally noisy surroundings quiet down instantly. Everyone was closely watching the 2 powerful figures on the battle platform. Whether it is the first genius of Tianlingzong, Lu Tianming, or Chu Yan, who made surprise attacks with a dark horse and repeatedly created miracles. In their view, at least, a great war is about to break out. I, Lu Tianming, as the #1 genius of the Tianling sect, with a middle martial emperor-level cultivation, even one hand is enough to deal with you at a small quasi-emperor level. Ha ha ha. As if thinking of something, Lu Tianming's face changed, and an arrogant and domineering expression appeared all over his face. It suddenly occurred to him that Chu Yan's harm to Tianlingzong not only abolished Jiang Jinkuan and others, but also caused great blasphemy to the prestige of Tianlingzong. This battle must not only be won, but also won beautifully, in one fell swoop to revive the glorious image of Tianlingzong among all the bigwigs and warriors in the outland continent. Seeing that your aptitude is not bad, I can teach you a few tricks. Come on, let's do it. Lu Tianming carried his back with one hand, with a look of pride on his face, trying his best to imitate Long Tianyao, who was majestic on the battle stage just now, looking down at Chu Yan with his nostrils, posing as a strong senior, chuckling road. It seems that the Heavenly Spirit sect. Hearing this, the corner of Chu Yan's mouth lightly raised, looked at Lu Tianming, and said softly. This sentence immediately attracted everyone's attention, and everyone wanted to know, what could Chu Yan say in the face of the mighty Lu Tianming at this time? You know, this battle may be the last battle of the biggest dark horse of this year. It seems that the Tianlingzong are all idiots. As soon as the words landed, all the gazes from all directions trembled. What? The Tianlingzong are all idiots. In this case, in front of Lu Tianming, the first genius of Tianlingzong, and a group of bigwigs such as the suzerain of Tianlingzong around, speak directly. This Chu Yan is going to die. Sure enough, at the next breath, everyone in the Tianling sect who reacted was furious. Senior brother Lu, kill him. This kid wants to die. He dares to say that our Tianling sect is all white, we must not spare him. Avenge senior brother Li and senior brother Jiang, kill Chu Yan, and destroy the human race. Crush him to death. Crush him to death. The anger of the Shuanglingzong almost set the entire central battle platform ablaze, and even the bosses and disciples of other sects around them laughed. A Chu Yan blatantly challenged the Ban Tianlingzong, the entire sect. Even Long Tianyao would not be so crazy, this Chu Yan is going crazy. In midair, the three big hosts also had a strange look on their faces, looking at Chu Yan on the battle stage, with different expressions. This kid, with a quasi-emperor level cultivation, dares to provoke Lu Tianming so much. Wait a minute, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on to 3 tricks. Elder Lin looked at Chu Yan and kept shaking his head. Hunyuan Palace Feng Lao smiled, nodded slightly and said, that's right. This kid is crazy, just like this old man. Then Lu Tianming, the middle martial emperor, might not be weaker than the Tianhu battle physique, but Chu Yan is only qualified for the emperor rank cultivation base, and the imperial grade demon physique, no matter which aspect, is no match. Why don't you know? Then come the confidence. Elder Huang of the astronomical sect was full of sorrow. On the battle stage, Lu Tianming laughed out of anger when he heard Chu Yan's words, but the power of true energy in his body had overflowed and continued to rise. Based on your words, you deserve to die. Today, even if I give up the chance to hit the top 5 in the Emperor's list, I still want you to die in front of me. While Lu Tianming was speaking, he lightly raised his hands at the same time, and suddenly, red light in his left hand and golden light in his right hand flowed out of his body at the same time. These streams of light, condensed but not dispersed, continuously condensed on both sides of Lu Tianming's body, distorting and transforming into something. In less than a breath, the entire battle stage was filled with light, and 2 powerful auras rushed out. On the viewing platform near Lu Tianming, everyone could feel that the tremors in the void made their minds heavy at the same time. What is this? Someone exclaimed in shock, looking at the 2 completely different streamers and auras on both sides of Lu Tianming's body. His face was full of astonishment. Ordinary warriors usually have one kind of breath, and there are very few cases where 2 kinds of breath are integrated into one body. But in front of Lu Tianming, there are 2 completely different auras, but there is no conflict at all, and they even amplify each other. On Lu Tianming's face, the smirk became more and more intense, and his face was full of complacency. The 2 auras became stronger and stronger, and among the big men of various forces in all directions, some people's expressions suddenly changed, as if they saw something. That won't be the 3 major bodies. A big man, seeing the two powerful auras on Lu Tianming's body, his pupils shrank sharply, and he turned his head to look in the direction of Tianlingzong. I saw that there was a smug smile on the face of Tianlingzong, which could not be concealed at all. Could it be, really, the body of the three great bodies of the heavenly spirit, the body of a dragon and a tiger? This exclamation immediately attracted astonished eyes from all directions. There was shock and disbelief in every look, and many people all looked at the head of the Tianling sect, as if they wanted to confirm something. Sure enough, the sect master of Tianling sect, when he heard someone shouting the body of a dragon and a tiger, the smile on his face became wider. Oh my God! It's really the body of a dragon and a tiger of the three great bodies. No. Impossible. Isn't the three great battle bodies of Tianlingzong lost? Is there only one Tianhu battle body? That's right, how is this possible? The body of a dragon and tiger requires a heavenly dragon battle body and a heavenly tiger battle body. It is extremely difficult to cultivate at the same time. Tianlong battle body, Tianhu battle body, Tianshi battle body, and the three ancient battle bodies of Tianlingzong. It is said that only if the three bodies can be combined into one, can they break through the legendary demigod realm and step into the god realm of the pinnacle of martial arts. Unexpectedly, Tianlingzong found the lost Tianlong battle body, and Lu Tianming succeeded in training. It's terrible. The body of a dragon and a tiger. All kinds of exclamations rang together. Even Long Tianyao and Wu Tianlin in the distance looked at Lu Tianming on the battle platform, and their expressions changed slightly. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2061 finger to break the sky. As Lu Tianming's aura continued to increase, a red dragon and a black tiger slowly appeared behind him. One dragon and one tiger, the vision transformed by the emperor's body, entrenched on the left and right sides of the body. The eyes of the dragon and tiger are as bright as stars, staring at the void. The breath of the dragon and the tiger frighten all directions. So far, all the doubts in everyone's hearts have been answered. What Lu Tianming used was exactly two of the three great battle bodies of the Tianling sect, the Tianlong battle body and the Tianhu battle body. Compared with Li Dongzhi's previous Tianhu battle body, this double body training technique is more than 3 times stronger. Moreover, looking at the aura of the red dragon and the power of the tiger, there is a state of rushing towards each other, and it is obvious that they have initially possessed the power of fusion. The body of a dragon and a tiger is beginning to show its power. This Lu Tianming used the almost lost dragon and tiger body of Tianlingzong as soon as he came up. Isn't it easier to deal with Chu Yan? That's right. With the body of a dragon and a tiger, plus the addition of 2 great bodies, it can definitely be regarded as one of the 3 most powerful imperial bodies in the Outland continent. The terrifying Tianlingzong, the terrifying Lu Tianming, and some ancient dual warriors, I'm afraid they can hit the top 3 in the emperor list. It's a pity that the fusion of the 2 combatants is not lacking in heat, but for that Chu Yan, it is more than enough. The big bosses and strong men all around shouted in surprise. Ha ha ha, that's great, with Lu Tianming's strength, that Chu Yan is doomed. On the viewing platform, in the Yuan family camp, Yuanxiong was full of excitement and shouted loudly. Not only Yuanxiong, but all the bigwigs in the Yuan family were excited. Being able to see Chu Yan being killed, it is better than them to improve the ranking of the emperor list, and he is still happy and excited, and finally he has avenged him. On the battle stage, behind Lu Tianming, a dragon and a tiger, the 2 great bodies, were fully revealed. The entire battle stage was almost completely enveloped by the dragon's breath and the tiger's majesty. The strong red light and black light, even the breath of the battle stage's defensive spirit shield, covered most of it. With such a powerful aura, Chu Yan, who was standing on the opposite side of the platform, looked lackluster and completely dimmed. Anyone who sees the situation on the battlefield can tell at a glance that Lu Tianming is extremely powerful, while Chu Yan has no momentum at all. Finally, the red dragon and black tiger's double emperor body vision appeared on Lu Tianming's body, with scales and tiger stripes, his peak fighting power. Roar! Roar! The roar of the dragon and the roar of the tiger shook the heavens and the earth, and the entire golden battle platform trembled. Between the heaven and the earth, the breath of the dragon and the majesty of the tiger rushed in all directions, stirring up the spirit formation on the battle platform, and the aura was extremely powerful. What a body of a dragon and a tiger! This momentum, this power, is too strong. The legendary integration of the three major bodies of the Tianling sect, and the fusion of the two major bodies is already a blessing in my life. The first genius of the Tianling sect is indeed powerful. Amidst the astonished voices from all directions, Lu Tianming's eyes suddenly lit up, and his whole body exploded with power. Chu Yan, die for me! Boom! Boom! Left dragon and right tiger. It exploded at the same time, turning into two huge fists, carrying all the power, and blasting down towards Chu Yan. Above the two fists, the shadow of a dragon and the shape of a tiger manifested at the same time, the fist of the dragon gang, the fist of the tiger gang, one left and one right, both fists came out together. Void and Zhongkong trembled like trembling. The two kinds of power are already astonishingly powerful, and they are still fused with each other, and the power is once again enhanced. This time, it was as if two peerless beasts had slammed into Chu Yan together. Lu Tianming's eyes shot sharply, with a fierce light flashing, and he wanted to use the momentum of crushing to directly suppress Chu Yan with one move. Let everyone know that the strength of Tianlingzong, and Lu Tianming's strength is by no means something that can be offended and blasphemed by a mere Chu Yan. This move contains the infuriating energy of the Middle Emperor martial realm cultivation base, and at the same time gathers the ancient unique knowledge of Tianlingzong, the explosive power of the physical body of the dual combat body, in front of the body of a dragon and a tiger. There is no doubt at all, how could Chu Yan be able to catch it? You know, this kind of powerful trump card is the trick that Lu Tianming used to decide the top 3 rankings in the Emperor list and to deal with Long Tianyao. On the viewing platforms all around, strong men and big men looked at Lu Tianming, and under the full force of the explosion, they stimulated the explosive power of the dragon and tiger's body, and punched Chu Yan with both fists. All of them were shocked. Even some powerhouses in the 5th level of the martial emperor realm are trembling. Even if they are such a powerful attack, if they resisted hard, they may be seriously injured. The dragon and tiger punched through the air, and under countless pairs of astonished eyes, they instantly came to Chu Yan. At this moment, on the opposite side of the battle stage, Chu Yan, who had been standing upright and motionless, suddenly had his eyes lit up, his bloody eyes and golden pupils shone with a strange light, and he raised his hands directly. Stretch out the index fingers of both hands, one gold and one silver, 2 light spots, like bright stars in the starry sky, getting brighter and brighter, and poking hard, pointing directly at the dragon and tiger fists coming from the opposite side. Tom! Tom! 2 muffled bangs exploded, gold and silver twinkled, and the radiance flashed instantly, and the violent surf also turned into 2 waves of gold and silver, rushing forward. As for the center of the arena, Chu Yan pointed out with both fingers, which happened to be on top of Lu Tianming's fists. In an instant, except for the layers of air waves exploding around the two of them, the figures of the two of them were frozen on the spot. And behind Lu Tianming, the vision of the imperial body of a tiger roaring and a dragon roaring was instantly poked by Chu Yan's 2 fingers like a balloon, completely deflated and dissipated in an instant. The dragon and tiger leaping violently and shockingly just now disappeared, completely in an instant. Everyone in the audience trembled at the same time. The suzerain of the Tianling sect, the grim smiles on the faces of the bosses, froze immediately. Block it. 2 fingers are in the way. How is it possible? All the seas of consciousness exploded like thunder. Looking at the scene in front of them, they were completely stunned, and even the sea of consciousness stopped functioning. Boom! Boom! The next moment, Chu Yan's two fingertips radiated gold and silver light, blasting Lu Tianming's body upside down, shooting into the air like a rag, before falling hard to the ground. In an instant, the entire battlefield was silent in all directions, and needles could be heard. Tens of thousands of pairs of eyes stared blankly at Lu Tianming, who was rolling on the ground on the battle platform, petrified collectively, and stood frozen on the spot. Even in midair, the three bosses looked at the battle stage with expressions of shock, unable to react. Facing all the horrified gazes, Chu Yan looked at Lu Tianming, who had just got up from the battle platform with the same astonishment on his face, and said softly, "It's flashy and superficial, and it's simply tarnishing the prestige of the dragon and the tiger. Give you another chance. Give it another chance." When the words fell to the ground, all the dull eyes in all directions were stunned. That Chu Yan, give Lu Tianming a chance. What kind of domineering and imposing manner this is, faintly makes everyone feel that Lu Tianming at this time is completely different from Chu Yan. Obviously stronger than Long Tianyao just now. At the border of the battle platform, Lu Tianming's face changed violently when he heard the words. Just now, Chu Yan just blasted him back, and did not attack with all his strength. Therefore, Lu Tianming did not have any obvious injuries. However, a strong sense of humiliation rose from Lu Tianming's heart, making his eyes instantly bloodshot, and his eyes burst out with anger. You wanna die? With a roar, Lu Tianming erupted completely, and two shadows of a dragon and a tiger appeared behind him at the same time, his whole body full of imperial power, like a mighty river and a raging river, setting off monstrous waves. Like a volcano that was directly ignited, Lu Tianming looked at Chu Yan, blood-red and frightening. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C2061 happy too early. Burning with anger, Lu Tianming almost exploded. Eyes full of bloodshot eyes, looking at Chu Yan, wishing to eat him raw, the whole body's true energy rose crazily, and continued to improve. There was no need for Chu Yan to speak. Lu Tianming wished he could directly burn his soul, burst out all the power, and blast Chu Yan into scum in one fell swoop. Only in this way can he vent his hatred and shame him for losing face in front of so many people. Therefore, when Lu Tianming burst out with all his strength, his body's true energy surged, and his cultivation breath continued to rise. The vision of two emperors, one red and one black, became larger and larger under the infusion of his true energy, like two mountains of beasts standing in midair. Look, Lu Tianming's dual war imperial body is merging. There was a sound of exclamation, and eyes from all directions looked together. I saw that in midair, two kinds of light, the red dragon and the black tiger, were slowly approaching under the maddening Lu Tianming, who was full of ferocious face. Where the two breaths meet, a dark golden light continuously bursts out, and with the passage of time, the dark golden light becomes more and more intense and bigger. Correspondingly, the abnormal aura of the imperial body of the red dragon and black tiger gradually weakened. Heaven. Tianming. Not far away, the head of the Tianling sect saw Lu Tianming urging the battle body fusion with all his strength. His face became tense, his eyes were fixed on Lu Tianming, and his face was full of worry. As a master, of course he knows that Lu Tianming has been cultivating the two great bodies for less than 30 years. Although his talent is amazing and he can move them freely, it is still too early for the two great bodies to fully integrate. It's just that I didn't expect that in today's battle of the Emperor list, being forced by this Chu Yan, even if he was desperately going crazy, Lu Tianming would forcefully merge the two fighters. Because, after the first move just now was easily broken by Chu Yan, Lu Tianming knew that with his current trump card, Only by using this taboo move would it be possible to truly kill Chu Yan in one fell swoop. In midair, the dark golden light cluster has melted into a huge light, like water waves, continuously rushing layer upon layer, crashing into the void in front of you. In the midair of the entire battle platform, there was a rumbling sound of thunder, and the momentum was astonishing. At this moment, everyone's eyes could clearly see that a peerless beast seemed to be conceived in that dark golden light group, and it was about to escape from its cage and completely destroy the entire world in front of it. This kind of power has obviously surpassed that just now. Moreover, after half a breath, the ground of the battle platform began to buzz and tremble, and in mid-air, the giant shadow of a huge beast began to scatter, turning into countless dark golden rays of light, which merged into Lu Tianming's right fist. These light spots are all the power after the fusion of the two combat bodies. The Tianlong battle body, the Tianhu battle body, and two of the three ancient battle bodies of the Tianlingzong, at this moment, after hundreds of thousands of years, merged into the present world again. A dark golden fist was continuously condensed in Lu Tianming's eyes full of ecstasy. It contains the terrifying power of the double emperor body. This kind of fusion of the double emperor body has far exceeded the middle level of the emperor body, and even surpassed the boundary of the upper level of the emperor body. You know, the Chongshu body of Long Tianyao, who is currently ranked number 1. It's only a middle-grade emperor body, but now Lu Tianming's fusion of dual combat bodies has already surpassed Long Tianyao. Therefore, around the central battle platform at this time, the eyes of the top 10 on the emperor list were all looking at the center of the battle platform, Lu Tianming, who had already broken through the limit of his combat power. The top 10 in the emperor's list, everyone felt a touch of shock in their hearts. They didn't expect that the three battle bodies of Tianlingzong could have such power, and they didn't expect that in order to kill Chu Yan, Lu Tianming would go crazy and forcibly merge the two battle bodies. But in the end, Lu Tianming succeeded. Looking at the power of the condensed fist, it was obvious that the power of the fusion of the two fighters had been completed. Among the top 10 geniuses, apart from Long Tianyao, who was able to keep his expression as usual, the pupils of the others all trembled slightly. At this moment, on the battle stage, Lu Tianming's expression suddenly turned ferocious. Go to hell! With a violent roar, the sound of the roar resounded throughout the sky of the battle platform, and the huge dark golden fist in his hand smashed out loudly. This fist, with the momentum of thousands of thunders, pushed across, and the void in front of it was completely blown into powder, blasting a straight void road, crushing towards Chu Yan. This fist is nearly 10 feet in size, occupying a square of heaven and earth, and its speed is as fast as thunder, and it hits the place where Chu Yan is in just a blink of an eye. Boom, boom. The violent sound shook the sky, and the huge air wave rushed straight to Jiuxiao, and the place where Chu Yan's body was located was completely enveloped by this fist. And Chu Yan's figure was instantly swallowed by the strength of his fist, and disappeared. The vigor was like a tide, pushing the air in all directions, setting off a huge wave-like storm, hitting the defensive spirit formations around the battle platform, causing the whole battle platform to tremble violently. Boom! 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 The battle platform's defensive spirit array suddenly doubled in size, and at the same time trembled more and more violently, as if it couldn't bear the terrifying force and was about to explode. No, not good. Seeing this scene, the crowd of spectators around the battle platform exploded, and everyone turned around and fled, spreading out in all directions, fearing that the battle platform spirit array would not be able to support it, and it would explode and bring disaster to Chiyu. At this moment, the crowd dispersed, and the airwaves rolled over the battle platform. It was impossible to see clearly what happened on the battle platform. Boss! Chu Yan! In the human camp, the hearts of Little White Bear and the 8th Elder tugged at the same time. Looking at Chu Yan, whose figure had completely disappeared on the battle stage, and the terrifying dark golden air below, their faces turned pale with shock. Chu Yan, lost. Not only Little White Bear and the Eighth Elder, but even the big bosses of various forces and the geniuses of the Emperor's list all around, retreating 10,000 steps away, calmed down and looked back to the central battle platform, all with expressions of astonishment. Such a terrifying attack, not to mention Chu Yan in the center of the battle platform, is probably dodging. As long as he does not escape from the range of the battle platform, it is impossible to survive. However, there is a defensive spirit array on the battle platform, and it is impossible to open it before the battle is over, so it is impossible for Chu Yan to escape. In this way, in the end, there is only one. That is, Chu Yan must have been lost. Ha ha ha. On the battle stage, vigor rolled, like a peerless beast, venting its endless power, but it gradually dissipated. Lu Tianming laughed maniacally, with incomparable excitement. Chu Yan, fight with me, this is the end, so that you don't even have scum left. Hearing Lu Tianming's roar, the faces of the bosses and geniuses who were watching the battle all turned pale. It seems that Chu Yan is really lost. After all, Lu Tianming's move of merging the dual combat body just now, not to mention Chu Yan, even they, could not be able to withstand the power that erupted. You are happy, isn't it too early? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the battle stage, making everyone in the audience stunned at the same time. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember, Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2062 look away. Suddenly, the cold voice on the battle stage surprised everyone at the same time. Especially on the battle stage, Lu Tianming laughed wildly, froze suddenly, turned his head fiercely, and looked at the center of the battle, where the air wave exploded just now. I saw that in the middle of the battle platform, a dark golden air wave had rolled away and spread towards the surroundings. In the surging air wave, a vague figure could be vaguely seen. The audience was silent, and everyone's eyes were wide open, staring at the blur, trying their best to see it clearly. 3 breaths of time passed, and most of the air wave finally dissipated, and the blurred figure gradually appeared. Sure enough, just as everyone couldn't believe it, that figure was exactly Chu Yan. Chu Yan, who was full of indifference, just stood in the center of the battle arena so indifferently, looking at Lu Tianming not far away with a pair of cold eyes. His face was extraordinarily calm. Standing upright, Chu Yan has not changed a bit. What he looked like before is still what he looks like now. However, if you have to say that there is something different, you can still find it. Chu Yan raised his hand, and the pupils of all the sluggish people shrank at the same time. However, Chu Yan raised his hand and brushed towards his chest, where there was a slight wrinkle. He patted it lightly, then raised his head, and looked to Lu Tianming. He smiled lightly and said, "This is all your power. Fusion of 2 combat bodies." Amidst the doubts, a look of disdain and contempt appeared on Chu Yan's face, and he shook his head slightly, looking extremely disappointed. Such a scene, falling into Lu Tianming's eyes, immediately made him jump up, hissing and roaring, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, as if it had been electrocuted. No. Impossible. How is it possible? You didn't die. Lu Tianming, with bloodshot eyes, stared at Chu Yan, as if he had seen a ghost, and couldn't believe what he saw with his own eyes. Not only him, but all the spectators and geniuses from all directions, looking at the calm and composed Chu Yan on the battle stage, all looked like they had seen a ghost. In mid-air, the 3 big hosts looked surprised, their eyes widened, and their brows were wrinkled. Just now, did you see that, Chu Yan? Clearly, what secret technique did you use? Hunyuan Palace Feng Lao asked, his tone full of doubts. No. No. Could it be that there is a secret technique that we can't see? A quasi-emperor rank, just. Awakened by Elder Feng's words, Elder Huang, who suddenly reacted, was a little stagnant in his speech. This is a bit strange. Just now, Lu Tianming's move of fusion of 2 fighters, the explosive power is not bad. How did this human kid escape? Elder Lin stood aside with a serious look on his face. You know, not long ago, he sent a message to Emperor Xie that Chu Yan was just a demon body in the imperial realm and had no recruiting value. Moreover, in the next scheduled battle between him and Lu Tianming, it is very likely that he will lose. The communication jade talisman hadn't even been put away yet. As a result, the scene that shocked his eyeballs appeared vividly in front of him. Could it be, we have misjudged our eyes? Feng Lao's pupils shrank slightly. His eyes flickered, and a thought flashed in the sea of consciousness. I'm afraid there are some secrets about this son that we don't understand yet. Feng Lao said softly, looked at the other two big men, and said again, perhaps his demon body is not the imperial rank. When these words landed, Elder Lin and Elder Huang were stunned at the same time. They both raised their heads and looked at Elder Feng with astonishment on their faces. After being reminded, doubts also arose in their hearts at the same time. If it was just an imperial demon body, the physical strength would never be able to stop the terrifying power emanating from the fusion of the two combat bodies. Maybe, or, it's possible, that Chu Yan is really not the royal demon physique. Old Feng, could it be that the emperor physique of this human kid is not the royal demon physique that I judged just now? Elder Lin was shocked and asked urgently. The attack power that can block the fusion of the two battle bodies is the least, and it is also the emperor body of the same level. Feng Lao's tone was extremely affirmative. In fact, there is no need for Elder Feng to say it out. How could Elder Lin and Elder Huang not know such simple common sense of martial arts? However, hearing what Feng Lao said in person made them even more sure that they had really misjudged before. Immediately afterwards, the gazes of the three big bosses brightened at the same time, and they all turned their heads to look at the black-robed figure on the battle platform. Emperor rank high-grade emperor body. Past Long Tianyao. Even surpassed this year, the super emperor body of all the geniuses on the emperor list. The thoughts in the sea of consciousness are like thunderbolts, and every time they flash, the eyes of the three big brothers are extremely hot. If Chu Yan is really a high-grade emperor body, not to mention in the outer continent, even in the 10-direction star field, he is also a top genius. If he was recruited, it would be a great credit. A breath gushed out of Elder Feng, and red fire surged in his eyes. He turned his head suddenly, looked at Elder Lin and Elder Huang, and shouted. My son, I want it from the battle hall of Xuanhuan Palace. When the words fell, Elder Lin and Elder Huang woke up at the same time, the corners of their eyes twitched, and they spoke urgently. Old Feng. This. Elder Lin and Elder Huang are of course unwilling, but the forces of Xuanhuan Palace. What? You two still want to grab me? Feng Lao let out a soft drink, not angry but arrogant, with the authority of a superior in his tone. He stared straight at the two of them. Old Feng, that Long Tianyao. Elder Huang hesitated for a moment, then spoke again. Good. Hearing Elder Huang's words, Elder Lin quickly echoed and said. Long Tianyao's strength, so far, has only revealed a corner of the ice water. Long Tianyao of the Tianqing sect should not be underestimated. In my opinion, even if that Chu Yan is a powerful emperor, his strength and cultivation are not as good as Long Tian's. Yao. So. Compared with the two, Long Tianyao is still much stronger than Chu Yan. Elder Huang answered the words quickly and said with certainty. The two sang together, bringing the topic to Long Tianyao. Oh. Hearing this, Old Feng's expression of joy just now subsided instantly. His brows slightly frowned, he glanced at the crowd, and looked at Long Tianyao on the battle stage calmly. He hesitated immediately. 2. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the debate among the three big bosses in midair stopped immediately, and they cast their eyes again, looking at the battle platform. At this time on the battle stage, Lu Tianming, who was almost going crazy after being stimulated by Chu Yan, the aura on his body rose again. Unforgivable. Chu Yan must die. Lu Tianming's eyes could no longer see the pupils of his true color, and were almost completely filled with blood and fire. I saw him, his body was stiff, his eyes were pointing, he suddenly raised his right hand, turned his palm into a knife, and cut straight to the wrist of his left hand. Pooh! A splash of blood shot out, wrapped in his true energy, turned into a beam of light, and shot straight at Tianxiao. Boom, boom. Above the sky, there was a muffled sound of thunder, and the endless spiritual power of heaven and earth began to gather crazily, rushing towards Lu Tianming like a tide. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. Hashtag C206300,000 years taboo. What are you doing tomorrow? All eyes were on the roaring figure on the battle platform. At this time, Lu Tianming's face was extremely ferocious. Because of the distortion, he was completely squeezed into a ball, and his face, which was still purple just now, instantly turned pale, without a trace of blood. Lu Tianming's current appearance looks extremely terrifying, even a bit like the zombie face of a puppet. However, on Lu Tianming's body, as the blood on his wrist continued to flow, the vision above the sky became more and more intense and massive. This is a sacrificial spirit. The head of the Tianling sect, with trembling eyes, looked at the vision in the sky, and then at Lu Tianming on the battle platform. He was stunned for a moment, and when he said a few words, he suddenly felt dark and his body trembled, almost unsteady. Metropolitan. Seeing the appearance of the Tianling sect master, several Tianling sect bosses hurried forward, ready to help. However, without waiting for them to get close, the head of the Tianling sect exploded directly, and the roar like a wild beast turned into a sound wave. Under the roar, all the big bosses shook their bodies. Who is it? Who told Lu Tianming the method of sacrificing spirits? With a roar, all the bosses showed a look of shock at the same time. They looked at the head of the Tianling sect in disbelief, and then turned their heads to look at the battle platform. Beginning of the ever-expanding 6-day Ming. Oh my god! This is really a secret skill for offering sacrifices to spirits. No. Impossible. The secret skill of offering sacrifices to spirits is a taboo in our sect, and no one can practice it. How did he know? That's right, there is no cheat book in the martial skill pavilion for this method of offering sacrifices to the spirit. It has been stored in the deepest part of the sect's treasury. It is impossible for Lu Tianming to know about it. Only the core elders of this sect know the existence of this forbidden secret. Could it be that someone really told Lu Tianming privately? It's over. Sacrifice the body and blood in exchange for the coming of the spirit of heaven and earth, and in the end there will only be a wisp of spirit left. 6 Tianming, is it going to be lost? A group of bigwigs from the Tianling sect looked at Lu Tianming on the battle stage. All of them were horrified. They never thought that Lu Tianming would secretly learn the taboo imperial technique, the method of worshipping the spirit that was passed down from ancient times by the Tianling sect. This method was obtained by chance by the first suzerain of Tianlingzong, and he practiced it to a great success, and differentiated the method of 3 major bodies, thus creating the Tianlingzong. In other words, the origin of Tianlingzong, in fact, is this method of offering sacrifices to spirits. However, after the first suzerain, all the strong men of the Tianling sect who practiced this method of offering sacrifices to the spirit all went into a state of madness, ranging from confusion of consciousness to perpetual fall into the devil's way, to the loss of physical strength and becoming useless. For countless years, Tianlingzong tried and verified repeatedly, but they couldn't find the reason at all. In the end, they could only seal this method, and stipulated that none of the disciples of Tianlingzong could practice anymore. Because of this, no one among the three great bodies of the Tianling sect has cultivated to the state of great accomplishment, and there has never been a disciple who has integrated the three great bodies. However, this method of offering sacrifices to spirits is extremely powerful. Just relying on one of the Tianhu battle bodies, the Tianlingzong has become a famous and powerful warrior sect in the outland continent. The sect has been established for millions of years and has been passed down to the ancient times. Although the sect has not become strong, it has not declined either. Roar. On the battle platform, Lu Tianming's body had already swelled to a height of nearly 10 feet, his buttocks bulged like steel, the teeth in his mouth turned outward, and black scales continued to grow out of his flesh. At this time, Lu Tianming still had a trace of his original appearance, looking like a monster in the ghost abyss. No, not good. This is already insane. The more you worry about something, the more it will happen. The head of the Tianling sect looked at Lu Tianming on the battle platform and exclaimed in shock. According to the records of the altar secret technique of Tianlingzong, if the cultivation is successful, after the transformation, it should be the body of a heavenly spirit beast, 5-color auspicious clouds, and a glowing sky. However, this Lu Tianming in front of him, no matter how you look at it, doesn't look like a heavenly spirit beast, but it is very similar to the records of those seniors who went crazy in the history of Tianlingzong. Therefore, the method of offering sacrifices to the spirit that Lu Tianming secretly learned could not be cultivated. Not only was he unable to cultivate, but the result of his obsession was that Lu Tianming had to pay the price of his life in the end. But at this time, Lu Tianming's method of offering sacrifices to the spirit brought a terrifying power. Like a giant beast, Lu Tianming looked at Chu Yan at his feet with a pair of bloody eyes, and grinned, his mouth full of sharp teeth, shining with a faint cold light. Roar. Roaring up to the sky, the sound shook the sky, like a fist as big as a millstone, smashing straight towards Chu Yan. Heavenly Spirit Fist. With a punch, the turbulent heaven and earth spiritual energy boiled instantly, the void trembled, and the sound of thunder resounded through the heaven and earth. Chu Yan raised his head and saw Lu Tianming's fist smashed down, his face tightened immediately, his whole body was full of light, a large amount of Rakshasa true energy gushed out, and a huge phantom appeared behind him. With a golden fork in one hand and a silver fork in the other, the pupils of gold and silver are like two sharp swords between heaven and earth, piercing the sky, looking straight at Lu Tianming. The holy Rakshasa himself appeared behind Chu Yan, protecting Chu Yan like a demon god of heaven and earth. At the same time, two beams of light, one gold and one silver, entered Chu Yan's body and poured into his fists. The corner of Chu Yan's mouth was lightly raised, and when he raised his head, he punched out. The golden fist, with the power of thunder, slammed onto Lu Tianming's magic fist. Boom! The fists collided, and the violent power exploded immediately, and the entire golden battle platform trembled violently. Pedal pedal. The collision of fists and fists, the contest of strength and opposing strength. Lu Tianming is like a giant beast, but his body retreats continuously. Above the fist, the countershock force is like a water flow, along his arm, towards his beast the body keeps spreading. Ripples surged, wounds one after another, on his scaly body, kept breaking open, black blood kept flowing, and as soon as it touched the air, it turned into puffs of black smoke, burning and dissipating. Seeing this scene, everyone was horrified. Especially the suzerain of Tianlingzong, his eyes twitched in shock. Lu Tianming, who used the method of offering sacrifices to the spirit, turned into the body of a heavenly spirit, and lost to Chu Yan in terms of strength. 6 Tianming, it's over. On the battle stage, Chu Yan looked at Lu Tianming, and a cold voice sounded. Now, it's my turn. Swish. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's body turned into a flash of lightning, soaring into the sky, pulling out after images, and flew into the air in just a flash, looking at Lu Tianming's eyes. Immediately afterwards, a mighty dragon's breath gushed out from Chu Yan's body like a tide, flooding the entire battlefield in an instant. Roar! 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 A sound of dragon's breath shook the heaven and earth, and in the tide of dragon's breath that filled the sky, it seemed that an ancient dragon was waking up. At this moment, even all the bosses and geniuses on the emperor list who are outside the barrier of the battle stage can feel a majestic might of the sky sweeping past, which shocked them all. Chi trembled. Long way. This is the real power of the heavenly spirit. 1 second to remember. Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2064 Why bother? Under Chu Yan's right fist, blue light and golden light flashed at the same time, wrapped in a tide of dragon power, and smashed hard at Lu Tianming. In this punch, not only the power of the holy Raksha himself, but at the same time, Chu Yan also mobilized Qinglong's Wuhun Wu, wielding Wan Lielong's strength to 100% of its power. You know, Wan Lai Long Jin is originally the natal martial soul skill of Qinglong Wuhun, and the power of Tianling Longwei contained in it is extremely powerful. Seeing the roaring golden dragon's shadow, a pair of cyan dragon eyes staring at him, the dragon's power and fists all over the sky, overwhelming, Lu Tianming's eyes suddenly showed a look of panic. He who cultivates the heavenly dragon battle body, of course, can see that the power of light and prestige in Chu Yan's punch is many times stronger than his heavenly dragon battle body. Ah! Lu Tianming's eyes were bloodshot, his face was full of madness and ferocity, the blood on his left wrist spurted out like a spring, and the spiritual power of heaven and earth around him grew crazily. It must be followed, otherwise, it is death. At this time, Lu Tianming didn't care about it anymore. He drained the last trace of blood in his body and used it to sacrifice to the heavenly spirit, and he also wanted to block Chu Yan's punch. Oh my God! I'm afraid Lu Tianming's blood essence is going to run out. Crazy, that's blood essence, it will die. All the powerhouses in the audience were astonished when they saw Lu Tianming's madness. Not far away, everyone in the Tianling sect also looked shocked, only the eyes of the head of the Tianling sect were full of pain. Compared with other people, he is the clearest about this method of offering sacrifices to the spirit, so he is equally clear about Lu Tianming's thoughts. Unauthorized use of the method of offering sacrifices to the spirit, Lu Tianming has gone mad and it is impossible to survive. That's why he was so crazy, sacrificing all the essence and blood of his body in order to get the greatest increase in strength in a short period of time. However, Lu Tianming didn't know that if the method of offering sacrifices to the spirit goes mad, it can still leave behind a ray of spirit. As long as he finds the body, he can take it away and be reborn, and practice martial arts again. However, if all the essence and blood of the flesh and blood disappear, then not only the flesh and blood will be damaged, but also the spirit and soul will be injured. Even if it is forced to take home and rebirth, after that, if you want to practice martial arts again, and then reach the current level of cultivation, you don't know how many years it will take. The suzerain of Tianlingzong let out a long sigh in his heart, and his heart was full of regret. Why didn't he realize it earlier and stop Lu Tianming from using this method of offering sacrifices to the spirit? Now, even if he wants to stop and save it, it is no longer possible. You know, Lu Tianming is his most proud disciple. Amid the long sighs of the head of the Tianling sect, Lu Tianming on the battle stage threw out both fists, and the dark golden fist slammed straight at the oncoming golden dragon's shadow. Boom, boom. The loud noise shook the world, as if the world was about to collapse, and thousands of miles of thunder light poured down. Everyone could see that Lu Tianming's whole body was shaken, and the scales all over his body began to fall off or explode. A large amount of black heaven and earth spiritual power gushed out from these cracks in his body like a fountain. The nearly 10-foot-tall body seemed to be shrinking rapidly. Blue tendons as thick as snakes emerged from Lu Tianming's body and face, and when he twisted, he looked extremely ferocious. Amidst the screams, Lu Tianming's body finally shrank back to its original shape. However, a large amount of true energy seemed to be continuously overflowing from his body, his face was as pale as paper, and he looked more and more terrifying. The physical body began to shrink rapidly, as the true energy in his body dissipated, Lu Tianming's physical body was also losing flesh and blood. In less than a breath, the originally tall Lu Tianming's entire body had shrunk and looked like a skeleton. Tread. Seeing this, Chu Yan frowned slightly, and stepped forward, ready to strike again. However, at this moment, outside the battle platform, a loud shout sounded. Tianlingzong, Lu Tianming, abstain. The person who spoke was the master of Tianling's sect, who helped Lu Tianming choose to give up completely at the moment when Chu Yan was about to strike and kill him. In fact, according to the rules of the top 10 battles in the Emperor list, Lu Tianming didn't have to abstain at all, he just had to choose to admit defeat, and he could continue to participate in the next top 10 ranking battle. However, others don't know, but Tianlingzong knows very well that Lu Tianming has already passed, and there is no chance to participate in the battle of the Emperor list. Swish! The master of Tianlingzong appeared directly on the battle platform in a flash, and stood in front of Lu Tianming. Lu Tianming, whose face was distorted and painful, saw the master appearing, howled miserably, and knelt down in front of the master with a plop. 2 lines of blood and tears flowed from his already empty eye sockets. Tianming, why are you bothering? The sect master of Tianling's sect let out a mournful cry, seeing his beloved disciple become like this, he couldn't bear it in his heart. Tianlingzong's strongest genius on the Locust Emperor list, whose strength even reached the middle of the top 5 geniuses in the Emperor list, the only peerless genius who can integrate the 2 great bodies for hundreds of thousands of years, is just so useless. What's more, it was himself who became obsessed and insisted on performing taboo exercises, which led to the result. Who can blame all this? With a big hand flip, a life spirit pattern appeared on the hand of the head of the Tianling sect. Under the infusion of true energy, a light green streamer flowed out like water ripples, covering Lu Tianming, who shrank into a ball on the ground. A wisp of white soul floated out from the skinny body and flowed into the life pattern. Putting away the life spirit pattern, the head of the Tianling sect raised his hand, and the imperial power swept across, directly blasting Lu Tianming's body into powder. Chu Yan. Turning around, he took a deep look at Chu Yan, who was not far away, and the head of the Tianling sect turned around and walked off the battle platform. Without any pause, he took all the members of the Tianling sect, directly stepped onto the golden ladder of Wangxing Peak, and headed down the mountain. So far, all the disciples of Tianlingzong who participated in the Battle of the Emperor's list have all been lost, and none of them have been spared. Therefore, there was no need for Tianlingzong to stay in Wangxing Peak and choose to leave directly. Countless pairs of eyes watched the people of Tianling sect leave with shock on their faces. No one thought that this battle would end like this. Looking at the pile of ashes flying in the wind on the battle platform, everyone's eyes trembled, and the corners of their eyes twitched. Even such a powerful Lu Tianming was defeated in Chu Yan's hands, and what's more, he also suffered a physical loss. If it was someone else, he might not have lost his body and soul. Powerful. Too strong. This Chu Yan can be so strong. For a moment, all eyes from all directions fell on Chu Yan, full of awe. There are even many geniuses on the Emperor list, and they are glad that they have not encountered such a monster as Chu Yan. Not far away, in the viewing area, a group of people from the Yuan family were all pale and sweating profusely. Especially Yu Wenxiong, his whole body was shaking like a sieve, his upper and lower teeth were chattering, and there was a constant clicking sound. In the whole audience, only in the direction of the human camp, the faces of the 8th elders and other big bosses of the human race were full of ecstasy. Ha ha ha, I won. Chu Yan won. The 8th elder laughed wildly, and the joy on his face bloomed like a flower. In the second round, Tianlingzong Lu Tianming fought against Lingyun Pavilion Chu Yan, and Chu Yan won. In mid-air, Hunyuan Palace Feng Lao, who also looked astonished, announced loudly. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C2065 qualified. In the middle of the air, the chief host, Hunyuan Palace Feng Lao, made an announcement. Looking at Chu Yan on the battle stage with a calm face and slowly restraining breath, Feng Lao's complexion was extremely complicated, and his eyes flickered all the time. He did not expect that Chu Yan would win this battle. Originally, Lu Tianming, who was cultivated at the quasi-emperor level and had an imperial demon body, had no chance of winning against Lu Tianming, who was the middle-ranked martial emperor and had a double emperor body. What's more, Lu Tianming revealed all kinds of powerful trump cards, and finally even sacrificed his body. But even so, in the end, they were defeated by Chu Yan. If it was a fierce battle, and Chu Yan also burst out with a stronghold card, then he won, and it made sense. However, from the beginning to the end, that Chu Yan was extremely calm. With just one finger and one punch, Lu Tianming's super whole cards were constantly shattered. Even the suzerain of Tianling sect left with hatred in the end. In this way, the whole thing becomes extremely weird. At least, the three hosts who originally thought that Chu Yan had seen through Chu Yan were all confused at this moment. In mid-air, the three bosses were all silent, with strange expressions on their faces, and even forgot to announce the start of the next battle. Except for the black-robed elder Lin of the bipolar sect, holding a jade talisman and sending out a message from thousands of miles away, the entire Wangxing Peak platform was dead silent. At this moment, hundreds of millions of miles away, in the 10 directions starfield, the Dark Temple. Emperor Xiao Wu hurriedly walked, stepped into the main hall. Less than 10 breaths later, there was a startled cry from the main hall. What? The heavenly spirit sect was defeated, and all the disciples were wiped out. Lu Tianming, the first genius, also lost to that Chu Yan. The Lord of the Dark Palace stared wide-eyed, looking at Emperor Xiao Wudi, who was standing next to him. His brows were slightly frowned. The method of offering sacrifices to the spirit, plus Lu Tianming, the first genius of the Tianling sect after the fusion of the two battle bodies, unexpectedly lost to a quasi-emperor level kid who had never heard of it. You know, Lu Tianming is on the preferential recruitment list of the Dark Temple. Palace Master Qi, that Chu Yan, at the beginning of the battle, was just defending, allowing Lu Tianming to continue to display his whole cards, and finally let Lu Tianming fully display the method of offering sacrifices to the spirit. In the end, with just one move, Lu Tianming's body was sacrificed, and the heavenly spirit monster that was condensed by gathering the spirits of the heavens and the earth from all directions was shattered. It can be said that Chu Yan didn't have any opportunistic tricks. He was absolutely crushed in terms of strength, and defeated Lu Tianming. Emperor Wudi Hexiao carefully reported the situation he had received and did not dare to hide anything. Hearing the words, the Lord of the Dark Palace was stunned. He was still guessing whether Chu Yan was lucky enough to win. Hearing the process explained by Emperor Haixiawu, his eyes trembled. In the sea of consciousness, the scene of this battle can almost be imagined. If this is the case, that Chu Yan must have full confidence and confidence. This Chu Yan, what cards do you have? After pondering for a long time, the Palace Master spoke. Reporting to Palace Master, at present, don't know yet. Emperor Haixiawu twitched his eyes twice, and replied in a low voice. With a sound of suspicion, a strange light flashed again on the face of the Dark Palace Master. It seems that among the geniuses in the Outland continent this year, except for Long Tianyao, no one else is this Chu Yan's opponent. After finishing this sentence, Yu Zhongtian, the master of the Dark Hall, fell silent again. With spiked nails, they kept tapping the armrest of the seat, making a nervous clicking sound. Whether it's the Outland continent or the 10 Directions starfield, for millions of years, there has never been a quasi-emperor level cultivator who has become the #1 on the emperor list. Could it be? This year's Outland Emperor ranking, or the star ranking, there will be an odd number. Hey Xiao, how about Long Tianyao details? Reporting to the palace master, Long Tianyao is currently in the middle martial emperor realm, and he has a great Chongxu battle physique. Behind the Tianqing sect, there should be the Hunyuan palace. Therefore, since Long Tianyao entered the Tianqing sect, he has been secretly controlled by the Hunyuan palace. Nourish. He Xiao said here. Paused, then went on to say. It is said that before the battle of the emperor list, that Long Tianyao secretly went to the Hunyuan palace, passed the examination of the battle hall of the Hunyuan palace, and killed 6 monsters of the upper demon emperor realm. It is extremely difficult for the upper martial emperor realm monsters, even the middle martial emperors, to kill them, but this Long Tianyao actually killed 6 of them at once. Such strength is terrifying. Long Tianyao, Chu Yan. In the main hall, Yu Zhongtian's murmured words echoed quietly for a long time. At the same time, Wangxing Peak was on the golden center stage. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of red eyes, Chu Yan strode out, stepped off the battle platform, and headed towards the human camp. In all directions, the eyes of the big bosses of various forces looked at Chu Yan with various complex expressions. Among these gazes, it also includes Long Tianyao, the current #1 emperor ranking, the Heavenly Star sect. Chu Yan, you are very good. You are already qualified to fight with me. A sound transmission from the divine sense submerged into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness, making him slightly startled. Qualified. Chu Yan turned his head and looked towards the distance of the crowd. Long Tianyao looked over and frowned slightly. This Long Tianyao put on a superior posture and tone, which made Chu Yan very unhappy. You must know that Chu Yan bet 1 billion emperor crystals in Jiuxiao Pavilion, betting that Long Tianyao would not get the first place, not because 1 billion emperor crystals is nothing to Chu Yan. It's because Chu Yan regarded Long Tianyao as his opponent from the very beginning. Therefore, 1 billion emperor crystals should also be regarded as a kind of respect and recognition for Long Tianyao. But on the contrary, this Long Tianyao's eyes are higher than the top, as if all the warriors of the same generation in the world are like ants at his feet. I'm waiting for you. Chu Yan replied with a cold expression. The conversation between the two was extremely simple, but full of gunpowder. At the same time, on the center stage, the third round of the top 10 on the emperor list has also begun. The two sides of the battle are Xuanhuan Moji versus Chen Yuanji of the Ta clan. Compared with the previous battle, the battle between Chu Yan and Lu Tianming was not as eye-popping, but it was extremely fierce. Although Chen Yuanji was slightly superior in combat strength between the two, how could it be possible for Ma Shi to enter the top 10 of the emperor list without his own trump card? Therefore, during the battle, all the cards were played, and the fierce battle lasted for half an hour before finally being defeated. Ta clan Chen Yuanji wins. Next, the top 10 of the other emperors will play one after another, and the battle is almost fierce. After 2 hours, the top 5 of the emperor list will be decided. Long Tianyao of the Sky Star sect, Wu Tianlin of the Wu clan, Gong Yelua of Sanxiu, Chen Yuanji of the Ta clan, and Chu Yan. The 5 advanced and became the top 5 in the emperor list, and immediately began the battle for the top 3 in the emperor list. After drawing lots again, this time Chu Yan got the second lottery and played in the first match. And Chu Yan's opponent is Chen Yuanji from the Ta clan. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C20669 substars. Ta clan Chen Yuanji, holding lottery number 1, looked up at the human camp. The expression of the black-robed figure suddenly changed. Although after entering the top 5 in the Emperor list, the next battles were almost all dangerous battles, but the one Qin Yuanji was most unwilling to fight against was Chu Yan. Because, starting from the third round of the Emperor list battle, in nearly 80% of the battles that Chu Yan participated in, the opponent was crippled with one punch. Those who have paid attention to every battle of Chu Yan will find that among Chu Yan's opponents, there are many opponents who have been severely injured or crippled. Especially the Tianlingzong, the 3 genius disciples, were all abolished by Chu Yan one by one. Facing such an opponent, not to mention Qing Yuanxing, including Wu Tianlin and Gong Yelua, no one is willing to fight Chu Yan in advance. Stepping towards the battle stage, Qin Yuanji's heart fluttered, full of anxiety. The top 3 in the Emperor's list, the first battle, Qin Yuanji from the Ta clan versus Lingyun Pavilion Chu Yan, let's start. The big host, Hunyuan Palace Feng Lao, announced loudly with anticipation on his face. On the central battle stage, Chu Yan and Qin Yuanji faced each other 10,000 steps apart. In the surrounding viewing area, there were pairs of eyes wide open, looking at the 2 geniuses on the battle stage. Their eyes were full of excitement. Compared with Qin Yuanji on the stage, almost all of the spectators and geniuses in the audience were as excited and expectant as the 3 hosts. Especially the match against Chu Yan made their blood boil even more, looking forward to another exciting battle. Moreover, among them, there are countless suspense. In this battle, will Chu Yan end the battle with another punch? What exactly is Chu Yan's imperial body? Qin Yuanji of the Ta clan, can you force Chu Yan's whole card? Speculations like this have become the greatest expectations of all spectators in this battle. Therefore, they are extremely excited about the start of this battle. But on the contrary, Qin Yuanji on the battle stage was not so happy, especially when he saw Chu Yan's calm face. Qin Yuanji's face was wrinkled into a ball, and he almost squeezed out bitter juice. Please teach me Chu Yan. After holding back for a long time, Qin Yuanji, who could only accept his fate, gritted his teeth and handed over to Chu Yan. Although Qin Yuanji hesitated for a long time, knowing that he was not Chu Yan's opponent, if he conceded defeat in the battle of the top 3 in the Emperor list, even if he rushed into the top 3 later, he would be dishonored. So, I can only grit my teeth and fight. On the other side of the battle stage, seeing Qin Yuanji's expression, Chu Yan was a little astonished. Could it be that he is a prehistoric beast, so that his opponent is so scared? However, after thinking about it, Chu Yan suddenly understood. Probably because, in the previous battles, there were too many opponents who were seriously injured or crippled, especially the Tianlingzong. But can you blame yourself for this? The previous battles were all specially arranged by the 3 hosts, and Chu Yan kept fighting against the strong genius of Tianlingzong, and the result was like this. Now that it's good, I have a feeling of becoming a big villain. Please. Shaking his head helplessly, Chu Yan returned the salute. Seeing Chu Yan's appearance, Qin Yuanji's uneasy heart relaxed a little. After taking a deep breath, the true energy in his whole body began to flow slowly. As soon as he raised his hand, a small black tower appeared in Qin Yuanji's hand. The body of this small black tower reflects countless shining star points, like countless stars embedded in it. As soon as the small tower appeared, the sky above the battle platform immediately turned into a bright starry sky. This is an ancient artifact, the 9 Sun Star Tower. An exclamation sounded, and immediately attracted a wave of sound like a tide. God, how could he have a divine weapon? The top 10 forces are really fighting hard. In order to compete for the ranking, they even brought the treasure of the clan to the disciples. 9 suns and stars, fortune seals the sky. All the bigwigs present are all-powerful sects in the outland continent. Of course, they have heard that about the treasure of the Ta clan town. Rumors about the 9 Sun Star Tower. However, such rumors have been circulating for countless years, but this is the first time I have seen the treasure of the Ta clan with my own eyes. On the battle stage, Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the small black tower in Qin Yuanji's hand. A look of astonishment flashed across his face. Artifact. In Outland Continent, I have seen pseudo-artifacts, and this is the first time Chu Yan has seen this artifact with his own eyes. Of course, as one of the top 10 ethnic forces in the Outland Continent, the Ta clan has a treasure inherited from ancient times, which is also extremely normal. It's just unexpected that the big brothers of the Ta clan would take out the treasure of the clan so easily for a disciple to participate in the Battle of the Emperor's List. Presumably, the identity of this Qin Yuanji is by no means simple. In the previous battles, Qin Yuanji didn't use this artifact at all, probably to save it until the end. But when Qin Yuanji found out that his opponent was Chu Yan, he took out this powerful trump card without even thinking about it. Heaven and earth are mysterious and yellow, 10,000 rains and vast seas, 9 sun stars, good fortune heaven, come out. With a soft shout, Qin Yuanji's body was filled with true energy into the small black tower. Immediately, dazzling lights shot out from the small black tower, floating above Qin Yuanji's head. Hum. 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 One after another of bright lights trembled suddenly, directly alienating the big stars one by one, revealing the sky full of star brilliance. 9 Sun Star Pagoda, as a divine weapon, possesses incredible power, and it is by no means comparable to ordinary emperor-level spiritual treasures. Under the watchful eyes of countless pairs of eyes, 9 stars rippling out a large piece of starlight, like 9 layers of ripples, completely covering the entire sky of the battle platform. Moreover, on the star-sea sky above the battle stage, with the appearance of the 9 stars, countless stars, shining together, projected a large amount of starlight, all gathered on the 9 stars, so that the light of the 9 alien stars, it is getting brighter and brighter. In less than 3 breaths, the 9 stars were already as bright as the sun, and the endless star power, like layers of sea tides, swept towards the battle platform. The star tide surged, and Chu Yan, who was swept by the power of these stars, suddenly felt his body sink, as if mountains were constantly suppressed. Not only Chu Yan, but even outside the battle arena, the bigwigs of various forces, and the geniuses of the Emperor's List all felt the suppressing power of the 9 suns and stars. This is the realm of the gods. Someone exclaimed, looking at the 9 shining stars floating in the sky with both eyes, in astonishment. Including not far away, Long Tianyao, Wu Tianlin and others all had expressions on their faces. Because they felt that the sea of qi in their bodies was unexpectedly uncontrollable, and the smooth flow speed suddenly slowed down. Compared with them, Chu Yan, who was on the battle stage and suppressed by 9 suns Xingchen, was almost stagnant at this time. Sealing cultivation base. Chu Yan's face was stunned. He didn't expect that the 9 suns and stars would have such power. In the realm of Jiuxi Xingchen, even the true energy of cultivation has been sealed, so what suspense is there in this battle? Fastest update. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2067 Pumping Artifact. On the battle stage, Chu Yan sensed that Qi Hai Nei Dan was running slower, and his face was full of astonishment. Although it was not completely sealed, the original speed of the inner alchemy was more than doubled. In this way, Chu Yan's original quasi-emperor peak cultivation base was directly suppressed to the peak of the imperial realm, and he lost a whole world realm. As expected of an artifact, it's really powerful. Chu Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the 9 shining stars in the sky. His eyes were full of blazing heat. Artifact. This is an ancient inheritance artifact. This power, even if it is tens of millions of people, as long as they are shrouded in the 9 suns and stars domain, their strength will be greatly reduced. Such a heavy treasure is definitely a good thing against the sky. 9 stars turn, the first strike to break the army. At the far end of the battle stage, Qin Yuanji saw that Chu Yan's true energy had fallen to the emperor's realm, and his face immediately became happy. Without any hesitation, he directly destroyed the true energy, made a handprint, and raised his hand a little. Suddenly, in the sky, among the 9 stars, one star instantly turned golden, fell from the sky, turned into a dazzling golden light, and hit Chu Yan straight. This streak of Venus pierced through layers of void without any hindrance, almost flashing, and hit Chu Yan's head. Swish! The body technique unfolded, and Chu Yan, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately pulled out an afterimage, dodging the golden star. However, what Chu Yan didn't expect was that just as soon as his figure moved, the Venus that was coming directly also adjusted its direction and shot towards the foothold where he was about to move. Isn't it? Still tracking. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan suddenly looked surprised. He didn't expect that Jin Xing was so strong. Vientian judgment. At this moment, the Venus had already rushed 100 steps in front of him. Chu Yan still dared to hesitate, and immediately urged the Vientian Ju, separated a clone, held a spirit sword, and greeted it directly with a fearless spirit. Break! Amidst the screams, Chu Yan's avatar swung his sword and slashed hard on the Venus, and immediately exploded a golden wave of air that filled the sky, and the avatar was instantly pierced and disappeared invisible. But that Venus was also blocked by the clone, and its speed suddenly stagnated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chu Yan's figure flashed sharply, avoiding it dangerously, causing Jin Xing to pass by and rush to the far end of the battle platform. It's so powerful, the avatar with 50% combat power can't stop it at all. Chu Yan turned around and looked at Venus rushing towards the sky, frowning slightly. Of course, the power of the avatar was also affected due to the fact that his cultivation base was sealed, and his combat power did not reach its peak. But even so, the power of this Venus is already extremely terrifying. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, wild laughter erupted in the Ta clan camp in the distant viewing area. Brother Chen, kill that Chu Yan. Don't give him a chance, beat him in one go. Smash him to death. Although everyone knew that Qin Yuanji was definitely not Chu Yan's opponent in terms of strength. After all, Qin Yuanji's strength is not even as good as that of Lu Tianming, who was defeated by Chu Yan's punch. But now, Qin Yuanji, who possessed the artifact of the town clan, completely relied on the power of the artifact, clearly occupying the top spot. In the confrontation just now, one of Chu Yan's clones was directly destroyed, but Qin Yuanji didn't suffer any loss. The Battle of the Emperor List is a test of the comprehensive combat power of the Emperor List geniuses. Therefore, no matter if it is a war pet, a puppet, a spirit talisman, a spirit treasure or a strange weapon, they are all forbidden to be used. Therefore, if Qin Yuanji defeats Chu Yan with these 9 suns and stars, he can also be promoted. It's a sure win. Knock Chu Yan off the stage. In the direction of the Ta clan, the more and more excited disciples cheered again and again. After all, if he wins this battle, then Qin Yuanji is 50% sure that he will enter the top 10 of the Emperor List. More importantly, with Chu Yan's previous burst of combat power, there is a possibility that he might threaten Long Tianyao. If Qin Yuanji defeats Chu Yan, then he has confidence. Relying on the 9 Sun Star Tower, he competed with Long Tianyao for the first place in the Emperor List. Therefore, this battle is very important to Qin Yuanji. Snort. Chu Yan snorted coldly, and a cold light flickered in his eyes. On the battle stage, Qin Yuanji's eyes were shining, and the handprints of his hands were flipping like flying. This time, he was going to directly mobilize the 3 stars to pinch Chu Yan, leaving him nowhere to escape and winning in one fell swoop. Swish. 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 Above the sky, one is golden, one is red and one is black, and 3 stars, full of starlight, shoot down from the sky, pointing to where Chu Yan is. Looking up at the sky, I saw 3 big stars falling down, Chu Yan's whole body, and white beams of light shot up into the sky. Roar. A white tiger as tall as a hill, crushing the void, appeared behind Chu Yan. The roaring roar of the tiger made the entire golden battle platform tremble, and even the 9 huge stars above the sky froze suddenly. White tiger martial soul, give it to me. With a loud shout, Chu Yan raised his hand and waved. Endless Rakshasa true energy poured into the body of the white tiger martial soul, like a tide. The cultivation base is sealed, but Chu Yan has 32 inner alchemy, which is more than enough to activate the martial soul. Boom, boom. The sky and the earth shook violently, the void collapsed, and the impact force of the white tiger martial soul was released instantly. With just one collision, the void in front of him, including the nearest star, was directly knocked into the air. Snapped. Clap. Immediately afterwards, the white tiger's martial spirit didn't stop at all. The tiger's palm was lifted up, and it was pulled out with a slap, and the 2 stars shot from the left and right were also directly slapped away. Seeing the 3 stars being flipped and thrown away by the martial spirit that suddenly appeared, Chen Ziyuan was suddenly dumbfounded. What's the situation? What kind of martial soul can actually take away the god-level spirit treasure? Although Wuhun can maintain its full strength against spirit treasures, this is a god-level spirit treasure, a real artifact. It's impossible for him to be sent flying backwards by that tiger beast martial soul so easily. Not only Chen Yuanji, but the other spectators and geniuses around him were all stunned, staring at the terrifying martial spirit behind Chu Yan on the battle stage in a daze. This is impossible. Are you kidding? It's a divine weapon. Even if it's a mutated martial soul with a full rank of 10 stars, it's impossible to deal with the divine weapon. Damn it, isn't this too fierce? 9 suns and stars, they were blown away. Oh my god, that martial spirit is so strong. When everyone reacted, the pot exploded immediately. Everyone looked at the Wuhun behind Chu Yan, and their exclamation was like a tide. This martial soul. Such a strong heavenly spirit. In midair, even the 3 hosts of Hunyuan Palace, Bijizong, and Xingxiangzong were stunned. No. Even if it's the destiny martial spirit, it's impossible to deal with the divine weapon. There's something wrong with it. In the crowd, Long Tianyao frowned, looking at the Wuhun behind Chu Yan on the battle stage. His eyes were full of suspicion. Tiger beast martial souls are relatively common martial souls in Outland Continent. However, like the one behind Chu Yan, with black stripes on a white background and wings on the back, Long Tianyao thought of a way, but found out that he didn't know him at all. Sacred weapon. Who said you can't draw a martial soul? On the battle stage, Chu Yan raised the corner of his mouth lightly, with a faint smile on his face, and said. When the words landed, everyone in the audience twitched their eyes twice at the same time. If Wuhun can defeat it, it's still called an artifact. At this moment, at the far end of the battle stage, Chen Yuanji's true energy surged like a tidal wave, and his handprints shot straight into the sky. Immediately, above the starry sky, 9 gigantic stars shone brightly. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2068 about to cry. 3 stars were used at once, but they were easily blown away by Chu Yan's martial soul. Chen Yuanji still couldn't bear it. Under the urging of his fingerprints, the 9 stars shone in midair, and rushed down from the sky at the same time. 9 rays of starlight pulled out their long star tails, like a meteor shower, and smashed towards Chu Yan in the center of the battle platform. Chen Yuanji's eyes were full of vigor, and the true energy in his whole body was almost stimulated to the extreme. You know, now that Chu Yan's cultivation is sealed, the loss is at least 70%, and this is the best chance to defeat him. It's just a martial soul. No matter how strong it is, it can defeat the 9 Sun Star artifact. Therefore, Without any hesitation, Qin Yuanji directly used the strongest ultimate move of the 9 Sun Star Pagoda, 9 stars together. This time, 9 stars came out together, and even the star curtain in the sky in midair dimmed, and the entire golden battle platform trembled continuously. In the void, the powerful power of the stars squeezed the air to the extreme, and the suppressing force became stronger and stronger. Suzaku, Qilin, come out. Seeing this scene, Chu Yan did not hesitate at all, and urged the qi of the 5 elements in the sea of consciousness to merge into the inner alchemy of the qi sea, and immediately caused the 32 inner alchemy, which were stagnant in operation, to run quickly in an instant. Roar. Chirp. With a roar that shook the sky, and accompanied by the loud and clear sound of foaming, the Qilin Wuhun stepped on the 5-colored auspicious clouds and broke through the air. In midair, a fiery red bird flapped its wings, swaying thousands of sparks, soaring into the sky. Give it to me. The 3 gods and beasts, Baihu, Suzaku, and Qilin, appeared at the same time. Chu Yan raised his finger and shouted. Immediately, the white tiger martial spirit stepped forward, rushing towards the 9 powerful stars that were falling down from the sky, the tiger's palm raised, and the first one to draw was the golden star. In the sky, Suzaku martial soul opened its mouth wide, and a fiery line of fire shot straight out, hitting the red spark among the 9 stars. Boom! Boom! Amidst the 2 explosive sounds, Venus and Mars among the 9 sons of stars were blasted back violently at the same time, and they were about to rush down. Boom! 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 Immediately afterwards, the white tiger martial soul and Suzaku martial soul completely dominated the sky, blasting 9 stars flying in all directions, and the formation of all charging was instantly broken. As for the Qilin Wuhun, guarding in front of Chu Yan, occasionally a star rushed over. The Qilin Wuhun just stomped his foot, and the 5-colored thunder that rushed out directly blasted the stars back. This scene fell into the eyes of Qin Yuanji and the other spectators, and they were all stunned. In particular, when they discovered that Chu Yan actually had 3 martial spirits, and they were the 3 lives and destiny martial spirits, they were even more shocked from ear to ear. Although the Sanqing martial soul is rare, it is not uncommon in the Outland continent and the 10 Directions star field. However, this is the first time they have seen a martial soul that can fight against an artifact. More importantly, among the 3 martial spirits summoned by Chu Yan, one is stronger than the other, and Jiuxiao can't break through the defense of any of the martial spirits, let alone attack Chu Yan himself. Moreover, every time the 9 sons of stars were blown away, the originally bright stars would dim a bit, and the small black pagoda in front of Qin Yuanji in the distance would dim a bit. In less than 10 breaths, there was a light and crisp sound, and a sudden change occurred. Click. On the small black tower, a crack suddenly exploded, Qin Yuanji's whole body shook violently, and he opened his mouth to spit out a big mouthful of blood. No, not good. I admit defeat. Without any hesitation, Qin Yuanji shouted loudly with a face full of horror. Admit defeat. Admit defeat. Qin Yuanji of the Ta clan surrenders. Stop those martial spirits. Not only Qin Yuanji, but also the big bosses of the Ta clan who were fighting on the battlefield in the distance, when they heard the crisp sound, they all looked at the Jiuxi Star Tower, and after just a glance, they were all shocked. Because, as Jiuxiao was continuously slapped by the 3 gods and beasts, several stars lost their light, their speed was greatly reduced, and they were even on the verge of falling, while several cracks were blown out on the Jiuxiao pagoda. Artifact, broken. This is the treasure of the Ta clan. It was blown to pieces by 3 martial spirits. Under such circumstances, Qin Yuanji dared to fight Chu Yan again, so he hurriedly surrendered. If it was a little later, all the 9 stars would lose their starlight, and the entire 9 Sun Star Pagoda would be reduced to ashes. Swish! Swish! Swish. As Chen Yuanji's handprints were quickly flipped, the 9 stars all returned to the 9 Sun Star Pagoda. Holding the star tower in his arms, he looked down and saw 3 small cracks appearing on the tower body. Suddenly, Chen Yuanji's face was covered with ashes, almost crying. The treasure of the Ta clan, the artifact of the 9 Sun Star Pagoda, was actually torn apart by Chu Yan's martial soul. Hula la. On the side of the tower clan, a group of figures flickered, and a dozen big men urged their movements, and in a flash, they reached the battle platform, surrounded Chen Yuanji, and all looked at the 9 Sun Star Pagoda in his hand. At a glance, more than a dozen wrinkled faces were all ashes, and when they looked up at each other, they all looked like they were about to cry. Cracked, cracked. The 9 Sun Star Tower is really cracked. The leader of the clan is damaged, and this group of elders will probably be eaten alive by the clan leader and the supreme elders when they return to the clan. Chu Yan, you. The third elder of the Ta clan, who led the team, turned his head and looked at Chu Yan with bloodshot eyes. Not only him, but other elders of the Ta clan looked at Chu Yan with anger. Just now, when Jiuxiao Chenyu suppressed Chu Yan, all of them were excited and wantonly clamoring, and there was nothing left. You guys, you can change to an artifact and continue. Chu Yan looked at the red-eyed Ta clan bosses, shrugged, and said softly. Puff. When these words landed, the third elder of the Ta clan only felt a breath of adversity rushing forward, and almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Change, for an artifact. You think the magic weapon is Chinese cabbage, grab a lot of it. In the entire Tower clan, there is only one artifact inherited from ancient times. Not to mention the Tower clan, even the entire Outland continent, the number of artifacts can be counted on one hand. In mid-air, the 3 big hosts stood there in a daze, all with shocked expressions. What kind of martial spirit is this? Xuanhuan Palace Feng Lao looked at the 3 behind Chu Yan, who released the martial souls with strong heavenly power, with expressions of disbelief all over their faces. You know, as the great elder of the battle hall of Xuanhuan Palace in the 10 Directions Starfield, he has seen countless martial arts. What's more, in the Sutra Pavilion of Xuanhuan Palace, all the classics are memorized backwards, but they have never seen the name of the 3 martial spirits that Chu Yan has summoned now. If it was just a martial spirit that he didn't recognize, Feng Lao wouldn't be so shocked. The point is, he doesn't know any of Chu Yan's 3 martial spirits. No. It's not like an ordinary beast spirit, especially the one in the middle. You can see that there are colorful clouds under its feet. This is unreasonable. Not only Elder Feng, but also Elder Huang of the astronomical sect, was so startled that the corners of his eyes kept twitching, and he couldn't stop at all. Could it be some kind of special mutant spirit? Elder Lin asked, tentatively in a low voice. Fart, all the mutated spirits have dual attributes. Didn't you see that these 3 spirits all have the pure power of single attribute spirits? As soon as Feng Lao heard it, he immediately swears. The 3 martial souls shocked the hearts of the 3 big brothers. This Chu Yan's emperor body, I'm afraid it has surpassed the emperor rank high grade. After a long silence, Feng Lao finally opened his eyes and spoke. What? Over the emperor rank top grade? Elder Lin and Elder Huang trembled in unison. In horror, they stared straight at Elder Feng with their eyeballs that were about to pop out of their sockets. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2069 Body of Heaven. Feng Lao's words were like a thunderbolt, blasting Elder Lin and Elder Huang until they were scorched on the outside and tender on the inside, with shocked expressions on their faces. Passing the top rank of the emperor rank. Could it be? Elder Huang's pupils shrunk to the extreme, and a flash of light was about to brighten. A name flashed in the sea of consciousness, but he couldn't say it. God's body. Elder Lin interjected, and the two words came out. His mouth opened into an O shape, but he couldn't close it at all. Divinity. Beyond the existence of the Emperor's body, it is the legendary God's body. In the star fields of the 10 directions, a peerless genius who appears once every 10,000 years has a divine body from birth. After awakening his martial soul, his cultivation speed is 10 times that of ordinary people. The most important thing is that a genius with a divine body must be able to cultivate to the state of a demigod. In the 10 directions starfield, among the major forces, the number of demigod-level powerhouses directly determines the strength of the forces. This point, just like in the Outland continent, the number of Saint Emperor realm powerhouses directly determines the ranking of the top 10 racial forces. No. It's not a divine body. Just when Elder Lin and Elder Huang's sea of consciousness was shaking to the point of chaos, Elder Feng shook his head, and replied with his eyes as bright as stars. Call. Call. Hearing Elder Feng's words, Elder Lin and Elder Huang breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and the muscles on their faces that were tense to the limit relaxed instantly. Exactly. Divinity. How can it be? Even in the 10 directions starfield, only one appeared in 10,000 years. In this low-level outer continent, how could there be a natural divine body? The probability of this is even lower than the probability of a divine beast descended from the sky. Moreover, Chu Yan's body repairing technique is clearly a demon body. It is absolutely impossible for those who practice the magic way of refining body to appear in born divine body. On this point, in the records from the ancient times of the 10 directions starfield to the present, there is no record of a demon body appearing in all the natural gods. However, he should be, the body of the heavenly spirit. Boom. Boom. 2 thunderbolts, equivalent to a thunder calamity of 100,000 miles, exploded in the sea of consciousness of Elder Lin and Elder Huang. The bodies of the two shook at the same time, and Chi retreated half a step before barely standing still. What? The body of the heavenly spirit. How is this possible? The hearts of the two powerful sect masters from the 10 directions starfield were about to jump out of their mouths. The body of the heavenly spirit. What is the body of the heavenly spirit? Even in the 10 directions starfield, they are only the top geniuses. Almost all of them are the core elite disciples of several overlord sects. However, almost 90% of the top 100 geniuses on the star list are the bodies of heavenly spirits. Even if a genius with the body of a heavenly spirit appears in an ordinary third-rate sect in the 10 directions starfield, within 100 years, this sect will definitely become a first-class powerful sect. A genius with the body of a heavenly spirit has always been hailed as the top genius by the bigwigs in the 10 directions starfield. But now, right in front of their eyes, there unexpectedly appeared a body of the heavenly spirit. In an instant, 2 balls of fire exploded in the eyes of Elder Huang and Elder Lin, and the jets of substantive flames almost burned Lao Feng's robes. The body of the heavenly spirit, the body of the heavenly spirit, ha ha ha. Elder Lin couldn't help it, he almost laughed out loud. If he recruited Chu Yan, who was in the position of heavenly spirit, then the credit. Excited by this sudden surprise. However, what Elder Feng said next left Elder Lin and Elder Huang stunned at the same time. All except this Chu Yan. Hee. When the words landed, the smiles on the faces of the two big bosses, who were still smiling, just now froze instantly. The strength of Hunyuan Palace is much stronger than that of Bijizong and Xingxiangzong. Therefore, if Feng Lao really took a fancy to Chu Yan, the two of them would have no way to compete with him. However, if Chu Yan really possesses the body of a heavenly spirit, it would be a pity to give up like this. You know, even if a genius with a heavenly body appears in the 10 directions starfield, it will definitely cause competition from all major forces. Now, just give up. Elder Lin and Elder Huang looked at the smile on Feng Lao's face, and a strange look appeared in their eyes at the same time. At this time, on the golden center stage, the battle between Chu Yan and Chen Yuanji ended, and they all got off the stage. Chu Yan, who returned to the human camp, naturally attracted cheers. On the contrary, in the Ta clan camp, there were loud cries. In the second round, Long Tianyao of Tianqing Zone fought against Sancho Gong Yelua. Just after coming to the stage, before the big host announced the start, the casual cultivator genius, Gong Yelua, actually admitted defeat directly. This was beyond Chu Yan's expectation. However, seeing Gong Yelua's unwilling face, and the nodding and smiling faces of a group of bosses from the Sancho League in the distance, Chu Yan naturally saw it. Gong Yelua's voluntary surrender was not sincere. Although his cultivation and strength are much worse than Long Tianyao's, but under the thought that when Wu is the first and Wu Wu is the second, when a real strong man meets a strong opponent, of course I want to fight with all my might. Especially in this emperor ranking battle, it is definitely an excellent opportunity. However, the Sancho League, like the human race, has weak influence in the outer continent, which caused the big bosses to worry about offending the Skystar sect, or even the forces behind the Skystar sect. After all, in their opinion, Long Tianyao will definitely become the number one in this year's emperor ranking battle. Under such circumstances, Gong Yelua, who is ranked second, will fight Long Tianyao with all his strength. Let alone who wins and who loses, if something unexpected happens, whether it hurts Long Tianyao or Gong Yelua, it's all they don't want to see. Therefore, the final result is this: the early decisive battle between the number one in the Emperor's list and the second in the Emperor's list that all the spectators and geniuses of the Emperor's list were most looking forward to, ended hastily. Wu Tianlin of the Wu clan was very lucky to draw the fifth lottery during the lottery, and he was directly by. In this way, the top three on the Emperor list will be decided accordingly. They are Long Tianyao, Wu Tianlin, and Chu Yan. 3 people enter the decisive battle, and according to the rules of the Emperor list battle, one of them must have a bye. Therefore, after the 3 hosts discussed, considering Long Tianyao, he has been ranked first since the first round of the battle for the Emperor list. Therefore, in the end, Long Tianyao was given a bye to enter the decisive battle. The battle of the top 3 will start between Chu Yan and Wu Tianlin, and the winner of the 2 will fight Long Tianyao for the final first place. The much-anticipated battle of the top 3 in the imperial list finally kicked off. On the golden battle platform, Chu Yan and Wu Tianlin faced each other from a distance, and the battle was imminent. Chu Yan looked at Wu Tianlin, his brows fixed, his murderous aura surging. Between the human race and the Wu clan, there is an annihilation of the clan. It can be said that it will never die. At the beginning, Chu Yan also made an oath. Therefore, in this battle, Chu Yan had already moved to kill. Looking at Wu Tianlin with a cold face, he slowly raised his hand and was about to draw his sword backhand. And this operation fell into Wu Tianlin's eyes, and the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. From the beginning of the decisive battle of the Emperor list to now, that Chu Yan has never used spiritual weapons, but now, he wants to draw his sword. This meaning couldn't be more obvious. I surrender. The next moment, Wu Tianlin's words made everyone in the audience stunned. 1 second to remember. Ace Hang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2070 Final Battle. There were tens of thousands of eyes in the audience, including the 3 big hosts, all of whom stared at Wu Tianlin in bewilderment and astonishment. You know, after this battle, the winner will be the second in the Emperor list, and have the opportunity to compete for the first place in the Emperor list. Wu Tianlin surrendered so easily. Chu Yan, there is a big enmity between you and my Wu clan, and the great geniuses of my Wu clan are all lost in your hands. Facing the astonished eyes of the audience, Wu Tianlin looked at Chu Yan, and slowly said, I haven't seen you for a while, but your cultivation strength has improved a lot. The me now is not your opponent. But, however, in the next emperor ranking battle, I will kill you. Humph. As soon as the words landed, Wu Tianlin turned around directly, got off the battle platform, and returned to the camp of the Wu clan. Sure enough, it was really straightforward: admit defeat. Standing on the stage, Chu Yan watched Wu Tianlin go down with a look of astonishment. Unexpectedly, in the past, he killed the top geniuses of the Wu clan one after another, which aroused the vigilance of the Wu clan. Especially in this battle of the Emperor list, Chu Yan's brutal name made everyone even more frightened. Under such circumstances, the big bosses of the Wu clan knew that Wu Tianlin was not Chu Yan's opponent, and they didn't want to lose the talent in the clan to Chu Yan, so they directly ordered Wu Tianlin to admit defeat. Because, among the Witch clan, there are really not many top geniuses. Facing the astonished eyes of the audience, Chu Yan shook his head without saying anything. Next? Could it be referring to the star-ranking battle in the 10 Directions starfield? Although Wu Tianlin conceded defeat, he has already entered the top 3 in the Emperor list. Such a ranking is enough to choose any one of the 3 major sects to join, and from then on, set foot in the 10 Directions starfield. However, Wu Tianlin might not be his opponent in the next battle of the Emperor list. Because, at that time, Chu Yan's chaos spirit might have been fused long ago, and his cultivation had broken through to the Emperor realm. After getting off the battle platform, Wu Tianlin's face was calm, his eyes were like torches. With the strength of the Wu clan's #1 clan in Outland Continent, even if Wu Tianlin surrendered directly, no one would dare to boo at will. However, the eyes of all the bosses and geniuses on the Emperor list who watched the battle were full of surprise and disappointment. Unexpectedly, for 2 consecutive games, they both conceded defeat and did not fight. Those big bosses, who were looking forward to seeing Chu Yan's whole cards, were of course extremely disappointed. Among them, there are 3 big hosts, but the crucial decisive battle for the Emperor list is about to begin. Now, I invite Long Tianyao, the Heavenly Star sect, to play for this year's competition for the Emperor's list, a decisive battle. The voice of Feng Lao from Hunyuan Palace resounded like a bell, resounding through the audience. As the sound spread, a purple robe flashed past, and Long Tianyao's figure had already arrived on the battle platform. On the golden center stage, 2 of the strongest geniuses in this year's Emperor list stood up at the same time. At this moment, the entire Wangxing Peak, where hundreds of thousands of people were present, instantly became dead silent. The tense and depressing atmosphere permeated the audience, causing everyone's hearts to tug. The first battle of the Emperor list. It will be the most exciting battle. Moreover, everyone can predict that because of Chu Yan's sudden birth, this battle will surely surpass all previous decisive battles on the Imperial list. Dark Horse Chu Yan, King of Cruelty. Long Tianyao, the most powerful genius in the Outland Continent. Who will be the #1 in this year's Emperor list? Hundreds of thousands of powerful sect bosses and warriors from the Outland Continent in the audience seemed to freeze their breaths, and their trembling eyes were fixed on the 2 tall figures on the golden battle platform. Before the start of the top 10 battle of the Emperor's list, almost everyone believed that Long Tianyao would crush everyone with absolute strength and become the #1 in the Emperor's list. And in fact, this has always been the case. It's just that, among the top 10 in the Emperor's list, a strange person suddenly appeared, Chu Yan. Not only did he defeat Lu Tianming, who had a terrifying whole card, with 1 punch, but he also directly made Wu Tianlin of the Wu clan bow his head and admit defeat. So now, no one dares to pat his chest and say that Long Tianyao can absolutely crush all geniuses on the Emperor list. At least, this is the case when facing Chu Yan. Including the 3 big hosts, they also looked nervous at this time, waiting for the outbreak of the first battle of the Emperor list. In the viewing area of the battle platform, the most nervous ones are the bosses of Lingyun Pavilion. At this time, the 8th Elder's face was smothered in purple, the veins on his forehead were swollen, and his eyes were completely red and bloodshot. As the leading elder of Lingyun Pavilion this time, if it weren't for the existence of Chu Yan, their human race would have packed back to the Nine Zun mountain range long ago. Of the nearly 10 geniuses, only half could pass the first round, and after the second round, only Chu Yan was left. However, what I never expected was that Chu Yan went all the way to the decisive battle. At this time, standing on the battle stage, facing the number 1 genius in Outland Continent, was none other than their human race's monster-level genius, Chu Yan. At this time, the 8th Elder's sea of consciousness was almost a paste, his eyes were straight, and his whole body was as stiff as a stone. Compared with the watching area, the tense crowd in the audience, on the battle stage, no matter whether it was Chu Yan or Long Tianyao, they all looked calm and composed at this time, without a trace of dignity before the battle. Chu Yan, you are very good. You have really come to this step. I have already said that you are qualified to fight with me. Long Tianyao looked at Chu Yan, with the aloof look in his eyes, as always. Qualified. When Chu Yan heard the words, he smiled lightly. The words of Long Tianyao are exactly the same as before, and there is no change because of Chu Yan's previous amazing battles. In other words, Long Tianyao always believed that Chu Yan was only qualified to fight him. Not bad. Just qualified. Hearing the words, Long Tianyao still had a proud posture, without the slightest intention of restraining himself, and at the same time, the momentum on his body continued to rise. From the first day of the Battle of the Emperor list, for me, it is actually doomed. Even if there is an odd number like you, defeating Li Dongzi, Jiang Jingquan, Lu Tianming all the way, and even making Wu Tianlin admit defeat, but it doesn't make any sense to me. Because, the last number 1 will only be me. Long Tianyao. Speaking of this, a bright light flashed in Long Tianyao's eyes, releasing a bright and powerful self-confidence. And you, Chu Yan, can only be qualified to fight with me, that's all. As soon as the words fell to the ground, Long Tianyao's violent aura was suddenly released. Boom, boom. The powerful Zhenqi, like a raging tide, swept across the entire battle platform, setting off a large wind, and colliding with the defensive spirit arrays on all sides of the battle platform, making the battle platform buzz and tremble. Just the release of breath is like shaking the earth. At this moment, all the eyes of the audience were focused on Long Tianyao, and the eyes of some big shots shrank suddenly. The Middle Martial Emperor's 8th level of cultivation. Oh my God! The real strength of Long Tianyao has reached the 8th heaven of the Middle Emperor. It's only 2 heavens away from the superior martial emperor, isn't that too strong? It's no wonder that Long Tianyao is so confident. With this level of strength, he is almost a world higher than Chu Yan. That's right. I'm afraid he will be number 1 in this year's emperor list. Long Tianyao's powerful aura of Emperor Wu was not only a battle preparation, but also a declaration. This is the absolute majesty of the strong. Just like a lion, when facing the enemy, the roar of the Beast King shook the entire wasteland. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C2071 Abyss Warrior. Long Tianyao. The Middle Emperor Martial Emperor has a cultivation base of the 8th level, possesses the top-grade body of Chongxiu, and is the number 1 genius in the Outland Continent. Moreover, from the beginning of the Battle of the Emperor ranking to the present, all his opponents either directly conceded defeat or were defeated by 1 move. Therefore, almost like Yan, no one has ever seen his true strength. On the battle stage, Chu Yan just looked indifferent to Long Tianyao's strength, without any response. As a result, the confident look on Long Tianyao's face became more and more intense. The aura of his whole body is constantly rising, sweeping all directions, as if the entire battle arena is enveloped by his aura, and he has become the master of this side of the world. All the attention, climb to the top. In such a scene, Xuanhuan looked up, which was worthy of his own identity and strength. Long Tianyao on the battle stage was completely intoxicated, the light shining in his eyes carried an obvious obsession with himself. Chu Yan, who was standing opposite him, looked at Long Tianyao's eyes and seemed to understand something. This Long Tianyao is a narcissist. From the very beginning, when Chu Yan saw Long Tianyao, he was defiant and empty. In fact, it was not simply because of his own strength that he showed the aura of a strong man. In fact, it is more of this narcissism now. Therefore, in his eyes, he couldn't see anyone except himself. Chu Yan, today is an important day for me to reach the pinnacle of martial arts in the Outland continent. Everything will be under my feet. Long Tianyao looked at Chu Yan, the aura on his body had risen to the peak, but a more powerful aura slowly overflowed. And you, as the ladder for me to climb to the top of the emperor list, I am very satisfied. So, I decided to let you see my strongest trick. As soon as the words landed, streaks of red light shot out of Long Tianya's body. In an instant, violent blood and violent aura swept the entire battlefield. In the astonished and trembling eyes of everyone, behind Long Tianyao, a row of puppets nearly 5 people tall, like guards, stood in a row, with blood-red eyes, looking at Chu Yan together. These puppets, with strong devilish energy all over their bodies, rushed to the surroundings like a tide. These demonic chi are extremely pure, obviously not at the same level as those monsters in Soul Demon Purgatory and Ghost Abyss. Chu Yan's brows frowned slightly, and his spiritual consciousness gushed out, covering those puppets. Outland continent, is there such a monster? This is the Abyss Warrior. In the spectator area, someone exclaimed, which immediately caused the entire spectator area to erupt. Oh my god, Long Tianyao has actually been to the Sea of Lindian. The legend of Lindian Sea, connecting the Abyss Demon Realm, could it be true? Oh my god, I didn't expect that these abyssal warriors could still be subdued. In that kind of place, except for the realm of the Holy Emperor, whoever enters will die. How did Long Tianyao do it? It's too scary. As expected of the #1 genius in Outland continent, he actually practiced in Lindian Sea. Almost every one of these 5 abyssal warriors has a median martial emperor realm cultivation, plus Long Tianyao. Isn't it equal to 6 against 1? 6 middle martial emperors against a quasi-emperor rank. This is a fart. Not only Chu Yan, but even the big shots and geniuses around him, no one thought that Long Tianyao would actually use the puppet to deal with Chu Yan. Abyss Warrior. Lindian Sea. Chu Yan's face darkened slightly, and his eyes kept scanning the 5 abyssal warriors. Chu Yan had heard of Lin Qianzhai before, and what's more, he heard it from Nantian God Emperor. According to Ouyang Nanshan's intention, after Chu Yan broke through the realm of Emperor Wu, he must go to Lindian Sea. Perhaps, there is something there that is related to the secret of the time-daming curse on Chu Yan. Moreover, if Chu Yan wants to deal with the powerful existence of God's domain in the future, the only force that can fight against God's domain, it is the Abyss. It's just that Chu Yan didn't expect that these abyssal warriors had already appeared in front of him before he set foot on the Sea of Lindian. In Long Tianyao's hand, he took out a purple jade talisman, in which a light of the spirit pattern kept flickering, connecting with the 5 abyssal warriors behind him. Obviously, that piece of jade talisman is the core of controlling the 5 abyssal warriors. Chu Yan, if you want to surrender to me, now is the only chance. Long Tianyao's voice resounded throughout Wangxing Peak. Almost at the same time as he spoke, the 5 abyssal warriors behind him roared in unison, and terrifying air waves rushed out like 5 huge waves, heading towards Chu Flame came crashing. Boom! 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 The airflow swept across and hit Chu Yan's bodyguard, causing Chu Yan's body to retreat a dozen steps in an instant before barely standing still. The breath released by the 5 abyssal warriors who are in the middle of the martial emperor realm is so powerful. This scene fell into the eyes of the surrounding spectators, and they were all stunned in shock. Does such a battle make sense? Not to mention Chu Yan, Long Tianyao, who controls the 5 abyssal warriors, is probably not his opponent at all if the top 10 of this year's emperor's list come together. You know, this is an abyss warrior. Although it is only the lowest level monster in the abyss, and it has been refined by the technique of Yin puppet, its strength is only about 50% of its previous life. However, who doesn't know that abyss is an existence as famous as God's domain? It is said that in ancient times, before Lindian Sea was sealed, abyssal warriors crashed through the boundary not from time to time and appeared on the outland continent. Those 1 or 2 abyssal warriors, almost all of the places they passed, including mountain monsters and warrior cities, were turned into white ground, and all creatures were extinct. Even the top 10 forces in the outland continent, who went to punish the Emperor Wu, died a lot. And now, on the battle stage, there are 5 abyssal warriors. Chu Yan, don't you hurry up and surrender to senior brother Long. In the viewing area, in the direction of the Tianqing sect, a disciple of the Tianqing sect spoke proudly. Senior brother Long gave you a chance, that is your great chance. Kneel down. Kneel down for brother Long, don't miss this opportunity. The result of daring to disobey my senior brother Long is death. Seeing that Long Tianyao summoned 5 abyssal warriors, even a group of disciples of the Tianqing sect seemed to be superior. Under the battle arena, Wu Tianlin's face quickly changed from shock to excitement. He didn't expect that Long Tianyao's strength was so powerful that he dared to go to Lindian Sea, and he still brought back 5 abyssal warriors alive. Today, Long Tianyao revealed 5 abyssal warriors in the decisive battle of the Emperor list, obviously to show his strength. Therefore, as long as Chu Yan does not bow his head, there will be only one result. Thinking that Chu Yan was about to die at the hands of the abyssal warriors, Wu Tianlin's face was full of smiles. Chu Yan, I know, the body of the demonic way you cultivated. Long Tianyao looked at Chu Yan, and said again, as long as you surrender to me, I can give you one, this abyss warrior. If you refine the body of the abyssal warrior, your demon body will definitely be great. As the words fell to the ground, all the big bosses, watching the battle all looked stunned. Just dropped an abyss warrior. The price of abyssal monsters, even the lowest abyssal warriors, in the heavenly artifact building is equivalent to a pseudo-artifact, almost sky-high. The most important thing is that in the body of an abyssal warrior, the source of pure devilish energy only needs 1.5 stars to make a warrior who cultivates the way of magic soar in his cultivation. For a while, among the crowd watching the battle, many warriors who practiced the magic way all had their eyes shining. 1 second to remember Ace Hang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C 2072 Just Rubbish. Long Tianyao seems to be the number 1 in the Emperor list for perfection. Therefore, even the incomparably precious abyssal warriors are all handed over. Of course, some bigwigs of the sect, including Chu Yan, are very clear in their hearts. The reason why Long Tianyao did this was because, on the one hand, he won the first place in the Emperor list, and at the same time, it was also to make Chu Yan submit. After all, if Chu Yan surrenders as the second in the Emperor list, it will only increase Long Tianyao's capital in the 10 Directions starfield indefinitely. This is an absolute plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, with extremely deep thoughts. Therefore, when Long Tianyao's words resounded through the audience, hundreds of thousands of eyes all looked at Chu Yan. After all, everyone knows that the value of the body of the demon practiced by Chu Yan, an abyss warrior, is no less than a divine weapon for a warrior practicing the demon. Faced with such a temptation, who can refuse? However, just when everyone thought that the decisive battle of the Emperor list was about to end, a sneer sounded on the battle stage. Just rubbish. Chu Yan withdrew his gaze from the 5 abyssal warriors, shook his head, and replied, With these words, everyone in the audience was stunned. What? It's just rubbish. What do you mean? Does it mean that Long Tianyao is trash, or that the 5 abyssal warriors are trash? But, how dare that Chu Yan say such a thing? All the eyes of the audience froze. Looking at the stage, Chu Yan looked indifferent and completely dumbfounded. In any case, whether it is Long Tianyao's strength or the strength of the 5 abyssal warriors he summoned, they are all extremely terrifying combat power. Not to mention the battle of geniuses in the Emperor list, even the bigwigs of the top 10 racial forces, there are not many people who dare to say that they are definitely better than him. These are 5 abyssal warriors, enough to turn half of the outer continent upside down and slaughter hundreds of millions of warriors. Therefore, when Chu Yan said this, all the people watching the battle were shocked. In midair, the 3 big hosts also looked puzzled, completely unaware of why Chu Yan made such an evaluation. Could it be that Chu Yan didn't know these 5 puppets, but they were genuine abyss warriors? This Long Tianyao actually hides this trick. Feng Lao opened his mouth, looked at Long Tianyao on the battle stage, and shook his head helplessly. There are almost no suspense about the 5 abyssal warriors. Could it be that all the battles among the top 3 in the Outland continent this time were won without a fight? This is too weird. However, such a result is not bad, at least no one was injured. In this way, the next recruitment will go well. That Chu Yan doesn't look like he's about to admit defeat. Elder Lin kept staring at Chu Yan, thinking of what he said just now. There was still a trace of hesitation in his eyes. Impossible. Feng Lao directly shook his head in denial, saying, Chu Yan's strength is not bad, but no matter how strong he is, there is a limit. The previous battles with other Emperor list geniuses, although they were won in one battle, they were all one-on-one contests, and the competition was based on strength. But now, at the quasi-emperor level, facing 6 middle-ranked martial emperor opponents, if Chu Yan still refuses to admit defeat, then it's not a matter of strength, it's simply stupid, huh? Before Feng Lao could finish his sentence, suddenly, on the battle stage, a large black wave of air rushed out of Chu Yan's body. A huge black spear pierced the void above Chu Yan's head, facing the fragments of the void that exploded all over the sky, strode out, and appeared behind Chu Yan. This is... As soon as this nearly 100-foot-tall body appeared, Feng Lao's throat seemed to be directly grabbed by an invisible hand, and he couldn't say a single word after that. The only thing left is a pair of eyes, almost staring out, mouth wide open, a heart beating wildly, almost jumping out of Noise's eyes. Not only Elder Feng, but also Elder Lin and Elder Huang. It was still in all directions, and the big bosses of various forces in the field, after seeing Chu Yan, that statue had already stood firm, and when he operated a black spear heavily, the entire field was dead silent. Demon Emperor. Not knowing who it was, his voice trembled, and he shouted out loud. This sound instantly broke the silence of the audience, and the entire scene boiled instantly. God, look, I'm not blind. The peak of the upper Demon Emperor realm. That breath seems to be the ancient bloodline Demon Emperor. Damn, this ancient aura is so pure, it doesn't seem to be inherited by blood. Could it be a real ancient Demon Emperor puppet? No way. What is he holding in his hand? Then, is that a magic weapon? My mother. Really, there is a puppet at the peak of the ancient Demon Emperor realm, and there is a magic weapon. Ha ha ha, it's exciting now. Hit. Originally, I thought that there was no possibility of fighting in this battle, but I didn't expect that when Chu Yan made a move, it exceeded everyone's expectations. At this time on the battle stage, Jiao Ming appeared, the 3-pointed and 2-edged spear in his hand fell to the ground, and the Emperor's prestige swept across his body, bringing a wave of anger, and attacked the 5 abyssal warriors on the opposite side. Boom, boom. As the aura passed, it was like a thundercloud passing through the border. Under the sweep, the 5 abyssal warriors were rushed back by Jiao Ming's breath. Even if it is an abyssal warrior, it is impossible for the superior demon emperor to resist. Moreover, although Jiao Ming is only a high-ranking demon emperor, he was lost in the ancient times when he followed the gods and fought against the abyssal demons. Therefore, when he faced these abyssal warriors, the murderous aura gushing out of him was not comparable to that of a superior martial emperor of the same rank. "My lord, please allow me to act and kill them." Jiao Ming bowed and said to Chu Yan. "Yes." Chu Yan nodded. When the words fell to the ground, everyone's pupils shrank again, including Long Tianyao, who was standing opposite, and there was a hint of panic in their eyes. That ancient demon emperor can speak. In the world of martial spirits, all those who came back from the dead and turned into puppets would have their spirits dissipated, and their physical combat power would be spared. With the help of the withered Qi Haiani Dan, they would rekindle their combat power. Therefore, it is impossible for the puppet to speak. But now, the ancient demon emperor puppet that Chu Yanru came out of can actually speak. What does this mean? It means that this puppet has the power of soul. In the sea of consciousness of all people, the same consciousness emerged at the same time, and when they looked at Jiao Ming on the stage, hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes were full of fear. What is the difference between such a puppet and a living one? Tread. 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 On the battle stage, Jiao Ming held a 3-pointed and 2-edged spear, pointed horizontally at the 5 abyssal warriors on the opposite side, and shouted like a thunderous voice. "Whoever insults my lord, die." As soon as a word landed, the long spear in his hand slashed out. The half-moon-shaped light of the spear cut the void on the battle platform in half, drawing a horizontal beam of light, sweeping across the sky. 1 second to remember. Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2073 Battle 5 Scum. The 5 abyssal warriors, without any suspense, were shocked by Jiao Ming's imperial power, and all retreated violently. How can the power of the upper martial emperors be resisted by several middle martial emperors? Moreover, who is Jiao Ming? That was in the ancient times, on the battlefield against the abyss, the fallen warrior-level high-ranking demon emperor, in his imperial prestige, was full of gold and iron horses and bloody killing atmosphere. On the battle stage, Jiao Ming's figure flashed and disappeared immediately. The surrounding bosses who watched the battle only felt a black shadow shining with black light, shuttling through the void. When everyone's eyes lit up and the phantom appeared again, it was already in front of the 5 abyssal warriors. "Call out." With a stabbing of the black spear in his hand, the nearest abyssal warrior was completely chilled. The spear was raised high, and the abyssal warrior above the tip of the spear was directly lifted into the air. Lifting his left hand, a palm print of black light was shot, and the abyssal warrior in midair was directly blasted into ashes flying all over the sky. Get on it, kill it." In the blink of an eye, Long Tianyao realized that there were only 4 of his abyssal warriors left, and he roared sharply. With an order, the remaining 4 abyssal warriors rushed out together and besieged Jiao Ming. "Call out! Call out! Call out!" The 3-pointed and 2-edged spear, the mighty weapon of a magic weapon, stabs repeatedly like pear blossoms in a torrential rain. Immediately afterwards, on the battle platform, muffled popping sounds continued to resound, and the entire bodies of the 4 abyssal warriors rushing towards Jiao Ming kept shaking, and big holes appeared everywhere in their bodies. Heart, Sea of Qi, Head. Going forward, of the 4 abyssal warriors, only one was left in front of Jiao Ming. Ah! He raised the saber in his hand high, and wanted to slash at Jiao Ming in front of him, but a giant hand struck in front of him, grabbed its neck directly, squeezed it hard, and there was a cracking sound immediately. The neck of the last abyssal warrior twisted like a broken branch. The black and red flames in the eye sockets instantly dimmed. In less than 3 breaths, the 5 abyssal warriors were all wiped out. Master, are you going to kill this person? Winning the horrified eyes of the audience, Jiao turned around, pointed the spear in his hand at Long Tianyao, and asked Chu Yan. On the tip of the spear, a cold light flashed, with a few traces of the minced flesh of the abyssal warrior. Long Tianyao was like petrified, standing there, looking at Jiao, who was as tall as a hill, and behind him, a few piles of minced meat and ashes of abyssal warriors. The corners of his eyes couldn't help twitching. No need. Come back. Chu Yan shook his head, waved his big hand. Jiao retracted his spear, his body turned into a black light, and instantly sank into Chu Yan's sea of consciousness. Call. Jiao disappeared. Long Tianyao only felt the pressure on his body, and the death breath that made him feel like falling into an ice cellar, which disappeared instantly, and his whole body relaxed immediately, and the sweat on his body poured down like a waterfall. So terrible. The strength of that ancient demon emperor is so terrifying that it is almost outrageous. Long Tianyao was absolutely certain that the combat power of this ancient demon emperor had definitely surpassed the peak of the upper martial emperor, and was extremely close to the power of the holy emperor. Not only Long Tianyao, but at this moment, the entire Wangxing Peak was dead silent. Hundreds of thousands of eyes looked at Chu Yan on the platform, and everyone's eyeballs were trembling. Chu Yan actually has a ghost puppet who has been cultivated at the peak of the upper demon emperor realm, and also has spiritual consciousness. The most frightening thing was that before the blink of an eye, with 2 or 3 moves, Long Tianyao's 5 abyssal fighter puppets were all wiped out. This puppet, which is almost equivalent to the combat power of the Holy Emperor, unexpectedly appeared on the stage of the Emperor List battle. Long Tianyao, do you still have a puppet? Continue. Chu Yan looked at Long Tianyao and raised his hand to signal. Puff. Hearing Chu Yan's words, Long Tianyao only felt a surge of reverse blood in his chest, and almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. 5 abyssal warriors. That is equivalent to the existence of 5 pseudo-artifacts, less than 3 breaths. All were blasted to pieces. Also, go on. A pair of bloodshot eyes glared fiercely at Chu Yan. Long Tianyao, who wanted to say something, couldn't open his mouth, no matter what. That Chu Yan has a puppet whose combat power is close to that of the Holy Emperor. Moreover, it was because of me that I was the first to summon the Yin puppet, wanting to win without a fight, but I never expected that the opponent's Yin puppet was 10 or 100 times stronger than him. Chu Yan, as long as you can take my move, I will admit defeat. The Junqi on Long Tianyao's body formed a gale wind, whistling and sweeping across the battle arena. Okay. Chu Yan nodded. Swish. Almost at the moment Chu Yan nodded, Long Tianyao's figure instantly disappeared from the field. Even where he was standing just now, a burst of air exploded directly in the void, which shows how strong his speed is. Go to hell. In the next breath, Long Tianyao suddenly rushed out from the void of 100 steps in front of Chu Yan, and the strength of his whole body melted into the golden knife in his hand, and he slashed towards Chu Yan fiercely with the momentum of chopping Huashan. Clang! Facing this knife, Chu Yan didn't hold it too high. After all, Long Tianyao's strength was never blown out. Therefore, Chu Yan drew his sword with his backhand, and the Haoyan sword came out across the sky, and a loud and clear sound of the sword resounded through the void. The sword light descended from the sky, like a world, suppressed. The huge sword glow almost enveloped the entire sky in the power of the sword, turning it into a sword field of nearly 1,000 feet, covering all sides of Chu Yan's body in it. This knife, Long Tianyao is determined to win, just to force Chu Yan. There is no way to escape, so he can only take his knife head-on. Sure enough, Chu Yan drew his sword to meet him, without the slightest intention of dodging. The long sword in his hand was shining brightly, and the golden and silver sword light slashed against the sky, like a ray of divine light, cutting straight into the sky. With a sword out, the sword intent is like a tide, and the sword's power strikes the sky, as if everything in the world is solidified, only the dazzling sword light crosses the sky. Long Tianyao, who originally had a ferocious face and whose eyes were full of killing intent, was invaded by the sword intent, his scalp exploded, and his heart felt cold. Boom, boom. Jian Guang and Dao Guang collided fiercely in midair and exploded. Stab it. An ear-piercing sound resounded, and the hundreds of thousands of people in the audience could hear it clearly, but it was obscured by the sword, light and sword energy that filled the battle platform, and they couldn't see the two figures facing each other on the battle platform. What happened? The sword chi and the sword glow intertwined and crushed each other, to form a huge light group, like a sun, rising in the center of the battle platform. Swish! Chu Yan retreated violently, avoiding the center of the battle just now, and watched the light group with intertwined forces explode, and the violent vigor swept the entire battle platform, and the ground under his feet shook suddenly. Like Chu Yan, Long Tianyao retreated sharply, his body shield was driven to the limit, and there were endless screams around him, and the sword energy shot out, grazed his body, and wiped the golden-rimmed white on his body. Robe, cut off strips of cloth. After a short rest, two figures stood far away. Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes looked at the battle stage, and they were all shocked when they saw the result of the attack just now. Long Tianyao, who is in the middle level of martial emperor, and Chu Yan, who is cultivated at the quasi-emperor level, are facing each other head-on, and it turns out to be Chu Yan has the upper hand. Everyone's face froze, and they stood there in a daze. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C 2074 It's my turn. Especially a group of bigwigs from the Tianqing sect and geniuses from the emperor list, they were the ones who started to clamor the most. It was as if Long Tianyao came out of their sect, and with them chickens and dogs, he was about to ascend to the god realm. All of them had their nostrils upturned, and their faces were full of pride, as if no one would look down on them. But now, the situation on the battle stage was completely beyond their expectations. Everyone looked as if they had eaten a poop, with constipated expressions on their faces. At first, Long Tianyao summoned 5 abyssal warriors. They thought that Chu Yan would lose, but Chu Yan summoned a stronger ancient demon emperor. Later, when Long Tianyao and Chu Yan fought against each other, Chu Yan gained the upper hand after one move. Such a result made everyone in the Sky Star sect completely dumbfounded. In midair, Feng Lao and the 3 hosts all had stiff faces, looking at the battle stage, as if seeing a god. In the face-to-face situation, Chu Yan actually drove back Long Tianyao. No one had guessed this result, but it actually appeared in front of him. On the battle stage, Chu Yan held a long sword, looked at Long Tianyao coldly, and said, "Now, it's my turn." As soon as the words fell to the ground, Chu Yan's aura was completely violent. The Berserk Rakshasa's true energy turned into a wind that filled the sky, sweeping the entire battlefield. The sudden surge of aura on Chu Yan's body instantly suppressed Long Tianyao's aura. Boom! 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 Tornadoes of sword intent suddenly tripled in size, turning into a wave of sword energy nearly 10 feet high, sweeping across the battlefield. The golden battle platform buzzed and trembled, as if it couldn't bear the powerful sword energy, it kept shaking. Everyone looked at Chu Yan's sword energy, which suddenly surged, and the momentum was like the sky, and they were all shocked. My God! How is this possible? Okay, such a strong swordsmanship practice has passed the state of great success, and is close to the state of perfection. How did you practice this? How old is this Chu Yan, and the way of swordsmanship has been cultivated to the point of perfection? Damn, look at his hand, it won't be the world's #1 magic soldier born last time. My God, quasi-perfect swordsmanship, coupled with the world's magic weapon, this sword comes down. Look, the battle platform defense spirit array seems to be failing. Amidst the waves of discussions all around, there was horror, and at the same time, on the constantly shaking golden battle platform, the defensive spirit array was attacked by Chu Yan's sword-like tornado, and finally couldn't stand it, blasting cracks one after another. In midair, Elder Feng, Elder Lin, and Elder Huang also saw something wrong with the battle platform's defensive spirit array, and the three of them stared straight. Without the slightest hesitation, the three bosses shot at the same time, flipping their handprints, pouring in their true energy, and protecting the spirit formation on the battle platform below. The spiritual array in the central battle platform was already vulnerable after being attacked by Jiao Ming at first, but now it was attacked by Chu Yan's violent sword-intent tornado, so it was naturally unbearable. In less than half a breath, under the blessing of three powerful qi, the battle platform spirit array finally recovered. At this time, Long Tianyao also made a move. With a wave of his hand, a golden light flashed in Long Tianyao's hand, and a dragon-patterned golden knife appeared, and the sharp breath of the blade rushed to the surrounding void like a shock wave. Grand Mist Spirit Treasure. Look, Tianxingzong's Tian Long Saber. Oh my god, one of the three great swords in the Outland continent, the Heavenly Dragon Sword. Seeing the dragon-patterned golden knife in Long Tianyao's hands, exclamations rang out from the audience. On the battle stage, Long Tianyao's face was flushed, and his whole body was crazily poured into the dragon-patterned golden knife in his hand, staring straight at Chu Yan on the opposite side, roaring to the sky, roaring again and again. As the number one genius in the Outland continent, today's battle nearly crushed him to death. When, in Outland continent, he was so angry. Originally, he planned to show off well when he reached the top of the Emperor ranking today. As a result, it was a big shame. Therefore, at this time, the anger in Long Tianyao's heart almost burned the sky. It was me who won. I am number one in the world. I can't lose, absolutely not. Chu Yan, you, give, me, go, die. Boom, boom. Amid the sky-shattering roar, Long Tianyao brandished the dragon-patterned golden saber in his hand, cutting all the incoming waves of sword intent into pieces. The figure rushed out, like a human-shaped beast, with blood-red eyes, gnashing teeth, the whole body's true energy exploded like a volcano. The blade pointed directly at Chu Yan, and slashed away. 1,000 steps away from the opposite side, Chu Yan looked at Long Tianyao, rushing like a monster rhinoceros. The golden dragon-patterned golden knife, like a rhinoceros horn, shone with dazzling golden light, and slashed straight at him. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, Chu Yan raised his right hand, and on the Haotian sword in his hand, the same sword energy was like a scorpion, and the sword energy increased wildly. As soon as the sword came out, the light of the sword shone on the entire battlefield, fighting against Long Tianyao's golden saber aura. What? Is Chu Yan crazy? He actually wants to take Long Tianyao's dragon-patterned golden sword head-on. Oh my god, that is the most precious treasure of the Sky Star sect, the ancient Hongmeng spirit treasure, the dragon-patterned golden sword. Looking for death. Hide. Although the magic weapon in Chu Yan's hands is very powerful, how could it be compared with the Hongmeng Lingbao, especially when this Hongmeng Lingbao was activated by Long Tianyao, the 8th level powerhouse in the Middle Martial Emperor realm? With that power, I am afraid that in the entire Outland continent, no one under the Holy Emperor can block this knife. A treasured sword matches a strong man. The combat power that emerges is definitely several times that of ordinary people holding the Hongmeng Lingbao. Seeing that Chu Yan did not dodge, but raised his sword to meet him, Long Tianyao grinned ferociously, and his eyes were blood-red with murderous intent. Kill. 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 Only by killing Chu Yan can everyone know that Long Tianyao is still number one in the world and will always be invincible. However, at this moment, on Chu Yan's body, the tall body of the holy Rakshasa himself suddenly appeared. On the huge holy Rakshasa himself, on the left and right hands, the gold and silver forks are shining at the same time, projecting one gold and one silver, two mysterious lights, submerged into the Haotian sword. The mysterious light of gold and silver made the Haotian sword's sword power suddenly soar, and the aura it released was extremely terrifying. Boom, boom. In an instant, the swords collided, and there was a deafening sound of Jingu. At the center of the battle platform, a huge sword shadow and a sword shadow shining with two-color light rose into the sky at the same time, constantly colliding in midair. The light of the sword soared to the sky, and the sword energy was vertical and horizontal, and even the light of the sun above the sky was completely covered. No one thought that Chu Yan's sword collided with Long Tianya's knife, which caused the vision of the sword. Moreover, the confrontation was so fierce that it seemed that the spirits of the divine weapon in the hands of the two were enraged at the same time, and they wanted to chop each other into pieces. This move can be said to be a peak duel between the strongest sword and the most absolute sword in the Outland continent. Boom! 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 The fierce collision in midair caused the wind and waves on the battle platform to continuously attack all directions. The vision of the sword only lasted for a while, before dissipating suddenly. And on the battle stage, Long Tianyao's body would be shaken suddenly after the first collision of swords, and he would take a few steps back. When the vision of the sword disappeared, Long Tianyao's body had retreated nearly 100 steps. Moreover, everyone could clearly see that in front of Long Tianyao, a long line of blood stretched from the place where the collision started to where he was standing now. That is to say, in the clash of swords just now, every time Long Tianyao took a step back, he would spit out a mouthful of dirty blood. He sprayed it more than 10 times, and after retreating 100 steps, this long blood path was formed. Puff. The saber energy dissipated, and the sword energy converged. Long Tianyao at the far end of the battle stage turned pale, his body trembled, and he sprayed out a big mouthful of blood mist again, dyeing the 3 steps in front of him red. 1 second to remember. Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2075 all crash. No one expected that Long Tianyao could spit out so much blood. That bright red blood path made everyone present twitch. Dual attributes of Yin and Yang. In midair, the shock in Feng Lao's heart was like a huge wave, and he exclaimed. Hearing his voice, Elder Lin and Elder Huang trembled at the same time, turned their heads suddenly, and looked at the battle platform. Their eyes were one gold and one silver, and Chu Yan, who was shining brightly, was completely stunned. Yin and Yang dual attributes. Really? Yin and Yang dual attributes. The 3 pairs of eyes were straightened at the same time, and the 3 wrinkled faces were instantly flushed, like a big man who almost spit out nosebleeds when he saw a beautiful woman with no clothes on. The sea of consciousness of the 3 big brothers almost exploded directly. I won't lose, I definitely won't, we'll lose. In the eyes of Long Tianyao on the battle stage, flames rose up, and the 2 flames became more and more intense. Boom! Boom! Behind him, 2 martial souls suddenly rushed out of the void and appeared behind Long Tianyao. A golden saber with dragon's breath, and a dark golden thunder and lightning burst out at the same time with powerful saber power and thunder, making the whole sky stagnant. Twin spirits, all mutant spirits. On the viewing platform, someone exclaimed and recognized Long Tianyao's twin martial souls at a glance, and they were all mutated martial souls. No wonder Long Tianyao's strength is so strong. It turned out that among his 2 spirits, one was a sword spirit with dragon's breath, and the other was directly a lightning spirit. These 2 kinds of martial souls are all powerful attacking martial souls, and any one of them is a top-notch existence. Now appearing at the same time, it immediately amazed the audience. Metallic, the top dragon sword martial soul. Fire attribute, top-notch golden thunder martial soul. In the roar of Long Tianyao, the two martial spirits quickly merged, turning into a dragon sword full of lightning, and slashed at the same time as the dragon-patterned golden sword in his hand, and slashed at Chu Yan on the opposite side. Still not giving up. Seeing Long Tianyao urging his twin mutated martial souls, Chu Yan spoke in a cold voice. Roar! Roar! White light and red light rushed up behind him at the same time, and the White Tiger martial soul and Suzaku martial soul roared out, and the golden light and flame swayed all over the sky, making the sky loud and powerful. Suppress me! The appearance of Baihu and Suzaku Wuhun changed Chu Yan's aura instantly. On the Haotian sword, white light shot into the night, and the flame scorched the sky. The sharp power of the golden spear, coupled with the imperial fire that burned everything, turned into a powerful sword light, and shot straight at the oncoming dragon's breath golden knife. Boom! The collision of power and power, the suppression of attributes against attributes, is full of violence. There is no suspense. Facing the gold-type war god and the fire-type emperor, Long Tianyao's originally powerful twin mutated martial souls have no resistance at all. The dragon's breath golden knife, when it meets the sword of the god of fire and the god of war, it collapses in an instant when it is touched. The sword light charged, piercing Long Tianyao's bodyguard, and bursting open at the moment of the piercing, Long Tianyao's body was thrown backwards. A blood hole appeared in Long Tianyao's chest, the sword was an inch deep, and blood flowed horizontally. Long Tianyao's face was full of astonishment. Looking at the sword light passing through the air, and in the air, his own dragon's breath thunder knife dissipated, and he was completely stunned. How can it be? His most powerful dual-line mutated martial soul made a move, but he was defeated again. In mid-air, the corners of the mouths of the three hosts twitched violently, and the shock in their hearts was much greater than that of Long Tianyao, who was lying on the battle stage. Extremely, extremely gold, extremely, extremely fire. Even Elder Feng became stuttering when he spoke, including Elder Lin and Elder Huan beside him. Their mouths were wide open, their faces full of horror. Just now I saw Chu Yan revealing the dual attributes of yin and yang, and now I saw Chu Yan use two martial souls to crush Long Tianyao's gold and thunder martial souls. Could it be a coincidence? But no matter what it is, the two martial souls summoned by Chu Yan, with attribute power, absolutely suppress Long Tianyao. As for Long Tianyao's gold and thunder systems, they are all top mutant martial soul attributes. Chu Yan can absolutely suppress him, which can only show that Chu Yan's gold and fire attributes belong to the extreme attributes. This time, it's a lot of fun. With the dual attributes of yin and yang, coupled with the bipolar attributes of gold and fire, Chu Yan's worth instantly skyrocketed in the eyes of the three big shots. On the battle platform, Long Tianyao struggled a few times, pointing his eyes, but failed to get up. It's not how serious his injuries are. After all, his metal and thunder attributes are very strong, and coupled with his mid-level martial emperor cultivation base, he was bombarded by Chu Yan, and he was only slightly injured at most. However, the psychological blow is much more serious than the physical one. The straight-eyed Long Tianyao's originally incomparably hard self-confidence crumbled little by little. On the opposite side, Chu Yan's figure flashed, but he had already rushed towards Long Tianyao. The long sword in his hand was shining with a dazzling cold light. Before the blink of an eye, Chu Yan rushed in front of the sluggish Long Tianyao, piercing the void with the long sword in his hand, and pointed at Long Tianyao's eyebrows with a scream. Faced with such a sharp sword, Long Tianyao didn't react at all, like a piece of wood, motionless, his eyes were full of emptiness. Call out. The shadow of the sword is like lightning, it is fleeting, and even the light of the sword cannot be seen clearly from a distance of a few steps. Just when everyone thought that Chu Yan was going to kill Long Tianyao on the spot with a sword headshot, suddenly, the long sword in Chu Yan's hand stopped, and the tip of the sword happened to be in the middle of Long Tianyao's eyebrows. In all directions, the scene of more than 100,000 people was completely silent. Lost. Long Tianyao, defeated. The Outland continent, the #1 talent on the emperor list, really lost. Without any suspense, Long Tianyao will die with this sword strike. Everyone present, from the beginning to the end, saw clearly, not only this sword, including the initial battle of Yin and Puppet, the attribute confrontation, and the final battle of divine soldiers, until the final battle of martial arts, Long Tianyao has always been at a disadvantage. Everyone was shocked, because this crushing victory was completely beyond expectations. Even Long Tianyao, who is under Chu Yan's sword now, is completely confused in the sea of consciousness. His consciousness has been lost, and he is stupid. In the previous top 10 battle of the emperor list, no matter whether Chu Yan played against Tian Lingzong or other geniuses of the emperor list, Long Tianyao was completely unmoved by the powerful combat power. Because Long Tianyao is absolutely confident in his 3 whole cards. That can't be obtained by relying on talent and combat power. Among them, 5 middle-ranked martial emperor-level abyssal warriors are enough to crush a middle-level sect. However, the Hongmeng Spirit Treasure, the Dragon Pattern Golden Sword, is one of the 3 great swords in the Outland continent. Also, the Gold-type and Fire-type twin mutated martial souls are dual-type top-level martial souls, and have never met an opponent. However, all these things were crushed one by Chu Yan in front of him, making him powerless to resist. This blow almost caused Long Tianyao's sea of consciousness to collapse. Boom. 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 In the sky, 3 balls of air exploded, and the 3 hosts fell from the sky and landed on the platform. I declare. Elder Hunyuan Gongfeng, together with Elder Lin of the Bipolar sect and Elder Huang of the Astronomical sect, looked around the audience and shouted loudly. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2076, no choice. The 3 hosts announced the final result of the battle for the Emperor's list, which attracted all the attention of the audience, and all of them looked at the center stage. Although everyone already knew the final result of the top 10 battle in the Imperial list, but when the announcement came, everyone's mood was instantly excited. In the Outland continent, the competition for the Emperor's list happens once in 100 years. This session can be regarded as the most special and amazing session in the history of Outland continent. My Hunyuan Palace, the Bipolar sect, and the Astronomical sect, as the host and witness of the 3 Outland continent Emperor ranking battles, have been ordered by the Emperor's List Dao envoy to announce that the first place in this Outland continent Emperor ranking battle is. With a long sound, all the hearts were mentioned at the same time, and the eyes were all big. At this moment, as witnesses, what a miraculous scene they will witness. #1 on the Emperor list, Lingyun Pavilion, Chu Yan. The thunder fell to the ground, and the 5 golden battle platforms all erupted like pillars of golden light, shooting towards the sky, exploding 5 dazzling golden light clusters, dyeing the entire sky golden. Accompanied by the earth-shattering vision of heaven and earth, the entire Wangxing Peak, with a crowd of hundreds of thousands, instantly boiled. Lingyun Pavilion Chu Yan, #1 on the Emperor list. Oh my God! A warrior of the human race won the first place. It's terrible. Long Tianyao lost, really lost. This time, the Outland continent is about to change. All kinds of exclamations sounded, and Wang Xingfeng's voice shook the sky. In the human camp, there was even more cheering, and the 8th elders and other human leaders burst into tears. How many years? Almost 1,000,000 years have passed, and the human race has been in decline for such a long time that it is almost forgotten by history. Unexpectedly, after 1,000,000 years, the disciples of the human race would actually stand at the highest peak in the Outland continent Emperor list. At this moment, the entire continent is amazed by the human race. The top 10 on the Emperor's list are eligible to choose any one of my 3 cases to join. Feng Lao opened his mouth, and the thunderous voice gradually calmed down the noise of the scene. Next came the biggest highlight, the recruitment of disciples by the 3 major sects of the 10 Direction Starfield. According to the rules, the top 100 on the Emperor list all have the opportunity to become disciples of the 3 major sects, and, depending on the ranking, the treatment is naturally different. Elder Feng, Elder Lin, and Elder Huang began to introduce the situation of their respective sects, and then announced that within the top 100 on the Emperor's list, except for the top 10 on the Emperor's list, the list of 90 recruits will be recruited. Most of the disciples are only qualified as outer disciples, and even a few are only qualified as handyman disciples. However, the 90 Emperor list geniuses, even if they mentioned the qualifications of a handyman disciple, all of them looked happy. Obviously, going from the Outland continent to the 10 Direction Starfield, even if one's identity plummets, is still a transcendent existence. Among the top 10 in the Emperor list, almost half chose to join Xuanhuan Palace. The other 3 disciples chose to join the Bipolar sect and the Astrology sect. Long Tianyao spiritual consciousness had not recovered, and his face was still dull, so he did not make a choice, but reserved the right to choose. Immediately afterwards, everyone turned their attention to Chu Yan, who ranked first in this year's Emperor ranking battle. Chu Yan, join my astrological sect, my sect will give it to you, and the elders will pass on your discipleship. The disciples' monthly service will be doubled. Elder Huang looked at Chu Yan, and the conditions he offered made everyone's eyes brighten at the same time. My bipolar sect, the elders also personally pass on the status of disciples, but the monthly tribute can be increased to 3 times. Elder Lin's voice was not loud, his eyes kept rolling, as if he was thinking about something, and he didn't ask for a higher condition. Xuanhuan Palace, I would like to use the quota of a disciple directly passed on by the Supreme Elder, plus a Hongmeng spirit treasure, plus 3 qualifications for the Taiji Palace. Elder Feng smiled, looking determined to win. At the same time, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Elder Lin and Elder Huang, showing a trace of gratitude. According to what the 3 discussed before, Elder Lin and Elder Huang did not offer too generous conditions, just to let Chu Yan choose Xuanhuan Palace. It's not that the Bipolar sect and the Xingxiang sect didn't want to recruit Chu Yan, but that they were oppressed by Feng Lao, so it's not easy to grab it. However, looking at the light in the eyes of the 2 big brothers, it is obvious that they each have their own thoughts. Xuanhuan Palace, Supreme Elder. Reward the Grand Mist Spirit Treasure. Oh my God, the Tai Chi Hall is in the Xuanhuan Palace, it is a treasure land for cultivation. It is said that it can increase the chance of breakthrough by 30%. When the crowd below heard the conditions offered by Feng Lao, they all exclaimed in unison. Among the elders of Xuanhuan Palace, the top 10 elders are all of the cultivation level of the Holy Emperor, and the Supreme Elder is even in the middle of the realm of the Holy Emperor, and the cultivation base is astonishing. If he can become the direct disciple of the Holy Emperor, he will almost walk sideways in the 10 Direction Starfield from now on. In an instant, countless pairs of red eyes looked at Chu Yan together. Especially a group of bigwigs from the human race, their eyes are almost as bright as stars, and they can't wait to speak directly to thank Feng Lao for Chu Yan. However, Chu Yan's face was as usual, and there was no change in his expression. Seeing Chu Yan's expression, Feng Lao and the other big bosses were stunned. Could it be that Chu Yan doesn't want to join Xuanhuan Palace? Sure enough, Chu Yan shook his head, bowed his hands, and said, "Thank you for your kindness, seniors. Disciple Chu Yan, I want to go back to Lingyun Pavilion, and I will make a decision after reporting to Master." When the words fell to the ground, everyone's faces were stunned at the same time. What? I have to tell Master. The 3 major sects recruit disciples, and once they join, they have to leave the Outland continent, go to the 10 Direction Starfield, and report to the Master of Lingyun Zero Pavilion. Moreover, with the conditions offered by Hunyuan Palace, Lingyun Pavilion, and even the entire human race, will look to Chu Yan for protection in the future. Good, very good. After being startled for a while, a smile appeared on Feng Lao's face, and he couldn't help nodding, saying, "This child has such a heart, which is very suitable for me. There is no need to worry about this matter. It will not be too late when you return to Lingyun Pavilion and discuss with Pavilion Master Ling Xuantian before making a decision." Feng Lao highly praised Chu Yan's decision. This shows that Chu Yan is not a person who despises teachers and abandons righteousness. Such a heart is even more precious, and Feng Lao will object. Moreover, Feng Lao knew very well that there was already a delicate relationship between Hunyuan Palace and Lingyun Pavilion. Therefore, if Chu Yan really discussed with Ling Xuantian, I am afraid that Ling Xuantian just strongly recommended Chu Yan to join Hunyuan Palace. Thank you, Senior. Chu Yan cupped his hands. Okay. I will give you 10 days. After 10 days, before I return to the 10 Directions Starfield, I will go to Lingyun Pavilion to hear your good news. Feng Lao smiled and gave Chu Yan 10 days. Afterwards, the big bosses of the 3 major sects distributed jade talismans to the recruited geniuses on the Emperor list, and the 3 of them turned into 3 beams of light, soaring directly into the sky and disappearing into the sky of Wangxing Peak. And the forces of the various sects, seeing the 3 big shots leave, also began to return one after another. A grand battle for the Emperor list has come to an end. Chu Yan and the 8th Elder and his party rushed back to Lingyun Pavilion, ready to tell Ling Xuantian and the entire human race the shocking news. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2077 Famous Continent. Songlong Realm, 9 Mountains, Lingyun Pavilion. There are 9 mountain ranges that stretch for hundreds of millions of miles, connected by thousands of spiritual peaks, thousands of miles of green sea, surrounded by spiritual energy. The dark crowd almost completely obscured the sky. Today, the 9 supreme sects of the human race, the 9 suzerains, 100,000 elders, and hundreds of millions of disciples gathered together. At a glance, people are everywhere. No matter if they were big bosses or ordinary disciples of the 9 sects, everyone's faces were filled with happiness. Countless pairs of eyes looked at the edge of the sky together, waiting for something with excitement. More than an hour has passed, but none of the people here is unhappy. Only at the edge of the sky, more than a dozen small black dots suddenly appeared, flying toward the 9 Zun mountain range. Look. It's back. Chu Yan is back. Ha ha ha, I'm finally back. The appearance of those dozen or so small black spots made the sea of people in the sky and the ground boil instantly. Swish. 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 In just a few blinks, more than a dozen figures flew from the edge of the sky to the front of the Jiuxiao mountain range. It was the 8th Elder and Chu Yan who came. See, Master. Chu Yan was stunned when he saw such a battle, especially when he saw Ling Xuantian standing in front of the mountain gate, looking at him with a smile on his face, and quickly bowed to salute. Good, very good. Ling Xuantian looked at Chu Yan, the smile on his face became more intense, and the light in his eyes was as bright as stars. Pavilion Master Qi, my disciple of the human race, lived up to everyone's expectations. In the battle for the Emperor's list, he beat all the heroes and won the championship in one fell swoop. The 8th Elder walked up to Ling Xuantian, his face flushed, his body trembling with excitement, and he bowed and saluted. With this sound, the 8th Elder almost mobilized his whole body's true energy, and the sound was like thunder, shaking the entire 9 mountains. In an instant, the wind lingers in the clouds, and the sky and the earth are still. Everyone looked at him, and the black-robed figure, and hundreds of millions of gazes, all became ablaze. It was as if something, in their eyes, started to burn. In the next breath, the silence was instantly broken. Oh. Oh oh. The cheers were earth-shattering, and the hundreds of spiritual peaks trembled together, as if the sky and the earth were jumping with joy. Terran. After 1,000,000 years, it finally rises. This moment will always be remembered by history, and it will become the true beginning of the revival of the human race. Ling Xuantian, with bloodshot eyes, looked at the proud disciple in front of him. Although his face was still calm, his heart was already full of turmoil. Starting today, the 9 mountains will celebrate for 10 days. All resources are open. To celebrate. The sound of Ling Xuantian's thunder resounded through the audience, making all the disciples even more excited. 10 days later, a celebration ceremony will be held. Hearing Pavilion Master Ling Yun's announcement, everyone's eyes lit up. Happy 10 days. The 9 mountain ranges, including the human race, have not held such a big celebration for an unknown number of days. Amidst the cheers all over the sky, Chu Yan and Ling Xuantian returned to Lingyun Pavilion together. In the Lingyun Hall, Chu Yan and Ling Xuantian, including the 10 core elders, talked for a long time. After that, Chu Yan left the Lingyun Hall, returned to his own peak, and began to practice in seclusion. This time, Ling Xuantian was also generous, and directly took out 2 of the most precious spiritual sources in the treasure house of Lingyun Pavilion, and handed them to Chu Yan. I hope he can break through to the realm of Emperor Wu before heading to the 10 Directions Starfield. And Chu Yan himself, returning from Wangxing Peak, can already feel that the spirit of chaos in his body has almost merged. If there is no accident, the cultivation base is about to break through in the near future. Therefore, Chu Yan didn't care about the outside situation and the upcoming celebration, but practiced with all his strength, hoping to break through as soon as possible. In just a few days, with the end of the Emperor List battle. The Outland Continent, the new Emperor List. It was born out of the sky, and it was announced to the public among the major cities and forces. At the same time, all the forces and geniuses who participated in the Battle of the Emperor List also returned. In this way, the news about Chu Yan defeating Long Tianyao and winning the first place in the Emperor List spread wildly. In less than 3 days, the entire Outland Continent, and even the 10 Directions Starfield, were shaken. Oh my god, the number 1 on the Emperor List is not Long Tianyao, but that Chu Yan. Damn, Dark Horse, what kind of sect is Chu Yan, so strong? No way. A third-rate human race can cultivate such a powerful genius. It's nothing. The most terrifying thing is that Chu Wei only has quasi-emperor cultivation. He also defeated all 7 geniuses in the Tianling sect. Oh my god, are you kidding me? I heard that Chu Yan seems to have some kind of yin-yang emperor physique. Even in the 10-star fields, they are all powerful emperor physiques ranked within 500. Even Long Tianyao's Chongshu physique is only ranked 9th. More than 100. Hiss. The yin-yang emperor body. Star fields of the 10 Directions, row 5, more than 500 inch. In the end, that Chu Yan was recruited by the one of the 3 major sects. I heard that Chu Yan didn't choose directly, but said that he had to ask his master Ling Xuantian before making a decision. Ling Xuantian. That superior martial emperor in Lingyun Pavilion. That's right. I heard that the 9 Zomen will hold a celebration ceremony in a few days. Damn, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Find the teleportation array. Let's go, and see, the newly promoted emperor. Countless shocking sounds resounded throughout the Outland Continent, and even many people rushed to the 9 Zun mountain range to prepare big gifts and congratulate them. The entire Outland Continent, therefore, picked up a hurricane-like storm that swept across the entire world. And affected by this storm, not only the Outland Continent, but even the 10 Directions Starfield. After the forces in the 10 Directions Starfield received news from the Outland Continent, some bigwigs also urgently convened a council. Originally, it was impossible for the result of the battle for the Emperor list in a two-star continent to attract so much attention. There are nearly 100 of such two-star continents under the 10-direction star field. Moreover, in the Battle of the Emperor list that was held almost at the same time, all kinds of talented elites emerged one after another. However, in the Outland continent, it was because of the appearance of a genius with a yin-yang emperor physique that it attracted the attention of all the forces in the 10-direction starfield. The competition for geniuses has always been the highlight of the emperor ranking war. The sex of the major forces in the 10-direction starfield don't care about the results of the emperor list in a two-star world like the Outland continent, but it is impossible not to care that there are powerful geniuses appearing in that second-rate continent. Even, some hidden powers began to move around the corner. In any case, the core of all attention was focused on the Outland continent, the Xuanhuan realm, and the 9 mountains that had been peaceful for countless years. Especially the celebration that will be held a few days later. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website. #C2078 High Priest. The outer sky of the 9 heavens, the land of the gods, Xiefeng. The nearly 100,000-foot-high snow peak stands between the sky and the earth. Starting from the mountainside, it has already passed through the sea of clouds in the god realm. The upper half of the snow peak seems to have entered another sky. On the top of the snowy peak closest to the sky, an ancient teleportation formation, jointly urged by 99 strong men, has just released a faint ancient breath. The appearance of this ray of breath only flashed in the void, and then turned into a light purple. Extreme night purple air. Standing on the rocky cliff at the top of the peak, the woman in a long snow-white dress saw the appearance of this purple aura, her beautiful eyes lit up immediately. Not only this goddess-like woman in white dress, but also the 99 powerful priests around her all trembled. The microwaved purple air, like a candle, attracted everyone's eyes, shooting out brilliant lights. Jiuxiao points to the lower realm continent. The woman in the white dress disappeared in place, and when she reappeared, she had already arrived in front of the ancient altar. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared directly at the wisp of purple air floating in the pavement, swaying with the wind in the altar, and said softly, "My target, hello." An intoxicating smile appeared on the face of the woman in the white dress. After a strange and cold smile, a large cloud of snow-white clouds quickly gathered in the sky. Boom! The thick pillar of thunder exploded in the sea of spiritual clouds, and above the sky, the 9 layers of sky curtain shook together, like the wrath of the sky. Immediately afterwards, the woman in the white dress waved her hand, and a large piece of sky lit up above the ancient altar. In the sky, 3 huge stars flashed across the endless starry sky and shot towards the east of the starry sky. 10-direction star field, extreme east. Waving again, the sky on the ancient altar quickly dissipated. In addition to disappearing, there is also a woman in a white dress, with a faint smile on her face and beautiful eyes shining like stars. At this moment, the top of the 100,000-foot snow peak returned to calm. The Outland continent, the Xuanhuan realm, and the 9 mountains. Chu Yan, who was sitting cross-legged in the training hall, his eyes were bright at this time, and the breath in his whole body surged like a violent wind and huge waves, blowing a large wind in the hall. One after another, like sharp arrows, true energy shot out from Chu Yan's body, like a hedgehog, piercing into the surrounding void. The healing speed of the void is highly consistent with the destruction speed, so the void around Chu Yan's body seems to be full of holes. I can't control it at all. This chaotic spirit is actually eroding my inner alchemy. In Chu Yan's eyes, bloodshots continued to bloom, and his face was all solemn. The holy Rakshasa deity behind him continuously poured the brilliance of gold and silver into Chu Yan's body, the 32 inner alchemy in the sea of life-defying body chi. There is no doubt at all, if it wasn't for Chu Yan desperately protecting the sea of chi, the power of the spirit of chaos could directly smash his sea of chi into pieces. However, compared with the Sea of Qi, Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness is more dangerous at this time. Big flashes of light shooting around in Chu Yan's Sea of Consciousness, the entire Sea of Consciousness was stirred and hummed. The 5 divine beast martial souls roared endlessly, and they lived in 5 directions of the Sea of Consciousness, unceasingly releasing the power of the martial souls, firmly subduing the world of the Sea of Consciousness. However, it is obvious that the 5 spirits of the beasts are only guarding them, and they have no way to deal with the original power that shakes the world of consciousness sea. Because those auras flying all over the sky have extremely powerful spiritual power, and there are a lot of them, no less than tens of thousands. In addition to guarding, there is no energy left to strangle them. The danger of the Sea of Qi and the danger of the Sea of Consciousness, under the double pressure, Chu Yan is in a great crisis at this time. However, Chu Yan clenched his teeth, his consciousness split, and both sides fought at the same time without retreating. At this moment, Chu Yan's powerful martial arts will play the most important role, bringing the crisis into a stalemate for a while. Chu Yan is very clear that the fusion of the power of chaos has completed 90%. The entire physical body has been fully fused, and the only thing left is his own sea of energy and sea of consciousness. As long as he can withstand the fusion of the spirit of chaos, then breaking through the Emperor's realm is just around the corner. In the training hall, the breath is as heavy as a mountain. Every breath time is, for Chu Yan, a kind of torment. However, Chu Yan will never give up. For him, he must succeed and never fail. Time passed in pain, and in the blink of an eye, a few days passed. At this moment, the 9 mountains outside. With the efforts of countless people from the 9 supreme sects, all the preparations for the celebration were completed in less than 3 days. And today is the day when the celebration begins. The 9 sects of the human race expend so much effort to hold a celebration that shocked the mainland, not for publicity. On the one hand, it is to celebrate and rectify Chu Yan's name, and at the same time, it is also to build prestige for the people. A celebration is an announcement. Let all the racial forces and sects of Outland Continent know that the current human race is completely different from before. Past the order of the 9 venerables, the celebration ceremony officially begins. Ling Xuantian's voice resounded through the heaven and earth, echoing continuously among the vast mountains. Hula la. In the mountains, the 9 sect disciples who heard the order flew over from the major spiritual peaks and gathered towards the main peak of Lingyun Pavilion. Teams of figures are neatly arranged according to the camps of the 9 sects. Headed by Lingyun Pavilion, they are lined up on both sides of the Lingyun Peak Mountain Gate, welcoming the forces and powerful people from the Outland Continent. Ha ha ha, congratulations! Before people arrived, laughter came first, and the demigod Elder Jiang, as a representative of the demigod, arrived first with more than 10 elders. These 10 or so elders are all the core 10 elders of the demigod race. Such a lineup is extremely luxurious. Being able to make the demigods and the entire core elder hall mobilize, it can be seen that they attach great importance to this celebration of the human race. It's late. It's late. Almost at the front and back feet, a Sanskrit sound pierced the heaven and earth, and in the western sky, in a large golden auspicious cloud, dozens of figures in golden robes came quickly. The leader is none other than the first genius of Dean Temple, Mialian Unju. Haha, I didn't expect that your Dean Temple could run so fast. Turning his head, looking at the golden auspicious clouds falling rapidly in the midair, the demigod Elder Jiang directly teased and said, "It's not too late. It's just 1 step slower than our demigods." Mialian Unju heard it, but she just blinked her eyes and didn't reply. Instead, she looked solemn, and with a flash of her figure, she moved away from the position behind her. A tall, golden-robed old man, holding a wooden staff and smiling peacefully, walked up to Elder Jiang in a few steps. Seeing this person, Ling Xuantian and Jiang Yuchuan were all startled. High priest. They never thought that the abbot of the great temple would come in person. You know, there is only this high priest in the entire outland continent, whose status is so prominent that it even far exceeds the suzerains of the top 10 forces. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Xuanhuan mobile version reading URL. #C2079 Come strong. High priest. It is a kind of magical profession, and it is highly respected in the 10 Directions starfield, especially in the outland continent. Because they are not only the powerful emperors, but also the people who know the world of martial arts best, and they are also the witnesses of the ancient times. And their most important responsibility is to protect some ancient ruins. Many of these important ancient ruins are altars, and there are some secret realms and Jedi. However, unlike ordinary ancient ruins, any ruins guarded by a high priest must be related to the safety of the entire continent. The En Temple, as a powerful sect in the outland continent, the disciples of the sect have almost no competition with the world. Even if you participate in some important events in the mainland, it is often to understand the mainland and get in touch with the world. This point can be seen from Miaoyan Unju. The arrival of the high priest was welcomed by all the bigwigs present, especially Ling Xuantian, who regarded the high priest as a guest of honor. And then, one after another, powerful sects continued to arrive. Tiankalu, Tower Clan, Blackhorn Cave Mansion, Heavenly Sword Sect, Sancho League and other top powers in the mainland send elders or strong men to congratulate them with heavy gifts. Although this celebration is only the genius of the human race on the first day of the emperor's list, it is also the glory of the entire outland continent. With the arrival of a large number of powerhouses, the Lingyun Sea in the entire Lingyun Pavilion is tumbling, and the emperor's power is surging in the sky. Coupled with the aura of elders and talented disciples of various sects, Lingyun Pavilion suddenly becomes extremely lively, the momentum is shocking, and the scene is extremely spectacular. Welcome elders, geniuses, to my Lingyun Pavilion. Ling Xuantian floated in the air, looked at the dark crowd all around, and said loudly, "Now, I declare that this human race celebration has officially begun." When the announcement sounded, a large number of tables had already been arranged on the square of the main hall in Lingyun Pavilion, the number of which was less than 10,000. On these tables, spirit wine and all kinds of delicacies are available. The so-called celebrations are often held among the major sects in the outland continent, and there is already a fixed pattern. Basically, it is a kind of large-scale banquet, where sects and friends are widely invited to taste wine and discuss martial arts. It will be lively on the one hand, and it can also enhance the relationship between sects. Of course, this time, the elephant human race's celebration for the sect's disciples naturally had an indispensable part, which was the genius martial arts performance. The talented disciples brought by the various sects will invite other disciples to compete in the reception. It's just that this kind of martial arts competition is mostly of the nature of martial arts exchange, and often 3 or 2 moves, just point to the end, and will not forcefully divide the winners and losers. All the major sect forces, bigwigs, and geniuses all had smiles on their faces, entered the banquet, and raised their glasses to celebrate. As the host, Ling Xuantian naturally received the most celebrations. One cup after another, people kept coming to toast and congratulate. After 3 rounds of drinking and 5 flavors of dishes, almost half of the time passed, and finally someone discovered that something was wrong at that time. "Huh? Why didn't you see Chu Yan?" Someone looked around for several times, but didn't find anything. Chu Yan, who had just won the first place in the emperor's list, couldn't help but speak suspiciously. "Yes. I didn't see it either. Strange, isn't this celebration held for Chu Yan? Why didn't he show up? Could it be that something happened?" As the first person raised a question, more and more people began to discuss in low voices. Not only other people, but also the big bosses and disciples of the 9 sects and the human race, all of them looked at the main stage with puzzled faces. Ling Xuantian saw the puzzled eyes from all around, and naturally understood their thoughts. Everyone, little apprentice Chu Yan, is retreating, and it is at a critical moment, so I am rude, so I can't come out to see you. Ling Xuantian's words were extremely polite, but the tone of affirmation could not be questioned. But obviously, Ling Xuantian would never consider disturbing Chu Yan's cultivation. After all, martial arts is the root, and everything else is false. Even the celebration of the number 1 emperor list in front of you must be based on Chu Yan's strength. If it weren't for Chu Yan's strength and winning the first place in the emperor list, these people would naturally not gather here for the celebration. In particular, Chu Yan will most likely go to the 10 Directions starfield next. In that powerful world where the strong are like clouds, Emperor Wu walks everywhere, and the Holy Emperor is like a forest. If Chu Yan has no strength, it will be even more difficult to survive. Regarding this point, all the bigwigs present nodded slightly. Don't ask for a false name, focus on cultivation. Such a mind is exactly what is necessary to achieve the pinnacle of martial arts. Governor Ling is too polite. A big boss bowed his hands, nodded with a smile, and didn't mind. That's right. I'm waiting for Wuxiao, as it should be. It seems that Chu Yan is about to make a breakthrough again. This strength is probably getting stronger and stronger. Okay. This son of the human race should be the generation of revitalization. After hearing Ling Xuantian's explanation, all the sect leaders and geniuses nodded slightly and responded politely. On the main stage, Xie Yang didn't notice the situation around him at all. Instead, he kept staring at the demigod saint with a wretched smile on his face. This figure, this face, TSK. However, at this moment, above the sky, a thunderbolt suddenly exploded. Boom, boom. Thunder sounded everywhere, violent clouds were like a tide, and above the sky, it seemed that a huge crack had opened, and the endless berserk imperial prestige swept out from it. In Lingyun Square, all the bigwigs who participated in the celebration were stunned and looked up at the same time. What happened? The celebration has already begun. Who came so late? It's fine if you come late, but you still made such a big commotion. Could it be the enemy? All kinds of thoughts flashed, and all eyes swept over the sky. Just one glance, and all eyes were shocked. 10 Directions Starfield, Bipolar Sect. 10 Directions Starfield, Tianyahai Pavilion. 10 Directions Starfield, Mount Lulan. 3 thunderous tones resounded through the heaven and earth, as if there was an order from the gods above the sky, blasting everyone's ears. In an instant, on the square, the faces of all the bigwigs and geniuses of the emperor's list changed. There was a look of shock in all the eyes at the same time. What's the situation? The 3 powerful forces from the 10 Directions Starfield actually went to the Jiuxiao mountain range in person. Didn't it mean that Chu Yan is going to join Hunyuan Palace? How could these 3 sects come here? Ling Xuantian's face showed a dignified look, his eyes trembled slightly, and he looked at the sky above, and 3 waves of figures slowly descended. Even Xie Yang, who had a wretched face and stared at the saint from the beginning to the end, was also shocked. He looked at the 3 powerful sects in the 10 Directions Starfield, with a bad feeling on his face. The visitor is not good. This sudden change, I'm afraid it's these 3 big sects who are going to make trouble. Especially the Xuanji sect, according to Chu Yan, has been targeting Chu Yan during the Battle of the Emperor list. It can be said that half of the hatred between Chu Yan and Tianlingzong is due to Elder Lin of the bipolar sect. In less than 3 breaths, in the sky, the big bosses from the 3 major and 10-star fields landed on Lingyun Square with smiles on their faces. Countless gazes looked at them in unison. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2080 bad visitor. It is obvious that the three sects descended together, and it is not a coincidence. Moreover, these bigwigs from the 10 Directions starfield all had a weird smile on their faces. Following these three big bosses walking in Lingyun Square, the surroundings were silent, and the atmosphere of the scene instantly became oppressive. All eyes were on the three big bosses. What are they doing here? Depending on the situation, something is not quite right, I guess. It will definitely not be the same as us. I am here to congratulate. These bigwigs in the 10 Directions starfield usually claim to be aloof. How could they come to Outland Continent to congratulate a human disciple? Look, that's Elder Lin from the bipolar sect. Isn't he the host of the Emperor List battle? Amazing, Tianya Hage. I heard that it is the Double C region of the 10 Directions star region, one of the two major forces. Don't talk, let's see what they are going to do. Although there were some low-pitched discussions, most of the people stared at them curiously. Damn, Lulan beauty. On the main stage, beside Ling Xuantian, Situ Yang's gaze swept across the group of Lulan mountain forces in blue dresses. The female elders in the lead, who seemed to be only 28 years old, suddenly made Fatty Situ's eyes shine brightly. 10 star fields, 3 mountains, and 5 mountains, and 2 fields, produce beauties, it's true, TSK, TSK, TSK. Situ Yang's expression became obscene again, and his eyes were fixed on the female elder of Lulan Mountain, and he couldn't move them away. Everyone in the Sea of Knowledge is full of various guesses, watching the three big bosses walk up to the main stage. I didn't expect that you would come to our 9-zone mountain range in person. I'm sorry to welcome you, please take your seat. Ling Xuantian's face returned to normal after a short period of astonishment. He bowed his hands to the three big brothers and greeted them politely. Thank you, Pavilion Master Ling. The three big brothers nodded, and after scanning the rostrum with their eyes, they took the disciples of the sect behind each of them and sat in the VIP seats on the rostrum. Each of these three sects brought nearly 10 people, many of whom are young disciples who should be geniuses of this sect. After taking their seats, the tense atmosphere on the field eased, and various discussions among the crowd below also rang out again. The little white bear took advantage of Situ Yang's side, with a pair of purple eyes, looking at the three big bosses, frowning, poked the fat on Situ Yang's stomach, and asked in a low voice. Fatty, what do you think they are here for? Little White Bear's demon consciousness has been probing these visitors from the 10 Directions starfield. Her demon consciousness is beating, which always makes her feel a little uneasy. Being stabbed by the little white bear, Situ Yang woke up suddenly, his eyes fixed on Lolan's beautiful woman, and finally retracted, just about to turn his hair, but found that it was the little white bear. This? Of course he heard little white bear's question, so he glanced at the three big bosses, before saying. Look. Elder Lin of the bipolar sect, I heard that in the Battle of the Emperor List, that old guy kept making trouble for his elder brother, so he probably came from a bad place. Touching his chin, Situ Yang went on to say. You know, my brother, it's easy to offend people. So, maybe, my elder brother has offended all three cases, so I want to take advantage of my elder brother's celebration day to find trouble. Situ Yang was still a little uncertain at first, but the more he talked, the more he felt that he had guessed more, so he kept nodding his head and said. As soon as the words fell to the ground, the little white bear bared its teeth immediately, and the little white teeth rattled. Impossible. Little White Bear shook his head directly, completely disagreeing with Situ Yang's guess. You didn't go, I went. I know that Elder Lin of the bipolar sect disliked the boss at first, but he has never met the boss at all, so how could he offend him? And, later on, he also invited the boss to join the bipolar sect. That's it, then I don't know. Hearing Little White Bear's explanation, Situ Yang was taken aback, shook his head, with a dazed expression, and turned to look at the three big bosses on the rostrum. At this time, Ling Xuantian was holding the spirit wine, and just after toasting, he asked. I don't know how many fellow Taoists come to my Lingyun pavilion this time. Is there anything special? Ling Xuantian's face was calm, and a pair of shining eyes looked back and forth on the faces of the three big bosses. As the master of the Lingyun pavilion, he has a careful heart, and he doesn't believe that these three big bosses have come all the way from the 10 Directions starfield just to congratulate Chu Yan. When this sentence landed, some bigwigs from the Outland continent on the rostrum turned their heads to look at. That's right. The three of you have come from afar, they must have something important to do. Elder Jiang, a semi-protoss, stood beside Ling Xuantian and echoed. Based on his relationship with Chu Yan, plus the relationship between the demigods and the human race, if the three sects from the 10 star fields want to trouble the human race or Chu Yan, he cannot sit idly by. I am a guest from afar, the three fellow Taoists have worked hard. If there is anything we can do for you, please speak up. The high priest of Ding Temple spoke with a smile on his face. Like Ling Xuantian and Jian Yuchuan, as a high priest, he is not afraid of these three sects, and his speech is much simpler and more direct. The three spoke at the same time, with obvious questioning. After all, in this human race celebration, the three came here uninvited, so it is somewhat unreasonable. The atmosphere on the rostrum changed, and it immediately attracted the eyes of all around, and they all looked over. All eyes were on the three major forces. Everyone is very curious, what are the three major forces planning to do when they suddenly visit Lingyun Pavilion at this critical juncture? Hee. Facing the eyes of the audience, Elder Lin of the Xuanji sect first looked at the other two elders, and after seeing that they all nodded slightly, he slowly got up and said to Ling Xuantian. Governor Ling, Great Elder Jiang, High Priest, and everyone. Gently cupping his hands and saluting, Elder Lin's attitude stunned everyone present. When did the forces in the 10 Directions starfield become so polite? When I came to Lingyun Pavilion this time, I was entrusted by the sect to do two things. Of course, Lulan Mountain and Tianyahai Pavilion are the same two things as my bipolar sect, so I will do it for you and tell me everyone. First. The voice of speaking paused, but Elder Lin waved his hand first, and a disciple of the bipolar sect stepped out behind him, holding a gift box in his hand. The first thing is to congratulate Chu Yan, who has reached the top of the Outerland Continent Emperor ranking, a small gift, to show my bipolar sect's heart. As soon as the words landed, the Xuanji sect disciple stepped forward and gave the gift box in his hand to Ling Xuantian. I, Lulan Mountain, have also prepared a small gift to show my congratulations. Tianyahai Presbyterian Hall, send a congratulatory gift. All of a sudden, the bosses of the three major forces spoke at the same time, and two disciples walked out behind them, sending gifts to Ling Xuantian. Suddenly, three big gifts appeared. Ling Xuantian's expression was startled at first, and then, not only was there no trace of joy on his face, but he became extremely solemn. Sure enough, what Ling Xuantian was worried about was about to happen. Set a small goal first, such as 1 second to remember. Shukja mobile version reading URL. #C2081 at all costs. These three major forces all came from the starfield of the 10 Directions. How could there be no problem if they were so polite to them, a second-rate force on the second-rate continent? If you are courteous to others, you must have a plan. Thanks. Ling Xuantian bowed his hands, accepted the three gifts, then raised his head, looked at the three major forces, and said. Dare to ask the three, what is the second matter? There is no need to guess at all. Ling Xuantian, including everyone present, knows that the three major forces are here this time, and the presents are probably just Huangzi, and the real purpose is the second thing. Hearing Ling Xuantian's question, Elder Lin smiled lightly and said. The second thing is a good thing. When these words fell to the ground, Ling Xuantian's face did not relax at all, and he was still staring at the other party tightly. Hee, I am waiting for the three sects to come, hoping that the nobleman Chu Yan can choose one of my three sects to join. As soon as this statement came out, everyone's eyes lit up in the entire Lingyun square. It turned out that these 3 sects came to recruit Chu Yan. Choose one of the 3 cases and join. Ling Xuantian was startled, then frowned tightly. This matter is in big trouble. Whatever you are really afraid of, come here. Everyone, this matter. Ling Xuantian's face darkened slightly, his eyes kept flickering, his consciousness Haifei was running, thinking about the countermeasures. This matter, after Chu Yan came back from Wanxing Peak, he went to retreat directly, so far, I, as a master, have no idea what the apprentice is planning. Why don't you 3 please go back first, and when the young disciple comes out of retreat, I will definitely convey the good wishes of the 3. As long as the young disciple makes a decision, I will immediately send a message to the 3 fellow Taoists. What do you think? What Ling Xuantian said was impeccable. Moreover, to the great surprise of Elder Lin and the other 2 bosses, Ling Xuantian didn't mention Hunyuan Palace at all. This person is smart. The eyes of the 3 major powers looking at Ling Xuantian flickered at the same time. Ha ha ha, Pavilion Master Ling, don't be nervous, your noble Zong Chuyan is a very talented genius, so I will wait and come here to recruit. When Elder Lin saw Ling Xuantian's expression, a stern light flashed in his eyes, and his aura fluctuated slightly. He didn't expect that Ling Xuantian's mind would be so careful. He had just opened his mouth, and Pavilion Master Ling saw through all the strengths in it. However, before I came, the elder had already gone to Haikao, and he wanted to recruit Chu Yan back to the sect at all costs. So, this time the 3 of us came here, and we must get a result. Elder Lin's words finally had an accent. At all costs. Ling Xuantian doesn't think that at any cost, the 3 sects will spend a lot of wealth and resources to compete for Chu Yan. Obviously, the 3 of them are planning to use their power to suppress each other and use whatever means they can. Moreover, the most troublesome thing is that the 3 major forces are here. No matter who Chu Yan agrees to, he will definitely offend the other 2 sects. What's more, the Hunyuan Palace Feng Lao, who is coming soon, will also offend him. The small human sect, even if it is Chu Yan, the genius who is the number 1 in the Emperor list, can enter the 10 directions starfield, but he can't afford to offend any of the 4 sects. But, with a look of hesitation on his face, Ling Xuantian spoke suspiciously. Snort. Without waiting for Ling Xuantian to refuse again, the elder of Tianyahai Pavilion suddenly darkened and snorted heavily. Master Ling. With pale blue brilliance in his eyes, he slowly turned his head and looked straight at Ling Xuantian. The elder of Tianyahai Pavilion had a cold voice. You have to figure it out. I've already given you enough face by waiting for the 3 of you to come all the way to talk to you nicely. If you don't know how to praise, what will happen, you have to weigh it yourself. Not only Ling Xuantian, but also Jian Yuchuan and the High Priestess. All faces changed. Sure enough, these 3 major forces simply wanted to suppress others. When they understood it, Ling Xuantian had no intention at all, and agreed to them honestly, so he changed his face directly. Elder Ding, stay safe and don't get bored. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the High Priest of Dean Temple stood up and spoke. However, the smile on his face was a little stiff. After all, at this point in the matter, some things are hard to say, but the current situation is no longer a matter of Lingyun Pavilion. After all, when the 3 major forces said this, many powerful sects from the outland continent were present. In addition, as the high priest, he had some special duties, so he had to stand up. According to the agreement made at the beginning, the forces of the 10 direction starfields are not allowed to interfere with the affairs of my outland continent. You have not forgotten this matter. A mysterious aura surged out from the body of the high priestess, but indistinctly, there was a hint of the might of the vast heaven. At this time, the surrounding bigwigs from the outland continent also all looked slightly gloomy as they all walked behind the high priest. Although, among the various sects, you fight each other. However, those are all internal affairs of the outland continent. Now, when it involves matters between the two continents, they naturally cannot sit idly by. In particular, if powerful geniuses appear in the outland continent, they will interfere so forcefully, which will be extremely detrimental to their forces in the outland continent in the future. Misunderstanding. Elder Lin of the bipolar sect, who had been standing by the side, saw that the situation was not right, and the high priest from the outland continent happened to be present, so he spoke directly, mentioned the ancient contract, and quickly smiled to ease the atmosphere. My 3 sects came to the outland continent, so naturally I will not intervene forcibly. So, that's what I mean. Once everything is voluntary by Chu Yan, I will never force it. If this is the case, of course it is not a violation of the ancient contract. Hearing Elder Lin's words, the oppressive atmosphere instantly eased a little. At least, all the bigwigs in the outer domain know that these 3 major forces will not act on the spot. Moreover, the ancient contract is still binding, so the confidence in my heart is a little bit stronger. But then, Elder Ding of Tianya Hage sneered and spoke again. However, Pavilion Master Ling, you must know that I, Tianyahai Pavilion, also have my own power in the outland continent. Although it is not very powerful, but compared with a third-rate racial power, it is still capable. How to decide, you can think about it for yourself. That's all for now. After saying a word, Elder Ding of Tianyahai Pavilion had a sneer on his face and stopped talking. Boom, boom. At this tense moment, a thunderbolt suddenly exploded above the sky. At the same time, a tall figure with long braids, holding a jade fan, and shining golden eyes appeared above the sky, and strolled down towards Lingyun Square. 1 second to remember Acehang Novel Network. Mobile version reading website.